Reborn in the realm of Xuanli, he lay dormant for a decade before awakening the ancient bloodline of the Xian Emperor. Employing the hidden dragon technique to devour the fortunes of enemy nations, he became a target for the demonic sect, branded as a fateful aberration, while also being hunted by celestial sections. When the tortoise and snake totem emerged and the true martial altar collapsed, he realized he was the incarnation of the fateful wheel left behind by the Xiantian Emperor during his battle against the demons. Should he wield his sword to slay the divine and reclaim the three realms, or should he burn away his bloodline to protect the common folk? This curse of the Xian Emperor, capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the stars, would ultimately reverberate upon the throne where the tortoise and snake entwined. Chapter 1. Rebirth. The Half Moon Mountain Range, named for its resemblance to a semicircular shape, stands as the largest mountain range within an 800-mile radius. One side borders the Zhongchu Empire, while the other remains largely unexplored, appearing to be a desolate desert region. Over the past century, every adventurer who dared traverse the Half Moon Mountain Range was a formidable warrior. Coupled with its abundance of rare herbs, it frequently attracted teams of explorers seeking to venture into the unknown world beyond the mountains or to discover a precious medicinal plant. However, those who successfully crossed the range were exceedingly few, and even fewer returned with tales of survival. Despite this, countless adventurers continued to enter the Half Moon Mountain Range, undeterred by the risks. At the edge of the Half Moon Lake, a vast expanse of water that seemed to stretch endlessly, a voice echoed, "Ah, where am I? My head aches terribly." At that moment, Zhong Hui found himself lying beside the lake, reflecting on the events that had led him there. He had rescued a drowning woman, only to be swept away by the river's whirlpool, losing consciousness, and now he lay on the shores of this unfamiliar lake. Having pieced together the circumstances, he sat at the water's edge, observing his surroundings. Everything here felt foreign to him apart from the sunlight. The lake, the trees, and the stones. There was nothing else, no sign of human presence, as if he had stumbled into an untouched wilderness. A sense of bewilderment swelled within him as he surveyed the scene. Where is this? How have I never been here before? Why is there not a single soul around? Hello, is anyone there? If so, please respond. Silence reigned. Unable to contain his growing curiosity, Zhong Hui felt an urgent need to ascertain his location and the source of the sound he had heard. He disregarded the pain coursing through his body and rose to venture into the woods. After a considerable time, Zhong Hui found himself disheartened. He swore that this place was certainly not the world. He knew everything appeared strange: the trees, the birds, the stones. A wave of astonishment washed over him. He had never anticipated that saving a life would lead him to an entirely different realm. How intriguing! As he pondered, he made his way back toward the riverbank. Since he had arrived in this unfamiliar place, preserving his own life took precedence. It was wiser to find a safe spot and remain there for the time being. Seated by the lakeside, he contemplated his life back on Earth, his parents, and how they would react upon learning of their son's disappearance. Surely, they would be beside themselves with grief. Yet, as a son, he lamented that he would never have the opportunity to repay their kindness. His eyes moistened at the thought. His mother, a kind-hearted woman, had never scolded him whenever his father intended to punish him. He would hide behind her. His father had trained him in martial arts and instilled the principles of life. Although strict, he understood that every lesson was born of love. The thought of never seeing his parents again overwhelmed him with sorrow, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Who says that men do not shed tears? They merely have not encountered moments of true heartache, he murmured, wiping his tears away with the sleeve of his garment. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled audibly. Well, what's done is done. From now on, I shall start anew, letting go of the past and striving to survive in this unfamiliar land. He stood tall, clenched his fists, and declared to the lake, "First things first, let's fill my stomach." He gazed at the water, contemplating catching a fish, but quickly dismissed the idea without any tools, How could he possibly succeed? Instead, he resolved to search the forest for edible fruit and took his first steps into the woods. Fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon a creature resembling a monkey, albeit smaller and adorned with a tuft of feathers atop its head. For now, he decided to call it a feathered monkey. Following the feathered monkey, he discovered some edible fruits, though slightly astringent. They were sustenance enough for his current needs. He removed a portion of his clothing to create a makeshift pouch and filled it with the fruits before heading back to the riverbank. He resolved to construct a simple shelter by the river before meticulously planning his future. However, as is often the case, actions are far easier spoken than done. Lacking any tools, even starting a fire proved to be a daunting task, let alone building a house, no matter how rudimentary. After much contemplation, he decided to gather some branches and hastily erect a shelter using a nearby tree, intending to survive the night. By the time he completed his makeshift dwelling, dusk had settled. He gathered dry wood and withered leaves, spending nearly an hour to successfully kindle a fire. Remaining in the forest overnight posed risks, yet without a fire, he would surely fall prey to any predators prowling nearby. Once he completed his tasks and consumed a few fruits, he climbed a tree to rest. That night, the gentle breeze danced with the flames, casting a flickering light upon the dark, inky sky, a stark contrast to the surrounding shadows. Zhong Hui awoke to the chilling morning dew, having succumbed to sleep only after battling his fears throughout the night. To his dismay, the morning moisture had soaked his clothes, leaving large patches damp. Had he not possessed a strong constitution, he would surely have caught a cold, which in this desolate place would equate to a death sentence. Shaking off the dew, he noticed that the fire had extinguished, and apart from his hands, he possessed nothing. This realization washed over him like a wave of despair. Perhaps I should explore the area for any signs of hope, he mused, attempting to comfort himself with the thought that perhaps fate had not entirely forsaken him. After consuming some wild fruits, he picked up a sturdy branch and began his journey toward the rising sun, embarking on his quest for survival. 2 hours later, he cautiously ventured into the woods, 2 miles from the lakeshore, parting the underbrush with his makeshift knife. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no dangers lurked nearby before proceeding. At that moment, even the slightest rustle from an unknown creature would send him into a panic. Chapter 2. The contest of ferocity. His extreme reaction can primarily be attributed to his own recklessness. At the outset of his journey, he wielded a stick he had casually picked up, brimming with bravado as he forged ahead. However, his circumstances took a drastic turn upon encountering a tusked wild boar. As he meandered through the forest, his vision was obstructed by dense grass that reached halfway up his body. Inciting his irritation. In a fit of frustration, he swung his stick at the grass, clearing a path with ease. Yet, in his fervor, he failed to notice the 2-meter-long wild boar lying concealed within the underbrush. His stick made unerring contact with the creature's rear. The wild boar had been enjoying a deep slumber, occasionally nudging the ground as if dreaming of foraging for food. Suddenly, an excruciating pain jolted it awake, causing it to spring up in alarm. Observing the unexpected turn of events, Zhong Hui hastily fled the scene. Disturbed from its reverie, the boar was filled with fury, its eyes blazing as it scanned the surroundings. Spotting Zhong Hui in flight, it deduced that he was the culprit behind its sudden misfortune and charged after him in a fit of rage that if he continued to run, he would undoubtedly be caught. A collision with such a ferocious creature would spell disaster. Zhong Hui's mind raced as he contemplated how to evade the boar. Suddenly, he recalled the trees surrounding him. Seizing the moment, he propelled himself upward, leveraging years of honed skill to leap into the branches above. Once perched high in the tree, he glanced back at the boar, reassured by the knowledge that the creature could not look up to spot him. As long as he remained hidden, he would be safe. However, the boar, lacking the capacity for strategic thinking, charged directly toward the tree from which Zhong Hui had vanished, showing no signs of slowing down. As the wild boar barreled towards him, Zhong Hui clung tightly to the trunk, fervently wishing for the tree's sturdiness. The tree, of course, was oblivious to his silent plea. The enraged boar, consumed by its fury and driven by instinct, aimed straight for the tree, believing it to be the source of its vexation. With a resounding crash, Both figures collided with the base of the tree. The wild boar, regaining its footing, shook its head and fixed its bloodshot gaze on Zhonghui, its front hooves pawing the ground in preparation for another assault. Zhonghui, meanwhile, crouched slightly, arms outstretched, ready to confront the enraged beast. After pawing the earth twice, the boar let out a furious roar and charged at him. In a flash, Zhonghui, witnessing the boar's approach, summoned all his strength and dashed towards another tree. Just as he prepared to leap, the boar closed the distance, rendering his ascent impossible. Instead, he leaped upward, pushing off the tree with his feet, executing a backflip that landed him squarely on the boar's back. Once atop, he instinctively clung to the wild creature, which, feeling the weight of Zhonghui upon its back, grew even more irate, thrashing its hind legs in an effort to dislodge him. Zhonghui, in an unexpected turn of events, found himself atop a wild boar, experiencing the sensation of a cowboy, albeit an uncomfortable one. The jarring motion made him feel somewhat nauseous, yet he clung tightly to the boar's bristles, refusing to let go. The boar, realizing it could not dislodge this persistent rider, charged towards a nearby tree. Sensing imminent danger, Zhonghui thought, this could spell disaster. Should we collide, I would surely become a mere meat patty. In a split second, just as the boar was about to crash into the tree, he released his grip and rolled aside. The impact of the boar against the tree produced a cacophony of rustling leaves. With a snort, the boar regained its footing, glaring at Zhonghui, nostrils flaring as it huffed aggressively, its hooves stamping the ground as if gathering strength for another charge. Observing the formidable creature before him, Zhonghui lamented his lack of weaponry. If only he were armed, he could confront this beast with greater confidence. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, realizing that if this standoff continued, he might meet his end here. Casting a glance behind him in search of an escape route, his eyes suddenly caught a glimmer of light from a narrow crevice in the rocks. To his delight, he discovered a knife nestled within that crevice. This revelation filled him with hope. Armed with a weapon, he could now contend with the ferocious beast, with the boar poised to charge. He wasted no time and sprinted towards the rock fissure. The boar, sensing his movement, let out a fierce roar and charged directly at him. In this moment of life and death, Zhonghui rolled to the ground, reaching for the knife, and swiftly drew it from its resting place. With the blade in hand, he turned and positioned the knife defensively across his chest, staring down the oncoming boar with unwavering courage. Embodying the spirit of a man who felt invincible with a weapon in his grasp. As the two neared collision, Zhonghui executed a deft maneuver, rolling aside just in time. With precision, he thrust the knife into the boar's thigh, using his left hand to press firmly on the blade, leveraging the boar's momentum to carve a deep gash across its abdomen, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. The boar stumbled forward, and within mere moments, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed, convulsing in its final throes. Rising to his feet, Zhonghui shook off the residual force of the boar's charge, which had nearly overwhelmed him. Approaching the fallen beast, he cast a glance at it and remarked with bravado, "I had no intention of shedding blood, but you forced my hand, and I hope in your next life, you are reborn as a fine pig." With that, he plunged the knife into the boar's neck, which twitched a few times before falling silent. As he stood over the lifeless creature, Zhonghui exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling that having narrowly escaped death, fortune would surely favor him henceforth. Not only had he acquired a reliable weapon, but he could also indulge in a hearty feast of wild boar meat. What a comforting thought! Reflecting on the knife in his possession, he scrutinized it carefully. It bore the marks of age, with some parts showing signs of wear and the blade lacking sharpness. An idea struck him. Perhaps there were other treasures hidden beneath the rock crevice. Chapter 3. The pioneer. He approached the crevice in the rocks, and, upon pushing aside the pile of stones, was indeed rewarded with a glimpse of some hidden objects, obscured by the weight of the stones. This discovery ignited a surge of excitement within him, prompting him to immediately begin lifting the stones. Once he had cleared the debris, he was taken aback by the sight of a skeletal remains before him. Although he had trained in martial arts, he had never encountered such a stark display of mortality. However, fear was swiftly overshadowed by the prospect of valuable finds, and he eagerly began to sift through the bones. After spending half an hour meticulously clearing the area, he took stock of his discoveries and realized that this perilous journey of exploration had yielded extraordinary results. The first significant find was the skeleton itself, which indicated that it belonged to a person, one of similar stature to himself. This suggested that human activity indeed existed in this world. Furthermore, the ancient tools he had unearthed, along with an old wooden bow and 3 or 4 damaged arrows, hinted at a civilization that had progressed beyond mere savagery. The ability to manufacture iron and create iron-tipped arrows indicated a relatively advanced state of development, reminiscent of a feudal society. Such revelations ignited a flicker of hope within Zhong Hui. It appeared that he was not the sole inhabitant of this realm. He had long harbored fears that he might be utterly alone in this world, a prospect he could hardly bear, as it could potentially lead him to despair. Now, he could affirmatively conclude that humanity existed here. Hope, indeed, was the most significant treasure bestowed upon him by this expedition. His second notable discovery included several broken bows, a flint obtained from the remains, a mysterious black pendant made of an unknown material, and a collection of silver square coins that he surmised that these silver coins served as the currency of this world and would undoubtedly be useful when he eventually integrated into human society. So he carefully stowed away his findings. By the time he returned to the lakeside, it was already noon. After consuming some meat, Zhang Hui reclined by the lake to rest, contemplating ways to improve his current living conditions. Continuing to reside in the trees was untenable. Each morning he awoke drenched, and prolonged exposure would surely lead to illness. Resolving that, equipped with weapons, he would chop down a few trees to construct a rudimentary shelter. He spent the entire afternoon felling trees and digging mud, ultimately erecting a small abode by the lakeside, just spacious enough for one to sleep comfortably. Gazing upon his humble dwelling, Zhong Hui felt his spirits soar, declaring to himself, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. From this day forward, I possess my own nest. This marks my first stride towards integrating into this world. Tomorrow shall dawn as another day brimming with promise." Today marked the third day since Zhong Hui had arrived in this realm. Compared to the disarray he had experienced upon his arrival, he now found himself in a state of considerable contentment. Emerging from his modest shelter, he inhaled the fresh air of this foreign world. Today, Zhong Hui's heart was filled with a yearning for the wonders of this continent, and he felt an urgent desire to immerse himself in its culture and customs. However, the pressing concern remained. He must find a way to traverse beyond this forest. Today is yet another day brimming with hope, as Zhang Hui muses to himself, after savoring the wild boar meat. He prepares his knife and slings his bow and arrow over his shoulder, embarking on an exploratory journey along the crescent-shaped lake. Armed with the experience from yesterday, he cautiously navigates the forest bordering the lake. This time, with his weapon in hand, his mood is decidedly different from his prior foray. Gripping the knife, he feels a surge of confidence, convinced that he can handle any beast he may encounter. After all, his martial arts training from a young age still serves him well, granting him a level of expertise that reassures him against the threats of the wild. After walking for nearly half an hour along the lakeside, he has only encountered a few small creatures, with no sign of larger carnivores or even herbivores, which strikes Zhong Hui as rather peculiar. Is it truly the case that this world harbors so few beasts? He mutters to himself, his pace unwavering. Suddenly, relying on the instincts honed over years of practice, a chill runs down his spine, signaling an ominous presence he has never experienced before. With no time to ponder, Zhang Hui performs a swift backward roll, darting towards the nearest tree, climbing it with remarkable agility, and concealing himself behind the branches. Once safely perched in the tree, he begins to survey his surroundings, seeking the source of the menacing aura. It is not long before he spots a massive creature, nearly 3 meters in length, lurking at a nearby cliff's edge. The beast, resembling a saber-toothed tiger, is encased in armor-like plates, with tufts of fur trailing behind and a tail that sways rhythmically, seemingly preparing to quench its thirst at the lake. Fortunately, it does not appear to be heading his way. Otherwise, being targeted by such a fearsome, armored predator would surely spell doom. Zhong Hui realizes that the surrounding wildlife has not vanished, but rather been frightened away. He comprehends why there are no beasts nearby. If he were in their position, he too would flee as far as possible. Just as he resolves to retreat, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. The creature, which had been calmly drinking, suddenly propels itself backward with a powerful kick of its front legs. Before Zhong Hui can grasp the situation, a large black snake, covered in barbed spines, erupts from the water, nearly catching the tiger off guard. Fortunately, the tiger is alert enough to retreat just in time, or it might have fallen prey to the serpent's ambush. The snake, having failed in its surprise attack, rises to confront the tiger at the water's edge, creating a scene that is truly terrifying. The two fearsome beasts lock eyes, each emitting low growls that resonate ominously in the air, sending shivers down Zhong Hui's spine. He realizes that he would stand no chance against either creature. Observing the serpent, he reflects that had he approached the cliff's edge earlier, he might well have become its next meal. A wave of apprehension washes over him as he watches the two formidable beasts. Sensing that an epic confrontation is imminent. In this moment, he dares not allow his attention to waver, fearing he might miss any captivating spectacle that unfolds before him. His astonishment, before Zhong Hui could fully comprehend the situation. The black serpent surged forth from the lake, charging directly at the formidable black tiger. As the serpent breached the water's surface, Zhong Hui realized that what had emerged was merely one-fifth of the serpent's colossal form. This revelation suggested that the serpent was significantly larger than the tiger. However, the tiger exhibited no signs of trepidation and boldly advanced towards the serpent. Upon noticing the tiger's approach, the serpent flicked its tail menacingly. It was at this moment that Zhong Hui observed the serpent not only bore barbed spikes along its body, but also possessed a particularly sharp hook at its tail. The serpent swung its barbed tail towards the tiger's head. And should it connect, even the tiger, known for its tough hide and sinewy flesh, would likely be left dizzy and disoriented. Yet, the tiger was no ordinary adversary. Sensing the imminent threat, it leapt backward with great force, showcasing its own set of razor-sharp claws, aiming to strike at the serpent's body. Caught off guard, the serpent was pierced by the tiger's claws. In a swift motion, it attempted to ensnare the tiger, intending to constrict it to death. However, despite the tiger's claws having penetrated the serpent's flesh, it did not deepen the attack, but instead leapt away, narrowly escaping the serpent's grasp. Interestingly, the serpent's hooked tail managed to snag a tuft of fur from the tiger's tail as it retreated. The tiger, now acutely aware of the pain at its rear, felt a surge of humiliation alongside the injury. It let out a furious roar directed at the serpent. In retaliation, the injured serpent, seething with rage, flicked its tongue and opened its gaping maw, poised to bite down on the tiger. Unyielding, the tiger bared its fangs and lunged at the serpent's head. Instantly, the two ferocious beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, with the serpent's barbed spikes continuously raking across the tiger's body. Despite the thick armor of fur protecting the tiger, it still bled, though the wounds were not life-threatening. Rather, it seemed to grow fiercer with each clash. Using its sharp teeth to rend the serpent's flesh, Zhong Hui, perched on a nearby tree, was utterly captivated by the primal and bloody spectacle unfolding before him. The intensity of this scene far surpassed any special effects he had witnessed in films. Each encounter between the two beasts left scars on their bodies, though none were fatal. The surrounding trees, however, bore the brunt of their conflict. With every sweep of the serpent's tail, a tree was felled. And with each leap the tiger took, the earth was disturbed beneath its weight. As the tiger found itself encircled and prepared to leap to safety, it was too late. The serpent coiled its body, swiftly ensnaring the tiger. The serpent's hooks began to penetrate the gaps in the tiger's armor, drawing forth streams of blood. The tiger struggled fiercely to break free, but the serpent's grip tightened relentlessly, threatening to choke the life out of it. Zhong Hui observed in disbelief as the tiger became ensnared by the serpent, sensing that the battle was nearing its conclusion, when an astonishing event unfolded before his eyes. The once tightly constricted body of the fierce tiger began to swell, continuously contracting as it did so. The massive serpent coiling around it was gradually being forced apart by this expansion. At the moment the tiger's body reached its limit, it exploded forth, propelled by the shockwave of its own eruption, breaking free from the serpent's grasp. Just as Zhong Hui pondered the reason behind the tiger's sudden enlargement, he beheld the creature emerging, drenched in vibrant crimson blood, its armor stripped away. At this moment, Zhong Hui comprehended that this was undoubtedly the tiger's unique technique. Self-detonation. He could hardly believe that the tiger possessed such a maneuver. Yet it had sacrificed its very flesh to achieve it, enduring unimaginable agony in the process. This was akin to the human condition. Some may survive, but they must bear immense suffering, and if they cannot withstand it, they risk losing their lives. Regardless of the reasons, the indomitable will to survive displayed by this tiger filled Zhong Hui with profound admiration. Having freed itself from the serpent's constraints, the tiger stood resolutely, its black blood dripping steadily onto the ground. It showed no signs of retreat, continuing to roar defiantly at the serpent, its jaws slightly parted to reveal sharp fangs, its limbs coiled in readiness for a desperate strike. Observing the tiger, which had already achieved a miraculous escape, choosing instead to confront its foe, Zhong Hui grasped the true meaning of a proud spirit, despite its injuries and lack of protective armor. The tiger, as the sovereign of this land, maintained its dignity. Even in the face of death, it would not flinch. In contrast, the serpent, battered from the tiger's explosive act, began to retreat slowly towards the lake. Its resolve wavering upon witnessing the tiger's fierce stance. Upon reaching the water's edge, it executed a swift turn and plunged into the depths. The tiger, fixedly gazing at the water's surface long after the serpent had disappeared, remained vigilant until it could no longer sense its presence before gradually relaxing its posture and stumbling back into the forest. Zhonghui witnessed all of this, deeply moved by the tiger's noble spirit. He felt an urgent desire to ascertain the tiger's current state, curious whether this proud creature would collapse along the way. Yet, he was also apprehensive about being detected by the formidable beast. Caught in a conflict of emotions, resolving to follow the tiger's receding figure, he steeled himself, thinking, what of it? Even if discovered, can I truly fear a wounded tiger? Thus, he descended from the tree and quietly trailed behind the tiger, keeping a safe distance while concealing his presence. The tiger, indeed grievously injured, remained oblivious to Zhong Hui's persistent following. Before long, they arrived at the mouth of a cave, where a small, hairless cub darted out. The tiger tenderly licked the cub and gently grasped it by the nape of its neck, leading it into the cave. Witnessing this scene, Zhong Hui was profoundly touched by the raw, genuine affection of nature. He realized that even the most fearsome and formidable creatures possess a gentler side, displaying unwavering strength against their adversaries while reserving tenderness for their kin. Chapter 5. A sense of familiarity, Zhong Hui silently wished for the swift recovery of the fierce tiger, hoping it would soon regain its strength to care for its young. Perhaps this was his way of paying homage to the powerful, even if the recipient was merely a wild beast. Fate has an uncanny penchant for honing an individual through the most coincidental of circumstances. Following the events of the previous day, Zhong Hui awoke early, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the tiger. Uncertain of its healing progress, and whether its recovery might pose a threat to him, the mere notion of having a formidable adversary lurking nearby filled him with an acute sense of vulnerability regarding his own life. While admiration was one thing, the preservation of his existence took precedence. He felt compelled to investigate the creature's condition further. After hastily consuming a small meal, Zhong Hui gathered his belongings and made his way back to the location of yesterday's encounter. To his surprise, upon reaching the lakeside, a place once trampled by two ferocious beasts, he discovered a group of individuals setting up camp, numbering perhaps a dozen or so. Each member of this assembly was outfitted with impressive gear. The blades they bore at their waists far surpassed the meager weapon Zhong Hui wielded, and their gleaming armor radiated an aura of superiority. The campsite was encircled by weapons resembling massive crossbows, clearly indicative of their lethal capability. Upon catching sight of these individuals, Zhong Hui felt an overwhelming sense of relief at finally encountering people like himself, nearly succumbing to the urge to rush over. Thankfully, his prudence prevailed, reminding him that it was wise to assess the situation before taking action. Any reckless approach might lead to being perceived as an enemy. In an effort to observe the group from a distance, Zhong Hui cautiously crawled closer, wary of detection. In truth, his concerns were unfounded. The dense, waist-high grass of the desolate forest provided ample cover for his movements. As he gradually neared, clearly distinguishing the figures before him, he noted that their appearances were not markedly different from his own. The anxiety he felt regarding his looks dissipated, allowing him to exhale in relief. Had he appeared too dissimilar, he might have been regarded as an aberration, relegated to the status of a specimen rather than a member of humanity. At last, the heavy burden weighing on his heart was lifted, and he felt a newfound lightness within. His thoughts turned to how he might establish rapport with these individuals, ultimately seeking a way to navigate out of the forest with their assistance. He considered that, should no opportunity arise, he might simply follow in their wake, which could also lead him to safety. As he pondered this, he remained vigilant, observing their interactions. Through his scrutiny, Zhong Hui discerned that among the group, two individuals were distinctly dressed in a manner that set them apart. Their attire and mannerisms indicated a notable difference, and the surrounding members seemed to instinctively protect them, with a formidable guard perpetually at their side. This guardian was tall and imposing, exuding an aura that starkly contrasted with the others, a presence that conveyed an innate authority. Unmistakably a master of his craft, likely superior to Zhong Hui. After a thorough observation, Zhong Hui concluded that these two individuals were likely the leaders of the group, due to the considerable distance. Their features were not particularly discernible. However, their physiques were quite memorable. One appeared rather diminutive and exhibited a rather restrained demeanor, while the other exuded a more striking presence. Undoubtedly a handsome figure. He also observed that the individuals surrounding him were silent, each engrossed in their own tasks. clearly well-trained and unmistakably not an ordinary group. They were organized in their efforts. Some were erecting tents, others fetching water, cooking, and a few were gesturing towards the cliffs by the lakeside with their tools. Presumably preparing to ascend. It seemed this group had a purpose, and he was keen to discover their true intentions for being here. Zhang Hui pondered. Just as everyone was occupied with their respective duties, an unforeseen incident occurred. A person drawing water from the lake was suddenly impaled through the chest by a hook that shot forth from the water, and before he could utter a sound, he was dragged into the depths. This sudden turn of events startled Zhang Hui, as he recognized that the hook belonged to the serpent he had battled the previous day. He had witnessed the ferocity of that serpent firsthand, and it was shocking to realize that it lingered in this very lake, now taking a life without warning. With this thought, Zhang Hui felt a wave of apprehension. If this group were to be annihilated by the serpent, would he not be left stranded once more? The mere possibility of such a terrifying occurrence set his heart racing like ants on a hot pan. He surmised that he might need to intervene. However, despite Zhang Hui's growing anxiety, it was evident that the group on the lakeshore remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of panic. Upon the immediate discovery of their comrade's demise, they swiftly abandoned their tasks, converging around the two individuals at the center, quickly forming a defensive line, drawing bows and knocking arrows in preparation to confront the beast. After dragging one of their own into the water, the serpent soon emerged, rearing its head and roaring at the shore. Zhang Hui found this scene eerily familiar. It was precisely how the creature had made its entrance the day before, lacking any semblance of originality. He scoffed internally at the serpent's dramatic reveal, simultaneously finding solace in the calmness of the group. As the serpent opened its maw, the individuals on the shore were not idle. They aimed their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows directed at the serpent's head. A series of sharp whistling sounds filled the air as the arrowheads sliced through, targeting the creature. Upon striking the serpent's tough hide, the arrows merely ricocheted with a resounding clang, plummeting into the lake, indicating that the serpent's skin was impervious to the strength of ordinary arrows. The serpent, seemingly insulted by the futile assault, twisted its body and lunged towards the shore at a remarkable speed. Realizing that their arrows were ineffective, the foremost trio charged at the beast, while the remaining members retreated, with two individuals stealthily maneuvering towards the center where they had positioned their larger weaponry. The serpent disregarded the three advancing towards it, sweeping its tail to strike them, yet the trio, displaying commendable agility, evaded the attack. Armed with gleaming blades, they prepared to strike back at the serpent. Chapter 6. The yellow sparrow behind, however. The great serpent, being a fierce beast, had skin as tough as armor, largely disregarding the trio's attacks. Seizing an opportune moment when one was momentarily distracted, it swiftly swept him away with its tail. The other two, witnessing their comrade's fate, faltered. One was caught beneath the massive body of the serpent and was crushed instantly. The last of the trio, reacting just in time, brandished his blade and charged at the serpent. In response, the serpent gaped its enormous maw and devoured the upper half of this final assailant in one swift motion, flinging him aside with such force that he flew further than the first. Seemingly beyond salvation, the efforts of these three had, albeit momentarily, slowed the serpent's advance. However, after dispatching them, it resumed its relentless charge towards the two leaders, showing no signs of abating. Observing this, Zhang Hui felt a sense of urgency, anxiously awaiting the appearance of a skilled fighter from their ranks who might be able to subdue the serpent. One of the guards, wielding a hefty blade, lunged at the serpent's head with a powerful strike. The serpent, recognizing the threat posed by the newcomer, evaded the blow by twisting its head and lunged at the guard instead. Clearly not one to be trifled with, the guard executed a roll to evade the serpent's massive jaws, countering with a diagonal slash that struck true upon the serpent's back, carving a deep gash into its resilient hide. With a roar that echoed through the heavens, the serpent, enraged by the injury, swung its barbed tail at the skilled guard. Caught off guard, the guard raised his blade to defend against the tail's assault. Though he managed to block the strike, the force of the blow sent him tumbling backward, and he rolled several times before coming to a halt, bracing himself against his weapon to catch his breath. Noticing the guard's injury, the serpent showed no relent, charging at him once more. The onlookers, witnessing this dire situation, did not hesitate to unleash a volley of arrows at the serpent's wounded flank. While the serpent was largely unfazed by the arrows, the sheer number proved overwhelming. Several shafts embedded themselves in its flesh. Unable to endure the affront from these diminutive foes, the serpent altered its course, intent on dealing with these bothersome adversaries first. The serpent pivoted to confront the assailants. A massive net descended from above, ensnaring it within its grasp. The surrounding individuals seized the opportunity, Rushing forward to secure the net tightly. In the midst of the serpent's desperate thrashing, a colossal crossbow bolt, glinting with a metallic sheen, was loosed towards its wound. The serpent let out a pained howl, thrashing violently and sending several individuals sprawling. Yet, before it could continue its struggle, another bolt was fired. This time, it pierced cleanly through the serpent's body. Silencing its cries forever, the enormous head of the serpent crashed heavily to the ground, its muscles slackening, and dark blood streamed towards the lake's edge. It was evident that the serpent had met its demise. To be doubly sure, the crossbow operator fired another bolt into the fallen beast, ensuring its death was irrevocable. Observing the great serpent lying lifeless on the shore, Zhong Hui sighed in relief. Thankfully, their group had been well prepared and had not let him down. In truth, he had long observed certain individuals stealthily approaching the siege engines. As the massive crossbow bolt soared through the air, he felt an undeniable certainty that the battle had already reached its conclusion. Indeed, the Guardians engaged in combat with the colossal serpent had afforded these individuals ample time to activate the machinery. Taking advantage of the moment when the serpent turned, they first unleashed a vast net to ensnare its movements, followed by a volley of crossbow bolts aimed at its vulnerable spots. In this manner, no matter how formidable the serpent might be, it was ultimately powerless against the ingenious contraptions of humanity. This confrontation showcased the capacity of mankind to subdue the ferocity of nature, employing a myriad of devices to wage war. No matter how fierce one may be, death is an inevitable fate. As they gazed upon the serpent lying lifeless on the beach, the taut nerves of the group finally began to relax. This serpent had indeed been their most formidable adversary since their entry into the jungle. Had they not possessed such weaponry, it is likely that this group would have met their demise here today, and the sense of having narrowly escaped death weighed heavily on each individual's heart. At that moment, however, Zhong Hui, lying concealed in the grass, felt a chilling premonition arise from the depths of his being, a dread that sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, he recalled the presence of two fierce beasts in this land. And that cacophony of noise surely would not have gone unnoticed by the arrogant tiger. With this thought, Zhong Hui sprang to his feet and shouted to the group, "Beware, there is another predator." Simultaneously, his warning was drowned out by two piercing screams. Seizing the moment when everyone had let their guard down, the tiger lunged from the underbrush, striking one of the two individuals operating the siege engine with a lethal claw. The two were instantly impaled through the back, emitting two agonized cries before collapsing to the ground. The siege engine crushed beneath the tiger's powerful paws, just as one wave of peril had receded. Another had surged forth. Having just expended tremendous effort to vanquish the serpent, they now faced a tiger that was even more formidable, exhibiting a cunning intelligence that allowed it to strike when the group was most relaxed, targeting the most threatening presence among them. Originally a party of around 10, in the span of mere moments, they had suffered over half their ranks in casualties, judging by the expressions of the two leaders. It was clear they had not anticipated the emergence of yet another beast and had failed to implement any secondary defenses. One of the experts had sustained injuries while battling the serpent and had yet to recover, leaving the remaining members utterly incapable of confronting this tiger. It appeared that this group was destined to meet their end here. Zhong Hui had already revealed his position, however. The tiger's sudden attack diverted the attention of all present away from him. He understood that if he did not act promptly, death awaited the entire group. Just as the tiger prepared to leap and strike, Zhong Hui seized the moment. The tiger crouched low, poised to pounce on the group. Observing the situation, Zhong Hui retrieved a damaged bow from his back, drew the string taut, aimed at the tiger's rear, and released the arrow. Chapter 7. The Battle of Wits. Though his archery skills were ordinarily mediocre, this time he seemed to be guided by divine intervention. The ancient, battered arrow struck true, embedding itself in the tiger's hindquarters. Zhong Hui's audacious actions left the crowd, threatened by the ferocious tiger, utterly astonished. They beheld a ragged youth, wielding a battered bow, deftly knocking an arrow. With a swift whoosh, Zhong Hui loosed another arrow at the tiger's rear, though it lacked precision, veering off to embed itself in the empty air nearby. The tiger, gazing at the seemingly insignificant human, frequently sought to provoke him. Its innate arrogance was further ignited by the audacity of someone daring to target its hindquarters. For the first time, it felt an overwhelming rage towards this insolent insect, yearning to crush him underfoot and slowly rend him apart, grinding his bones to dust. The tiger, abandoning the other onlookers, let out a deafening roar and lunged towards Zhong Hui. In that moment, as the tiger charged, Zhong Hui discarded his bow and arrows, sprinting away with remarkable speed. However, he did not forget the group by the lakeside, calling out as he ran, "You all should wait for me at the small cabin by the lake." Without pausing to ascertain if they understood, he exerted every ounce of strength to commence his escape. As they watched the duo of man and beast retreat, the crowd, still in shock from their narrow escape, hastened to assist the injured, making their way along the lakeshore, neglecting the belongings left in their camp. The tiger, in no rush, relished the prospect of disappointing its prey. Ordinarily, it had no penchant for tormenting its victims. Yet this instance was different. Prey had always evaded it, none daring to provoke it, especially not by repeatedly testing its limits. It could not tolerate Zhong Hui's insolence and thus desired to toy with him until his demise. It envisioned a scenario where, once Zhong Hui was utterly exhausted, it would gradually close in, savoring his terror, listening to his cries, and methodically devouring his flesh, teaching him the consequences of provoking its wrath. It harbored no fears of the prey escaping, for no creature had ever eluded its grasp. This tiger's sadistic mindset inadvertently afforded Zhong Hui the opportunity to devise a means of evading the beast. Having sustained severe injuries the previous day, he was astounded to find himself fully scabbed over and surprisingly vigorous enough to pursue him. This realization underscored the tiger's formidable nature. The tiger, observing the human racing ahead without a hint of fear, seethed with indignation. It resolved to impart a lesson in cruelty, quickening its pace. Zhong Hui understood that running would no longer suffice. Since evasion was impossible and death was inevitable, he opted for a dignified confrontation. He drew the knife from his back, discarding the sheath, and at the instant the tiger's claws grazed his back, he executed a swift roll to evade the attack. Rising to his feet, he positioned the knife across his chest. Standing defiantly against the approaching tiger, the two locked eyes, neither willing to make a move. The tiger refrained from attacking, intent on savoring the presence of its prey, for it never consumed anything that made it feel repulsed. Zhong Hui, paralyzed by the fear of revealing a vulnerability, dared not act. However, their standoff was short-lived. Having observed enough, the tiger lunged at Zhong Hui with ferocious intent. Zhong Hui remained unperturbed, relying on the foundation of his years of training to laboriously withstand the ferocious assaults of the tiger. Although the beast was formidable, it bore the scars of yesterday's brutal battle, lacking absolute dominance in its confrontation with Zhong Hui. Nevertheless, even in its battered state, the tiger exerted such pressure that Zhong Hui found it difficult to breathe. He clashed with the tiger's sharp claws using his battered knife, attempting to parry the feline's fierce strikes, yet the force of its claws sent him reeling. Before he could regain his footing, the tiger's razor-sharp fangs lunged at him. Instinctively, he flipped over, bracing himself with one hand against the ground and leaping backward a few paces, narrowly evading a fatal strike. As Zhong Hui observed the tiger's increasingly aggressive onslaught, he understood that if this continued, he would surely succumb. He needed to devise a means of escape. While deep in thought, the tiger lunged once more. Zhong Hui rolled sideways, but to his dismay, the tiger's tail swept through the air, sending him crashing into a tree. With a grunt, he propped himself up with his knife, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and hurled the blade toward the tiger's eyes. The eyes, being the tiger's most vulnerable point, prompted it to sidestep, swatting the knife away with its tail. When it turned back to look for Zhong Hui, it found him vanished without a trace. The tiger sniffed the air, detecting his lingering scent, yet no one was in sight. It then glanced upward at the tree, where Zhong Hui was laboriously climbing. Seeing this, the tiger crouched slightly before leaping toward the tree with all its might. However, Zhong Hui ascended ever higher, out of reach, and the tiger, unable to climb, could only pace around the base of the tree, occasionally casting its gaze upward. Zhong Hui remained calm, having reached a safe perch among the branches, where he sat and gasped for breath. Had he not been struck against the tree, he might not have remembered that he could seek refuge in the branches. Yet that collision had jarred his insides, leaving him in discomfort for a spell. Now injured, he settled on the branch and began to gradually regulate his breathing. The tiger lingered below for quite some time, observing Zhong Hui, who remained motionless and whose breath grew increasingly faint. The beast surmised that its prey was nearing death and weighed internally whether to continue its vigil. Chapter 8. Unlikely encounters. At this moment, Zhong Hui, seated in a meditative state atop the tree, was entirely unaware of the tiger's intentions. The ensuing scene brought him no despair. The group of individuals he had risked his life to save was presently gathered outside his modest dwelling, partaking in refreshments, their demeanor remarkably tranquil, deeply grateful for the valiant rescue he had just experienced. One of them, named Guan Yi, spoke first, introducing himself and his brother Guan Peng, the latter being a rather handsome figure. At that moment, Zhong Hui's heart raced as if 1,000 unbridled horses were galloping within him. He recognized a language he could comprehend, albeit with a slight accent. The authenticity of the pronunciation was unmistakable. Countless questions swirled in his mind, each clamoring for answers. Yet when he opened his mouth, none could form. He could only respond with polite formality. My name is Zhong Hui. It is a pleasure to meet you. After uttering this, he fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the striking man before him, a person slightly younger than myself, possessing hair as dark as mine, yet with a complexion that is somewhat fairer, and differing in eye color. His eyes are a striking blue, rather bright. His demeanor is exceptionally refined, and his speech is notably decorous. Most importantly, he is undeniably handsome, though there is an air of morbidity about his brow. At this moment, Guan Yi is also scrutinizing Zhong Hui. This young man is clad in antiquated attire, unmistakably foreign and unlike anything I have ever encountered. His visage is decent enough, though his hair is rather short. The most striking feature is the color of his eyes, profoundly dark, almost unfathomable. In the entirety of the Zhongchu Empire, one would be hard-pressed to find someone with such obsidian orbs. Furthermore, his comportment diverges from that of ordinary individuals. He likely does not hail from this region. Observing the warrior's garb and discourse, it seems he cannot be a native of the Zhongchu Empire. Guan pondered. I come from a distant land, he replied. I have just arrived and found myself lost in the forest. Unable to navigate my way in, I constructed a small shelter and contemplated my next steps. It was fortuitous that I encountered you today. Seeing your predicament, I felt compelled to assist. At this juncture, Guan Ping, standing beside Guan Yi, interjected with a somewhat androgynous tone. You say you hail from afar. Could it be that you crossed over from the other side of the mountain? Zhong Hui, who had been observing Guan Yi, immediately shifted his gaze to the comparatively diminutive figure of Guan Peng. Upon hearing this voice, at first glance, Zhong Hui perceived him as rather delicate. But upon closer inspection, it became evident that his features bore a softness not typically associated with masculinity, and his skin was even more refined than that of the neighboring Guan Yi, exuding an ethereal beauty. Further scrutiny revealed the absence of an Adam's apple, contributing to the impression of a deliberately neutral voice. Zhong Hui deduced that he must be a woman masquerading as a man. Meanwhile, Guan Ping, awaiting Zhong Hui's response, suddenly sensed the weight of Zhong Hui's gaze, what she perceived as a scrutinizing stare, making him increasingly uncomfortable. You are quite rude, he admonished. Not only do you fail to answer another's inquiry, but you also persist in staring. A libertine. Chastised by Guan Ping, Zhong Hui recognized that her behavior was indeed inappropriate and hastily offered an apology. I beg your pardon. It was not my intention to offend either of you. I have not encountered another soul in quite some time, and upon unexpectedly seeing you all, I was taken aback, leading to my lack of decorum. That I hope you will forgive me. The warrior speaks truly. Our lives are indebted to your timely aid. Moreover, as you are not from these parts, misunderstandings are to be expected. It is of no consequence. May I inquire what your plans are next? I heard you mention being lost in the forest. If it pleases you, would you consider traveling with us? Guan Yi waved his hand, expressing his invitation. Zhong Hui, who had been fretting over how to join them, was pleasantly surprised by the spontaneous offer and eagerly accepted. Hearing Zhong Hui's agreement to accompany them filled Guan Yi with genuine joy, and he hurriedly instructed others to gather some food and clean clothing for her. Do you have any idea when we shall depart? Zhong Hui asked, her excitement bubbling over as she realized she would soon escape this wretched place, her heart racing with anticipation. Guan Yi was preparing to respond to his inquiry when unexpectedly, Guan Ping interjected with an answer of his own. How audacious! The manner in which he speaks is simply intolerable. With a reprimanding tone, Guan Yi addressed Guan Ping and then turned to Zhong Hui, saying, My apologies, brave warrior. My younger brother has always been rather unruly and lacks proper guidance. How about this? If the warrior is eager to enter, I shall send someone to escort you. Upon hearing Guan Yi's words, Guan Peng snorted in annoyance and sulkily turned away, refusing to look at Zhong Hui any longer. It became evident that everyone had gathered here for the purpose of gathering medicinal herbs. Since that is the case, I cannot leave. If there is any assistance you require from me, please do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost. Zhong Hui remarked, I am grateful for your timely rescue. But as you can see, many lives have already been lost in pursuit of just one herb. I wish to prevent any further loss of innocent lives. Guan Yi firmly declined Zhong Hui's offer of assistance. Seeing Guan Yi's steadfastness, Zhong Hui refrained from pressing the matter further, opting instead to change his clothes and have a meal, pondering how events might unfold thereafter. In light of Guan Yi's resolute refusal, Zhong Hui chose not to persist. He felt that if he were to venture out of this forest alone, in an unfamiliar land with only a few coins scavenged from those decayed bones, it would likely be quite challenging to live comfortably. Seizing the opportunity to align himself with a formidable ally, Zhong Hui reasoned that he should assist them in resolving this matter and earn a significant favor in return. He entered the small dwelling carrying a fresh set of clothes, discarding his tattered and torn athletic wear in favor of garments more befitting this world. Once changed, he neatly folded his old attire and placed it within the small room. Chapter 9. The Strong Among Men. While Zhong Hui was inside changing, Guan Yi and Guan Peng were outside the small dwelling, engaged in a discussion about this peculiar outsider. Brother, do you think this person named Zhong Hui is suspicious? Although he saved our lives, I fear he may have ulterior motives. Guan Peng expressed his concerns to his elder sibling. Guan Yi pondered for a moment before responding. From what I observed of his words and actions, there appears to be no pretense. It does not seem contrived. Moreover, our expedition was conducted in secrecy, and no one is aware of it, so his identity should pose no issue. Yet I overheard him mention that he hails from afar, and his attire and appearance starkly contrast with ours, particularly those striking black eyes. As he stroked his chin in thought, he continued, Brother, do you think he might have come from the direction of the Half Moon Mountains? Guan Peng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Guan Yi regarded his younger brother and then glanced at Zhong Hui within the dwelling. The Half Moon Lake can only be accessed through my Zhongchu Empire, and he is clearly not one of us. Furthermore, he could not even enter Half Moon Lake. If he did not come from the Half Moon Mountains, I truly cannot fathom where he could have originated. Is that so? I have heard that for hundreds of years, only the most extraordinary individuals have managed to traverse the Half Moon Mountains. So, brother, do you suppose he might be the legendary hero that grandfather the priest spoke of? Guan Peng exclaimed, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Brother, do not blame yourself. It is not your fault. Who could have anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner? The pressing concern at hand is to procure the Tianqing grass. With Cheng Tongling injured and our armor-piercing crossbow now occupied by the armored tiger, I fear it may not be an easy task to gather the Tianqing grass. Zhong Hui, having donned his attire, approached the two individuals who were furrowing their brows and engaged in hushed conversation. Curiosity piqued. What seems to be the matter, my friends? You appear troubled. Have you encountered a dilemma? Oh, it is the valiant Zhong. Have you changed so swiftly? Guo looked at Zhong Hui, smiling. Ha! Very well. I shall address you as Brother Zhong henceforth. It feels more natural. Just now, we were discussing the matter of gathering herbs, but we could not devise a solution. And thus, I must apologize for our predicament, Brother Zhong. Upon hearing Zhong Hui's words, Guo Peng burst into laughter. Ha! You are the first to dare to call my brother brother. I find you quite commendable. Zhong Hui, feeling somewhat displeased, thought, Am I not a brother too? Why may you don a guise and be accepted as a brother, yet I cannot humble myself in the same manner? Though he initially intended to retort, he decided that addressing the pressing matter was of utmost importance, simply casting Guo Peng a knowing glance. Turning to Guan Yi, he inquired, Brother Guan, you mentioned deliberating on herb gathering. Might you share your thoughts with me? Perhaps I may have a valuable idea. This marked Zhong Hui's second offer of assistance to Guan Yi. Recognizing the benefit of an additional perspective and sensing no ill intent from Zhong Hui, Guan Yi proceeded to explain the entire situation. Brother Zhong, since you are so forthright, I shall be candid with you. The reason for our herb-gathering expedition is to treat an ailment afflicting me. A year ago, I received word of a Tianqing grass located by the cliffs of Half Moon Lake, and it has recently matured that in order to seek a remedy, I left home without informing my family. Initially, everything progressed smoothly. Guan Yi paused before continuing. Little did I know, lurking by the lakeside was a venomous viper. Though formidable, I was somewhat prepared, and together we managed to confront the serpent. However, to my astonishment, there was also an armored tiger present. I had not expected two ferocious beasts to be waiting by the lake at this juncture. Guan Yi sighed, then continued, Faced with these two predators, I have regrettably lost several guards, all of whom perished for my sake. Brother Zhong, having saved me once already, I do not wish to place you in jeopardy again. Nevertheless, if you possess any sound ideas, I would greatly appreciate your guidance, and shall ensure you are duly rewarded. Zhong Hui, upon hearing Guan Yi's words, waved his hand dismissively and replied, Brother Guan, what are you saying? Since I consider you a brother, how could I stand idly by in your time of need? Assisting you is a duty I embrace. Do not speak of rewards. This is simply what brothers do. With that, Zhong Hui patted Guan Yi on the shoulder. This gesture left Guan Yi, Guopeng, and the surrounding guards momentarily stunned. So, that fierce creature is called an armored tiger. I had been unaware of its name. He chuckled. By the way, Brother Guan, if I were to say that I have a method to lure away that armored tiger, how much time would you require to gather the Tianxin grass? Guopeng, still in a state of astonishment, responded incredulously. Is that true? Do you truly possess a method to divert the armored tiger? Guan Yi cast a glance at Guanpeng, who immediately covered his mouth with his hand. Subsequently, Guan Yi addressed Zhong Hui, saying, if Brother Zhong can draw away the armored tiger, merely a quarter of an hour would suffice. But what is it? Is there yet another issue? Observing Guan Yi's hesitance, Zhong Hui grew increasingly apprehensive that he might present further complications. I am merely concerned for Brother Zhong's safety. Should you risk your life for Guan? It would weigh heavily upon my conscience. Upon hearing these words from Guan Yi, Zhong Hui felt a stirring within, for while his decision to assist stemmed from personal motives, it was undeniably fraught with danger. At that moment, hearing a word of concern for himself warmed his heart. Affirming that this friendship was not in vain, he thus patted his chest and declared, rest assured, I shall ensure my own safety. However, you must also be prepared for contingencies, as I cannot guarantee success. Should you encounter unusual circumstances, it is imperative that you flee at once. Brother Zhong, please do not worry. We will exercise discretion. As for you, it is crucial that you prioritize your life. There are other methods we can consider. Hearing Zhong Hui's assurances, Guan Yi felt a twinge of worry, yet recognizing the situation had progressed to this point, he could only hope for Zhong Hui's safe return. Chapter 10. Life and Death After Lunch. Guan Yi and Guanpeng convened the surrounding guards to relay the forthcoming tasks. When the crowd learned that Zhong Hui intended to lure away the armored tiger to buy time for gathering herbs, they cast him admiring glances, particularly Commander Cheng, whose gaze reflected admiration, leaving the others with a sense of unease regarding Zhong Hui's intentions. Once the discussions concluded, everyone sprang into action. Zhong Hui refrained from informing Guan Yi of his plans. For despite the peril posed by the armored tiger and the predicament he found himself in, he harbored a fondness for the creature, if it was merely a matter of diverting the tiger for 15 minutes. He felt confident in his abilities. Thus, Zhong Hui spent some time digging a pit half his height along the way, and once he estimated that everyone had reached the designated position, he commenced his undertaking. When Zhong Hui arrived at the entrance of the armored tiger's den, gazing into the dark abyss, he hesitated no longer and boldly ventured inside. Initially believing that capturing the young armored tiger would be a simple task, he was taken aback by the cub's tenacity, reminiscent of its mother's spirit. After considerable effort, he clawed around in the darkness of the den until his body was riddled with scratches and his newly changed garments were in tatters. Before finally managing to seize the young armored tiger to prevent further resistance, he rendered it unconscious and carried it away. Meanwhile, the others lay concealed in the thicket by the lakeside, watching the armored tiger languidly reclined beside the crossbow. Having awaited its arrival for some time, yet no sign of the adult tiger emerged, Guanpeng, lying next to Guan Yi, began to harbor doubts about Zhong Hui's reliability. He even found himself internally cursing Zhong Hui. Yet despite this, they remained motionless, placing their hopes in him. Suddenly, the lethargic armored tiger, resting beside the crossbow, abruptly rose to its feet, gazing intently towards the forest. Upon witnessing the actions of the armored tiger, the crowd immediately heightened their vigilance, bracing themselves for the creature's next move. Indeed, the armored tiger hesitated for a brief moment before dashing deep into the forest, realizing that Zhong Hui's strategy had prevailed. The onlookers hastened towards the precipice by the lake, racing against time. At this moment, the armored tiger had already shed its fury. The scent from earlier that morning was all too familiar. So familiar that it ignited a ravenous desire within it. Now, that individual had dared to lay hands upon its offspring. Resolute and enraged, it let out a roar and charged towards its den. Zhong Hui's heart was tumultuous. He had not anticipated that such a diminutive armored tiger could possess such weighty significance. Moreover, he had just heard the roar of the larger armored tiger, which seemed alarmingly close. While he was still some distance from the pit he had dug, the mere thought of the armored tiger's gaping maw sent a chill through him. And he felt as if the ground beneath his feet had become a gale. His body suddenly buoyant. It is only in moments of life and death that one's latent potential is truly awakened. Upon reaching its den, the armored tiger found no trace of its child. However, the mingled scents of the intruder and its offspring wafted through the air, compelling it to pursue Zhong Hui. What Zhonghui could not have fathomed was that the armored tiger cast a fleeting glance into the pit at its child. Its eyes ablaze with fury, before unleashing a thunderous roar and charging after him. As Zhonghui sensed the relentless pursuit of the armored tiger, he was overwhelmed by a sense of mortal enmity. Terrified, he swiftly sought refuge in a nearby tree. Once perched atop the branches, he wiped the sweat from his brow, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his quick thinking spared him. Otherwise, he would have been utterly defenseless against the creature's wrath. However, to his astonishment, the armored tiger did not remain beneath the tree, but instead began to batter the trunk with tremendous force. Despite the tree's formidable stature, the armored tiger's strength was astonishing. Each collision sent tremors through the tree, nearly dislodging Zhonghui from his perch. Watching the relentless assault of the armored tiger, Zhonghui was profoundly shaken. He had never envisioned that the creature would be so tenacious in its quest to eliminate him. Clinging tightly to the tree, he feared that one misstep could send him plummeting to the ground. After a brief interval of assault, Zhonghui distinctly felt the shaking of the tree intensify. A disquieting thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Indeed, after a series of ferocious impacts, the battered tree began to teeter precariously, on the verge of collapse with just one final blow from the armored tiger. At that moment, Zhonghui clutched the tree with all his might, his mind racing with thoughts of escape from the jaws of death. After what felt like an eternity, he found himself at a loss. Realizing his situation was dire and escape seemed impossible, just as he pondered his fate, a thunderous crash echoed through the air as the tree succumbed to the armored tiger's final assault. Crashing to the ground. Chapter 11. The Black Flag. As Zhonghui clung to the now fallen tree, he leaped from its remnants, tumbling to the ground in a desperate roll, barely managing to rise to his feet. Upon witnessing Zhonghui's descent, the armored tiger approached him slowly, its shoulders hunched, lips curled into a sinister smile, and eyes gleaming with malice. Zhonghui made a concerted effort to stand upright, adopting a defensive posture. He had just fallen from a tree, having sustained injuries in the past, and was now in a state of diminished strength. Upon seeing Zhonghui's appearance, the armored tiger lunged forward. As Zhonghui prepared to evade the approaching beast, he unexpectedly leaped into the air, only to be swept aside by the tiger's tail, sending him crashing into a tree, causing a cascade of leaves to fall. He struggled to prop himself up and was about to rise when he suddenly felt a warmth in his throat. With a violent cough, he expelled a spray of hot blood, wiping the crimson from his lips as he glared fiercely at the armored tiger. Observing that Zhonghui was too weak to rise, the tiger's eyes burned with rage as a surge of anger welled up within it. It crouched low, baring its teeth, poised to deliver a final blow to Zhonghui. Just as the tiger prepared to end Zhonghui's life, an unexpectedly colossal iron arrow struck it, sending the creature flying. Then, a throng of individuals emerged from the underbrush, arranging themselves into formation, drawing bows, and leveling massive crossbows towards the armored tiger. The creature, caught off guard by the penetrating arrow, was further staggered by the force of the impact. Still reeling from its previous injuries, it struggled to maintain its footing, though it could barely stand. Faced with the assembly before it, the tiger, despite its fear of the imposing crossbows, assumed a battle stance, ready to engage these individuals in a fight to the death. As the group observed the tiger's stance, they immediately nocked arrows and prepared to fire. Suddenly, the tiger seemed to hear something. Disregarding the crowd, it turned and bolted forward. Just as the group was about to pursue, Zhonghui called out to them, "Enough." It must have heard the voice of its young. Let it go. Leaning weakly against the great tree, Zhonghui attempted to rise, and the group quickly gathered around him. Guanyi looked at Zhonghui, eager to understand the events that had transpired, but as he opened his mouth to speak, Zhonghui's vision darkened, and he fainted. Linluan Town, named for its proximity to the Half Moon Mountain Range, is a haven for adventurers entering the periphery of this mountainous terrain. From Linluan Town, one can directly access the safer areas surrounding the Half Moon Mountains. Consequently, it is a frequent gathering place for adventurers, herbalists, leather merchants, and general traders, making it one of the most affluent regions in the vicinity. Of course, due to the diverse array of individuals present, the town's military defense is also notably robust. With a contingent of the Black Flag Army stationed nearby throughout the year, Zhonghui finally managed to prop himself up. A wave of weakness washed over him, and his abdomen signaled its emptiness. Reminding him of his hunger, he felt extremely feeble. Having fallen from the tree had inflicted internal injuries upon him, and the tiger's tail had nearly ruptured his insides. Had it not been for the martial foundation he had cultivated since childhood, he would likely have perished by now. Summoning his strength, he crawled from the bed, barely managing to sit upright. Just as he continued to struggle to get out of bed, the door creaked open, and a person entered, carrying a bowl of fragrant meat porridge. "Brother Zhong, you're awake, that I've brought you some food." Hearing someone address him as Brother Zhong, he initially thought it was Guan Yi, only to discover that it was actually Guan Peng. He placed the bowl of porridge on the table. "Oh, it's you. Where is Brother Guan Yi? My brother is busy attending to some matters, so he asked me to bring you this porridge. You truly have a talent for sleeping." Having lain here for a full 2 days, Zhong Hui managed an awkward smile and inquired, "By the way, what is this place?" Guan Peng filled a cup with water and handed it to him, saying, "This is Lingluan Town. We have just emerged from the Banluan mountain range. I almost forgot to thank you. Were it not for your assistance, we would not have been able to gather the Tianxin herb so effortlessly. Here, drink up." Zhong Hui took the water, gulped it down hastily, and then coughed, realizing too late that he had choked. Observing Zhong Hui's discomfort, Guan Peng hurried to the bed and gently patted his back. Zhong Hui glanced at him with a hint of embarrassment and weakly remarked, "It's nothing, just a trivial matter, merely a moment of wavering between life and death. Cough, cough. It's not a significant issue. Besides, how could I not lend a hand when you are in trouble, right?" Zhong Hui thought it prudent to establish a good rapport. "Should you face difficulties, I shall assist you with my life. And when I encounter hardships, it would not be too much to expect your financial support, would it?" With that, he left the matter hanging, hoping Guan Peng would grasp the underlying meaning. But Zhong Hui was disheartened to find that the man seemed utterly oblivious to his insinuation. Gurgled, "Oh dear, look at me," engrossed in conversation and completely forgetting about the matter at hand. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from Zhong Hui's stomach, Guan Peng's face lit up with realization, and he rushed to bring the porridge to Zhong Hui. "Here, while it's still warm, you should eat quickly." At that moment, Zhong Hui gazed at the porridge before him, and the hunger he had felt earlier made him yearn to devour it in a single bite. Yet he found himself powerless. After having exerted himself for half a day, he was now utterly drained, likely unable to lift even the bowl. Thus, he looked up at Guan Peng, hoping he might take pity and feed him. Noticing Zhong Hui's glance between the porridge and himself, Guan Peng assumed he did not like porridge and contemplated fetching something else. "What is the matter? Don't you like porridge? Shall I go see if there is anything else?" He began to move away. Seeing Guan Peng about to take the bowl of life-saving porridge away, desperation drove Zhong Hui to muster the last remnants of his strength in an attempt to grasp Guan Peng's arm. However, as he reached out, a sudden dizziness overcame him, and his hand fell limply onto Guan Peng's. What a slippery sensation, was the sole thought in his mind at that moment. Guan Peng, startled by the unexpected touch as he prepared to fetch new food for Zhong Hui, instinctively jumped back in surprise. This leap, though innocent enough, was problematic for Zhong Hui, who had already lost his strength. With his hand resting on Guan Peng's, he was inadvertently pulled from the bed. Chapter 12. The Empire. Guan Peng, initially irked, quickly understood Zhong Hui's plight upon seeing his feeble state. The man was simply too weak from hunger to care about previous grievances. Without further ado, he assisted Zhong Hui back onto the bed. Gazing at Zhong Hui, who appeared to be on the brink of collapse, his lips moved as if summoning that bowl of life-saving porridge. Seeing Zhong Hui in such a condition and realizing he had endured this for the sake of his brother, Guan Peng steeled himself and resolved to personally feed him. "Consider yourself fortunate today. Were it not for your selflessness towards your brother, I would not deign to feed you myself. Once you have regained your strength, we shall settle the score for your earlier impertinence." Guan Peng assisted Zhong Hui in sitting up, intending for him to lean against the headboard. However, to his dismay, Zhong Hui's body was too feeble. His head tilted, and he toppled over. After several attempts, Guan Peng found himself at an impasse and resorted to propping Zhong Hui against his own shoulder, feeding him spoonfuls of nourishment, in a state of semi-consciousness. Zhong Hui's small mouth cooperated remarkably well, gradually receiving sustenance as Guan Peng gradually fed him, creating a scene of exquisite harmony. While Guan Peng was initially focused on feeding, he suddenly noticed Zhong Hui's mouth opening and closing, causing his face to flush unexpectedly. He forced himself to disregard Zhong Hui's actions to avoid embarrassing himself again and continued to feed him. By the time Zhong Hui awakened, it was already afternoon. Turning his head, he spotted Guan Yi reading by the tea table. Upon hearing the commotion, Guan Yi realized Zhong Hui had regained consciousness. He set down his book and inquired, "Zhang Xiong, you are awake. How do you feel now?" Zhong Hui endeavored to prop himself up and replied, "Much better. Thank you for your concern, Guanxiong. I felt utterly weak upon waking, but I should be able to get out of bed now. As he spoke, Zhonghui attempted to rise from the bed. Oh, Zhongxiong, please don't move. The doctor advised that you need more rest and it is best for you to remain lying down. Just now, my brother fed you some meat porridge. I believe you can now eat some richer dishes. I have already ordered the food, and it will be ready shortly. He then produced a yellow cloth bag from his pocket and handed it to Zhonghui, saying, "This is yours. It fell out when you were changing clothes. I prepared a bag for it, and I return it to you now." Zhonghui glanced at the bag, casually placing it beside his pillow. These were not items of great significance to him. He was more curious about Guan Yi and the others' forthcoming plans and inquired, "Guanxiong, may I ask where you plan to go next?" Guan Yi took a seat on a nearby stool, replying, "There is no rush. Once Zhongxiong's health improves, we will set off for the capital." "The capital? Indeed, I am eager to witness what the capital of this nation is like." Upon hearing Guan Yi's words, Zhonghui felt a surge of joy, as he had never seen a large city before. At last, he had the opportunity to do so. "What? Does Zhongxiong not have a capital there?" Guan Yi asked, puzzled by Zhonghui's expression. "Oh, we do have a capital, but it might be somewhat different," Zhonghui quickly responded, shifting the topic. "However, when the time comes, I hope to ride along with Guanxiong, and I trust you won't mind." "How could I? I would welcome it wholeheartedly." It would be a splendid opportunity for Zhongxiong to experience the customs and culture of our Zhongchu along the way. Guan Yi did not delve deeper, perhaps sensing that the other half of the Luan Mountain range was indeed distinct from their OWAS for Zhonghui. Hearing the name Zhongchu for the first time ignited a sudden curiosity within him. "Zhongchu? Hearing you mention it makes me eager to set off immediately." Just as Guan Yi was about to respond, a knock at the door interrupted. "Esteemed guests, your meals have arrived." Guan Yi opened the door and brought in the food, saying to Zhonghui, "The meals are here now. Let us eat first. You appear quite eager. Once you have regained your strength, we shall depart, in the Central Chu Empire, which has flourished for over 2 centuries. The nation enjoys a period of prosperity and strength. To the west lies the Half-Wheel Mountain Range, while to the southeast is the continent's largest empire, the Great Qin Empire. Although the Great Qin Empire boasts the most extensive territory, it is now in the twilight of its glory, plagued by an inept ruler, powerful ministers, rampant rebellions, and widespread suffering, revealing the empire's decline. The southwest is the Wind Kingdom, significantly weaker than Central Chu and characterized by its multicultural populace. In recent years, the Wind Kingdom has maintained peaceful relations with Central Chu, each seeking mutual benefit. However, the situation to the north is considerably more complex. In the northeast of Central Chu, a cluster of small nations is embroiled in constant conflict, with one kingdom frequently falling as another rises, dynasties changing as casually as the seasons. Consequently, the region has seen an exodus of those who cannot endure war, leaving behind a resilient populace, either fierce in spirit or unwilling to abandon their ancestral lands. Thus, although the military presence here is limited, its combat effectiveness is unparalleled. While several great powers have considered subjugating this region, the perpetual warfare has given rise to numerous renowned generals. Moreover, the true power in this territory often lies not with the monarchs, but with unseen forces, making the political landscape exceedingly intricate, deterring any grand ambitions from larger nations. In the northwest of Central Chu, the Dali Kingdom frequently clashes with its counterpart, as the two have been bitter rivals for generations, often embroiled in disputes over territorial claims. Though Dali lacks the overall strength of Central Chu, its northern neighbor, the Roan Kingdom, is famed for its exceptional steeds, facilitating frequent trade that has enabled Dali to cultivate a formidable cavalry, thus maintaining a delicate balance of power with Central Chu. The Hengjiang River, born from the confluence of numerous tributaries of the Half-Wheel Mountain Range, meanders through Central Chu, flowing past the northeastern nations before emptying into the sea. This river's presence has led to the northeastern nations collectively being referred to as the Hengxiang Nations. In the northern part of China Township, located in the Dahuang village of Beifu County, a family toils in the fields, 2 men and a woman, an elderly man and a young man, who are busy planting crops as spring unfolds, beneath a large tree beside the land. A woman, adorned with a square headscarf, is preparing cool tea, awaiting the return of her husband and father-in-law to quench their thirst. The diligent young man is named Ren Feng, and his father is Ren Yenner. They possess a modest plot of land, allowing them to lead a relatively comfortable life. Chapter 13. A hard life. Ren Yin'er comes from a lineage of farmers who, years ago, aided a general of the Central Chu Empire as guides, receiving a modest reward that allowed them to purchase land. Generations have thrived on this land, leading a life that, while humble, is certainly better than that of the village's tenant farmers. Although his family's circumstances are among the more favorable in the region, he was a latecomer in fatherhood, having previously fathered 3 daughters, his eldest having died at birth, the second married into the Tian family of the village, and only the youngest faring better, marrying the village's landowner's tutor. His hopes were pinned on his only son, Ren Feng, born to him later in life, bringing immense joy to Ren Yin'er. He even enlisted the help of his son-in-law, the tutor, to bestow a name upon this cherished boy, who chose the character Feng, symbolizing an abundant harvest, in hopes of good fortune. Little did he anticipate that the name he chose would, in due course, become firmly etched in the memories of many. Regrettably, shortly after the birth of his son, his wife passed away, leaving him to toil tirelessly in raising the child, never remarrying. Fortunately, his son has now grown up, married, and the burdens of his life have lessened, as he now eagerly awaits the arrival of a grandchild, ready to nurture the next generation. These sentiments reflect the most genuine thoughts of an ordinary farmer, devoid of aspirations for wealth or grandeur. He simply yearns for a humble yet authentic existence. While they were laboring in the fields, the distant sound of hoofbeats suddenly echoed through the air. Approaching was Guan, preparing to journey to the capital. Zhonghui, having spent 3 days in Linluan town, could hardly contain his excitement, yearning to witness the splendor of the capital, and thus persistently urged Guan to hasten their departure. After much entreaty from Zhonghui, Guan and his companions set off for the capital on the 4th day. However, despite his eagerness, Zhonghui faced considerable difficulties. This world was markedly different from the one he had previously known, with many unfamiliarities. For instance, the creature he rode, akin to a horse, was referred to as a footfall. Yet Zhonghui continued to call it a horse out of habit. Although Zhonghui had trained in martial arts, this was his first experience riding, and lacking practice, he found himself jostling painfully atop the beast, enduring discomfort in silence rather than confessing his inexperience. Guan, preoccupied with managing affairs and explaining the local customs to Zhonghui, remained blissfully unaware of his discomfort. Conversely, Guan Peng occasionally glanced at Zhonghui, having already perceived his awkwardness while riding, and recalling her own initial experience. She recognized that Zhonghui had certainly never ridden before, relishing the thought of him facing a bit of hardship for his earlier frivolity towards her. Strangely enough, since the day Guan Peng fed Zhonghui porridge, he had scarcely seen her. Even at their departure, she remained silent, trailing behind. Yet, Zhonghui inadvertently noticed her frequent glances in his direction. Whenever he turned to look, she would feign interest in the scenery, a most perplexing individual indeed. The pain radiating from his groin left him with little energy to ponder other matters. He merely desired to reach the next resting point for a reprieve. As Zhonghui observed the 2 farmers laboring in the fields by the roadside, a sight he had witnessed countless times during the journey, he sometimes felt that these individuals lived excessively burdensome. Mundane lives. To live a single life without beholding the beauty of this vast world seemed a profound waste. Noticing Zhonghui gazing at the surroundings, Guan inquired, "Brother Zhong, having traversed these lands for several days, do you have any insights regarding the splendid scenery of Zhongchu?" Caught off guard by Guan's unexpected question while contemplating the complexities of life, Zhonghui found himself momentarily speechless. The inquiry regarding his perspective on Zhongchu was rather expansive. What insights could he possibly offer? Merely that the mountains were beautiful and the folk were simple. Did they expect him to deliver an elaborate discourse? However, upon contemplating this matter, Zhonghui found himself with certain thoughts. Yet there were some words that could not be uttered lightly. He felt compelled to first inquire about the condition of the individual beside him before reaching any conclusions that, as the saying goes, too many words lead to loss, and Zhonghui was acutely aware of this principle. He indeed had some insights, but there was one matter he wished to inquire about, wondering if Guan could provide him with an answer. With an air of mystery, Zhonghui addressed Guan Yi, saying, "Oh, although Zhong has questions, I am certain Guan will answer without reservation." Guan Yi, intrigued by Zhonghui's sudden enigmatic demeanor, was curious to discover what he had in mind. "Might I ask, what aspirations does Guan possess?" Zhonghui suddenly posed this question to Guan Yi. Guan, momentarily perplexed, replied, "Aspirations? Haha. To not conceal anything from Zhong, I harbor grand ambitions, though I seldom share them with others. Since Zhong has inquired, I shall convey my lofty aspirations. With that, Guan Yi straightened his posture, gesturing as he spoke that I wish for this land to endure for millennia, to be passed down through generations. I wish for the soldiers of Zhongchu to hear the call to arms, for farmers to hear the rooster crow at dawn, for artisans to pass down their crafts through their families, and for merchants to uphold the principles of commerce. If the court officials are united in purpose, and emperors through the ages govern diligently to strengthen Zhongchu and instill awe across the realms, then that would suffice for me. Zhonghui had initially intended to shift the conversation, but upon hearing Guan Yi's earnest declaration of his ambitions, he nearly fell from his horse in surprise. He gazed into the eyes of this friend from another world, feeling a genuine urge to prevent him from drifting through life in a daze. It was imperative for him to awaken Guan to the naivete of his thoughts, lest he spend his days lost in daydreams. Thus, he patted Guan Yi on the shoulder and said, "After hearing your aspirations, I should not speak too much, yet I wish to offer a few suggestions for your consideration." Guan, intrigued by this remark, responded, "Oh, what insights does Zhong have? I am eager to hear more." Zhonghui waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is not anything profound, merely an analysis of the situation you described. I shall refrain from elaborating on the stability of the empire or the longevity of the throne. As for the morale of the soldiers, I have not witnessed it, nor do I comprehend the conditions of the nation, hence I shall not delve into that. Now, let us discuss the farmers. We all know that farmers toil on the land throughout their lives, and it stands to reason that they should lead prosperous and free lives. Yet, as I observed the farmers along our journey, not one appeared adequately clothed, nor were they well fed. They were devoid of vitality. Year after year, they labored tirelessly, only to end up with nothing, struggling for their very existence. Why is this the case?" Zhonghui posed the question. Chapter 14. Unraveling the mystery. Guan Yi contemplated Zhonghui's words. But Zhonghui did not wait for him to finish his thoughts and continued. "The reason is that the fruits of their labor throughout the year have all gone to the wealthy landlords. After toiling diligently for an entire year, they barely manage to fill their stomachs. Tell me, how can such farmers truly thrive? And if they encounter a year of disaster, what fate awaits them?" Then he spread his fingers and stated with precision, "Let us discuss this merchant. It is well understood that merchants seek profit. Once they acquire wealth, their foremost inclination is to purchase the land held by farmers. In their minds, land represents the fundamental basis for future survival. Having acquired land, they aspire to become landlords, subsequently seeking a government position. In the merchant's perspective, only land and rights are tangible realities. Therefore, it is evidently unrealistic to expect merchants to engage in honest discussions regarding transactions. Moreover, regarding the court officials' unity, their interests can never diverge. Any conflict of interests precludes a shared dream. Unless a greater external force disrupts the existing equilibrium, such as war, it is utterly impossible to expect the court officials to unite." Zhonghui observed Guan Yi's contemplative demeanor and continued, "With all this in mind, my dear Guan, I must say, why do you burden yourself with such concerns? Would it not be more prudent to focus on your own affairs? If you desire to hold a governmental position, how far can you ascend without connections in the court? If you secure a minor post, how can your ambitions ever be fulfilled? This is akin to chasing mirages or constructing castles in the air. Thus, one should not set their aspirations too high. Perhaps you could start with a modest plan, such as aiming for a significant official role." "Haha, Zhong brother, you jest." Guan Yi was amused by Zhonghui's final remark. "I am merely encouraging you. I look forward to sharing in your prosperity once you flourish." Zhonghui, with his own motives in mind, was already aware that this individual was no ordinary man. Though his ideals may be far-fetched, his status seemed considerable. Perhaps he was the offspring of a high-ranking official. It would be wise for him to align himself with someone of influence. Rest assured, Brother Zhong, my fortunes will certainly not exclude you. I observed your recent actions, Zhong brother. They were astutely executed, and your analysis of the current situation was remarkably insightful, directly addressing the root problems. Truly a profound discourse. Given your remarkable talent, why not consider entering the court as an official? Should you be inclined, I would gladly recommend you, ensuring your abilities are fully recognized. Guan Yi looked at Zhonghui, his face brimming with hope. Zhonghui felt fortunate that his analysis had been correct. Indeed, this was the scion of a high official with respectable connections. However, he had no desire for an official position. Rather, he would prefer a substantial sum of silver to travel the continent at his leisure. Therefore, he candidly declined. "I appreciate your kind intentions, dear Guan, but I am a simple man, wholly unfit for official duties, and I have no aspirations in that regard. I am inherently a free spirit. If you were to confine me to a position, I fear it would stifle me. This was the first time Guan Yi had encountered someone with such talent who had no desire to serve in office. He initially wished to persuade him further, but upon seeing Zhong Hui's distracted demeanor, he surmised that individuals possess varied temperaments. This Zhong brother might genuinely lack such aspirations. He resolved to bring it up again when the opportunity arose. Since Zhong brother is disinclined to pursue an official role, I shall refrain from pressing the matter. However, I must admit, I found certain aspects of your earlier remarks somewhat unclear. Might you elucidate them for me? Very well. Whatever you find unclear, dear Guan, do not hesitate to voice it. I shall address each query in turn. Zhong Hui readily responded. He paid no heed to Guan Yi's inquiries. As a scholar of the Han studies, particularly adept in history, he felt quite at ease. Although this realm was not his own, the progression of this world mirrored that of his previous one in essence. Thus, he could effortlessly analyze the development of this world through the lens of historical feudal societies. Considering that any differences were likely negligible, subsequently, Guan Yi sought Zhong Hui's guidance on matters he found perplexing. However, the deeper he probed, the greater his astonishment grew. He had not anticipated Zhong Hui's profound understanding of the contemporary societal maladies. Some concepts were entirely foreign to him. He concluded that this individual must undoubtedly be a great talent. In his heart, he silently vowed to keep this person close. Zhong Hui and his companions pressed onward towards the imperial capital. Journeying from Lingluan town, traversing Xishan County, passing through Beifu County, and finally taking a boat down the river in Hengshui County, they spent a full 7 days reaching the capital region. At that moment, Zhong Hui looked upon the sights before him and reflected on how his journey to this world had not been in vain. These phenomena, unlike anything he had ever encountered, felt extraordinarily real. As he passed by a general, he sensed a chilling aura of lethal intent. Although he had practiced martial arts since childhood, it had only been for self-defense, and he had never taken a life. The essence of that murderous aura was something he had never experienced before. Walking along the official road, he greedily absorbed everything around him, inhaling the crisp air that felt invigorating. Beside him, Guan Yi, mounted on a steed, found Zhong Hui's demeanor amusing. It was perplexing to him that someone who could articulate principles such as prioritizing agriculture and utilizing commerce for governance, and who could rally troops with such authority, appeared to be like someone who had never set foot in a city. Behind them, Guanping, who had remained silent throughout their journey, began to liven up as they neared home. Seeing Zhong Hui's expression, she could not suppress a chuckle. Zhong Hui was bewildered by her laughter, unsure of its cause. However, Guan Yi immediately discerned Guanping's intentions and shot her a disapproving glance. In response to her brother's glare, Guanping playfully stuck out her tongue. Feeling this gesture might be inappropriate, she quickly covered her mouth and glanced around, relieved to see that no one was paying attention, and she fell back into line behind Guan Yi. Not long after, more and more buildings came into view, which left Zhong Hui somewhat perplexed. He had passed through 7 or 8 cities, and in each, the density of buildings outside the city walls was nowhere near this level, let alone any towering structures. Typically, homes and edifices were ensconced within the protective embrace of thick, high walls. Chapter 15. A city without walls. Yet here, there were no visible city walls, only a cluster of congested houses, suggesting a considerable population, as if he had stepped into a city. Peering into the distance, he noticed a large stele obstructing the road, with no traces of walls surrounding it, leaving Zhong Hui utterly bewildered. "Brother Zhong, we have arrived in the capital," Guan Yi interjected at an opportune moment. This remark only deepened Zhong Hui's confusion. Is Brother Zhong perplexed as to why the capital lacks a city wall? At this moment, Guan Yi has already discerned the source of Zhong Hui's confusion, for nearly every first-time visitor to the capital bears a similar expression. "Indeed, Brother Guan, you mentioned the capital, yet where is the city wall? Why do I not see a single rampart? Has it been forcibly demolished?" Zhong Hui inquired with a gaze full of bewilderment. Guan Yi chuckled softly and replied, "Brother Zhong, you jest. This is the capital of the Zhongchu Empire, Shanjing. This grand city is devoid of external walls. Across the entire continent, there exists no other capital without walls. This is the sole exception. No external walls. Brother Guan, this leaves me quite baffled. Look around. We are surrounded by an expansive, boundless plain, inherently difficult to defend. If a cavalry force were to arrive, witnessing such a capital of an empire, would you not fear being easily overrun?" Although Guan Yi had provided an explanation, A multitude of questions still swirled in Zhong Hui's mind. He was aware that if he could ponder such a question, others surely could as well. Yet, with these stark structures laid bare before him, it was challenging to comprehend the mindset of those who originally designed the city. This was entirely inconsistent with the knowledge he possessed. Guan Yi smiled and said, I anticipated that you would have such inquiries, Brother Zhong. In truth, this city without walls embodies the ambition of the founding emperor of Zhongqiu. Do not fret. Allow me to elucidate further. He then proceeded to recount the origins of this wall-less capital. Over 200 years ago, prior to the establishment of Zhongqiu, this area was merely a place for agriculture and grain storage. Originally home to Shangping City, designated for military garrison and grain storage. However, due to various conflicts, the locale was reduced to ashes, and the land became opened as he spoke. Guan Yi's gaze turned toward Shanjing. After the founding of Zhongqiu, this site, located in the heart of Zhongqiu, was characterized by its flat and expansive terrain, with the southern expanse facing the Hung River, providing convenient waterways. The founding emperor of Zhongqiu resolved to designate this place as the capital. Renaming Shangping City to Shanjing. In the early days of statehood, the population was sparse, and the city was relatively small. Shangping City sufficed to accommodate the populace of that time. However, as the number of citizens grew, Shangping City began to feel congested, prompting ministers to debate the expansion of the capital. The ministers engaged in fervent discussions regarding the area of the capital. Yet it was the Grand Minister of that time who advocated against the construction of city walls, proposing that a city without walls could serve as a city in its own right, a notion that garnered the approval of the founding emperor, hence the existence of today's Shanjing. A city without walls. What could this signify? Zhong Hui listened intently, yet he found this concept of a wall-less city quite perplexing. Guan Yi continued to clarify. The Grand Minister once stated, if the army cannot defend the territory and allows the enemy's forces to approach the capital, what use is a city wall? Should the area of the city have been predetermined, it would have constrained its expansion. His gaze deepened, and after a pause, he added, both the founding emperor and the Grand Minister harbored great ambitions, and thus they chose not to erect city walls. Instead, they reinforced and elevated the existing walls of Shangping City to guard against potential internal insurrections. Undoubtedly, this structure of being relaxed on the outside yet tightly controlled within has allowed the capital, Shanjing, to remain unscathed by the ravages of war throughout the years. This has resulted in Shanjing being the largest metropolis among all nations, a point of pride for us, the inhabitants of Shanjing. Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui could not help but exclaim, it is truly difficult to imagine the tumultuous events of that time. The great Prime Minister aptly remarked that if a nation lacks the strength to repel invaders, what purpose does constructing city walls serve? This unique perspective has broadened my horizons today, and I find myself increasingly curious about what manner of person your founding emperor was, capable of governing such a capable prime minister. As they conversed, they arrived at the towering stele in the middle of the official road, so high that Zhong Hui had to tilt his head back to discern the inscriptions upon it. The characters inscribed on the stele were round and rotund, reminiscent of the ancient small seal script. 8 grand characters were inscribed in 2 columns, with 3 smaller characters in the lower left corner, likely indicating the title. Zhong Hui was quite familiar with these 8 characters, yet could not recall where he had encountered them before, prompting him to tap his head in frustration. Guan Yi, observing Zhong Hui's actions, assumed he was troubled by the meaning of the characters, and inquired, Brother Zhong, do you wish to know the significance of these 8 characters? Guan Yi was taken aback, realizing from Zhong Hui's demeanor that this must be his first visit to Shanjing. Yet he claimed familiarity with these characters, leading Guan Yi to conclude that Zhong Hui's origins were indeed extraordinary. With this thought in mind, he proceeded to elucidate the inscription upon the stele. These 8 characters were penned by the founding emperor of the Zhongqiu Empire, inscribed as follows, Shouming Yu Tian, Ji Shou Yong Chang. The essence of this phrase conveys that the throne is bestowed by heaven, destined for everlasting prosperity. What? Shouming Yu Tian, Ji Shou Yong Chang? Is this truly what is inscribed here? Are you certain? Zhong Hui queried, bombarding Guan Yi with 4 questions in rapid succession, incredulous at the familiarity of the phrase. Though, Brother Zhong, why are you so astonished? What is written here is indeed Shouming Yu Tian, Ji Shou Yong Chang. Have you encountered it elsewhere? Guan Yi found Zhong Hui's reaction to be particularly intriguing, further affirming his belief that Zhong Hui hailed not only from the Banluan mountain range, but also possessed an extraordinary background. Such 8 characters are rarely found anywhere other than on the stele itself. Thus, Zhong Hui's reaction suggested that he had not only seen them before, but held a profound impression of them. It is no wonder that Zhong Hui exhibited such a response. As a youth with a keen interest in history, he was undoubtedly well acquainted with these characters. They were, in fact, the very 8 characters inscribed upon the imperial jade seal of Qin Shi Huang, the emperor who unified the realm during the Qin dynasty, written in small seal script by the Prime Minister Li Si himself. Contemplating this, Guan Yi began to harbor doubts. Could the founding emperor of the Zhongzhou Empire and the Prime Minister also be time travelers? Might they even be Qin Shi Huang and Li Si? Yet, that should not be the case, as there are no historical records of such time travel. Now, he was eager to uncover the answer to this mystery. Chapter 16. A man of integrity does not engage in deceit. Brother Guan, please tell me, who are the founding emperor and the Prime Minister of the Zhongzhou Empire? What are their names? Guan Yi was perplexed by Zhang Hui's inquiry, questioning, Brother Zhang, why do you ask this? Do you perhaps share a bloodline with the founding emperor or the Prime Minister? Despite Gu Yin's request for clarification regarding the identity of the founding emperor and the Prime Minister, he harbored certain doubts that he yearned to resolve. Jing Hu, however, failed to answer Gu Yin's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Gu Yin felt it inappropriate to make excuses and thus informed Jing Hu of the true identity of the founding emperor. The founding emperor of the ZH Empire was none other than the 3 characters inscribed at the lower left of the stele, Gu Yin Shi of In, while the Prime Minister at that time was XY. ZH Ing Hu, initially assuming it to be QNSH Huing YNGZH Ing and LS, was taken aback by the revelation of 2 names he had never encountered before in history. Pondering for an extended period, he found it perplexing, wondering if perhaps these individuals were ordinary people who had traversed to this realm. It could very well be a possibility. He contemplated the notion that maybe only one of them was a time traveler. Akin to himself, a nameless individual who had risen to prominence in an alternate world, commanding the elements at will. Regrettably, he lacked such ambition, feeling he had brought shame upon those illustrious predecessors. Gu Yin. I just thought, Gu Yin, your surname is Gu Yin, correct? What did you say the name of the founding emperor of ZH and GCH was? ZH Ing, who intended to express his astonishment, but suddenly realized a chilling truth as he addressed Gu Yin. Why? In that moment, his mind went blank. He understood he had climbed a formidable tree, yet it was not merely a tree, but a pillar that reached the heavens. The suddenness of this fortune left him somewhat unprepared. Regaining his composure, he suddenly pondered whether he might become embroiled in a struggle for succession, surrounded by intricate plots, or if he might be inexplicably slain during his travels, or worse, whether Gu Yin, upon ascending the throne, would discard him like a spent tool. In an instant, countless thoughts flooded his mind, leaving him in a hazed. Gu Yin, oblivious to ZH Ing, whose musings, regarded him with great admiration. Since his own identity had been revealed, he decided it would be prudent to invite ZH Ing into his court to strategize on his behalf. Throughout their journey, Gu Yin had witnessed ZH Ing's talents firsthand. Now that you are aware of my identity, I shall not be overly coy that I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to serve as an official in my administration. Might you be willing to showcase your abilities and perhaps achieve noble rank? Initially bewildered, ZH Ing found himself elated at the prospect of nobility. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. For someone who lacked ambition, aspiring to such ranks seemed a fanciful dream. Furthermore, if he were to truly engage in the power struggle among the princes, would there be any peace for the birth of a son? It would be far better to receive a modest sum of silver and then roam the world, ideally equipped with a sword for a life of adventure. How splendid that would be! Before Gu Yin could utter a word, Gu Ying, who had been silently observing, interjected, this time, you have erred. My brother is no mere prince, but the rightful crown prince. He has sincerely invited you twice, yet you continue to evade him. Truly, you are ungrateful. Upon hearing Gu Ying's words, Gu Yin scolded. How dare you speak like that? Step aside. He turned back to Zhong Hui and said, Your Highness has been quite rude. I hope you do not take offense, Zhong brother, since you have no interest in matters of the court. I apologize for my presumption. Should you ever wish to do something for the common folk of this realm, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall ensure that you have the opportunity to fulfill your aspirations. Today marks the 2nd day of Zhong Hui's arrival in the capital. The events of yesterday still weighed heavily on his mind, and coupled with the weariness from his arduous journey, he had slept soundly from the previous afternoon until now. Had it not been for the blinding rays of the morning sun, he might have continued to slumber. Before he could rise, a group of neatly arranged maidservants stood outside his door. As soon as Zhong Hui got out of bed, they rushed in, and before he could comprehend the situation, they were dressing him, putting on his shoes and attending to his face. By the time he grasped what was happening, he found himself fully attired without having lifted a finger. As a self-sufficient modern individual, he found this treatment rather unsettling. Being served in such a manner made him feel akin to a simple-minded child, and he could hardly relish such service, standing by the bedside. He examined his outfit. Its colors were rather garish, though the fabric was exquisite, smooth, and tight. Yet the garment was excessively loose and cumbersome, the sleeves too large, rendering it quite inconvenient to wear. An older gentleman accompanied by a tailor entered the room. "Good day, Mr. Zhong. I am the steward of the Crown Prince's residence. You may call me Lao Gon. The master instructed me to bring the tailor to craft a few sets of clothes for you upon your awakening. I hope you are prepared." Upon realizing that this was a servant of the household, Zhong Hui complied with the tailor's measurements. Although the attire was lavish, it was evidently ill-fitting, and he did not favor the style. Thus, it was imperative to have a properly tailored outfit. Once the measurements were complete, he made it known to the tailor that he desired a more fitted ensemble. As he observed everyone filing out, the vast room quickly regained its emptiness. Gazing at the ceiling, crafted from an unknown wood, he fell into contemplation. How should he chart his future course? Should he remain at the Crown Prince's residence, living in idleness, or should he seek a means to earn a fortune in this unfamiliar land, ultimately traveling the world? After a brief period of reflection, he resolved to pursue wealth in this realm, aspiring to become a prosperous merchant, and then embark on global travels. Though he had never been involved in trade, he had certainly seen enough to glean insights. Chapter 17. The beginning. Armed with the knowledge acquired from Earth, he was confident that he could surpass all merchants in this world. Perhaps he would one day become fabulously wealthy, traveling in a carriage drawn by 8 splendid steeds, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards, boldly confronting anyone who displeased him, and showering wealth upon his desires, ultimately gathering all the beauties of the world to his abode. The mere thought of this nearly made him drool. He jolted back to reality, realizing his embarrassing state. Fortunately, no one was around to witness it, or he would have been mortified. Now that he had envisioned a promising path ahead, he resolved to take action from this moment forth. Every towering edifice begins with a single brick. Thus, his journey into this extraordinary realm would commence the moment he stepped out of this room. Half an hour later, it became evident that he should not have ventured beyond that door alone. The prince's residence was vast, and Zhong Hui mistakenly believed that wandering down any path would lead him to the main entrance. To his dismay, after meandering for half an hour within the estate, he had yet to discover an exit. Ultimately, he encountered a maidservant. Under her guidance, this man, who typically possessed a strong sense of direction, found himself utterly bewildered. After approximately 5 minutes of wandering, he finally located a small gate, which appeared to be a side entrance, distinct from the grand entrance they had used the previous day. Upon entering through the side gate, he emerged onto a broad street bustling with activity. The thoroughfare was alive with the presence of carriages and the throngs of people carrying burdens, all contributing to a scene of vibrant prosperity. He chose to walk through the bustling center, eager to absorb the essence of this ancient locale. Along the way, he observed an array of signs flanking the road. While some characters were indeed difficult to decipher, many were more angular and recognizable. After nearly an hour of strolling, he paused in front of a building named Ju Bao Zhai. This establishment was clearly a grand shop, towering at 5 stories, unmatched by any other nearby store, which alone signified its distinction. Considering it was a prominent establishment, Zhong Hui felt compelled to explore it further. Thus he stepped inside Ju Bao Zhai. Upon entering, he glanced around and noted that Ju Bao Zhai bore a striking resemblance to a modest goods shop from his previous life. The shelves were adorned with a diverse assortment of merchandise, including jade artifacts, porcelain, decorative items, and weapons, among others, all priced quite high. Even the most inexpensive dagger cost 1 tael of silver. To elaborate, Zhong Hui had learned from Guan Yi that the currency in the Zhongchu Empire was structured as follows. The smallest denomination was a square copper coin known as the Tong Tian Ci Fong Qian, wherein 100 Han copper square coins could be exchanged for 1 Han square silver coin, and 500 Han silver coins equated to 1 tael of silver. Additionally, there existed a form of currency known as silver notes, with a minimum denomination of 10 taels and a maximum of 100, managed directly by the Ministry of Currency and Salt of the Zhongchu Empire, akin to a national bank, overseeing the currency and the production of salt and iron. The ground floor of Ju Bao Zhai was still quite populated, filled with individuals donning luxurious attire, indicating that business was thriving. An attendant, having noticed a newcomer with a distinct appearance and elegant garments, approached him, Recognizing from his demeanor that this was his first visit, as Zhong Hui was admiring the shop's arrangement, the attendant's voice chimed in beside him. It seems this young master is new to Zhu Baozhai and may not yet be acquainted with our establishment. Allow me to guide you on a brief tour. Zhong Hui, seeking someone to elucidate the shop's fundamental aspects, was pleasantly surprised by the attendant's approach. Indeed, this is my first visit. I have heard that your establishment is the largest in the capital. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me about the shop's key features. Why, dear young master, you're discerning. I serves you well. To be frank, our shop is indeed the largest treasure house in the entire capital, specializing in rare and exquisite items, with branches extending throughout the Zhongchu Empire and even into several neighboring countries. In the capital, there are several establishments akin to ours, yet it is only our Zhu Baozhai that stands as the largest and most renowned, confidently proclaimed the attendant. The entire Zhu Baozhai is divided into 5 levels. The first floor merely peddles common trinkets, while from the second floor onward, one may encounter rare artifacts. The uppermost level is accessible only when exceptionally priceless treasures are presented. And even then, items are sold through an auction process. However, not everyone is permitted entry. One must be a distinguished guest of Zhu Baozhai, having received an invitation to ascend. Young master, please follow me as I introduce you to the second floor, the attendant said, leading Zhong Hui up the stairs. As Zhong Hui ascended, he encountered a lavishly dressed young gentleman descending from the second floor. His attire was a striking blend of red and yellow, adorned with an unfamiliar embroidered bird, complemented by a deep green jade pendant at his waist. His features were refined and sharp, unmistakably indicating his noble lineage, and he was accompanied by a gaggle of sycophants, exuding an air of servility. The staircase was rather narrow, allowing only 3 individuals to ascend side by side. Upon noticing this young gentleman, the attendant stepped aside and bowed respectfully. However, Zhong Hui, unfamiliar with the identity of this aristocrat and lacking an understanding of social hierarchies in this new realm, felt no obligation to yield, especially considering his close ties with the crown prince. The nobleman, evidently unaccustomed to such audacity, was taken aback by Zhong Hui's insolence in blocking his path. He scrutinized Zhong Hui, who returned the gaze with equal intensity. Before he could utter a word, one of his lackeys erupted. Who is this insolent wretch obstructing our young master's way? Why are you not getting out of the way? Initially inclined to step aside to avoid conflict, Zhong Hui was taken aback by the affront. His desire for peace did not equate to a lack of temper, bolstered by the backing of the crown prince. He had no fear of this pompous fool. Ignoring the lackey entirely, he addressed the finely dressed young man. You would do well to manage your dogs, that not to bite indiscriminately, should you find it beyond your capabilities. I would be pleased to assist in that regard. The young gentleman, initially fixated on Zhong Hui, realized that this individual bore no signs of trepidation and did not appear to be feigning courage. Rather than engage further, he sought to extricate himself from the situation. However, Zhong Hui's retort was met with indignation. Feeling that this insolent youth needed to be taught a lesson, he refrained from further dialogue and simply gestured for his followers to deal with Zhong Hui. A throng of sycophants, emboldened by their master's command, eagerly prepared to confront this audacious individual. The attendant, who had been lingering nearby, observed the escalating confrontation and realized that the situation was beyond his control. Alarmed, he hurried off to find the manager. Chapter 18. The master of the group charged towards Zhong Hui, led by the very lackey who had insulted him earlier. Upon seeing the approaching foe, Zhong Hui grounded himself. His right hand clenched into a fist, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap that sent the attacker flying down the stairs. The assailant tumbled to the ground, writhing in pain and howling. Witnessing their comrade's sudden defeat, the remaining lackeys exchanged glances before they all lunged at Zhong Hui in unison. As Zhong Hui encountered several individuals rushing towards him, he found the staircase too narrow for his comfort and swiftly retreated until he reached the center of the hall. Gazing at the individuals descending the stairs, he shook his hands, clenched his right fist, and as they reached the bottom, he advanced with a powerful stride. With a series of forceful strikes, he sent one man sprawling to the ground. Another lunged at him, but with a slight bend of his right leg and a swift pivot, he unleashed a kick with his left foot, sending the assailant flying. In the span of mere moments, Zhong Hui had incapacitated 2 adversaries. The remaining individual, upon witnessing this display, was overtaken by fear. As Zhong Hui approached with steady strides, the man retreated incessantly. Suddenly, Zhong Hui dashed forward, his right fist raised, charging at the group. Just as his fist was about to collide with the foremost man's face, that individual was unexpectedly yanked back. Following this, a fist as large as a clay pot swung towards him. Zhong Hui reacted swiftly, stepping back to evade the attack. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the savior as the elegantly dressed young master, who had one hand gripping the man's attire while the other clenched into a fist. This was a formidable opponent, Zhong Hui mused. He slightly bent his knees, positioned his palms before his chest, and prepared to engage in a serious duel. The elegantly dressed young master, not to be outdone, secured the front of his garment at his waist and fixed his piercing gaze upon Zhong Hui. The critical juncture where tension hung in the air, the manager of the Jujuberi Pavilion hurried down from the upper floor, positioning himself between the two and raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Gentlemen, let us prioritize harmony. There is much to discuss, and it is unnecessary to resort to violence. Why not ascend to the third floor and converse over tea? My treat. What do you say? Just as the manager endeavored to mediate, a mocking voice echoed from the loft above. The elegantly dressed young master, known as Guanji, turned his gaze towards the speaker, his demeanor shifting to one of flippancy. Han Jin, he called out the man's name, then continued, very well, I shall grant you this favor today. He then addressed the others, let us depart. The group, supporting one another, made their way outside, and as Guanji passed by Zhong Hui, he paused momentarily to cast a glance at him before hastening out of the Jujuberi Pavilion. Once Guanji and his companions had left, Han Jin looked at Zhong Hui and inquired, my dear brother, would you care to join me for a stroll? Just as Zhong Hui was about to express his gratitude, he heard Han Jin's invitation and prepared to ascend. He thanked the manager beside him and proceeded to the second floor. Upon reaching the upper level, Zhong Hui encountered the young master named Han Jin, who possessed an extraordinary presence, though his demeanor bore a hint of arrogance. His every gesture exuded an air of refinement that was quite disarming, suggesting he hailed from a distinguished lineage in the capital. I am Zhong Hui, and I appreciate your timely assistance. Zhong Hui expressed his gratitude to Han Jin. Oh, it was but a trivial matter. I could not abide their bullying of the few, and seeing your martial prowess, I assumed you would not be intimidated by such a crowd. With that, the young master offered a respectful bow. I am Han Jin, from the eastern counties. Noticing you are not from this region, may I inquire about your origins? Han Jin, observing Zhong Hui's features, short hair and dark eyes, deduced that he was not a native of Zhongchu, thus sparking his curiosity. Zhong Hui, unfazed, replied directly, I hail from the Half Moon Mountain Range and have just arrived in the capital, utterly unfamiliar with the surroundings, simply wandering about to broaden my horizons. Never before had Han Jin encountered a person of such striking appearance as Zhong Hui, and his curiosity was piqued. He yearned to uncover the origins of this intriguing individual. To his astonishment, Zhong Hui revealed that he hailed from the Banluan Mountain Range. This revelation startled Han Jin, prompting a recollection of the legendary tales his grandfather had once narrated, further intensifying his intrigue. He could not help but scrutinize this peer closely. After a brief moment, he spoke, I, Han Jin, take great pleasure in making friends. Today, fate has brought me to meet you. Brother Zhong. If you do not find me unworthy, shall we not become friends? Zhong Hui, having just arrived in this unfamiliar locale, was relieved to find someone who would call him brother. Observing Han Jin's demeanor, he discerned that he did not possess a sinister nature. Thus, he replied with a hearty laugh, I am of the very same mind, since you have extended your hand in friendship. I, Zhong Hui, gladly accept. Consequently, if you ever encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out, Han Jin proclaimed, as he warmly draped an arm around Zhong Hui's shoulders. Come, allow me to take you to Fengxian Lu, where we may savor the culinary delights of Zhongchu. Fengxian Lu stood as one of the most renowned taverns in the capital, famed for its exquisite avian dishes. That moment, Zhong Hui and Han Jin found themselves seated at the topmost floor. Centrally positioned by the window, gazing out, they had a clear view of the bustling streets of the capital, and from their lofty perch, they observed the sparse crowd below, evoking a sense of detachment from the world, which piqued their interest. As they journeyed to Fengxian Lu, Zhong Hui inquired about the elegantly dressed young man they had just encountered. This young man was named Guanji. Despite sharing the same surname, he bore no blood relation to the royal family. Guanji's father, Guang, had been adopted by the late emperor during a time of internal strife, owing to Guang's act of saving the emperor's life. In gratitude for this life-saving deed, the emperor adopted him as his son. When the current emperor, Guanrun, ascended the throne, he conferred upon Guang the title of Duke of Fortune, making Guanji his sole heir. thus rendering him a noble scion. Meanwhile, as Zhong Hui and Han Jin conversed, an incident unfolded beneath Feng Stian Lue. Father and daughter were performing on the open space adjacent to the tavern. Likely traveling entertainers seeking to earn a modest living. The daughter, donned in a striking red garment with her hair tightly bound, exuded a spirited aura, and her physique was honed from years of martial practice. At that moment, a wealthy young man happened to pass by and immediately fixated on the young woman, his mind swirling with ill intentions as he desired to take her as a concubine. He instructed his lackeys to torment them. Aware of the need to avoid trouble in the capital, the father and daughter endeavored to endure the harassment, preparing to pack their belongings and depart. However, the group showed no signs of relenting. As the performers attempted to leave, several henchmen surged forward, intent on forcibly seizing the young woman. Chapter 19. A hidden threat. Such brazen acts of abduction in broad daylight incited ire among the onlookers. Yet, cowed by the young man's influence, they merely murmured amongst themselves, keeping their distance and failing to intervene. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young woman understood that there was little hope for a peaceful resolution. As the lackeys approached, she deftly drew two short blades from her sleeves and charged at them with fierce resolve. In the blink of an eye, flashes of blades erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries and the splatter of blood. Within mere moments, the group of assailants was laid low upon the ground. The woman, aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from taking any lives but inflicted injuries upon each individual, targeting their hands and feet. This group, accustomed to bullying the meek, was taken aback by the fierce resistance they encountered. One by one, they clutched their wounds, writhing in agony on the ground, as blood flowed incessantly from their injuries, staining the street beneath them a deep, dark crimson, indicating their defeat. With dual blades in hand, the woman advanced toward the wealthy young man. Upon perceiving her murderous intent, he fell to the ground in terror, propping himself up with his hands as he hastily retreated while attempting to intimidate her. You mustn't come any closer. My father is the minister of grain in the imperial court at AS. He uttered these words. His confidence began to swell, and his voice steadied. If you dare to harm me, you shall find no refuge in Zhongchu. When my elder brother arrives with the city guards, you will regret your actions. Upon hearing his threats, the woman hesitated, contemplating that it might be wiser to let him go. However, at that very moment, a large contingent of city guards rushed in from the distance, swiftly encircling the two. Emerging from their ranks was a commanding officer clad in armor, sword in hand, exuding an imposing presence. Seeing the officer, the young man immediately began to wail, crawling toward him as he recounted his plight. Brother, sobbing, this woman has bullied me. She has injured my servants and threatened me. He paused to catch his breath, adding, had you not arrived in time, I fear for my life. Woe is me. The onlookers, upon hearing his lament, inwardly condemned the young man for his shamelessness. The woman in red was equally astonished by his audacity, her hands trembling in anger. Meanwhile, her father, witnessing the unfolding scene, was about to explain their side to the officer. Yet, before he could utter a word, the officer commanded the soldiers, seize these two for committing acts of violence in public, showing utter disregard for the law. At your command, the soldiers responded, charging toward the pair. The woman's father, initially intending to plead his case, realized that the officer had no intention of permitting any explanation. Recognizing the futility of reason in such circumstances, he resolutely drew a knife from their belongings. Preparing to break through the encirclement, the father and daughter stood back to back, resolutely facing the advancing soldiers. You must apprehend them, especially the woman. I want her to suffer beyond measure. The wealthy young man, emboldened by his earlier intimidation, shouted, pointing at them like a cock in a crimson coat. Upon hearing his voice, the soldiers surged forward. However, despite their status as mere entertainers, the father and daughter exhibited remarkable martial prowess. It became evident that the soldiers, lacking proper training, struggled to subdue the two. More than a dozen of them were unable to capture just two individuals. Had it not been for their superior equipment and the fact that the father and daughter were unwilling to inflict fatal harm, they might have already been overwhelmed. As they fended off the soldiers, the duo began to make their way towards the street's end, seeking an opportunity to break free, just as they appeared poised to escape the encirclement. The wealthy young man, in a fit of frustration, threatened them. The father and daughter had initially intended to break free from their encirclement. However, upon hearing the threats from the wealthy scion, the father, overwhelmed by paternal instinct, could no longer contain his fury. While he could endure the onslaught directed towards himself, he could not bear to see his daughter subjected to such intimidation, even if it was merely a threat. With resolve, he turned and charged towards the affluent youth. Armed with a knife, he lunged directly at the young man, sustaining several wounds along the way, yet unyielding in his advance. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: to eliminate the loathsome individual before him. Observing her father's injuries, the daughter disregarded her own safety and, wielding twin blades with fierce determination, followed closely behind her father, unleashing a wave of lethal strikes. The wealthy youth, confronted by the bloodied visage of the middle-aged man approaching him, felt a surge of dread wash over him, his legs weakening beneath him. As the middle-aged man closed the distance, he swung his knife with intent, only to be unexpectedly thwarted by a sword that intercepted his blade. Turning swiftly, he regarded the sword's wielder. The captain had long been observing the unfolding confrontation and had drawn his sword in defense of the affluent youth. Their gazes locked, one brandishing a knife and the other a sword. Encircled by a throng of soldiers, while the red-clad woman behind the man engaged vigorously in battle, suddenly, the man flicked a hidden dagger from his sleeve towards the captain. The captain, noticing the incoming projectile, tilted his head and deflected it with his sword. In that instant, a glimmering broadsword descended towards his head. Reacting swiftly, he raised his sword overhead to block it, only to discover that the middle-aged man's strike was a feint, lacking in real force. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a swift kick, sending the captain sprawling backward. With the captain momentarily incapacitated, the middle-aged man pressed on towards the wealthy youth, realizing the imminent danger. The captain scrambled to his feet, sword in hand, intent on rescuing the young man. Yet, before the wealthy youth could utter a cry as the blade drew nearer, his throat was swiftly severed. Clutching his neck in disbelief, blood foamed from his mouth as he succumbed to the ground, convulsing before falling still. As the captain approached, the sight of the affluent youth's lifeless form sent a jolt of rage through him. His vision reddened with fury, he thrust his sword into the back of the middle-aged man. The blade sank deep, piercing to the bone. Staggering backward from the blow, the man leaned on his knife, kneeling on one knee. "Father," the red-clad woman cried out upon witnessing her father's grievous injury, disregarding her own peril as she rushed to support him. Together, they fought fiercely amidst the throng of soldiers. Chapter 20. The prince's mansion. Bring them both in. Capture them without fail. If they escape, I shall hold you accountable. The commander, witnessing his brother's death, was seized by a tempest of rage that he glared at the two, sword in hand. Advancing swiftly to exact vengeance upon his foes, he hurriedly dashed over, intent on taking advantage of the middle-aged man's momentary inattention to strike him with his sword. Just as he aimed the blade at the man's back, an unseen projectile suddenly shot forth, disarming him by knocking the sword from his grasp. Following this, several more projectiles rained down, bringing to the ground the soldiers who stood in front of the father and daughter. Zhong Hui and Han Jin, perched atop Feng's Yin Tower, witnessed the entire scene with crystal clarity. With a resounding clap of his hands on the table, Zhong Hui expressed his profound indignation at the earlier spectacle. Their elevated vantage point afforded them a clear view. The soldiers of the City Defense Battalion had been nearby all along, yet they had turned a blind eye to the affluent scion's brazen abduction of a common girl. Only upon witnessing the wealthy youth's misfortune did they rally a large contingent of soldiers, subsequently apprehending the father and daughter without hesitation. Such blatant acts of collusion filled him with a fury that threatened to consume him. As he prepared to intervene, he was taken aback to find that someone had acted even more swiftly than he. Upon seeing the father and daughter escape to safety, he finally relaxed his tightly clenched fists. This incident illuminated for him the harsh reality that the world was not as idyllic as he had once imagined. Darkness permeated every corner. Only by becoming stronger could one avoid being victimized. He silently vowed to fortify himself, so that next time he would be the first to lend assistance in such dire circumstances. Turning to Han Jin, he noticed that his companion also bore a countenance of deep anger. He addressed him, saying, "Brother Han, you witnessed that as well. That I never anticipated that in the shadow of the Emperor. In the heart of the capital, the very soldiers tasked with guarding the realm would collude with the wealthy to bully the weak. Is the law and order of the capital truly so deplorable?" Han Jin, upon hearing these words, regarded Zhong Hui with a heavy sigh. "Brother Zhong, you may be unaware, but the City Defense Battalion has become a malignant tumor that is difficult to eradicate. Those who attain the rank of captain or higher are predominantly from affluent families with connections in the court. They essentially enter the battalion to establish their credentials, each possessing some degree of influence. This has fostered an air of arrogance among them, as no one dares to hold them accountable." Zhong Hui, intrigued, responded, "No one dares to hold them accountable. Surely, it is as simple as punishing those who disobey orders under military law." What is there to fear? Han Jin shook his head in exasperation. Brother Zhong, it is easy for you to say. Those who dare to enforce discipline reside in places far superior to the city defense battalion. They have no need to endure such conditions. As for the others, how can they impose order? If you strike down one of them today, your family may suffer repercussions tomorrow. How can they possibly muster the courage to act? Furthermore, our emperor is presently disinterested in governance. Were it not for the crown prince assisting in state affairs, the chaos would likely be far worse than it is now. After absorbing Han Jin's words, Zhong Hui gazed into the distance, his expression contemplative. Having witnessed the events unfolding beneath Fengxian Tower, he found himself devoid of any desire to continue his leisurely stroll. He bid farewell to Han Jin, suggesting they explore other places together another time. Observing Zhong Hui's fatigue, Han Jin made no effort to detain him, saying, "Very well, let us conclude our outing for today. Next time, I shall invite Brother Zhong to visit the most renowned Yage house in the capital." Ah, Yage house. It is truly a realm of wonder, where I assure you, Brother Zhong, you will find joy that lasts the entire day. Zhong Hui pondered thoughtfully. Although the name Yagaju sounded quite elegant, the rapture evident in his expression suggested it might be an unseemly establishment, perhaps akin to an ancient brothel. Amused by this thought, he shared a knowing smile with Han Jin, subtly inquiring, "Oh, is that truly the case? I must pay a visit then. I cannot afford to come in vain. Next time, dear Han, do ensure to include me, hehe." Han Jin, his eyes gleaming with excitement, responded, "Rest assured, I shall not forget you, Zhong brother. When the time comes, I will certainly call upon you. Then I shall take my leave." Zhong Hui said that I will not see you out, Zhong brother. What business do you have at the Crown Prince's residence? Han Jin asked, perplexed. Zhong Hui bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Han brother." Upon returning to the Crown Prince's residence, Guan Yi was searching for Zhong Hui. The estate was vast, and since it was Zhong Hui's first visit, Guan Yi worried he might become lost. He intended to assign a servant to accompany Zhong Hui. However, when he went to find him, Zhong Hui had already departed. After inquiring with the gatekeeper, who had not seen him either, Guan Yi was left in a state of confusion for quite some time. The following morning, as dawn broke, the maidservants prepared to assist Zhong Hui with his attire and personal grooming. Upon observing their actions, he immediately instructed them to cease, insisting they set aside their tasks as he would manage himself. Alarmed, the maidservants assumed Zhong Hui was dissatisfied with their service, trembling in fear, and a few even burst into tears. Zhong Hui, witnessing their distress, felt both exasperated and amused. Is it truly necessary for you to react this way? He thought that he had to clarify that he was merely a rough man, unaccustomed to such intimate services. Chapter 21. Xuanli dressed in a newly tailored outfit. Zhong Hui stepped out of his chamber and made his way to the courtyard of the guard captain. Cheng Rue, reflecting on the events of the previous day, he realized that martial prowess held significant importance in this world. Without a modicum of strength, one would be susceptible to bullying. That he sought to inquire how Cheng Rue had managed to injure that large serpent. Upon arriving at Cheng Rue's courtyard, he found him practicing martial arts, so Zhong Hui approached to engage in a brief exchange. Cheng Rue could clearly sense that Zhong Hui's visit was not solely for pleasantries, and promptly addressed the matter. "Mr. Zhong, I trust you do not merely wish to discuss what we shall have for lunch this noon, do you? If you have something to convey, please do so. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to speak." Hearing Cheng Rue's words, Zhong Hui awkwardly touched his nose and replied, "Captain Cheng, you are too kind. However, I do have a matter for which I seek your aid. Please, speak freely. I shall do my utmost to assist you," Cheng Rue said, refraining from unnecessary conversation and getting straight to the point. Is it about Xuanli? Surely you must be aware of it. Xuanli? What is that? Zhong Hui inquired, his face a mask of confusion, for he had never encountered the term before. Observing Zhong Hui's bewilderment, Cheng Rue took it upon himself to explain what Xuanli entailed. Xuanli, as the name suggests, is a form of auxiliary technique employed during combat. It manifests as a type of energy, devoid of any color. There are two kinds of Xuanli, one that is innate, and the other that is acquired through rigorous training. Innate Xuanli is possessed only by individuals with certain rare bloodlines. However, once they harness the power of Xuanli, it undoubtedly surpasses that of ordinary individuals by several multiples, albeit potentially manifesting various side effects. Acquired Xuanli, which refers to the common form of Xuanli, is not easily cultivated. One must first possess the appropriate techniques for its practice, which are typically available in prominent families. Furthermore, it requires practitioners to have exceptional physical constitutions, remarkable talents, and a resolute will. The cultivated Xuanli is categorized into two types. One is auxiliary in nature, enhancing the practitioner's physical abilities, stamina, and agility, among other aspects. The other is intended for direct combat, allowing the Xuanli to be condensed, affixed to weapons, or projected outward, resulting in a formidable destructive force, the magnitude of which is self-evident. However, innate Xuanli cannot be condensed and is limited to auxiliary applications. It often manifests as a surge of ferocity, significantly increasing the user's strength, or as extraordinary agility in their movements. Upon grasping the concept of Xuanli, Zhong Hui felt a surge of excitement. Although he possessed martial skills, they were merely basic techniques suitable for bullying ordinary individuals. He had no confidence in defeating someone like Commander Cheng to enhance his own strength. He resolved to learn Xuanli and intended to inquire Cheng Rui about where to find the techniques. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a servant hurriedly approached him, announcing that someone was seeking him. Zhang Hui pondered that aside from Han Jin, he had no other acquaintances, and it appeared that Han Jin had invited him to the elegant residence. With that thought, a flutter of anticipation filled his heart, and he temporarily set aside his concerns about Xuanli. Subsequently, they exited the prince's residence and boarded a carriage heading directly to the elegant residence. After nearly an hour of travel, as the carriage came to a stop, before he could even disembark, he was greeted by a chorus of laughter and merriment. He couldn't help but smile. Confirming his suspicions, upon alighting, he surveyed the scene, and indeed, the elegant residence was extraordinary, vast in size, surrounded by elegantly dressed young gentlemen. Yet there were none of the gaudily attired courtesans typical of ancient brothels attempting to attract customers. Zhang Hui mused that this was truly a high-class establishment, distinct from the lowly brothels. Observing Zhang Hui standing motionless after disembarking, Han Jin approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Zhang, this is the elegant residence, the most refined place in the entire capital that I imagine you have never been to such an establishment before. Come, let me take you to experience its elegance." Ha. Unable to contain his own excitement, Zhang Hui followed Han Jin into the elegant residence, seated at a railing chair on the third floor. Zhang Hui gazed at Han Jin across from him, contemplating that if he had a knife in hand at that moment, he would undoubtedly stab the languid figure before him multiple times. What he did not anticipate was that the elegant residence Han Jin brought him to was indeed a venue for appreciating sophistication. The residence comprised 5 levels, with the lower 3 allowing views of the central stage below, while the upper 2 floors featured private rooms for singing and dancing performances akin to AKTV.AT. That moment, Zhang Hui and Han Jin lingered at the railing on the 3rd floor, watching the dancers below, accompanied by a multitude of musicians, creating a truly picturesque scene that was both refreshing and delightful. However, regarding the matter at hand, Zhang Hui found these things to have become rather tedious. He gazed at Han Jin with a fiery intensity. Han Jin sensed an oddity in Zhang Hui's gaze, as though he owed him something, yet he dismissed the thought, attributing it to Zhang Hui's disinterest in the performance. He attempted to placate him, saying, "Might you find this song and dance lacking, Brother Zhang? Fear not, for shortly, Xiaoyu and Yin Er shall emerge. Xiaoyu's melodies and Yin Er's dances are the hallmarks of good Jew. And it just so happens they are both performing today. You are indeed fortunate." Zhang Hui shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Brother Han, I have a rather curious saying about a fine steed rolling in the grass. I wonder if I should utter it." Upon hearing this cryptic remark, Han Jin looked perplexed and inquired, "What do you mean by that, Brother Zhang?" Sighing, Han Jin conceded, "Perhaps I am overthinking this. Simply hearing the name implies it is a splendid venue. How could there be any issue?" Zhang Hui hesitated, ultimately resigning himself to the present circumstance, and focused intently on the music. Indeed, the young lady performing next sang beautifully. Her voice was melodious and resonant, the variations in pitch offering a delightful experience. Brother Zhang, you are unaware that Good Jew is renowned as the most elegant establishment in the entire capital. This is no jest. On the 4th floor, there are even more exquisite songs and captivating dances awaiting your admiration." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hui, perplexed, responded, "Oh, then I shall make it a point to visit. Fear not, there will be ample opportunities in the future." "But today is a rare collaboration between Xiaoyu and Yin Er," Han Jin remarked. Zhang Hui had already accepted this venue as a reputable place for enjoying music and dance, resolved to approach it with an open heart. Realizing he had perhaps viewed these people in an unflattering light, that he decided to sincerely appreciate the performance. After watching for a while, Zhonghui suddenly recalled a question that had been nagging at him. Brother Han, you mentioned the emperor neglects state affairs, relying entirely on the crown prince to govern. What is the reason for this? I find the crown prince to be quite commendable. Surely, the emperor cannot be lacking in merit. Yet in your eyes, how does our emperor resemble a foolish ruler? Upon hearing this, Han Jin swiftly placed a hand over Zhong Hui's mouth, signaling him to be silent. He glanced around before sitting beside Zhong Hui and cautioned, Brother Zhong, such words must not be uttered lightly. Should they fall into the ears of the wrong person, it could lead to trouble. After a sigh, he continued, It is a long tale. Our emperor is, in truth, a man of passion. In his youth, he was quite the dashing figure, much like you and I. Hold on. It is you who is dashing, not I, Zhong Hui interjected. Very well, I am dashing. Do continue, Han Jin urged. Until the day the emperor encountered a woman, whose beauty took his breath away at first glance, swearing that she alone would be his bride. Thus, he sought every means possible to marry her. And this lady was none other than the late empress, the mother of the crown prince. Originally, the emperor had a brother, but tragically, the then crown prince passed away in his youth, after the death of the previous emperor. The current one ascended to the throne with the support of the four great clans. The four great clans, dear Han, could you kindly enlighten me about the four prominent clans? Zhong Hui pondered that understanding these four clans would be essential. As their very name suggested, they were the local power brokers. Henceforth, I shall strive to avoid any conflicts with them to avert potential calamities. Upon hearing Zhong Hui's inquiry, Han Jin interjected his explanation and began to elucidate the four major clans. These clans are the Han clan of Dongjun, the Chui clan of Kyoto, the Liang clan of Linglang, and the Feng clan. After detailing these four clans, he paused briefly before continuing with a more thorough introduction. The Han clan of Dongjun, to which I belong, has illustrious ancestors who have served as 4 generations of grand chancellors and 5 imperial tutors, with numerous scholars and officials in the court. It can be rightly regarded as the foremost family in Jiangsu, with the current grand chancellor being my grandfather. Next is the Liang clan of Linglang, originally a family of merchants, which has produced several top scholars in recent years. Their immense wealth has subtly positioned them as the second most prominent family in Kyoto. However, as they hail from a commercial background, they receive scant respect in the court, attracting many sycophantic bureaucrats eager to curry favor. The Chui clan of Kyoto was once a great clan that stood on equal footing with my Han clan, but now they have diminished in numbers, apart from the head of the Chui clan serving as an inspector in the court. The other members struggle to hold significant positions for the Feng clan. They are the sole family with a lineage tracing back to the founding of the dynasty. Their longevity is attributed to their ancestral teachings, which mandate unwavering loyalty to the emperor and abstention from power struggles, thus earning them the trust of successive emperors. Not a single member of the Feng clan has held a position in the civil administration. Instead, they have all served in the military, which has endowed them with considerable prestige within the armed forces. Zhong Hui, upon hearing Han Jin's introduction, was astonished to discover such a distinguished identity in front of him. Realizing that his earlier choice had indeed been fortuitous, he felt he had struck gold. That I never imagined that Brother Han is the grandson of the current Grand Chancellor. I must say, I am thoroughly impressed. Han Jin humbly replied, I beg your pardon, Brother Zhong, for any amusement I may have caused. Now, let me continue with matters concerning His Majesty. Since ascending the throne, His Majesty has not taken any concubines, having only the Empress by his side. Initially, His Majesty diligently managed state affairs with great diligence, and the Empress bore him a son. However, during the birth of the princess, the Empress tragically succumbed to complications. This loss deeply affected His Majesty, leading him to neglect state matters. My grandfather, the current Grand Chancellor, began to shoulder the burden of governance, yet due to his advanced age, many decisions still required the personal judgment of His Majesty. With His Majesty's withdrawal, several state affairs have been delayed, and the court's customs have begun to deteriorate. Were it not for the Crown Prince overseeing state matters in recent years, the entire court might have descended into chaos. However, the Crown Prince has had poor health since childhood, and now bears such a heavy burden. It truly is a considerable challenge for him. Upon listening to Han Jin's account, Zhong Hui could not help but exclaim, It is astounding that for the sake of a single woman, one could forsake the nation. I am at a loss whether to commend His Majesty's devotion or to lament his folly. I often wondered why the Crown Prince appeared so fatigued each day. Now I understand. As the chill of winter receded, Han Jin gestured towards Zhong Hui and remarked, let us not dwell on such matters, my friend. Instead, let us immerse ourselves in the splendid performance that awaits, casting aside these vexatious concerns. Soon, we shall witness an even more captivating display. Indeed, it was not long before the cacophony that filled the first to the third floors began to diminish. The crowd gradually became aware of a pink curtain that had appeared on the stage below, obscuring the scene within. Then, a graceful silhouette emerged, flitting and leaping, evoking thoughts of the exquisite beauty that must lie behind the veil. Suddenly, a resounding note from a stringed instrument pierced the air, and the entire venue fell into a profound silence, so still that one could hear a pin drop. The music began to flow forth in a series of melodious notes, bright and resonant. Akin to a babbling brook, pure and untainted, like a gentle breeze wafting through the trees. Each note entwined itself, intoxicating and enchanting, lifting the spirits of all who listened, leaving them reluctant to part from the moment. Yet, the music surged and ebbed, like waves rising from a stream, stirred by the zephyrs, quietly mimicking a maiden playing in the woods, graceful yet lively, with each stroke of her fingers upon the strings. The curtain on stage gently descended, revealing a woman adorned in a flowing purple gown, a floral sash cinched at her waist, and a jade hairpin nestled in her hair. She possessed a gentle beauty, her delicate makeup reminiscent of a fairy stepping forth from a painting, captivating all who beheld her. As the final notes of the melody faded, the dancing maiden slowed her movements, tilting her head slightly, her sleeves brushing against her brows. With a soft smile playing on her lips, she bowed deeply to the audience before retreating backstage. Zhong Hui was entranced. As a man of modernity, he had witnessed many dances. Yet he had never encountered such ethereal grace or heard melodies so divine at that moment. He finally understood Han Jin's admiration for this place, realizing that one visit was indeed not enough. After a moment of rapture, Han Jin gradually emerged from the reverie and glanced at Zhong Hui, saying, "What do you think? I told you it was splendid, did I not? This is a phenomenon that occurs only once a month at the Yagaju. You were truly fortunate to witness it on your very first visit." Zhong Hui, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, Han, you flatter me." Following this, Zhong Hui accompanied Han Jin as they savored delicacies and enjoyed more performances at Yagaju before parting ways. While seated in the carriage, admiring the scenery, Zhong Hui turned to Han Jin, puzzled by his earlier comment. "What is this rule you speak of?" Han Jin feigned an air of mystery, stating, "One may sell their art, but not their person. One may sell their person, but not their art." Zhong Hui, clearly bewildered by this riddle, inquired, "What does that mean?" It was on this day that the enchanting women of Yagaju did not attend to patrons, for only the harmonious music and graceful dance were on display, indicating that overnight stays were not permitted. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon Zhong Hui. He realized that Yagaju was indeed a high-class brothel, albeit one where not everyone was attended to. The most elite among such establishments. Today, it seemed, was a day of rest for the beautiful maidens, and thus he had not encountered the sights he had anticipated. With this revelation, he slapped his thigh in realization. I always suspected that Han Jin was not the paragon of virtue he pretended to be. It seemed improbable that he could possess such refined sensibilities. Clearly, my instincts about him were not misplaced. I must certainly experience this myself next time and ascertain what extraordinary services this other world offers. With this thought, Zhong Hui couldn't help but break into a foolish grin. Inside the carriage, Han Jin observed Zhong Hui, perplexed by his exaggerated gestures and silly laughter, pondering whether this brother Zhong might not be unwell. Should I perhaps find someone to attend to him, or procure some rare medicinal herbs? As this notion crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled something and shook Zhong Hui awake. Brother Zhong, awaken. There is something I must share with you. In 3 days, there will be an auction at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. I wonder if you have time that day. I would like to accompany you to witness the rare spectacle of this auction. Zhong Hui, lost in dreams of an impending blissful life, was caught off guard by Han Jin's interruption, just as he was about to express his frustration. He heard about the auction. Having never witnessed an auction before, his curiosity piqued, and he readily agreed. In the year 183 of the Middle Chu dynasty, during the spring of the 23rd year of the Zhao reign, at the prince's residence. Unfortunately, he had to attend. The following day, he rummaged through the library and discovered over 10 martial arts manuals. Judging by their classifications, the lowest were of intermediate rank, and 2 were even advanced. He stumbled upon a tattered volume, which he initially overlooked, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a royal-level technique, a discovery that filled him with immense joy. the grading of martial arts techniques is categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, and royal, determined by the potency of the energy they can generate. Naturally, the higher the rank, the more challenging the cultivation. The levels of energy are similarly straightforward: entry-level, foundational, secondary, high-tier, and master level. Some individuals may spend their entire lives without successfully cultivating a royal technique, while others, despite possessing one, may not surpass an intermediate practitioner in prowess. Thus, while royal techniques are rare and precious, advanced techniques often garner greater popularity. Gazing at the three manuals before him, Body Forging and Congealing Void were advanced techniques, while the tattered one titled Royal Ascendance was undeniably a royal-level technique. As Zhonghui contemplated the royal technique Royal Ascendance, he felt a stirring excitement. The very name exuded power. However, having never practiced energy cultivation and uncertain if his physique was suited for the otherworldly energies, he feared that mastering this royal technique would be an arduous task. It is wise not to be overly greedy. After dismissing Royal Ascendance, Zhonghui focused on the remaining two books. Body Forging was an auxiliary energy technique, while Congealing Void was a combat-oriented technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose Congealing Void. Having watched television portrayals of formidable masters wielding techniques like the 6 Meridian Divine Sword and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, he yearned to emulate their prowess. If he mastered Congealing Void, he would be akin to them, allowing for more cunning strategies in the future. Filled with aspirations for the future, he commenced his training in Congealing Void. From that day forth, Zhonghui immersed himself in the study of energy, neglecting food and sleep. Many things seem simple in thought, but once one begins to undertake them, the challenges become glaringly apparent. He had been searching for his critical point as described in the book, yet he remained unsuccessful. Initially, he believed it to be an acupoint, as his father had taught him the art of acupressure, capable of sealing one's blood flow and obstructing meridians. However, according to the book's description of the critical point, it was not located at any acupoint, leaving him in a state of profound confusion. Fortunately, within the prince's residence, there was Commander Cheng Rui, whose guidance illuminated the path for Zhong Hui. It turned out that his inability to locate the critical point stemmed from the fact that when he first began his training, he had not broken through the acupoint, meaning he had not opened the channels for the mystical energy to flow within his body. The critical point resided between the diaphragm and the heart, where this mystical energy was ultimately concentrated. Cheng Rui further explained that due to Zhong Hui's advanced age, the acupoints had already solidified, and breaking through would undoubtedly be much more painful. Having prepared himself mentally after hearing Cheng Rui's words, Zhonghui braced for the ordeal. Yet, when the moment came to break through the acupoint, the agony was beyond description, causing his entire body to convulse. In Chapter 24, Opportunity, he stifled his cries, suppressing any sound, while beads of sweat cascaded down like rain, even causing a few tears to escape from his tightly shut eyes. His eyelids twitched, his jaw clenched firmly, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. After breaking through the acupoint, he lay on the bed, immobilized by pain. However, he could not afford to rest immediately. According to the teachings of the technique, he was to begin cultivating mystical energy right away. The days of training had led Zhonghui to realize that mystical energy was indeed not something an ordinary person could easily cultivate. He diligently followed the technique for a full 3 days before he could barely manifest a hint of mystical energy, which coalesced into a sphere, wandering among the acupoints of Zhuek, Yumin, and Danzhong. Much to his astonishment, though the mystical energy was still exceedingly feeble, he remained patient, steadfastly cultivating it, striving to establish a solid foundation and avoid falling into chaos. On this day, as Zhonghui practiced mystical energy in the courtyard, a figure stealthily approached him from the corridor. Observing Zhonghui with his eyes closed, the figure assumed he was merely resting and launched an attack. How could Zhonghui be caught off guard? He lifted his left foot, easily evading the strike, and with a clenched fist, he aimed a blow at the assailant's face. The individual, dressed in casual attire, was of modest stature, possessing a hint of femininity in their demeanor, and wore a self-satisfied expression, seemingly reveling in their recent success. Indeed, this person was Guan Peng. Upon recognizing her, Zhonghui was about to voice his grievances. Yet, recalling what had been said on that cold day, he realized that the prince had only one sister. The visitor should have been Princess Guanyu, who was disguised as a man. Seeing Zhonghui in a daze, Guanyu inquired, "What? Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" Zhonghui rubbed his chest and replied, "No, it's not that. I simply couldn't fathom how the esteemed princess of the Zhongchu Empire, Guan Yu, could venture out here. It's so easy to enter and exit the palace? Upon hearing Zhong Hui reveal her identity, Guan Yu appeared astonished, exclaiming, "How did you know I was a princess? Did my brother tell you?" I always knew my brother was unreliable." With that, she pouted her lips. Displaying an expression of feigned annoyance, Zhang Hui could only respond helplessly, "My little princess, I've been in the capital for several days now. The entire Zhongchu populace knows that the prince has but one sister. How could I not recognize you?" Upon hearing these words, Guan Yu contemplated for a moment, realizing their validity, and promptly shifted her demeanor, beaming as she remarked, I didn't expect you to be quite adept at gathering intelligence. Now that you are aware of my royal status, why do you not pay your respects?" Zhong Hui, upon hearing this, cast her a sidelong glance and retorted, "I must admit, I am curious, Your Highness, how did you manage to escape the palace? Did you sneak out clandestinely?" Guan Yu, incensed by Zhong Hui's comment, huffed in indignation. "Humph, judging by your expression, it seems you wish for me to remain confined. Let me make myself clear. I have no desire to linger in that utterly meaningless palace. I warn you, do not allow my identity to become public knowledge, or I shall ensure you regret it." With that, she even brandished her small fist. Zhong Hui, observing her antics, suddenly realized she was no formidable ally, but rather a little tyrant. He needed to devise a plan to extricate himself from her presence to avoid future complications. With this thought in mind, he addressed Guan Yu. "I say, Princess, you've gone through the trouble of venturing out of the palace. Yet instead of enjoying yourself, you come here. I have nothing of interest to offer, nor do I possess knowledge of the city's attractions. However, if you wish, I could recommend someone who is well acquainted with the local amusements." Guan Yu retorted, "I didn't come here to seek you out. I was looking for my brother and happened to stumble upon you. Don't flatter yourself. Who would come looking for you? Honestly, who would seek out a lecher like you?" Upon hearing Zhong Hui's initial remarks, Guan Yu's face flushed crimson as she countered, her voice gradually dwindling until she turned her head away, refusing to look at him. At that moment, Zhong Hui's attention was diverted as he noticed a servant hastily approaching. Guan Yu also sensed the arrival of someone and quickly composed herself. The servant, panting, exclaimed, "Mr. Zhong, the gentleman from last time has returned, requesting your presence at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion auction house." Upon seeing the steward, Zhong Hui immediately understood that Han Jin had returned to fetch him, as he had previously mentioned taking him to witness the auction. Just as he prepared to change his attire, Guan Yu intercepted him, insisting that he take her along. Han Jin, who had been waiting at the gates of the Crown Prince's residence for quite some time, was ready to tease Zhong Hui for his tardiness, but was taken aback when he noticed someone accompanying him. His heart sank as he recognized Guan Yu, the princess infamous among the young gentlemen of the capital for her formidable reputation. Many a nobleman had fallen victim to her charms. How did Zhong Hui come to know her? It seemed prudent for him to keep a low profile today. Indeed, after Zhong Hui and Guan Yu exchanged pleasantries, Han Jin remained relatively quiet, while Guan Yu animatedly recounted tales of their surroundings, occasionally patting Zhong Hui on the shoulder in excitement, causing him discomfort with each enthusiastic gesture, yet he felt compelled to endure it. After all, she was a princess. Throughout the journey, he discreetly signaled to Han Jin, his intentions clear, but Han Jin pretended to admire the scenery, completely ignoring Zhong Hui's cues. Thus, amidst a blend of excitement, anguish, and trepidation, the trio finally arrived at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Upon their arrival, Guan Yu's attention was immediately captivated by the venue, allowing both Zhong Hui and Han Jin a moment of respite from her relentless chatter. As the three entered the treasure gathering pavilion, an attendant promptly approached them, recognizing Zhong Hui as the individual who had clashed with another esteemed guest on a previous occasion. "Greetings, distinguished guests. How may I assist you today?" Han Jin retrieved an invitation letter from his pocket and handed it to the attendant. Upon sight of the invitation, the attendant immediately escorted the trio to the 4th floor of the pavilion. At the entrance on the 4th floor, there was a dedicated staff member tasked with inspecting the invitation letters. The letter presented by Han Jin was a striking shade of purple, quite exquisite in its appearance. Under the guidance of a female attendant, they ascended to the elevated platform on the 4th floor, where the furnishings were composed of plush leather, offering utmost comfort. The table was adorned with delectable delicacies, arranged in a lavish display. From this vantage point, they could survey the entire auction hall with clarity. Zhong Hui observed that the grand hall had previously accommodated a multitude of guests, with newcomers being ushered in by attendants to take their seats. However, Zhong Hui found himself perplexed by the sight of several figures cloaked in dark robes. He felt a vague familiarity with them, as though he had encountered them in a central location. Yet the specifics eluded him. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that the abundance of cloaked figures was likely a precaution to obscure their identities from others, thereby concealing the auctioneer's true nature. As Zhong Hui intently surveyed the participants of the auction below. Two more groups of individuals were ushered onto the opulent platform by attendants. While contemplating the identities of these newcomers, Han Jin's voice reached his ears. Brother Zhong, the two recent arrivals are significant figures from the four great clans of the capital. The gentleman in white at the rear is Liang Feng, the second son of the Liang family. The lady in the blue silk dress is Cui Ying, the daughter of the Cui clan's head. You should pay close attention to her. She is not someone to be underestimated. The largest rouge shop in the capital, Huai, and a significant portion of the city's pharmacies are under her management. Although she is a woman, her influence is formidable. Exercise caution in your dealings with her to avoid missteps. Zhong Hui was taken aback upon hearing Han Jin's introduction of the woman, astonished that a girl would venture into business. The commercial realm was often regarded as a lowly pursuit, looked down upon by society, and yet here was a woman who not only engaged in it, but had also achieved considerable success. It seemed evident that this world was populated with formidable individuals, prompting him to consider the necessity of mingling with such figures to broaden his own knowledge. Upon noticing Han Jin and Guan Yu, the two groups approached and greeted them. Despite Guan Yu's masquerade as a woman, they recognized her and offered their respects. Guan Yu, however, appeared utterly indifferent, her attention steadfastly focused on the activities below in the auction hall. Liang Feng, observing Zhong Hui beside Han Jin, expressed curiosity. Han Gongzi, may I inquire as to the identity of the gentleman beside you? Han Jin promptly introduced. This is Zhong Hui, who has journeyed from beyond the Banluan mountain range and is currently a guest of the prince's residence. A friend of mine. He then gestured towards Zhong Hui, saying, allow me to present Liang Feng, the second son of the Liang family, and this elegant young lady is Cui Ying, the esteemed daughter of the Cui clan. Brother Zhong, please allow me to introduce you. Under Han Jin's introduction, Zhong Hui engaged in polite conversation with the two individuals. Upon hearing that Zhong Hui hailed from the Half Moon Mountain range, Liang Feng could not help but regard him with newfound respect. Quietly committing the name to memory, not long after Zhong Hui took his seat, the auction house began to fill with patrons, each occupying the vacant spots. He glanced at the young lady beside him, dressed in male attire, who was incessantly scanning the surroundings. Guan Yu, with a hand pressed against his forehead, he let out a long sigh. It seemed he truly should not have brought her along. He could only hope that during the auction, this young lady would refrain from causing any disturbances. With some time left before the auction officially commenced, Zhong Hui and Han Jin began to engage in conversation to pass the time. Brother Han, do enlighten me about the items featured in this auction, Zhong Hui inquired. I presume you have never attended an auction before, have you? Han Jin replied. Indeed, I have not. Zhong Hui admitted. I have heard whispers of several remarkable items up for bid. Quite valuable indeed. For instance, the East Sea glowing pearl, along with the fabled ever-victorious sword. I have even heard rumors of an ancient relic to be auctioned. Exceedingly rare, Han Jin whispered. Guan Yu was captivated by Han Jin's words. Although she was particularly curious about the glowing pearl, the mention of the ancient relic seemed to pique her interest even more. What exactly is this ancient relic? Zhong Hui asked. I am not entirely certain myself. It is said to have been discovered in a site from the distant Qin era, and it has been preserved in relatively good condition, containing substantial historical significance that we shall know more when it is presented for auction. Han Jin explained. Zhang Hui's mind was rife with questions, such as why everyone in this world spoke Mandarin and wrote in Chinese characters, why the national titles seemed so closely tied to the ancient past. Almost as if this world was a replica of that bygone era. Aside from the stark differences in fauna, there appeared to be little divergence. Now, upon hearing Han Jin mention the distant Qin site, he felt a sense of connection, as if this site held answers to his many inquiries. As their conversation continued, the atmosphere of the auction began to shift. It was not long before an elderly man, his hair grizzled with age, emerged from the stage above the hall. Clad in simple linen garments, his stride was remarkably resolute. He made his way to the center of the stage, and before he could utter a word, silence enveloped the crowd. Once the murmurs subsided, the elder began to speak with solemnity. The auction is hereby declared open. With the elder's announcement, the auction commenced in earnest. The first item showcased was an ancient sword, measuring 3 feet in length, slightly shorter than the modern 4-foot swords. The blade bore a checkered pattern, its edge as sharp as ever, and its streamlined form featured a circular grip that felt exceptionally comfortable in hand. The elder proceeded to recount the sword's provenance, revealing that it was the weapon of the legendary General Chongqing, a pivotal figure in the founding of the Zhongchu dynasty. This general, bearing the name of Ever Victorious, had indeed achieved monumental feats in establishing Zhongchu, having fought countless battles without ever tasting defeat. Accompanying him on the battlefield was this very sword, known as Ming. After the elder finished his introduction, he began to call for bids. Ming's sword, starting at 100 taels of silver. Bids began to trickle in, yet the increments remained modest, ranging from 5 to 10 taels of silver. This left Zhong Hui perplexed. According to the elder's account, the sword ought to fetch a significantly higher price. He could not fathom why there appeared to be a lack of interest among the attendees. Brother Han, this sword is indeed a renowned blade. Why, then, do so few people seem to cherish it? Could it be that there lies a story behind it? Han Jin, having already discerned Zhong Hui's curiosity, was about to elucidate when Zhong Hui spoke first. Since that is the case, he proceeded to explain to Zhong Hui, "You are correct, Brother Zhong. This sword is indeed a famed weapon, wielded by those who have never tasted defeat. Hence it is known as the Sword of Victorious Triumph. However, this sword bears a sinister reputation. All who possess it are destined to live solitary lives. Though the sword is remarkable, many fear this curse, and thus few dare to claim it." After Han Jin's explanation, Zhong Hui finally comprehended the reasoning behind the reluctance, yet he could not bring himself to believe such absurd tales of curses, merely the fabrications of a misguided populace. Causing unnecessary trepidation, he found the sword quite appealing, yet lamented his lack of funds to acquire it. In the end, the blade was purchased by an elderly gentleman clad in a black coat. Zhong Hui cast a discerning glance at the old man and noted the presence of several individuals donning black hoods around him, exuding an air of mystery. He mused that he might procure a similar attire in the future, as it would lend an impressive flair. Following the swords auction, the items that came next were rather peculiar. Zhong Hui held little interest in what was presented: snow mountain grass curtain fish, northern green bears, were state fire steeds, exquisite jade unearthed from the Hungshan region, alongside various precious herbs. Though valuable, they did not strike him as extraordinary. For the first time, he experienced the atmosphere of an auction, where attendees engaged in spirited bidding over a snow lotus flower, yet would graciously concede to equally matched opponents, resembling a theatrical performance. Yet, he found himself more intrigued by the personalities present than the auction itself. Among the attendees were some curious figures, such as those cloaked in black, who seemed to be entirely detached from the proceedings. Aside from the elderly gentleman who had successfully bid on the sword, the others in dark cloaks had not placed a single bid, leaving Zhong Hui perplexed as to their purpose for being there. However, they were not the only ones abstaining from bidding. The auction hosts, Cui Ying and Liang Feng, had also refrained from participating. It was likely that they found the items beneath their interest, perhaps waiting for the more significant offerings to come. Unexpectedly, during the auction, Han Jin secured a residence not far from the prince's manor, a property of considerable size. Zhong Hui initially thought Han Jin was merely indulging in whimsy, but when the attendant presented the deed and land contract, Han Jin handed them to Zhong Hui without a glance, leaving him utterly astonished. Indeed, the great clans are distinct in their opulence. A house valued at over 1,000 taels was given away without a second thought. At first, Zhong Hui hesitated to accept, but upon reflection, though he resided in the prince's manor without issue, he felt it would become uncomfortable over time. Owning a house would undoubtedly afford him greater convenience in his endeavors, and thus he reluctantly accepted the generous gift. The auction continued for an hour, nearing its conclusion, and soon the piece d'or assistance of the day would be unveiled. As anticipated, the auctioneer ascended the stage and began to announce, "Next, we present the highlight of today's auction, the East Sea Luminescent Pearl." Upon concluding his remarks, a female attendant approached, bearing a tray draped in black cloth. The elder unveiled the cloth, revealing a luminous pearl nestled within. This pearl, the size of an egg, radiated a brilliant white light, captivating all who beheld it. The elder then proclaimed, "This is a luminous pearl from the depths of the Eastern Sea. Such pearls are exceedingly rare treasures, and one of this size is indeed a rarity beyond compare. For those interested, the starting bid is 3,000 taels." Soon as the elder's words echoed in the air, bids began to emerge from the crowd, escalating from 3,000 taels to 4,500 taels at this juncture. The number of bidders began to dwindle, and just as the price was nearing 5,000 taels, Cui Ying, situated on the high platform, made her bid, 6,000 taels. Without further ado, she raised the bid by an additional 1,000 taels. That a woman of discerning taste, she was resolutely determined to possess this luminous pearl. Just when it seemed that Cui Ying would secure the pearl, Liang Feng, who had remained silent until this moment, interjected with a bid of 6,500 taels. The crowd was astonished. Liang Feng was also vying for this exquisite jewel, and his initial bid was surprisingly high. Logically, one would not expect a man to contest over a mere pearl, making Liang Feng's actions quite unconventional. 7,000 taels. Young Master Liang, would you kindly grant me a favor and relinquish this pearl to me? Surely, as the esteemed second son of the Liang family, you would not wish to contend with a mere woman over such a trinket, Cui Ying remarked with a smile directed at Liang Feng. 7,500 taels. Miss Cui, you flatter me that I must indeed show you the respect you deserve. Were it for anything else, I would willingly concede, but this particular item is of utmost importance to me, and I cannot part with it, Liang Feng replied, his tone resolute and unyielding. Humph. 8,000 taels. That I refuse to believe you can continue to raise the stakes to purchase a luminous pearl for 8,000 taels, regardless of its value, seemed an unreasonable expense. Cui Ying was already stretching her limits. It appeared that women held little resistance when it came to jewelry. 9,000 taels. Liang Feng declared, his eyes unwavering. Presenting a figure that was indeed significant to him, he had initially intended to spare no expense for this item. Should Cui Ying persist, he would continue to bid until the pearl was in his possession. Cui Ying glared at Liang Feng with a mixture of fury and confusion, unable to comprehend why he would engage her in this battle over a mere luminous pearl. As a merchant, she would never invest more than necessary for a single jewel, and thus, she conceded, young Master Liang, you are quite the affluent gentleman today. Since you desire it so, take it, for I shall not contest you. Though she feigned graciousness, her mind was already plotting her revenge against Liang Feng, determined to make him regret this encounter. It seems the old adage holds true. Better to provoke a petty person than a woman. Yet, Liang Feng appeared oblivious to Cui Ying's words, his eyes closed, lost in thought, or perhaps lamenting over his own predicament. In the midst of this bidding war, Zhong Hui had discreetly glanced at Guan Yu. Noticing that apart from the glimmer of interest in her eyes, she exhibited no unusual reaction toward the luminous pearl. Did the princess not find this pearl appealing? Zhong Hui inquired. While one may have a fondness for something, it certainly pales in comparison to what exists within the palace. Indeed, though it may lack the brilliance or the size, it is still present. Imagine spending nearly 10,000 taels of silver for a single pearl. If my royal brother were to learn of this, I would surely face dire consequences, Guan Yu replied, shrugging her shoulders. Upon hearing Guan Yu's words, Zhong Hui was both amused and bewildered. It seemed this young woman had long grown weary of the luminous pearls. Truly, people are fated differently, and he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. After Liang Feng acquired the luminous pearl, the final item of the auction was about to be presented. A maid entered, bearing a tray covered with yellow silk. Obscuring the item beneath, in a rather inconspicuous corner of the hall, a man clad in a black robe addressed an elder beside him. Brother, shall we make our move? The elder replied. Wait a moment. Once the esteemed official makes his bid, we shall proceed. Very well. As the silk was removed from the final item, the elder began to recount its origins. This artifact was unearthed from the ruins of the far Q. In our pursuit of this treasure, we suffered the loss of a master of profound energy, which surely underscores its immense value. He then declared, let us commence the bidding at 5,000 taels. Upon first sight of the item, Zhong Hui felt an inkling of familiarity, but as he scrutinized it further, a sense of dread washed over him. This object was none other than a bamboo slip, though he could not ascertain its material. The slender strips, bound together by silk threads, unmistakably constituted a bamboo slip. It was his inaugural encounter with such an item in this world. As they typically inscribed their writings on yellow paper made from mixed bark, with vital information conveyed on cloth, bamboo slips had never been utilized before. Thus, Zhong Hui was certain that this bamboo slip did not originate from this realm. Having just heard the elder mention it being excavated from the Far Qin, it seemed his suspicions were correct. This site of the Far Qin must hold answers to the mysteries plaguing his mind. If given the opportunity, he would certainly venture there in search of the truths he sought. As Zhong Hui contemplated the artifact, its price soared to 7,000 taels, with enthusiasm for bidding showing no signs of waning. but rather an upward trajectory. He was taken aback by the valuation of this seemingly simple item unearthed from the far Chin. It was evident that the site held significant importance, and access would not be easily attained. Just as the fervor of bidding reached its zenith, a frail voice called out a price. 10,000 taels. As the crowd pondered the identity of the bidder, chaos suddenly erupted. Clang, clang, at the moment the elder placed his bid. Several men clad in black, hidden in the hall, sprang into action, unleashing concealed weapons from their sleeves, swiftly incapacitating the guards surrounding the auction. They executed their roles with precision. Some charged towards the auction stage while others brandished their blades at the attendees. In an instant, pandemonium ensued throughout the auction hall. Cries of alarm, the sounds of clashes, and anguished screams filled the air. The attendees had never anticipated such violence occurring in the capital, an unprecedented event. Without their own guards, they found themselves at the mercy of these assailants, scattering in a frantic bid for survival. However, there were indeed a few skilled individuals who began to intervene, albeit only a select few. And this group of cloaked figures displayed considerable prowess. Although these dark-clad men appeared to be pursuing the attendees of the auction house, they refrained from taking any lives, striking only in non-lethal areas. Seemingly intent on inciting chaos rather than causing fatalities, the individuals on the elevated platform observed the unfolding scene in the hall, taken aback by the audacity of someone committing violence in the auction house of Kyoto. Zheng Hui felt fortunate to be positioned on the platform, believing they would likely remain unnoticed. Yet, sometimes, it is precisely the fear of something that brings it to fruition. One of the cloaked figures, noticing the group on the platform exhibiting no signs of distress, brandished a knife and charged towards them. Upon seeing the assailant rush in their direction, Zheng Hui instinctively shielded Guan Yu behind him. Immediately focusing his attention on the advancing figure, Guan Yu and Han Jin, though surprised by the sudden turn of events, maintained their composure. Having trained in martial arts herself, Guan Yu felt not fear, but rather a thrill at the chaos around her. Just as she was about to act against the approaching threat, she was abruptly pulled behind Zheng Hui. Unlike her previous bodyguards, who would encircle her for protection, Zheng Hui's actions were distinctly different. As he shielded her closely, providing a sense of security she had never experienced before, as if her heart found a refuge in that moment, she felt an extraordinary sense of safety, to the extent that she forgot her initial intentions. Zheng Hui fixed his gaze on the cloaked assailant, fists clenched, ready to engage. Unexpectedly, before he could react, the figure was kicked off the platform by another man from the side. Zheng Hui was momentarily stunned, only to realize that it was one of Cui Ying's men. It made sense, as Cui Ying, being a woman, would naturally carry a capable bodyguard for protection. The remaining three assailants, still pursuing the auction house's patrons, turned their attention to the platform upon witnessing one of their own being thrown aside, charging towards them with knives drawn. The bodyguard, a formidable fighter, managed to hold his ground against the three adversaries. Zheng Hui noticed a faint aura surrounding the bodyguard's hands, likely a manifestation of his internal energy. He did not expect to encounter a practitioner of such skill so soon, and thus he focused intently on how the bodyguard harnessed his internal power. Just as the bodyguard battled the three attackers, a sharp sword lunged toward him from the side. Zheng Hui was about to call out a warning when the bodyguard, already aware, channeled his energy into his left hand, swiping the sword aside with a resounding thud. However, to his surprise, a foot followed swiftly after the sword, catching the bodyguard off guard and delivering a kick that sent him stumbling backwards. Despite taking the blow, the bodyguard steadied himself, glaring at the newcomer. The attacker was a middle-aged man with short hair, cloaked in black, yet his physique exuded undeniable strength. For the first time, the bodyguard felt a genuine threat and began to channel all his internal energy. Meanwhile, the short-haired man gestured for the other three to withdraw, then swept aside his black cloak to reveal a blue combat outfit, also preparing to summon his internal energy, signaling that a fierce confrontation was imminent. Chapter 28. Master of Profound Energy. The three black-clad figures, having been dismissed, turned their lethal intentions towards Zheng Hui and his companions. Observing this, Zheng Hui clenched his fists once more, steeling himself to confront the assailants. Meanwhile, on the auction stage, a figure surged forward, intent on seizing the scroll. To his astonishment, the elderly man on the stage proved to be a formidable opponent. Before the assailant could ascertain the elder's movements, he was sent hurtling away, lying motionless on the ground, presumably beyond salvation. The black-robed elder, who had been standing below the stage, recognized the gravity of the situation, and swiftly ascended the auction platform with remarkable agility, an action that would scarcely be attributed to one of his years. The two elders exchanged glances, neither initiating an attack. The auctioneer held the scroll in his hand, while the black-robed elder wielded a sword, both gathering their energies in preparation at that moment. The black-robed elder made his move. Generating a gust of wind that rustled the surrounding curtains, he lunged at the auctioneer with his sword, prompting the elder to plant his feet firmly, channeling his energy and extending 2 fingers forward, releasing an invisible force that a black-clad onlooker, witnessing this maneuver, gasped in astonishment at a master of profound energy. It was evident that the elder on the stage was indeed a genuine practitioner of this art, capable of manifesting profound energy into a tangible fighting force. Zhang Hui, engaged in battle with the black-clad figures on the elevated platform, felt a surge of curiosity at the mention of a master of profound energy. He yearned to free himself to witness the spectacle, yet the 3 adversaries proved formidable. Even with the assistance of Han Jin and Guan Yu, escape remained elusive, leaving him in a state of great agitation. Meanwhile, the black-robed elder, observing the incoming wave of profound energy, deflected it with his sword, dispersing the force while remaining grounded, accumulating his own energy in the process. Throughout this exchange, the auctioneer repeatedly unleashed waves of profound energy at the black-robed elder, all of which were deftly neutralized. Suddenly, the black-robed elder trembled, his eyes turning a striking shade of blue as he charged toward the auctioneer. The two engaged in a relentless duel, their energies clashing with such intensity that the auction stage trembled, threatening to collapse into ruins. Their skills were closely matched, though the black-robed elder's weaponry provided him a distinct advantage, systematically overpowering the auctioneer. Furthermore, with numerous guests present, the elder was compelled to carefully regulate his energy to avoid collateral damage. Exercising caution to spare those nearby as their fierce battle raged on, a flurry of darts suddenly flew toward the auctioneer. He managed to disperse these projectiles with a surge of energy, only to find a man rushing towards him. The elder struck out with a palm infused with profound energy, aiming for the man's chest. Unperturbed, the man held his ground, gathering his energy to absorb the blow. However, the sheer force of the impact drained him, sending him sprawling far away, grievously injured. In that moment of distraction, the black-robed elder seized the opportunity to slice the auctioneer's arm, followed by a powerful kick that sent the elder reeling. The scroll slipped from the auctioneer's grasp, and the black-robed elder swiftly caught it, turning to face the crowd. Retreat. With a commanding voice, the black-robed elder prompted immediate withdrawal, ensuring that the fallen black-clad figure was not left behind. He then assisted the injured man, leaping through the window to escape. The figure clad in black, embroiled in a fierce battle with Zhang Hui and his companions, retrieved a spherical object from his pocket and hurled it to the ground, instantly enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Zhang Hui and the others found themselves at a loss. When the smoke dissipated, the black-clad assailants had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, a short-haired man engaged in combat with the guards of Cui Ying, upon hearing the words of the elder in the black robe, summoned his inner strength with a vigorous tremor of his arms and launched a full-force attack, sending a guard flying. Subsequently, he leapt down from the high platform and made a daring jump through the window. Zhang Hui gazed at these individuals, astonished by their audacity. After all, they had just leapt from the 5th floor, a feat that clearly demonstrated the remarkable abilities of those skilled in profound martial arts. Inside the auction house, once all the black-clad figures had departed, the remaining attendees gradually regained their composure amidst the chaos. The venue lay in disarray, with many suffering various degrees of injury, and the auction's most crucial items had been stolen. The city defense battalion, which should have been safeguarding the capital, had yet to arrive. By the time they finally showed up, the black-clad intruders had long since disappeared. It seemed that this incident would herald a tempest for the capital. The upheaval at the auction house sent shockwaves through the city. After all, the participants in the auction were primarily representatives of prominent families and wealthy merchants, individuals of considerable standing in the capital. Yet, here they were, left in disarray at the heart of the capital's treasures, their dignity thoroughly undermined. Moreover, the involvement of Princess Yu heightened the prince's fury, prompting a sweeping overhaul of the city's management and defenses. Numerous ineffectual departments were scrutinized, and over 20 officials below the 3rd rank were dismissed, with nearly 100 suffering imprisonment. with the city defense battalion bearing the brunt of the fallout. However, at this moment, Zhong Hui remained unperturbed by the chaos that TO him. The events at the auction house were merely a minor interlude. He had emerged unscathed from the turmoil. Consequently, he found no inclination to delve into the happenings that had unfolded throughout the capital. Instead, he hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the residence gifted to him by Han Jin the previous day. His spirits were remarkably high. Upon arriving in this strange realm, he had immediately acquired a home of his own, a sensation akin to an unexpected boon falling from the heavens, and his excitement was palpable. After a brief stroll, he arrived at the front of a residence, guided by the instructions of the auction house attendant from the day prior. This was indeed the dwelling in question. The house was not particularly large, exuding a modest charm reminiscent of a northern-style courtyard. The main gate was securely locked. Producing a key from his pocket, Zhong Hui unlocked the door and stepped inside. Upon entry, he was met by a stone wall that obstructed his path, with an additional entrance alongside it. Directly opposite this entrance, a few rooms were nestled against the surrounding wall, presumably intended for the servants' accommodation. Navigating around the stone wall and into the courtyard, he was struck by the open space within, a stark contrast to the exterior. Corridors flanked either side, leading towards a spacious main hall directly ahead. The corridors extended further, revealing additional rooms. The central courtyard was expansive, featuring a pond nestled towards the left, accompanied by a smattering of small trees planted nearby, while the right side remained vacant, as Zhong Hui intended to utilize that space for his future training. A cross-shaped pathway bisected the courtyard, connecting the corridors and the main hall. Although the courtyard is modest in size, Zhong Hui finds it quite satisfactory. This style aligns perfectly with his preferences that a larger house would only render him uncomfortable. And this space, neither too big nor too small, is just right for him. But he strides directly into the hall, which, aside from 2 chairs and a table, is devoid of any other furnishings, creating an impression of vast emptiness. To the right of the hall lies a side room that was intended to be a bedroom. Chapter 29. Who strikes first? Inside, there is a bed and some simple furniture, while the left side room resembles a study, equipped with a desk, several empty bookshelves, and a few guest chairs. Exiting the hall, he makes his way down the corridor on the right, which is slightly elevated compared to the inner courtyard, with wooden planks underfoot and curtains draping down on either side. Concealing the corridor, each side features 3 rooms, with 3 pathways extending from the corridor towards each door. At the end of the corridor, leading back towards the hall, there is another path that seems to lead to the woodshed, kitchen, and back door. Zhong Hui surveys the rooms adjacent to the corridor, intent on finding one to serve as his bedroom. He begins inspecting the 3 rooms on the right, though they are spacious. They lack natural light and are thus unsuitable. He then makes his way around the inner courtyard to the left. Upon opening the door to the first room on the left, a dagger is suddenly pressed against his neck. This unexpected turn of events startles Zhong Hui, leaving him frozen in place. Gradually, he turns his head to discern who seeks to take his life. Don't move. If you dare to, I will kill you. A harsh, strained female voice threatens from beside him. In that moment, Zhong Hui despises himself for allowing the thrill of viewing the house to cloud his judgment, leaving him defenseless. He raises his hands in surrender, pleading, "Spare me, noble warrior. I am but an ordinary citizen who has committed no wrong. If it is money you desire, I can summon someone to fetch it immediately. Whatever you wish for, I shall procure it at once. Be cautious with that knife. It is dangerous." Zhong Hui hopes to distract the woman, planning to escape and confront her later. As he speaks, he subtly turns his head, taking in the sight of a woman beside him. Her face pale, lips blue, hair disheveled, and her clothing tattered, stained with congealed blood. Her left arm is wrapped in white cloth, indicating an injury. In an instant, he recognizes her as the performer from the incident outside Fengxian Tower, and he exclaims in astonishment, "It's you?" Unexpectedly, the woman interprets Zhong Hui's recognition as an awareness of her status as a fugitive, and she presses the dagger further against his throat. The movement causes a trickle of blood to seep from his neck, prompting Zhong Hui to hurriedly clarify, "Noble warrior, please, I am not one of those from the city defense camp. I was merely a bystander at Fengxian Tower that day. I witnessed the injustice done to you and even spoke out against it. Please, do not harm me. I am an innocent person. Be cautious with that knife." As he observes the dagger drawing ever closer to his throat, his words become increasingly disjointed. Fearing that a mere tremor of her hand could cost him his life, he realizes he must assuage her suspicions. Upon hearing Zhong Hui assert that he is not affiliated with the city defense camp, the woman relaxes her grip slightly, yet the dagger remains pressed firmly against his neck. Any sign of movement from him would result in her unhesitatingly striking. Zhong Hui felt a sense of relief as he realized the woman's dagger was not as tightly gripped. He then addressed her, saying, I recognize you. I witnessed everything from the Feng Skin Tower that day. In truth, that group from the city defense camp had arrived long before, yet they chose to reveal themselves only when you acted. Their conduct filled me with indignation at the time. I genuinely wished to assist you, but events unfolded too swiftly for me to react. To encounter you again is, I believe, heaven's way of offering me a chance at redemption. You must understand, I am not your adversary. You can lower your weapon now, and I can aid you. Despite Zhong Hui's reassurances, the woman remained unwilling to relinquish her weapon, leading to a stalemate between them. He pondered that this approach would not suffice. He needed to earn her trust. Noticing the myriad of wounds adorning her body, he spoke again. I see you are covered in injuries if you do not tend to them immediately. They could prove fatal. How about this? I understand your skepticism, but you can take me with you to the apothecary for medicine. Should I exhibit any treachery during our journey, you may feel free to end my life. Upon finishing his plea, Zhong Hui fixed her with an earnest gaze, and she returned his stare. After a moment of contemplation, perhaps recognizing the logic in his words, she lowered her dagger and coldly replied, I hope you do not deceive me. Otherwise, I shall take you down with me, even in death. With her relinquishing the dagger, Zhong Hui felt a weight lift from his heart and reassured her. Why would I deceive you? By choosing to trust me, you are saving yourself. The woman recalled the relentless pursuit by the city defense camp over the past few days, evading capture at every turn. Now, faced with the prospect of venturing out again, her heart was heavy with trepidation. Yet, glancing at her father, unconscious upon the bed, she steeled herself and resolved to follow Zhong Hui into the world beyond her home. Half an hour later, Zhong Hui and the woman, accompanied by an elderly doctor, stood at the bedside of the unconscious man. Observing the doctor and the remedies he had procured, Zhong Hui felt grateful for having secured funds from the prince's steward before his departure. Otherwise, they would have been in dire straits. The elderly doctor skillfully began to stitch the wounds, then produced a vial of powdered medicine. Applying it to the patient's injuries, he subsequently pinned a prescription for Zhong Hui to fetch additional supplies. Once everything was prepared, he handed 2 vials to the woman, one for internal use and the other for external application, before departing. After bidding farewell to the doctor, Zhong Hui turned his attention to preparing the medicine for the woman's father. Upon entering the room with the concoction, he discovered that the woman had already succumbed to sleep beside her father's bed. Observing her peaceful slumber, Zhong Hui was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Here was a young woman, unjustly caught in a maelstrom of calamity, forced to hide and evade capture without a place to call home. Now, having found him to heal her father's wounds, and with his own safety assured, he felt a burden finally lift from his heart. The anxiety of recent days had deprived this girl of a single restful night. Upon this realization, Zhong Hui placed the medicine upon the table, retrieved a blanket from the cabinet, and approached her with the intention of covering her to prevent her from catching a chill. In Chapter 30, Dismissal, as he draped the blanket over the woman's back. She instinctively awoke, poised to strike him with her palm. However, upon recognizing Zhong Hui, she hurriedly restrained her hand. The moment she discerned that it was Zhong Hui before her, she felt an awkward sense of apology and took the opportunity to introduce herself. My apologies, I did not realize it was you. Oh, by the way, my name is Yi Dai, and this is my father. It was wrong of me to harm you with my sword earlier. At that moment, I was unaware of your identity. Here, the short sword refers to a dagger, generally categorized as a sword. Zhong Hui chuckled softly and replied, No matter, now that you are aware of my identity. You shall reside here from now on. This estate is a recent acquisition of mine, and it remains unknown to others. You need not worry about disturbances while you recuperate. He mused that an additional presence would bring more vibrancy, especially that of 2 skilled individuals. Having saved them, he anticipated that once they healed, they would undoubtedly remain to express their gratitude, thus enriching his household with their prowess and affording him greater assurance as he navigated this world. The upheaval at the auction house had incited the wrath of the crown prince, ushering in a tempestuous period in the capital, resulting in the imprisonment of numerous prominent families entangled in the affair. Beyond the punishment of these noble families, the primary focus lay in the reorganization of the City Defense Battalion, a vital force safeguarding the capital. It was inexcusable that they had permitted such incidents to transpire within its heart. Moreover, the inability to apprehend any culprits post-incident underscored the profound decay of the battalion's integrity. Should this negligence persist without reform, it would undoubtedly lead to greater unrest in the capital in the future. Spearheaded by the four eminent families of the capital, numerous military leaders volunteered their services, prompting the Crown Prince to dismiss the commander of the City Defense Battalion on charges of dereliction of duty. Entrusting the investigation to the Court of Judicial Review in recent days, the Crown Prince had been exceedingly occupied with this matter. Simultaneously, Zhong Hui was equally engaged, since that day when Han Jin gifted him a residence. He had acquired a domain of his own in this world, and since then, he had taken great care in nurturing this estate. Early that morning, Han Jin arrived at the residence accompanied by a significant entourage, most of whom were capable servants and maidens. In addition to this group, he brought an array of furniture and decorative items, diverse and comprehensive, intending to assist Zhong Hui in renovating the estate. Just as Zhong Hui was preoccupied with concerns, he was unexpectedly presented with such a substantial gift from Han Jie. To be honest, it would be disingenuous to claim that he was not moved. Their relationship could only be described as one of gentlemanly acquaintance, and yet he had bestowed upon Zhong Hui such a generous offering, rendering it somewhat awkward for him to accept. Han Jin did not press the matter, allowing Zhong Hui to decline, but before departing, he invited Zhong Hui to visit his residence at his leisure. Thus, Zhong Hui commenced planning the construction of his own abode. Yi Dai was by his side, observing as he directed the work both inside and out. Zhong Hui had initially intended to solicit her assistance in planning the layout of the house, but to his surprise, he found himself directing the proceedings without pause, rendering her input unnecessary. Instead, Yi Dai observed him as he incessantly expressed his opinions in fragmented phrases, at times declaring this was askew, and at other times remarking that was unsatisfactory. Silently, she stood beside him, holding a teapot, waiting for him to tire and feel parched, at which point she would pour him a cup. When Zhong Hui noticed someone extending a cup towards him, regardless of who it was, he would gulp it down in one go, then return the cup and resume directing everyone on where to place the furniture, which areas required repairs, which needed replacements, and which ought to be dismantled. For an entire day, he busied himself with the establishment of this residence. He had raised several fish in the pond of the inner courtyard, cleared away some surplus trees, tidied up the weeds in the yard, and added some martial arts equipment in the adjacent open space for his personal training convenience. The arrangement of the reception hall was far more elaborate, featuring 2 rows of guest chairs and tables upon entry, with 2 grand armchairs positioned centrally. A landscape painting adorned the wall, and behind the rows of chairs stood 2 sets of display shelves, holding various ornaments, neither extravagant nor meager. Originally, there were 2 side rooms flanking the hall. Zhong Hui converted one into a bedroom for afternoon naps or moments of repose, while the other became a study for penning letters and hosting friends. The corridors on either side of the inner courtyard were initially concealed by curtains, presumably to enhance an air of mystery. Zhong Hui promptly removed the curtains, revealing the corridors and adjoining rooms, and once they were taken down, the space felt instantly more expansive. In truth, Zhong Hui's intention in removing the curtains was not solely to enlarge the area, but rather to cultivate a sense of security. Once all was completed, dusk had arrived, and he had successfully transformed the residence into his envisioned form, clean, simple, and rejuvenated. Suddenly, Zhong Hui felt a profound sense of satisfaction within, an authentic feeling of home. The following morning, after finishing the renovations, Zhong Hui resolved to visit the prince's residence, recognizing the necessity of fostering a good relationship with the prince. As the saying goes, it is pleasant to rest in the shade of a large tree, and he intended to inquire about the follow-up regarding the auction house incident and whether he could be of assistance. Upon hearing a knock on the door, Guan called for the visitor to enter, and upon seeing Zhong Hui, he set down his pen and began conversing with him. "Brother Zhong, I hope the chaos at the Gathering Treasure Studio did not alarm you too much?" Zhong Hui straightened his posture and replied, "Your Highness, such trivial matters pose no significant concern. However, I am curious about the princess's current state." As a modern individual, Zhong Hui possessed little concept of hierarchy. Aside from addressing him as Your Highness, he did not let Guan's formalities affect him, believing himself to be akin to a prince. Yet, this was precisely what Guan appreciated about Zhong Hui. Chapter 31. Who would care? It is strictly forbidden for her to leave the palace again. Unexpectedly, she had sneaked in once more, even making an appearance at the auction, which greatly alarmed both the emperor and the grand priest. leading to her confinement in her chamber for reflection. Now, if she wished to venture out again, she likely had no chance whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Zhonghui chuckled softly, thinking to himself that the princess would have no opportunity to bother him now. Well done indeed. Guanyi did not notice the peculiar expression on Zhonghui's face and sighed. Alas, Father Emperor's health has been deteriorating lately. My dear sister is still so thoughtless, causing nothing but worry. Every time I contemplate these matters, I am beset by a headache. Zhong brother, what do you think we should do? Upon hearing this, Zhonghui dared not respond hastily, for your sister is a princess. If you cannot manage her, how can you expect me to do so? I still wish to live a few more years. That he decided to divert the conversation and inquired about the subsequent handling of the Jubiozai incident. The princess is still young. She will surely mature with time. That I wonder if the band of thieves involved in the Jubiozai affair has been apprehended. Guanyi, upon noticing Zhonghui's change of topic, thought to himself, this is precisely what I was waiting for. Speaking of the city defense battalion, troubles only adds to my distress. The task of capturing the rogue thieves has been entrusted to the city defense battalion. Yet their personnel are undisciplined, sluggish in their actions, and woefully inefficient. For 2 whole days, not a single shadow has been spotted. Consequently, we have no leads regarding who plundered Jubiozai, and I have already dismissed the commander of the city defense battalion for investigation. And now I seek a new leader to reform the battalion and remedy this malignant growth in the capital. Indeed, I believe the city defense battalion requires management. That I have witnessed firsthand how this group shelters and condones wrongdoing, lacking any discipline and committing acts of violence in the streets. That I fear that if this situation is not rectified soon, it may lead to unforeseen calamities. The incident at Jubiozai presents a perfect opportunity to address the issues within the city defense battalion. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Zhonghui recalled the battalion's recent actions and felt a deep resonance with his sentiment. Guanyi smiled softly, his expression somewhat helpless. How could I be unaware of the true nature of the city defense battalion? As a vital force safeguarding the capital, it stands alongside the Imperial Guards and the Jingjing Battalion to form the walls of the capital. Initially, the city defense battalion was a disciplined army. However, throughout the continuous development of the capital, it has transformed into a breeding ground for the scions of affluent families. I have long harbored thoughts of reorganizing the city defense battalion, but I have been unable to find a suitable individual to serve as its commander, which has delayed my efforts. Zhonghui was taken aback by this statement. Your Highness must be jesting. How could it be so difficult to find a commander for the city defense battalion? There are numerous talented individuals throughout the court. It should not pose a problem to locate a couple of loyal ones. Guanyi replied with a wry smile. It is not as simple as that. Which official in the court does not have familial ties with others? The city defense battalion serves as a tacit promotion ground for the various clans of the capital. To truly reform, it would undoubtedly offend some individuals. If it weren't for the enormity of the situation, who would dare risk their standing by antagonizing the powerful families of the capital? Even if someone were to act boldly, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to advance thereafter. Regardless of my protection, these individuals, motivated by their own careers, are unlikely to take decisive action for reform, making meaningful change to the city defense battalion a formidable challenge. After speaking, Guanyi shook his head once more. Isn't there still the Feng family in the capital? I have heard that their lineage has long been one of military service, and with the prestige and capability of the Feng family, managing a city defense battalion should pose no issue, correct? Suddenly, Zhonghui recalled the Feng family of the capital as a lineage of military nobility. It should be a simple task for them to manage a small garrison. Moreover, given the family's ancestral teachings to remain loyal solely to the imperial family, it would seem that the Fengs would be the most suitable candidates. When Guanyi heard that Zhonghui was acquainted with the Feng family, he was quite astonished. He had not anticipated that Zhonghui could uncover so much information in such a brief span of days. However, there were certain aspects that eluded his understanding. It was indeed ideal for a scion of the Feng family to lead the garrison. But the current commander of the Imperial Guard was none other than Feng Sheng, the head of the Feng family. The Fengs had once held the position of commander of the Imperial Guard, and it would be inappropriate for them to assume command of the garrison again. Upon hearing this, Zhonghui understood why Guanyi was troubled. If he were in Guanyi's shoes, he would feel the same. This hot potato was a burden that no one dared to take on, placing them in a difficult predicament at that moment. However, Guanyi gazed at Zhonghui with bright, eager eyes. Zhonghui, feeling uneasy under Guanyi's intense scrutiny, thought to himself, This cannot mean he has taken a liking to me. As Guani continued to stare, he suddenly broke into a smile, which left Zhong Hui feeling quite apprehensive. I have suddenly thought of an excellent candidate. Although I am unsure if this person will agree, Guani remarked with a smile directed at Zhong Hui. I see now. It is me. Zhong Hui pondered inwardly. At the same time, he had another matter he wished to address. Guani quickly stepped forward to assist Zhong Hui to his feet, brushing the dust off Zhong Hui's trousers. Brother Zhong. Oh no, from now on, I shall refer to you as Commander Zhong. Commander Zhong. I entrust you with the affairs of the garrison. In all of the capital, there is no one else I trust more than you. I believe that with your capabilities, you will undoubtedly manage the garrison well. Rest assured, I will protect you, come what may. Zhong Hui clasped his hands together and replied, Your Highness, please do not worry. Since I have already promised you, I shall not undertake any task without confidence. I will ensure that the garrison upholds strict military discipline. Good. Your words bring me great reassurance. Tomorrow, I shall have Commander Cheng accompany you, both to ensure your safety and to serve as a deterrent to any nefarious elements. How does that sound? Guan Yi, witnessing Zhong Hui's determination, felt immense joy, yet he remained concerned that Zhong Hui might struggle alone, hence his intent to have Commander Cheng assist him. Chapter 32, Silent Resolve. Your Highness. There is absolutely no need for that. If you trust me, simply allow me to handle it, and I will take full responsibility for the outcome, Zhong Hui replied, fully aware that Guan Yi's concerns stemmed from a desire for his safety. However, this time he would not be going alone, so there was no need for undue worry. Rather, having Commander Cheng accompany him might complicate matters, prompting him to assertively reassure Guan Yi, recognizing his own misjudgment, felt remorse and apologized to Zhong Hui. Zhong Hui hastily waved his hand, thinking it best to decline the Crown Prince's apology. On his way home, Zhong Hui continued to contemplate the situation, having resolved to accept the position of garrison commander. He needed to carefully consider how to handle this group of individuals. He had already devised a sound strategy in his mind and looked forward to revealing his prowess when he assumed command of the garrison the following day. Ready to set things right with this motley crew, upon returning to the residence, as soon as I stepped into the inner courtyard, I was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of a meal. My stomach, already somewhat famished, led my feet uncontrollably towards the backyard. I noticed that Yi Dai had already set the table with the food, and disregarding any semblance of decorum, I plopped down onto a stool and eagerly lifted my bowl to begin devouring the fare. Yi Dai, witnessing my unrefined demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Having known me for only a few days, she had come to perceive me as a decent individual who approached tasks with seriousness. Yet beyond that, she had little understanding of my character. Today, observing my current state, she gained an additional insight into who I was. Seeing Yi Dai standing beside me, I promptly beckoned her to join me for the meal. I held little regard for the conventions of this world. Otherwise, I would not have set up a large table in the backyard specifically for dining. To me, the essence of a meal lies in comfort and enjoyment. Upon hearing my invitation, Yi Dai did not hesitate to take a seat and began to eat without pretense. Unlike those affluent young ladies, she had lost her mother at a tender age and had trained in martial arts alongside her father, making her unfamiliar with societal norms. Her straightforwardness stemmed merely from her extensive travels and experiences, learning by observation. Since I had extended the invitation, she felt no need for restraint as I sat down to eat alongside Yi Dai. Observing her as she savored her meal brought me a sense of ease. I feared she might bring up topics related to feminine etiquette, which would undoubtedly lead to further complications. Seizing the moment of my contentment, I decided to share with her my new appointment as the commander of the city defense camp. Upon hearing this, Yi Dai, who had been engrossed in her meal, paused, lifting her gaze to fixate on me in silence. My heart raced as I noticed her unwavering stare, prompting me to hastily clarify, fearing she might misinterpret my words. My appointment as the commander of the city defense camp comes at the behest of the Crown Prince, tasked with restoring order to the camp. You have seen the current state of disarray. If we do not act swiftly, it may soon be too late. Therefore, do not assume that I am aligned with that group of individuals. Yi Dai continued to gaze at me intently, and after a prolonged moment, she finally spoke. How do you plan to rectify this situation? I replied, first and foremost, it is essential to establish authority, and the most effective method of doing so is through decisive action. This group has grown complacent and unresponsive. Only through demonstrating the consequences of their negligence will they comprehend the necessity of obedience and be prepared for the forthcoming training. With this, Yi Dai seemed to regain her composure and, addressing me with deliberate clarity, stated, "Take me with you tomorrow." That I understood her intentions perfectly, and fortuitously, I had already intended to bring her along. This arrangement would not only earn me a favor, but also provide me with a loyal protector. An advantageous situation indeed. However, I was concerned about her appearance in the military camp, so I advised her, "You may accompany me, but you must disguise yourself to avoid being recognized as a woman." Upon hearing that she could join me, Yi Dai was overcome with excitement, nodding vigorously in agreement. Upon the thought of finally being able to exact vengeance upon that detestable captain, the one who had so grievously injured her father, her hands trembled with excitement, longing to swiftly sever his vile head. However, Zhonghui remained far less exuberant. After all, this was a matter of great significance, and he needed to meticulously plan the steps for the following day. Observing Yi Dai's demeanor, he gently cautioned her, "We shall proceed to the city defense camp tomorrow. Remember to maintain your composure and do not allow any weaknesses to be perceived. Tomorrow, you shall serve as my bodyguard, accompanying me into the camp. For now, let us partake in our meal." With that, she picked up her bowl and began to eat, though her mood had already shifted entirely to the break of dawn the next day. The two awoke, hastily consuming a breakfast before gathering several bodyguards from the prince's residence and setting off towards the city defense camp. Located to the east of the capital, it was a 2-hour journey from Zhonghui's residence. By the time he arrived, weary from the journey, he found only 2 soldiers stationed on the guard tower and a welcoming officer standing at the camp gate. Upon seeing Zhonghui approach on horseback, the officer extended his hand. "Captain, you have arrived. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Since Zhonghui held no official title, he could only temporarily assume the role of acting commander, gradually transitioning to a formal position thereafter. "Be careful, my lord. Do not fall. The road is rather uneven." The officer introduced himself as Wang Xuan, adding, "You may call me Xuanzi. Ever since yesterday, I was informed that a new commander would be appointed today, and I could hardly sleep a wink. I have been waiting since dawn for your arrival. At last, my hopes have borne fruit upon seeing you, my lord." "Enough, enough. No need for further words. Let us proceed inside," Zhonghui interjected, unable to tolerate any more of the flattery, and he led everyone into the military camp. "I am the Central Army's adjutant," Wang Xuan declared with a beaming face. "Please summon all those holding positions of captain or higher to the main tent. If they fail to arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they shall face military law." Zhonghui stated this ominous command in a calm tone, causing Wang Xuan to rush off to notify everyone, fearful that any delay might result in dire consequences for himself. Chapter 33. Military Law Enforcement. Zhonghui watched as Wang Xuan swiftly vanished from sight, then proceeded with Yi Dai and the bodyguards towards the main tent. Before long, the generals began to enter one after another. Upon entering, they beheld a youthful figure seated in the position of honor, eyes closed in contemplation. Beside him stood a valiant bodyguard, flanked by stern-faced guards wielding swords, exuding an aura of martial ferocity. Seeing that Zhonghui remained silent, the assembled officers stood in place, awaiting his words. After a brief interval, the main tent was sparsely populated with individuals who whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the young commander seated before them. Many perceived him as too youthful, lacking the requisite experience, attributing his presence to some prominent family in the capital. Some officers even regarded him as little more than a mere child. Their eyes brimming with disdain. As Zhonghui opened his eyes and surveyed the gathering. Just then, several individuals hurriedly entered from outside. Upon entering the tent, the group of individuals laid eyes upon a young man seated at the head, and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. One among them, moving with deliberate slowness, approached and casually cupped his hands in a perfunctory greeting, stating, "I am Li Gang, a humble officer. I apologize for my tardiness due to prior obligations, and I hope the commanding officer will not take offense." Without waiting for a response from Zhonghui, he retreated to stand beside the others. Observing Zhonghui's youth, he thought to himself that such a greenhorn could possess little wisdom. He regarded the title of commanding officer as a mere courtesy, initially assuming the individual to be of greater significance. Had he known, he wouldn't have rushed so hastily. Little did he realize that fate had conspired against him. When one finds no path to heaven, they often unwittingly walk through the gates of hell. Now that he had delivered himself to this situation, how could Zhonghui refuse such an unexpected gift? With this in mind, Zhonghui inquired of the adjutant Wang Xuan. "Did the adjutant not convey my earlier words clearly?" Wang Xuan, standing nearby and eager to observe how the newly appointed commanding officer would handle the situation. Was taken aback by the sudden question. He quickly replied, "The subordinate communicated your orders to the various generals precisely as you stated, without any omission." "Very well. How did you convey that message? Please repeat it," Zhang Hui demanded. The murmurs among the crowd ceased as they recognized the commanding officer's intent to establish authority. After all, none wished to become a target of ire. Wang Xuan, upon hearing Zhang Hui's command, straightened his armor and announced loudly, "The commanding officer requests that all generals of the rank of 1,000-man leader and above report to the main hall within the duration of a single incense stick. Failure to comply will result in military punishment." Zhang Hui nodded in satisfaction, rising to his feet and sternly ordering, "Seize those who have arrived late." "Yes," responded the guards from the prince's residence, who swiftly apprehended Li Gang and his companions, forcing them to kneel on the ground. It was at this moment that Li Gang began to realize the gravity of his situation, shouting defiantly, "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? How dare you arrest me? I see you are unfit to remain here. You are merely a subordinate officer. What qualifications do you have to detain me?" Struggling against his restraints with all his might, he found that the guards were resolute and unyielding, pinning him firmly to the ground. The unexpected turn of events left the onlookers in stunned silence, still grappling with the unfolding drama. Just then, Zhang Hui spoke again. "Deputy Yi, execute the military law." With that command, Zhang Hui turned away. Yi Dai, trembling with emotion, responded with a firm yes, and swiftly approached Li Gang, fixing him with a steady gaze. As their eyes met, Li Gang felt an unsettling familiarity. Suddenly, he recalled that she was the woman who had escaped on a previous occasion. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Dai raised her hand, unsheathed her blade, and swiftly severed Li Gang's neck. Li Gang's eyes widened in shock. He had not even a moment to utter a word before the blade flashed, and he felt the icy grip of death as blood poured forth from his wound, leaving him to collapse lifelessly onto the ground, blood pooling around him. The other captains, similarly restrained, witnessed Li Gang's demise and were instantly gripped by terror, pleading for mercy. Zhang Hui, without further ado, simply waved his hand, and the guards executed their orders with precision, plunging the tent into an eerie silence. The generals still standing in the grand tent were utterly astonished by the unfolding events before them. They had anticipated that the newly appointed commander would assert authority through intimidation, perhaps delivering a few lashes as a display of power, but they never imagined that he would resort to such lethal measures. Moreover, the individual slain was no ordinary person. Li Gang held significant connections, and it was shocking that this commanding figure could so casually decree his death. They observed the commander, who stood with his back to the assembly, exuding an air of calm determination, and glanced at the vice commander standing before Li Gang's lifeless body, radiating an aura of menace. The assembly fell into a profound silence, each person too afraid to breathe, fearful that they might be next in line. After a moment, Zhang Hui turned to face them and instructed the aide to begin taking a head count. Wang Xuan, the aide, was also taken aback by the recent events. He had not anticipated such ruthless decisiveness. The execution had claimed the lives of 5 centurions, 2 deputy commanders, and the formidable Li Gang himself. Such actions were not to be undertaken lightly. Fortunately, he had initially shown the utmost respect, or he might have been the first victim of this brutal decree. Relieved, he took a deep breath as he began to count the officers present upon Zhang Hui's request, reporting to the commander, excluding the 3rd Battalion, which is currently patrolling the capital, and the officers, Deputy Commander Li and the Centurion. Under military punishment, all other commanders are present, 2 battalion leaders, 5 regular and deputy commanders, 8 deputy officers, and 18 centurions. All are accounted for. Please advise, Commander. The collective gasp echoed among the assembly, uncertain of the true capabilities of this new commander. Chapter 34, Accountability and Retribution. They felt the tension, although he might be feigning strength. The very fact that he dared to speak thus rendered them hesitant to interject, for the crown prince was not someone they could afford to mock lightly. After a brief pause, Zhang Hui continued, "Let today's incident be forgotten. However, should tomorrow find the barracks still shrouded in disorder and laxity, I will hold you accountable. If you are incapable, there are certainly more capable individuals who can take your place. Where are the generals of the 1st and 2nd battalions?" 2 men stepped forward from the crowd. One was broad-shouldered with prominent features, speaking in a thick regional accent. "I am Zhang Dabi of the 1st Battalion. At your service, Commander." The other, appearing exceedingly respectful, clasped his hands toward Zhong Hui. "I am Su Hua, commander of the 2nd Battalion. At your service, Commander." Zhong Hui regarded them sternly. "I shall return tomorrow that if the camp remains in disarray. Neither of you will retain your positions. Do you understand?" "Understood," they replied in unison. "Commander, it is my failure in military discipline. Please allow me to accept the punishment." Su Hua stepped forward to take responsibility upon hearing Zhong Hui's demand for accountability. The display of authority had already achieved its purpose. There was no need for further punishment, especially given Su Hua's sincere demeanor. A few reprimands and a demotion of half a rank would suffice, and he would not pursue the matter further. Once these formalities were completed, Zhong Hui gestured for the commanders to enter, instructing them to remove the bodies from the ground. After all the commanders had exited the grand tent, Zhong Hui dismissed Yi Dai and the guards. Gazing at the pool of blood on the ground, he could no longer suppress the wave of nausea that surged within him, and with a retch, he began to heave. While he is certainly skilled in martial arts, he has never taken a life. This is the first time he has witnessed such a gruesome scene, the last time at the Half Moon Mountain Range. When those guards were slain by the Great Serpent, he was too far away to observe it closely. This time, a life has been extinguished before his very eyes, and it is due to his own command that this has occurred. He can even smell the metallic tang of blood lingering on the ground, stifling the turmoil within his stomach. Zhong Hui experiences for the first time the realization that everything is not as idyllic as he once believed. At the very least, the sensation of death is quite unsettling. After a moment's pause, he begins to steady his turbulent emotions, gazing at the pool of blood on the ground, understanding that he can no longer afford to present himself in such a pitiable manner. He must learn to be resolute, no longer able to turn away from the sight of death as he did moments ago. Such occurrences will undoubtedly arise in the future, and only by becoming stronger can he avoid becoming one of those lifeless figures on the ground. He contemplates this inwardly, clenching his fists tightly. From that moment on, the former self of Zhong Hui has perished. He must adopt a new way of living. 500 miles east of the capital city lies Firehead Mountain, a stronghold for a band of robbers. This group tends to remain relatively low profile, refraining from descending the mountain to commit thefts or ambush travelers. Consequently, the local authorities have largely ignored them, believing that as long as the band does not engage in particularly outrageous behavior, it is not worth the trouble to eradicate them. Firehead Mountain is governed by 3 leaders. The chief, Zhong Danghan, is a gentleman of refined demeanor, exhibiting a calm demeanor and a measured approach to his endeavors. While he may appear weak, he possesses impressive martial skills and commands respect without raising his voice, maintaining strict order among the bandits. When he issues a command, not a single person dares to defy him. The current state of Firehead Mountain is largely attributed to his astute judgment and strategic maneuvering. A person of his caliber is somewhat underappreciated in the role of a bandit. The second in command, Wu Mang, is a burly man with a penchant for drink. His strength is akin to that of an ox, and within the confines of Firehead Mountain, few can match him in combat. However, he harbors a notable fear of Zhong Danghan. 2 years prior, he was merely a lowly bandit, leading a ragtag group of a dozen men, engaging in petty thievery and seeking refuge in the mountains when the authorities arrived. Life then was neither particularly good nor bad, but it certainly lacked the comfort he enjoys today. At that time, Zhong Danghan had approached him alone and single-handedly subdued his entire crew. Since then, under Zhong's leadership, Firehead Mountain has transformed into the formidable stronghold it is today. And Wu Mang holds deep respect for the chief. The third leader, known as the Mountain Rat, is a figure whose real name has faded from memory. He is simply referred to as Mountain Rat. He joined the ranks during the expansion of Firehead Mountain and is often perceived as having climbed the ranks through flattery and sycophancy. However, due to his effective service, he was appointed as the third in command by Zhong Danghan. Yet, many harbor resentment towards him, believing that he ascended through obsequiousness and thus deserves their disdain. In the treasure hall of Firehead Mountain, Zhong Danghan is engaged in conversation with a group of individuals adorned in black headscarves. Led by an elderly man, a sheathed sword resting quietly upon his lap. This group is none other than the very same individuals who once wreaked havoc in the treasure hall at this moment. The venerable elder occupied the seat previously held by Zhong Dang, who stood at the lower end, reverently listening to the elder's words. This was indeed a testament to the master's adept teaching. Otherwise, how could the disciple have made such progress? As Zhong Dang spoke, he knelt and bowed his head to the elder. The elder raised his hand to assist Zhong Dang, producing a resounding sword, and addressed him. This time, In addition to acquiring the ancient bamboo slips from the preaching era, I have also obtained an ancient sword. While it is indeed convenient to wield, it bears no malevolence, and I have no desire to use it. You may keep it and bestow it upon another. Understood, Zhong Dang replied as he accepted the ancient sword. Although this mission was indeed a resounding success, with rewards come responsibilities. Huang Lin, speak up. Where did you err this time? The elder, seated in his elevated position, closed his eyes that a scarred middle-aged man stepped forward, clutching his chest. Respected elder, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have intervened to save someone under Fengxian Tower. However, I could not stand idly by as those ruffians behaved so tyrannically. The father and daughter had committed no offense, yet they were wrongfully accused. That wealthy scion's brazen abduction of a common woman was outrageous, and it was intolerable that someone would shield him. In a moment of righteous indignation, I acted. The elder opened his eyes, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Huang Lin, and spoke in a grave tone. This world is rife with injustices, and every day, countless innocents perish. You cannot rescue everyone. Your actions at that moment, had they exposed us, would have rendered all our efforts futile. You prioritized your own compassion over our mission, nearly endangering us all. Thus, punishment is warranted. Chapter 35. A single blade to the meeting. Huang Lin knelt on one knee and declared, I understand and willingly accept the punishment. Beside him, Zhong Dang gazed at the elder, hesitating to speak. The elder, perceiving his reluctance, said directly, Speak your mind. There is no need for hesitation. Having attained the answer he desired, Zhong Dang felt a surge of elation and responded affirmatively before taking the sword and stepping out. Preparing to relay his intentions for his departure. An hour later, in Zhong Dang's study, sat several influential figures from Huotushan. The second in command, Wu Meng, the third in command, Shan Shu, and 6 ruffians, each commanding 700 to 800 subordinates. Although their roles varied, they wielded substantial power, placing them just below the 3 leaders in the hierarchy of Huotushan. Zhong Dang addressed them. I have been with Huotushan for 2 years now. During this time, we have transformed this small hill into what it is today. This achievement is not the result of any single individual's efforts. It is the culmination of our collective endeavor. It is due to your hard work that we have fortified this place with an impenetrable defense. Zhong Dang delivered some perfunctory closing remarks. While such words might resonate with ordinary commanders, to these bandits, they merely conveyed one undeniable truth. Their esteemed leader was departing. The thought sent waves of excitement through the group. They had been tightly restrained by Zhong Dang, deprived of any opportunity to indulge in their usual plunder. Each day, they trained rigorously, wielding fine weapons, yet were left to strike at the air under the guise of military drills. While they were lost in their thoughts, Zhong Dang spoke up again. Tomorrow, I shall depart to attend to matters afar. During my absence, I will appoint someone to oversee Huotou Mountain. Whosoever I choose, his words shall be my words. Do you comprehend? The crowd replied in unison. We understand. Very well. Mengzi, come forth. Zhong Dang beckoned to Wu Meng. Upon hearing the leader call for him, Wu Meng eagerly approached, his face betraying his joy. I bestow upon you this sword, hoping that in the days to come, you shall assist Lao San in watching over this mountain and refrain from causing any trouble, Zhong Dang declared as he handed the sword to Wu Meng. Wu Meng received the sword with both hands, feeling a sense of pride, only to suddenly realize something amiss. What was it that the leader had instructed him to do? Assist that rat and avoid causing trouble. His heart sank, as if struck by lightning. Leaving him frozen in place with the sword in hand. In that moment of confusion, Zhong Dang summoned Shan Shu over. After I depart, you shall temporarily take my position and guard this mountain well. Should anything go awry, I shall hold you accountable. Shan Shu, bewildered, nodded mechanically, still trying to grasp the situation. Zhong Dang turned to the crowd and declared, From this day forth, you are all to heed Shan Shu's words. What he says shall be as if I said it myself. Anyone who dares disobey shall face military LAW. You understand? The crowd finally grasped that it was not Wu Dang who would succeed the leader, but Shan Dang, and replied, We understand. After their response, Wu Meng remained in a daze. Zhong Dang, observing him, asked solemnly, What is it? Do you contest my decision? Startled by Zhong Dang's voice, Wu Meng quickly responded, No, I yield that I shall heed the leader's words. And in any situation, I will certainly listen to Lao San. Seeing his demeanor, Zhong Dang nodded and instructed the others to leave, allowing Shan Shu to stay. He then turned to Shan Shu and inquired, Lao San, Do you understand why I have chosen you to replace me? Shanshu nodded, then shook his head, saying, I know the leader trusts me and recognizes my loyalty that I assure you, I will handle matters diligently. Zhong Dang smiled warmly and replied, You are correct, but only partially. The primary reason I have entrusted you with the management of the entire mountain is that you possess a better sense of discretion and understanding than Mangzi. Were Mangzi to oversee this mountain, within half a month, all my efforts would be in vain. Therefore, I hope you do not betray the trust one have placed in you. Upon hearing these words, Shanshu immediately knelt before Zhong Dang and vowed, I shall not fail your expectations, and I will manage the mountain with utmost order. Please rest assured. Zhong Dang nodded in delight and said, There is no need for you to change much. Simply continue as I have been doing. Exercise some restraint over these individuals, avoid attracting the attention of the authorities, and stabilize the mountain. If you can accomplish these tasks, that will suffice. Now, you may leave and seek out Lu Han. He will inform you of certain matters. After listening, Shanshu respectfully bowed and withdrew. As Zhong Dang watched the mountain rat exit the room, he harbored little confidence within. He was acutely aware that these individuals looked down upon the mountain rat. However, should he entrust power to Mangzi, given his temperament, it would not be long before the government troops besieged the mountain gate. Once the soldiers breached the threshold, relying on them to defend this mountain would be a formidable challenge. All he could do was hope they sought their own fortunes. Beyond that, his hands were tied. The following day, Zhong Dang departed with a group of cloaked figures, leaving behind the uncertain fate of Huo Tushan, never to return. Early the next morning, Zhong Hui, accompanied by a retinue of guards from the prince's residence, made his way to the military camp. Yi Dai, needing to attend to her father, did not accompany him. Upon their arrival at the city defense camp, 2 rows of soldiers stood orderly at the entrance. This assembly was divided into 2 lines, with 2 generals positioned at the forefront, eagerly awaiting Zhong Hui's arrival. As soon as Zhong Hui dismounted, the crowd united in a resounding call. We welcome Commander Zhong. Zhong Hui nodded in acknowledgement and addressed Generals Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua, instructing, immediately gather everyone and proceed to the drill ground. I wish to review the troops to your command, the generals replied. Swiftly leading their men back to their respective camps, Zhong Hui, observing their retreat, accompanied by his guards, made his way toward the drill ground. Along the path, he noted a significant improvement in the camp's condition compared to the previous day. The atmosphere of chaos had dissipated, and the ground was meticulously cleaned by the soldiers. It appeared that his efforts to establish authority the day prior had borne fruit. Nevertheless, old habits die hard, and certain persistent issues remained unaddressed, such as procrastination, sluggishness, and a lack of spirit, traits not easily remedied. Zhong Hui stood at the drill ground for approximately 15 minutes before the soldiers managed to assemble in a semblance of order. However, the formation was ragged, and in the corners, whispers and murmurs persisted, reflecting a complete lack of organization and discipline. Witnessing this, Zhong Hui recognized that training the current city defense battalion would pose a monumental challenge. If not rectified, he would likely face grave consequences. After all, the numerous individuals he had casually executed the previous day, who among them lacked influence in the capital, having acted so recklessly, he understood that without demonstrating his worth, survival would be a daunting task. Resolute in his decision to achieve something significant, Zhong Hui wasted no time and bellowed at the assembly. You are the guardians of the imperial capital, a force that ought to embody the pride of the empire. As your commander, I should feel a sense of honor. Yet today, at this very moment, I, Zhong Hui, commander of the capital's defense battalion, feel nothing but shame. He paused momentarily before continuing his tirade. A mere few thousand of you took a full quarter of an hour to line up. Do you grasp the implication of this? It signifies that if it were a battle, before it even commenced, you would already be defeated. It is utterly disgraceful. With your current state, how can you claim to be the most formidable wall of the capital? I dare say, you resemble the most stubborn pest instead. From this day forth, commencing at this very moment, I shall subject you to rigorous training. Those who wish to withdraw may leave the ranks immediately. I shall not hold it against you. However, should anyone harbor thoughts of desertion during the training, they shall face military justice. Oh, you hear me? The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by the intentions of the newly appointed young commander. Whispers of impending training left them in a haze of confusion. The latter remarks by Zhong Hui incited resentment among the ranks. Yet as he continued, heads lowered in embarrassment, for their reputations were indeed tarnished. Observing the lack of response from the assembled troops, Zhong Hui bellowed, "Are you all deaf? Do you not comprehend my words?" The senior officers at the front, witnessing Zhong Hui's demeanor, quickly responded in unison. "We understand." With a stoic expression, Zhong Hui regarded the crowd. He was acutely aware that without experiencing hardship, they would not grasp the gravity of what lay ahead. Thus, he commanded, "Where is the Central Army's officer?" The officer, Wang Xuan, shed his previous disheveled appearance, standing tall and addressing Zhong Hui with a composed demeanor. "Central Army officer, Wang Xuan at your service." Without acknowledging him, Zhong Hui issued his orders. "I command you to supervise the troops. Should you find any who are lazy during training, execute them. Should any defy military orders, execute them. Should anyone incite discord, execute them. Should anyone deliberately cause trouble, execute them. Should anyone feign compliance, execute them. Should anyone abandon their post, execute them." The chilling repetition of the word execute silenced the assembly, the temperature of the training ground seemingly dropping. The newly appointed commander exuded an ominous aura, and the soldiers felt a foreboding sense that the days ahead would be arduous. Yet, Officer Wang Xuan, undeterred, promptly accepted the orders and departed to prepare. Zhong Hui then commanded, "Officers, heed my orders." Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua, not daring to slacken, stepped forward to respond. "We are here, 1st Battalion, henceforth named the Fiery Flames Battalion. 2nd Battalion, renamed the Swift Winds Battalion. 3rd Battalion, now the Thunderbolt Battalion." The unexpected renaming of the battalions startled the crowd, yet the new designations garnered respect from the officers. Without pause, Zhong Hui proceeded to articulate the subsequent commands: Fiery Flames and Swift Winds. "You shall heed my orders." The remaining officers responded in unison, "We are at your service." After a brief interval, only 6 squads remained orderly on the training ground, while the others had dispersed to circle the city defense camp. The camp itself sprawled over a considerable area, and as the soldiers jogged around it, they spent a full half-hour completing a single lap, let alone 3. Zhong Hui instructed Officer Wang Xuan to oversee the penalties for those who defied his earlier commands. There was no need for reports. Immediate justice would be served on the spot. He then surveyed the 6 squads still standing, nodding in approval. "You have performed admirably, faithfully executing my commands. What I value most are soldiers like you. I intend to recruit a personal guard, and I shall select them from among you." Upon hearing Zhong Hui's words, the soldiers erupted into a clamor of astonishment. They had not anticipated the opportunity to become the personal guards of Zhong Hui. Traditionally, a general's personal guards are selected from among the noble youths, so it was indeed surprising that this newly appointed leader chose his guards from their ranks. Nevertheless, Zhong Hui paid no heed to their astonishment and continued. "Next, I require the selection of the most valiant soldiers. You will form teams, and each team must select 200 warriors. In total, 6 teams, 1,200 men, but only 300 of you will become my personal guards. I expect you to demonstrate your utmost strength. Now, commence." Upon finishing his address, the 6 teams, under the guidance of their commanders, sought out 6 distinct locations for the trials, due to Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua's lax discipline. They too faced punishment alongside the others, leaving Zhong Hui as the highest-ranking officer present, apart from the commanders of each team. Zhong Hui's intention was solely to select personal guards. He had no plans to choose team leaders for this task. As that position was reserved for Yi Dai, he observed the situation of the 6 teams from his vantage point, where each team comprised groups of 40 engaging in combat, ultimately determining the 200 warriors from each team through this method. Chapter 37. The power of provocation. By the time the 1,200 individuals were assembled, midday had passed. Zhong Hui instructed everyone to eat and rest, preparing for the afternoon's trials. "Well done, you, the herald. You have performed admirably. Do not fear repercussions. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the burden as long as you exert yourself. I will remember your contributions. Now, you may go and rest." Wang Xuan, his face radiant with joy, withdrew, realizing this was indeed a fortuitous step. He had sensed that this new leader was extraordinary, and it appeared that the city defense camp was on the verge of transformation. He needed to seize this opportunity. Zhong Hui addressed the assembled troops, saying, "This is merely the first step. From now on, every day will be like this, and it will only grow more rigorous. If you cannot endure it, you may leave now. The city defense camp does not harbor the inept. If you choose to remain, you will endure whatever hardships lie ahead. Whether you curse me or condemn me, I welcome those who wish to stay. but I will not retain anyone who wishes to leave. Go and be your own useless self. Who among you wishes to be useless? Feel free to depart. Zhong Hui's provocative rhetoric ignited a fervor among the soldiers. Their faces flushed and eyes ablaze. Soldiers are inherently spirited, and even within the decaying city defense camp, none wished to be branded as useless by their peers. Consequently, not a single person took a step back. Zhong Hui regarded them with satisfaction. At the very least, their spirit remained intact, and there was hope. As noon approached. Earlier he had instructed the mess hall to prepare a feast for the soldiers. Without further ado, he announced the assembly was dismissed. After lunch, it wasn't long before the selection of 300 personal guards from the 1,200 commenced, while the remaining soldiers continued with their duties or training. Zhong Hui kept a close watch on the assembled men, and soon enough, the 300 personal guards were chosen, each one a robust figure, bearing scars and covered in mud, yet every individual was full of vigor and enthusiasm. They have the potential to become the personal guards of the commander, a remarkable opportunity that could bring honor to their families. They are not of noble lineage, lacking a distinguished heritage. Their families are either farmers or laborers, and they have never envisioned themselves as personal guards to a military commander in the capital. Each individual is unable to contain their inner excitement. Zhong Hui gazes upon these dusty and disheveled soldiers with great satisfaction. His chosen guards are no less than those of other generals. Though they may appear rustic, Zhong Hui finds them endearing. In the days to come, you shall be my personal guards. However, being my guards does not guarantee your position indefinitely. Should any of you show even a hint of negligence, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Moreover, since you are my personal guards, I expect you to be more exceptional and formidable than the rest. You must always remember your duties. Rest assured, as you follow me, I shall not treat you poorly. That is all for today. You may go and manage your affairs. Tomorrow, we shall commence our formal training. Upon hearing Zhong Hui's words, everyone felt an overwhelming surge of adrenaline, responding in unison with a resounding yes, their voices echoing through the heavens, lingering for some time, drawing the attention of others training in the field. Go Dan and Er Sheng, both former soldiers under the command of Captain Zhang Dapio of the 3rd Battalion, shared a camaraderie rooted in their shared hometown and unit. They stood out during the roll call yesterday and became part of Zhong Hui's personal guards. Early this morning, they, along with the other guards, were awakened by Zhong Hui, armed themselves, and ran a lap around the entire city defense camp, which Zhong Hui charmingly referred to as a training exercise. However, they were uncertain of its significance. They merely followed the commander. Although running was exhausting, the sight of Commander Zhong leading the way inspired them to push on, fearful of losing this hard-earned opportunity. Go Dan and Er Sheng were deeply impressed by this new commander. They had never encountered a leader like him. He ran alongside the soldiers in the morning, dined with them after their run, and often engaged in casual conversation, devoid of the airs that previous leaders had. This approach made Go Dan and Er Sheng feel a sense of closeness and fondness toward the new commander. After their meal, they followed Zhong Hui as he wandered around the military camp. Curiously, he did not head straight to the training ground. Instead, under the guidance of the Sergeant Wang Xuan, he toured various sections of the camp. Go Dan could not comprehend the commander's intentions. He simply knew that he should follow Zhong Hui's lead to ensure his own sustenance. However, Er Sheng was quite curious about Zhong Hui's every action, incessantly speculating about the commander's motives. Go Dan's aspirations were modest. Once Zhong Hui completed his inspection of the barracks and entered the training ground, Go Dan felt a wave of reassurance. Only through rigorous training could he prove his capability to be one of Zhong Hui's personal guards, which would solidify his confidence. The training ground transformed from its previous state of desolation and lethargy. The air was filled with the sounds of battle cries as the soldiers wielded their long spears, mechanically practicing their thrusting techniques, each movement accompanied by a fierce roar that echoed with vigor. On the training grounds, the soldiers were practicing their thrusts, an exercise monotonous and uninspiring. Observing this, Zhong Hui took note, believing such training methods to be utterly ineffective. In his view, an army trained in this manner may possess combat capability, yet it does not equate to strength. To cultivate a formidable military force, one must engage in rigorous and authentic training. He contemplated calling Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua to suggest a new training regimen. He was pleasantly surprised when they approached him, accompanied by another individual. This newcomer had a robust physique and a distinguished appearance, exuding the demeanor of a scholarly commander. I am Zhao Ming, the current commander of the Xuanlei Battalion. I pay my respects to the leader, he announced, bowing first to Zhonghui. Zhonghui acknowledged the three with a nod and addressed Zhao Ming, saying, "General Zhao, thank you for your diligent patrols." Zhao Ming, upon hearing Zhonghui's words, promptly clasped his hands in salute, replying, "It is my duty. I dare not claim any hardship." "Excellent. I was about to summon you to discuss certain matters, since you are all here. Let us proceed to the main tent," Zhonghui declared, leading the trio towards the primary command tent. He turned to his personal guards, instructing, "You may continue your training here." He gestured towards the soldier at the forefront. "Dogdan, you take charge and lead the drills. Should the practice prove inadequate, I shall hold you accountable." Zhonghui, not overthinking the task, casually designated someone before heading toward the main tent. Dogdan was taken aback by the sudden attention from the leader, momentarily speechless. Had it not been for Ershing nudging him, he might have embarrassed himself. Regaining his composure, he replied to Zhonghui, "And I shall certainly fulfill the leader's orders." However, before he could finish, Zhonghui had already departed. Dogdan began to instruct the soldiers using techniques he had learned from their former squad leader, and to his surprise, he managed to emulate them quite convincingly, which brought him immense satisfaction. Once, he had dreamt of commanding like those leaders, and now, happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. After some time of practice, Dogdan allowed the soldiers to take a break. During this respite, Ershing approached him, saying, "Hey, Dogzi, do you see any distinction between our training and that of the ordinary soldiers nearby? It fails to showcase our capabilities. Consider this. We are the leader's elite guards that if our training mirrors theirs, do you think the leader would be pleased?" Pondering Ershing's words, Dogdan found merit in the argument. As the leader's personal guards, they were all exceptional talents. Merely practicing in this manner did not highlight their uniqueness. He then asked Ershing, "What do you propose we do instead?" Ershing contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "This is simple that we have 300 individuals, and our skills are relatively similar. Why not pair up for practice? This way, it won't be monotonous and will also display the prowess of our elite guards." "But isn't that inappropriate? The leader only instructed me to conduct drills, not to engage in combat," Dogdan replied, feeling a twinge of unease. "It's not about fighting. Just keep it light and avoid excessive force." "Surely, this is better than the dull routine of thrusting with our rifles," Ershing reassured him. Ershing continually encouraged Godan. Upon hearing these words, Godan punched Ershing lightly on the chest and remarked, "What are you saying, good brother? Am I that kind of person? It's merely a change of approach. Come on, let's switch it up. If the commander gets angry, I'll take the heat." Ershing looked at Godan and smiled, saying, "All right, we'll bear it together." The two exchanged knowing smiles. Seeing that it was the commander, the soldier immediately replied, "Yuho is currently engaged in a contest on the field." Zhonghui's gaze sharpened instantly, from what he gathered. Although Wang Xuan had a tendency to flatter, his recent behavior suggested he was not entirely oblivious to the situation. This piqued his curiosity. What could have transpired to cause Wang Xuan to abandon his post? He reached out to stop Zhang Dabiao, who was about to call out to the crowd, making a gesture for silence as he approached the group. In the arena, Wang Xuan was locked in a struggle with Godan. Exchanging blows with each other, each punch landing with force. Godan, being taller and stronger than Wang Xuan, occasionally delivered punches that left Wang Xuan reeling. Meanwhile, Wang Xuan was more agile, darting left and right, and seizing the opportunity when Godan missed a punch, targeting his vulnerabilities, which provoked Godan into a furious determination to knock him down. Zhonghui, observing the spirited clash between the two, felt a surge of excitement. Eager to gauge the progress of his own martial skills over the past few days, he clenched his fists and took a determined step into the fray. Charging towards the two fighters as they were engrossed in their bout, Wang Xuan suddenly noticed someone entering from outside the ring. Before he could discern the newcomer's identity, a fist came soaring towards him. Wang Xuan feinted forward, his legs bending like a bow, and narrowly evaded the punch. However, the stranger transformed the punch into a palm strike aimed directly at his chest, catching Wang Xuan off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. As Wang Xuan fell, the assailant did not relent. With a swift turn, they extended both hands towards Godan's face. Unprepared for the unexpected intervention, Godan was struck sharply, his body propelled backward due to the force. But in that fleeting moment, his fist also connected with the newcomer. Nevertheless, Zhonghui effortlessly sidestepped the blow. The sequence unfolded too rapidly for anyone to fully comprehend. Once the dust settled, the crowd realized it was their commander who had taken action, and a wave of cheers erupted. This was the first time they witnessed their commander in action. Previously, due to Zhong Hui's youthful appearance, they had harbored a degree of disdain, believing he was merely riding on the coattails of his family's influence. Despite his strict military discipline, the soldiers had been somewhat compliant outwardly while harboring doubts inwardly. Now, witnessing Zhong Hui dispatch two formidable men with such ease, their condescension dissipated, replaced by genuine respect and awe for him. Standing amidst the cheers, Zhong Hui felt a tumult of emotions. His skills were evidently improving. Though he had yet to cultivate his battle aura, he recognized significant advancements in his abilities. As Go Dan and Wang Xuan rose from the ground. Eager to identify the audacious individual, their eyes widened in shock upon realizing it was the commander. Instantly, they knelt, offering their apologies. As they remained on the ground, awaiting Zhong Hui's response. They began to fear he might be angry for their earlier actions. Go Dan was the first to speak, saying, "My lord, if there is to be punishment, let it be directed solely at me. It has nothing to do with my brother Sheng." Wang Xuan also spoke up, stating, "Commander, Wang Xuan acknowledges his guilt and accepts the punishment." Zhong Hui stood in place for a moment, finally managing to calm his temper. Upon hearing Go Dan's words, he nearly lost his composure, pondering whether this individual was acting intentionally or out of ignorance. Chapter 39. Confronting the enemy in battle, he glanced at Wang Xuan and remarked, "What are you doing? I assigned you to supervise their training, yet here you are, engaging in a brawl with my personal guards. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, you may as well resign from your position as a Yuho." Wang Xuan, hearing Zhong Hui's words, broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied, "Commander, it was originally." Zhong Hui, upon hearing Go Dan's remark, felt a mix of anger and amusement. Before he could even inquire about the matter, Go Dan had already leapt forward, indicating that a thorough questioning was in order. "What is your name?" Upon hearing the commander's inquiry, Go Dan promptly responded, "I am called Go Dan Zhong Hui." Contemplating the name, thought to himself how casual the parents must have been to bestow such a nonchalant name upon their child. "Go Dan, you just mentioned what you were doing. What was the nature of the drill?" Go Dan, feeling no inclination to withhold information, recounted everything to Zhong Hui, though he refrained from mentioning that the idea originated from Sheng, claiming it was all his own conception. After listening, Zhong Hui realized that such a notion could not have sprung from the simple-minded Go Dan, and he addressed the crowd. "Who is Sheng? Step forward." Upon hearing Zhong Hui seek out Sheng, Go Dan quickly bowed his head and implored, "My lord, this is all my doing. It has no connection to Sheng. If you must punish someone, let it be me. I have bowed before you." Zhong Hui, observing Go Dan's fervent demeanor, was at a loss for words. He had not even suggested any course of action regarding Sheng, and yet this individual was in such a state of agitation. Ignoring Go Dan's outburst, Zhong Hui nodded toward Sheng and inquired, "So, you are Sheng? Very well. Tell me how you came up with this idea." Seeing that Zhong Hui did not intend to punish Sheng, Go Dan ceased his fervent bowing and watched the two. Suddenly, as if coming to his senses, Go Dan bowed again, exclaiming, "My lord, it has nothing to do with Sheng. It was my doing. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be directed at me." Zhong Hui regarded Go Dan with exasperation but chose to ignore him as he addressed Sheng. "Well done. You have quite the imagination. As it happens, I am in need of a captain for my personal guard. Henceforth, you shall take on that role." Then, stroking his chin, Zhong Hui looked at Sheng and added, "However, your name is rather unseemly and could tarnish the image of the personal guard. From now on, you shall bear my surname and be called Zhong Sheng. How does that sound?" Sheng, or rather Zhong Sheng, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events that he immediately bowed deeply to Zhong Hui, proclaiming, I am willing. Thank you, my lord. I shall pledge my unwavering loyalty to you henceforth." Go Dan, equally astonished by the swift change in fate, joined Sheng in bowing, genuinely delighted for his brother. However, before he could fully relish the moment, Zhong Hui's voice rang out once again. Today marks the 10th day of Zhong Xingren's tenure as the captain of the elite guard, a period that has utterly transformed his perception of the young commander. Now, after living alongside the commander for over 10 days, he has begun to gradually understand this young man. However, the deeper he delves into his character, the more profound his admiration becomes. Throughout these more than 10 days, the young commander has scarcely left the barracks, sharing his meals and lodgings with the soldiers. Every morning, without fail, he is the first to rise, rousing all the elite guards before sending them to awaken the soldiers from various battalions for assembly in the training grounds. Subsequently, he leads all the soldiers in a morning run around the camp, a routine he has maintained without interruption, while the soldiers from each battalion are afforded a 3-day respite during their shifts. Only he and the commander adhere to this daily ritual. Upon completing their run, they gather for breakfast, where the commander has never dined alone, always sharing food and drink with his elite guards. He consumes exactly what they do, neither indulging in additional portions of meat nor skimping on soup. What particularly commands Zhong Xingren's respect is that the commander never leaves a single morsel uneaten. This habit is one that many elite guards struggle to uphold. Some guards, hailing from affluent backgrounds, regard the camp's meals merely as sustenance, lacking the habit of cherishing food, often allowing scraps to litter the table without a second thought. It was only when the commander reproached them during a shared meal that they became aware of his unwavering commitment to not wasting a single grain, igniting a sense of shame among the others. Consequently, from that moment on, none dared to waste food. The aspect that most impresses Zhong Xingren is the transformation in the training exercises in the drill grounds. Ever since his own thoughts on paired sparring aligned with the commander's vision, the entire training regime has undergone a remarkable evolution. Gone are the monotonous thrusting drills. They have been replaced with a plethora of specialized training methods, including full battalion marches, soldier duels, and individual training, each tailored specifically for different military branches. For instance, infantry individual training involves long spear dueling, where 2 participants spar with sticks marked with chalk, and whoever gets chalk on their opponent loses. Additionally, the commander introduced a wrestling technique, where the first to be thrown to the ground within a designated circle is deemed the loser. Cavalry training, on the other hand, consists of mounted lance duels, where 2 riders charge at each other, aiming to protect themselves while attempting to unseat their opponent. Furthermore, there are contests of strength on horseback, where riders engage in combat without the need for a full gallop. Archers partake in double the marching drills alongside strength training and advancing archery, which differs from routine practice by emphasizing accuracy. Soldiers continuously refine their skills to determine the angles and power needed for their shots. These unconventional training names and methods are the brainchildren of the commander. To be candid, not only Zhong Xingren, but the entire garrison's commanders have never encountered such innovative training approaches. Among these, the cavalry training is undoubtedly the most perilous, although the soldiers don protective gear. Injuries from falls are a common occurrence. However, the results were undeniably evident. The entire military camp was infused with a vibrant energy, dispelling the lingering air of despondency from days gone by. This transformation was precisely what Zhong Hui desired. Each morning, he engaged in rigorous exercise, sparring with his personal guards during the forenoon, honing his equestrian skills in the afternoon, and attending to various military affairs in the evening. His relentless dedication did not go unnoticed by the soldiers of the garrison, particularly the 3 battalion commanders, whose admiration for their young leader deepened with time. They recognized that despite his youth, Zhong Hui was an exceptional figure, commanding their respect and loyalty. Witnessing their leader's unwavering commitment instilled a genuine sense of reverence in them. As the saying goes, one leads by example. Zhong Hui's actions subtly inspired the soldiers, leaving them no room for complaints. Whenever fatigue set in and the temptation to slack off arose, a fellow soldier would remind them, "Look, the commander is still diligently training. How can you dare to be lazy? You deserve a reprimand." Upon hearing such remarks and glancing at their leader, those contemplating idleness would flush with embarrassment, bow their heads, and return to their training, abandoning thoughts of leisure. Just as 2 soldiers were engaged in an intense contest, Zhong Hui happened to glance among the spectators and spotted a striking figure. With a swift motion, he stepped out of the circle, signaling for a pause in the wrestling match, and approached this captivating presence. "Why have you left the confines of your courtyard to come here and tend to your father?" he inquired, instantly recognizing the newcomer as Yi Dai. Feeling slightly bashful, Zhong Hui scratched his head. "I've been quite busy, and besides, who could possibly seek you out while you're in the courtyard?" "Did he have anything to say to you?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui felt a flicker of urgency in his heart as thoughts raced through his mind. Without further ado, he summoned Yu Ho Wangshuan to discuss various matters concerning the camp. Then mounted his horse and hastened toward his residence. He urged his steed onward without pausing for a moment, contemplating that since Han Jin had sought him out thrice, it must pertain to something of great significance, especially regarding matters that directly involved him, aside from the few generals he had dispatched in the camp. With these thoughts in mind, Zhonghui cracked his whip and quickened his pace, leaving Yi Dai far behind. Before long, he arrived at his estate, barely taking the time to secure his mount before dashing into the inner courtyard. Approaching Han Jin, he playfully tapped his face. Han Jin, deeply ensconced in slumber, was jolted awake and was about to express his displeasure. But upon seeing Zhonghui, his anger swiftly transformed into delight as he eagerly pulled Zhonghui outside. "Forget everything else, just come with me." Han Jin appeared groggy, feigning an attempt to pull Zhonghui back. However, Zhonghui decisively sank into a chair, arms crossed defiantly. "If you don't speak today, I want to leave." Faced with Zhonghui's resolute demeanor, Han Jin had no choice but to relent. "All right, I will tell you. My grandfather wishes to see you." Zhonghui, seemingly taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Who did you just say wants to see me?" He fixed his gaze intently on Han Jin. "How could your grandfather possibly know of my existence? I am merely a humble commander of the city defense. Surely, I am not worthy of a personal audience with the Prime Minister." Han Jin, feeling somewhat sheepishly rubbed his nose in response. "This is actually something I conveyed to my grandfather. After our initial meeting, I mentioned you to him. To my surprise, upon hearing about you, my grandfather urged me to take good care of you. Recently, upon learning that you have become the commander of the city defense battalion, he expressed a desire to meet you. I have come twice, yet have failed to catch a glimpse of you. This time, I must find you, for I cannot return to my grandfather empty-handed." Upon hearing these words, Zhonghui finally comprehended the urgency of Han Jin's matter. He felt an overwhelming desire to slap him for causing such a commotion over something so trivial, merely his grandfather's wish to meet him, leaving him breathless and exhausted. Now that he realized it was not a pressing issue, Zhonghui's anxiety dissipated. He casually picked up a cup of tea and began to sip it, while Zhonghui remained unperturbed. Han Jin was in a state of agitation, pacing restlessly beside him, urging him to set off without further delay. "Zhong brother, you may be calm, but I am in a frenzy. You have no idea. Several exotic women have arrived at Ye's residence today, and I hear they possess remarkable charm. If we arrive too late, I may miss my chance. Can you blame me for my urgency, Zhong brother? I implore you, please hurry. If that scoundrel Guan Qi gets there before us, I shall be utterly humiliated." Upon hearing Han Jin's words, Zhonghui spat out the tea he had just sipped, shooting Han Jin an incredulous glance as he made his way toward the door. At that moment, Zhonghui was completely resigned to his fate. He realized that it was best to avoid witnessing any more of Han Jin's antics. Han Jin, observing Zhonghui exiting the hall, hurriedly followed, calling out, "Zhong brother, where are you going? The main door is over there. You're going the wrong way." Without even glancing back at Han Jin, Zhonghui replied, "I'm going to change my clothes. Just wait here." This left Han Jin staring after Zhonghui with an expression of dismay. As Zhonghui walked down the corridor, a middle-aged man approached him, clasping his hands in salute. "I am Yi Hao. I am deeply grateful to you, young sir, for saving my life. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my daughter and I would have surely perished at the hands of our enemies. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. I, Yi, would gladly risk my life in your service." This man was Yi Dai's father, Yi Hao. Seeing Yi Hao's right hand still bandaged, Zhonghui waved his hand dismissively, supporting Yi Hao as he spoke. "Uncle Yi, there is no need for such formality. I admire your bravery and disdain for those ruffians. This is but a minor matter. There is no need for thanks." After a moment's thought, he continued, "However, I do find myself in need of assistance from Uncle Yi. Yi Hao quickly shook his head, saying, "What are you saying, young sir? If you require my help, I shall do all within my power to assist you." Zhonghui smiled slightly. "It is not of great importance. Currently, I find myself in need of someone to manage my household, as I am often away. I wonder if Uncle Yi might be willing to oversee things in my absence. That of course, I had already considered this. Since you have asked, I shall not decline. Daddy, you're not fully recovered. Why are you out here? You should go back inside and rest." Yi Dai hurriedly interjected, supporting her father. Yi Hao gazed at Yi Dai with a kind and gentle expression, assuring her, "Father is fine, almost fully recovered. He certainly cannot remain bedridden indefinitely. One cannot bear to be confined to a single place for too long." As he spoke, he tenderly caressed his daughter's head. Zhonghui observed this father-daughter duo, feeling a warmth in his heart. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a profound display of familial affection, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. When Yi Dai caught Zhonghui smiling at her, his grin was like sunlight, comforting and warm. causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she bashfully turned her head away. Noticing Yi Dai's averted gaze, Zhonghui suddenly realized that his prolonged stare was somewhat inappropriate. How could he fixate on a young lady like that? No wonder she blushed. I in a fluster, he stammered. I have something to attend to now, so I will take my leave. With that, he hurriedly departed. Once Zhonghui had left, Yi Dai turned back, gazing in the direction he had gone, pouting slightly. Yi Hao witnessed this entire exchange, a smile involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. His daughter had indeed grown up. An hour later, guided by Han Jin, Zhonghui arrived at the Wen residence. The entrance to the Wen estate was comparable in size to that of the Crown Prince's mansion, though lacking its grandeur. Instead, it exuded an air of antiquity, unmistakably indicative of a place steeped in history. Following Han Jin through the winding pathways, Zhonghui encountered a myriad of enchanting sights along the way: elegant pavilions, tranquil groves, babbling brooks, and jagged stones. Entering the Wen estate felt akin to stepping into a secluded realm. Such splendor was not characteristic of an ordinary family. It was no wonder the Wen clan was the foremost lineage in Zhongqiu. Their heritage was indeed formidable. However, at that moment, Han Jin had no time to spare for sightseeing, hastily leading the way, anxious not to waste a single moment. With Han Jin's brisk pace, they finally arrived at the residence of the Grand Minister. The pathway to the dwelling was paved with cobblestones, flanked by charming little trees, with a small stream obstructing the center of the path. Between the path and the house, a quaint arched bridge connected the two sides. Without pausing, the two crossed the bridge and stepped onto the cobbled road, arriving at the small house's entrance. Han Jin respectfully clasped his hands together and addressed the small door. "Grandfather, your grandson has fulfilled your request and brought Brother Zhong." From within the cottage, a voice, aged yet resolute, responded, "Understood. Let him enter." Though the words were few, Zhonghui sensed an unmistakable aura of authority. The voice, though frail, resonated with unwavering conviction. Han Jin replied affirmatively, urging Zhonghui, "You may enter now. My grandfather awaits inside. I must take my leave for pressing matters. Do not be afraid. My grandfather is typically very amiable." Zhonghui shot Han Jin a glance, thinking to himself, what significant matters could he possibly have? Surely, he was off to seek amusement. Disregarding him, Zhonghui approached the small house, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Upon entering, Zhonghui was greeted by a subtle, fragrant aroma that instantly invigorated his spirit. He closed the door behind him and looked within, where he beheld an elderly gentleman with graying temples seated at a writing desk, engrossed in reviewing documents. Zhonghui remained unperturbed, standing quietly beside the elder, patiently awaiting the completion of the task at hand. As he waited, he scrutinized the furnishings within the room, the elegantly archaic furniture, the comfortably arranged ornaments, and the entire wall adorned with ancient tomes, all of which magnificently reflected the refined taste of the venerable gentleman before him. After a brief moment, the elder, seated at his writing desk, carefully organized the documents and set them aside. Lifting his gaze to appraise Zhonghui intently, noticing the elder's movements, Zhonghui reciprocated the scrutiny, and the two engaged in a silent exchange of glances. Suddenly, the elder erupted into hearty laughter. "Ah, you must be Zhonghui. Truly remarkable," he exclaimed. "I am called Wen Dao, the grandfather of Han Jin, and also the Grand Chancellor of the current dynasty." With a smile, Wen Dao introduced himself to Zhonghui. "Greetings, esteemed Wen Xiang. I pay my respects to you." Zhonghui promptly responded with a bow. Wen Dao nodded approvingly, remarking, "To achieve success at such a young age without arrogance or impatience is commendable. Your future holds limitless potential." Indeed. Chapter 42. The Dragon of the Pale Moon. "Never mind that. I have a question for you," Wan Yun said, halting her steps and gazing earnestly at Zhonghui. Zhonghui's eyes brightened as he beheld the longbow named Luo Ho. Xianyuya appeared somewhat perplexed. Moreover, through the insights imparted by the ancient overlord's Dao blade, Zhonghui had grasped the celestial principles that only the divine beings of the spirit realm could comprehend. The harmonious forces of the realms of Bai Luo and Huangquan, combined with the temporal powers of divine incantations and secret arts. The resultant might, when these two forces united, was beyond the imaginings of mere earthly practitioners of the heavenly stage. In the memories of the Fire Cloud Emperor, there existed martial factions that equaled or surpassed the power of nations across various realms, known as sections. Zhonghui had initially aspired to join the late-stage Solid Essence team, but the non-governmental entity had insisted. compelling him to join the non-illusory team instead. At that moment, a furious roar erupted towards Zhong Hui. To speak to me, the 10,000-year soul silver monkey, in such a manner is akin to courting death. Do not presume that your telekinetic abilities instill fear in me. Before absolute power, one's existence is rendered insignificant. Observing Zhong Hui's audacity in issuing a lethal threat, Zhao Qingxuan's exquisite visage momentarily froze, leaving her utterly stunned. Elder Qian pondered thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Wei Yun gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with a fierce determination that suggested he would not relent until Ling Ao was slain. After being afflicted by that so-called skin contact loss of vision powder, not only did I lose my sight, but the pain was excruciating. Even my entire cultivation was suddenly extinguished. Otherwise, I would not have fallen into the clutches of that old man. Zhong Hui flipped his hand, producing a piece of pure essence and promptly shattering it into fragments. During Kong Baiwan's introduction, Zhong Hui had already scanned the stone with his spiritual energy, and this time, he truly discovered some anomalies, for his spiritual force could not penetrate this beast bone. Intrigued, he inquired, "How much is this worth?" In truth, Zhong Hui had merely employed the would-escape technique. However, had he not voluntarily dispelled the technique, the elder, with his cultivation, would have been unable to detect his presence. This incident had resulted in the loss of 7 Dao platform realm powerhouses for the Qinquan Pavilion, including a potentially limitless Purple Mansion realm expert. Roar. However, the principle that one's true capabilities should only be partially revealed is something Zhong Hui comprehends well. While it is true that his combat prowess has seen a notable enhancement across various domains, it is still far from comparable to the exceptional talents of others. Engaging once more in battle with those of the martial spirit realm would undoubtedly yield significant progress. Yet, when pitted against formidable martial spirit practitioners who wield unique powers, he would undoubtedly feel considerable pressure, especially when facing those who have reached the minor or major perfection of the martial spirit realm. Such encounters would likely devolve into arduous struggles, leaving no room for half-hearted efforts. Without a desperate fight, the opportunity to contend would be elusive. This scenario would not only expose all of his hidden cards, but, more critically, allow others to discern his true strength, rendering him vulnerable. A person devoid of any secrets is exceedingly perilous. Should others decide to orchestrate an assassination, the likelihood of success could easily surpass 90%. As Zhong Hui completed a full cycle of energy circulation, he found himself yearning for more, continuing without pause. This sensation mirrored that of his previous experiences with the system. Every fleeting moment during his cultivation was a testament to breaking through his potential. After sustaining this practice for 15 cycles, he finally began to feel fatigue. With a resounding crack, sparks erupted, and arrows deflected to the side. Initially harboring a glimmer of hope, he now had no choice but to summon all his strength to withstand the aggressive assault of the Ice Soul Silver Monkey. Once the last vestige of concavity in his body had vanished completely, Zhong Hui moved his feet, stretched languidly, and cracked his joints, producing a series of satisfying pops. At that moment, his body had fully recovered. As if the earlier fierce attack had never occurred, with a leap, Zhong Hui ascended the horizontal vessel and began to meticulously search. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Are there any secrets you can share with me?" Nevertheless, Zhong Hui remained undeterred. The once nimble sword now appeared somewhat sluggish. "Then let us embark," he said. Yet, a profound concern lingered in everyone's hearts regarding whether Chinchaoga was alive or had succumbed, prompting an immediate rush towards the scene. That Du Wenjin's brows furrowed tighter, his countenance growing increasingly grim. In the external sect hall, no one dared to challenge him so brazenly. "Fool," he remarked, "it is only natural that your physical strength has significantly increased after your breakthrough." Zhong Hui rolled his eyes in response. "What is the name of this axe? It possesses an overwhelming aura." He Yuntao appeared exhilarated, evidently enamored with the weapon, which, while somewhat oversized, was quite fitting for his stature. Had Zhong Hui not been rendered unconscious at that moment, he would have recognized the luminous dragon. Was it not the very dragon that had once guided him into the Tsangyue continent? Although the dragon's brilliance had dimmed since then, it remained unmistakable. As Zhong Hui pondered this, he continued onward. "There is no need to seek the source of the poison. The toxin within you is artificially induced. Your Danwang Valley has grown excessively arrogant in its ambition to seize the entire public palace, and some have taken issue with your actions." Master Zhu chuckled heartily. "We all find ourselves in this perilous environment. There is truly no need for us to turn against one another. The more of us there are, the greater our chances of survival. Don't you agree, Liu Hua?" as the elder of the falling sunset sect concluded his words. A look of extreme panic flashed across Zhang Tianming's face. The murderous aura surrounding him rapidly dissipated, replaced by a forced smile that haha. A misunderstanding. Miss Bailey marrying into the forgetting emotion sect to become the lady of the young master is an immense blessing. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, and I hope Miss Bailey will not take offense. Jiang Fan, consumed by rage, let out a continuous roar, his body emanating a flickering green light, while waves of nether force relentlessly struck the nine-headed demon python. The discovery of a poison capable of killing a first-level soul-gathering realm expert within half an hour left Zhong Hui filled with astonishment. Ling Han nodded in agreement, offering Zhong Hui an apologetic smile. Once he entered the celestial ascendance realm, his combat power would experience a substantial enhancement, and the heaven-defying 9 steps would reveal its true might, rendering any attempts to catch up with him a mere joke. With this realization, Zhong Hui, after 2 years of diligent training, had already mastered the art of disrupting and combining the 9-character true word seal, allowing him to unleash powers that far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 43. The power of immortals. Based on his current understanding of the path of attack, the capabilities of the 9-character true word seal after accumulation were several times greater in speed, force, and momentum than before. My lord, it's bad. At that moment, as the door swung open, a rich scent of rouge wafted in. A middle-aged woman, plump and alluring, led 4 brightly dressed and enchanting ladies, swaying their waists and provocatively stating, "Gentlemen, these are the most sought-after ladies from our Baiwa Pavilion. Indulge yourselves." Alternatively, one might say that this Ling Laozhuang was indeed a member of the demon domain. Zhong Hui forced a smile, just something more ordinary. Please. After the night grew quiet, Zhong Hui exited the system and headed straight for Long Xion's Martial Academy. Having visited before, he was well acquainted with the route, and, after evading the martial student guards, entered Long Xion's Academy. Are you familiar with our Central Plains continent? Zhong Hui asked, curious. Its organizational structure is similar to most sects, divided into ordinary members and core members. Chun Xiaoga below had nothing more to say, having cursed Zhong Hui 1,000 times in his heart. Yet, faced with the terrifyingly fierce fiery feathers, he could only emit a heart-wrenching beastly roar. Zhong Hui was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this creature could also speak like the Ice Soul Beast with its ice crystal divine heart. Gazing at its colossal form, he felt a pang of sorrow. Truly, just as one wave recedes, another rises. Moreover, the sensation it imparted was overwhelmingly potent. One sentence illuminated Zhong Hui's heart significantly. He disdainfully curled his lips. Was this not the 3rd stance of the 5 swords of the profound sect? The momentum was indeed formidable. Although displeased, he could not simply watch her walk to her demise. Brother Zhong Hui. Han Shuiying, her silhouette undulating like hills, gripped her jade-like hands tightly, beads of sweat trickling forth, as she felt a tremor in her heart from Li Yu's imposing presence, even while standing beneath the competition platform. Regrettably, at that time, Wang Tianzhuo was trampled underfoot, and the true spirit of the Tiger King was utterly shattered, leading to a hasty retreat from Yuguan City, so much so that even Lu Mingqing dared not send anyone to investigate the situation there. Qingxian Fairy, have you forgotten the oath of heart demon you made in the ancient secret realm? They could hardly have anticipated that merely a month prior, Zhong Hui, possessing only innate strength, could wield such a sword. Not to mention the panicked black-clad assassins. Even Shangwan Yun and another expert at the initial stage of spirit cultivation were now shrinking their necks in fear. Zhong Hui scratched his head, refraining from replying, and chuckled. Since you, dear aunt, claim I am an immortal, have you ever seen an immortal with cotton insoles in his shoes? The man felt an ominous premonition, and following Su Xiaodong's astonished gaze, he glanced back to witness Zhong Hui gripping his disciple's neck like a chick and, as if squashing an ant, effortlessly severing his disciple's head. Qin Yu emerged from the room with a chuckle, observing Wang Yuqing, who stood with his head bowed at the doorway. Yuqing, what brings you here? Come in and speak. Thus, it was destined that Zhong Hui would be. For instance, 100,000-year-old Ice Soul Silver Monkey could reach a height of over 10 meters. Naturally, once it attained 100,000 years, its body could freely expand and contract, unbound by limitations. The technique of the divine binding lock was integrated into Zhong Hui's sea of consciousness, a glimmer of enlightenment appearing in his eyes, and a peculiar smile gracing his face as he pronounced a mysterious incantation. A newcomer who had only arrived at the outer sect for a few days had unexpectedly become a prominent figure in the medicinal valley. Bang! Gazing at the grotesquely mangled, multicolored serpent before him, a wave of desolation enveloped Zhong Hui in Qinglong City. He faced the city lord alone while evading the pursuit of numerous martial artists outside the city. Suffering severe injuries at the hands of the city lord, just as he had discovered spiritual herbs in the secret realm to heal his wounds, he found himself harmed by Tsangtian Meng. Lin Yin's absence from the residence caught Lin Jingtian off guard. Humph! No matter how formidable you are, we, the combined forces of several thousand heavenly tier beasts, will ensure your demise. The bloodthirsty demon ape snorted coldly, exuding an aura of brutality. Subsequently, the large troops split into three, and Zhong Hui proceeded with the non-governmental faction towards the northern part of Mizhou, to the Red Iron Mine. Instantly, the thousands of heavenly tier beasts in the sky ceased their battle. Roaring as they charged towards the ground, that a palm of profound wind struck unexpectedly, landing squarely upon Zhong Hui's head. Both the golden crown carving king and the ancient monster spoke of devouring purple fire. As the laughter of the elder with the surname Qin echoed in Zhong Hui's mind, the elder had just exited the rear hall, transforming into a beam of light and soaring towards the distance. I just heard that you triumphed over Qiu Qinyan, the top-ranked student of the Shura Academy, in the daylight foot technique competition. Well done, Long Mei said with a smile illuminating her delicate features. Especially during the feast, she playfully slapped Zhong Hui on the back of his head. You rascal, your cultivation has even caught up to mine. Qiu Beauty, are you convinced now? Zhong Hui responded with a raised eyebrow and a smile at Qiu Qinyan's rather amusing expression. As he searched around, Zhong Hui's eyes inadvertently caught sight of something, causing his body to stiffen suddenly. Regardless, this colossal blame had once been firmly pinned upon Lin Jingtian. The weariness of the body has entirely dissipated. Yet the spirit has only partially rejuvenated. Zhong Hui has no choice but to temporarily abandon the cultivation of the transformation of the divine spirit, while simultaneously stretching his limbs and calling out the name of Shui Yunxiu twice. In a realm where power surpasses imperial authority, both strength and influence are the foundations of existence. The prowess of the overlord poison bee is formidable, and being a social creature, coupled with its diminutive size and unparalleled agility, makes it even more formidable, especially since it possesses the ability to fly. Thus, even a peak Qi realm warrior would hesitate to provoke such an entity at this moment. Amidst the dark clouds, a slender figure clad in gray robes emerged. Evidently the master of the azure flying daggers. However, his cultivation appeared to be at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The golden radiance emitted by the giant axe swiftly swept across nearly 30% of the array's area. And beneath this golden glow, Zhong Hui's form was reluctantly revealed. You, a mere child, dare to challenge the five of us united. Chapter 44. The blossoming youth. Upon hearing this, the five high-ranking martial artists instantly felt belittled, their gazes turning fierce as they glared at Zhong Hui, who only exuded an earth-level aura, a mere triviality, yet had the audacity to speak such bold words. After concocting the beauty-enhancing pill, Zhong Hui and Shui Yunxiu proceeded to meet Huaryu. The first layer of soul lamps flickered with a rather dim light, the aura within not particularly formidable, all uniformly burning with a bright yellow flame. However, on the second layer, each soul lamp's flame danced vigorously, exuding a powerful aura, with colors that were strikingly diverse and resplendent. These two young individuals are indeed intriguing, especially that youth, who possesses an inexplicable aura that eludes my comprehension, Huaryu contemplated as she observed their retreating figures. Wait, Elder Su, Elder Qian, is there perhaps a misunderstanding between us? Anyone who has passed the alchemy assessment of the Alchemist Association to become an alchemist can be considered an ordinary member of the association. The robes bestowed by the Alchemist Association signify the alchemist's rank based on the number of stars. After wiping away the crimson from the corners of their lips, both individuals ignited with excitement in their eyes. As for the 2 portions I have with Jinger, let them be given to my cousin. If there is nothing more, we shall take our leave. Lu Ji's heart trembled, gazing at Zhong Hui in astonishment. Yet, in Zhong Hui's anticipation, the celestial omen ahead should herald the time for the emergence of a waste. Moreover, within a radius of several thousand miles, Zhong Hui had encountered only one cultivator, an elderly man of the Qin surname, who was merely at the Qi refinement stage. It was unlikely that he would encounter any high-level practitioners of the core formation or post-foundation establishment stages. Time flew like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed. Taoist Qingtian silently stared at Taoist Liuhua, filled with deep regret. Had it not been for his good intentions, the outcome would certainly not be as it is now. However, he bore his grievances in silence. For if it were not for the intervention of others, he would have long since departed from this world, rendering any thoughts of not conceding impossible. This beguiling art of the heart has finally been cultivated to a level of mastery. You all? Perhaps there is an air of transcending worldly concerns about Yin Yuan, which renders her seemingly unattainable. Yet ironically, she is a woman of the brothel, which draws the attention of all the city's inhabitants. The colossal axe blade sliced through the air with the swiftness of lightning, its quietly dissipating energy causing the rolling debris upon the ground to shatter into dust. Simultaneously, the already dilapidated square was marred by immense fissures that rapidly extended under the astonished gazes of onlookers. Ultimately, these vast cracks utterly obliterated the square. Such a maneuver was indeed remarkable, likely reaching the caliber of royal-level martial arts. There was no need to rush. On the contrary, the prospect of ascending even a minor realm was a cause for celebration. And I should rejoice. As Zhonghui pondered this, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. After all, advancement was a fortuitous event. The 5 members of the Death God Mercenary Corps, seasoned in the art of slaughter, exhibited an unparalleled synergy. Shaking his head, Zhonghui chose to disregard the utterly useless Qi Jingchun and strolled leisurely towards the pack of white wolves, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were meandering through his own garden. His gaze sweeping over the thick, pure white fur of the wolves, occasionally nodding in satisfaction. This is impossible. With an expression of indifference, Zhonghui mused that if Yu Chengfei were not to serve as his blood-poisoned man, he could simply crush him. After all, there were plenty of people in the ruins of the ancient town. Fortunately, this elder was renowned for his wisdom, serving as the strategist for Zhuobiluan, and his martial prowess was not formidable. Otherwise, Zhonghui would not dare to make his presence known so recklessly. Lu Yuan has arrived as well. Zhonghui was at a loss as to how to cultivate the thunder vein using such a seemingly inconspicuous flame devoid of any celestial power. Just as he observed the long sword in the woman's hand about to strike him, a sudden shout of alarm escaped his lips, and he prepared to intervene, only to find himself as if his throat had been constricted, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to utter a word as he stared in astonishment at a distance. Upon hearing this news, both Zhonghui and Fei Lian were taken aback. 2 demon kings of the Huang Ting realm. These were indeed genuine beings of Tao spirit caliber. The expressions of others momentarily froze, and the entire conference hall was enveloped in an oddly tense atmosphere, pretending to be surprised. Zhonghui widened his eyes and inquired. A curse slipped from Zhonghui's lips as he recalled Zhao Qingxuan's ethereal visage. He longed to deliver a resounding slap to the face of that cruel woman. This was a mountainside sheltered from the wind and basked in sunlight, adorned with numerous black beehives, swarming with thousands of venomous wasps entering and exiting. With Brother Tian, what do I have to fear? He Yuntao exclaimed. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting silvery rays upon the wooden frame, illuminating the jade pendant in Zhonghui's hand, which remained unchanged, yet under the moonlight. It emitted a faint white glow, its delicate light swirling around the jade like a miniature crescent moon, captivating and splendid in its beauty. Zhonghui consumed an antidote pill, swallowed one for himself, and tossed the vial to Su Xiaodang, and the others. A dragon's roar resonated as the luminous dragon suspended in the air opened its maw wide, swallowing the icy star that was directed at it and Zhonghui. Ever since his cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the blood transformation stage, Zhonghui's divine consciousness within the ancestral cavity had grown increasingly robust, allowing him to concentrate on multiple tasks simultaneously. Yes, Brother Lu is straightforward, passionate, and righteous. We have known each other for some time. The traveler halted before the Mingwei Inn, and from within emerged an extraordinarily enchanting woman, none other than Lin Yu. Halt. This is the sacred ground of the Tianmu house. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach. However, these materials are exceedingly hard. Even with a premium-grade sword infused with profound essence, one cannot leave the slightest mark upon the altar's enigmatic substance. To be precise, this should be regarded as the altar's seal. Without a banquet, one remains at the 4th layer of solidifying essence, while another ascends to the 5th layer of solidifying essence. Is it truly of no consequence? Zhonghui is about to draw his sword. Chu Kuang's face beams with delight as he exclaims, "He's doomed." Bu Xing observes Zhonghui's separation, offering a faint smile before turning away himself. Yet today, he finds himself incapable of defeating Zhong Hui, which is nothing short of an insult to him. Ling Han hastily introduces Zhong Hui to the others. This valley, though not vast, is home to towering ancient trees and boasts a temperate climate that is refreshingly pleasant. Ideal for the survival of bees. In their perception, a 5-to-1 scenario was once an immense underestimation of Zhong Hui, but regrettably, they were mistaken. As for the few prominent figures who claimed they would crush the entire Chuyun kingdom. Apart from Shangwan Hong, the others are utterly disheveled. Chapter 45, The Earth-Shattering Axe. Ning, esteemed guest, you have arrived at just the right moment. Why did you not come with you, esteemed guest? Are you implying, just as the saying goes, if one does not first place oneself in a desperate situation, severing all avenues of retreat, how could one possibly transcend their limitations and shatter the barriers of their own psyche? I am uncertain. Ever since I awoke, I inexplicably broke through to the realm of profound essence. My father praised me greatly upon learning of it. Yin Tao chuckled while scratching his head. Dust and sand swirled. Flesh and blood scattered, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing screams, as dozens of black beetles were obliterated by Yin Tao's axe, a testament to the astonishing might of the earth-shattering axe. Zhong Hui inquired, then what do you cultivate if not the Tao? He had previously noticed that there were no other powerful members of the Xuanmu sect alongside Zhong Hui, indicating that this young man was acting alone. Does this imply that the ancient demon emperor's heavenly demon thunder array has also been shattered? Very well, I have another question. Why is my mental force unable to penetrate it? Zhong Hui asked. For this inquiry was crucial to him. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. Even rock could not impede his mental force, yet before this bone, he found himself at an impasse. In the past, Lin Gu and others were relentlessly pursued by Duke Jin Yi for several days before reluctantly parting with 50 million taels to settle the matter. That moment, an elder from the Wen family accidentally knocked a teacup off the table. Shortly after the Qing family pavilion sent out news, the reclusive immortal residents also stirred. Their aim was to seek out Zhong Hui. In an instant, Zhong Hui's name spread to every corner of Izhou Island. Indeed, in the distance, the Lion Clan expert, consumed by an overwhelming fury, rushed toward the direction Zhong Hui had fled. No, I still have so much to accomplish. How can I end like this? Understood. Yang Ji nodded. Responding without hesitation, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Zhong Hui's lips. His cracked body expanded once more, and he fell to the ground in a state of utter ruin. Will you stay with me for a while? What if such a beautiful girl encounters a villain without anyone to protect her? In Han Shuiying's elongated gaze, a flicker of brilliance danced, her graceful steps subtly shifting as her jade-like hand clasped the arm of the one before her. Swaying gently, her sorrowful beauty evoking deep sympathy within me. That moment, the donkey felt that this place was even more treacherous than the Nine Nether Mansion. Yet, in that instant, a commanding voice echoed. Gather, what of it? The refining emotion cave. The clash of flames and the radiance of palm energy erupted with fierce intensity, showering the air with brilliant sparks as the entire void became engulfed in a searing inferno. Blinding in its brilliance, the once unstoppable palm energy dissipated as if it were mere moisture, vanishing into nothingness under the devouring flames. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out to him, Zhong Hui, come help us. We can barely hold on. Before the three-edged sword, a cloaked cultivator was hastily retreating. Panic etched across his face. A divine energy surged. The space around Zhong Hui rippled slightly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Upon reaching the second floor, he discovered a hidden realm. Seeing this, the cloud-named cultivator immediately revealed a faint smile, channeling his incantation toward the two flying daggers. Moments later, the two had collected their surrounding artifacts with precision. A voice of authority, reminiscent of a lofty emperor, suddenly resounded. A tremendous pressure crashing down like tumultuous waves, battering Zhong Hui and his companion in relentless succession. The expressions of several individuals turned grave. Shi Yuhua was a third layer of Meridian Realm cultivator, and his arrow, enhanced by his bow, was not to be underestimated even by a fourth layer warrior. Yet, upon striking the colossal alligator, it failed to penetrate its defenses. Zhong Hui observed silently, his mind preoccupied with more than just this dilemma. Elder Su's eyes widened with alarm. Following a subtle grunt, Zhong Hui was thrust backward, his feet skidding nearly 10 meters before gradually coming to a halt. He lowered his head to regard his slightly trembling legs, a change of expression crossing his face. These two old fellows were evidently beyond his capacity to contend with. Infuriating. It turned out this rascal had been deceiving her all along. Zhong Hui casually inquired. Humph. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhong Hui activated the blaze fist technique. As the crimson flames flickered within, surging wildly through the newly opened meridians, he then examined the bodies of several elder cultivators of the profound origin realm besides Sun Wuchuan, discovering that the toxins within them were varied. Some corpses unblemished yet had been gruesomely disemboweled, their hearts and lungs extracted. Boom! In the ruins of the ancient town, at the altar square, listening to Ling Ao's lukewarm remarks, Wu Yun felt quite distressed. Similarly, with an air of detachment, he remarked, "My master's mother has gone missing here. Shouldn't you assist in the search?" Thus, Zhong Hui made his way toward the parlor, coldly stating, "If my mother were alive and heard you speak so casually, she would surely regret waiting for you for 15 years. The man's face turned green. Had it not been for his sister's safety, he would have been unable to restrain himself from thrashing He Yuntao. Such was the man's shamelessness. Zhong Hui looked at Wang Mingchong and said, "Did you not ask us if we had any opinions?" "I have an opinion." The energy within him, once colorless and transparent, gradually transformed into a dazzling combination of gold and silver. Then, Zhong Hui grasped the skull lampstand, crafted from human bones, emanating an aura of chill. Meng Xian wore a perplexed expression, stealing a glance at the radiant and charming He Yuntao. Jingyang City, nestled near the Taiyin mountain range, renowned for its abundant celestial herbs and teeming with demonic beasts, enjoyed a unique geographical advantage that positioned it among the top 10 prosperous locales in the entire Shihuan County. The intricate web of power dynamics here made it exceedingly difficult for external forces to establish themselves. 2 decades prior, a formidable figure amalgamated numerous powers to form the Jingfu Merchant Association, thereby securing a foothold in Jingyang City. This the essence of Xian-tier combat techniques, the ability to condense such an enormous hand. Ordinary cultivators, who had never witnessed Xian-tier techniques, looked on with envious expressions. Glancing around, he spotted a concealed cave nearby and immediately dashed inside. Disregarding any potential dangers, he certainly did not wish to be exposed to that monstrous entity outside. But as for the Long family, they were merely a fortunate little clan, insignificant in the face of the Yume sect. He spoke, when Dao left the desk and approached Zhong Hui, raising a hand. "Please, take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony." Having said this, he settled into the primary seat. Zhong Hui was also not one to be overly polite, and took his seat as well. Once settled, when Dao continued, "You are a friend of Han Jin. He is rather unruly by nature, and tends to act without restraint if he has fallen short in any regard. I hope you will be understanding." Hearing this, Zhong Hui quickly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "What does Wen Xiang say? Brother Han Jin has been exceedingly considerate towards me. Without him, I would still be at a loss for where to reside. Your words are excessive, Wen Xiang." Wen Dao nodded, chuckling. "That is good to hear. Are you comfortable in your current accommodation?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui was truly baffled as to why this high-ranking official was inquiring about his comfort, yet he refrained from directly questioning him, instead pondering what ulterior motive lay behind Wen Dao's inquiry. "As long as you are comfortable. I see you do not appear to be from Zhongchu." "Indeed, I am not a native of Zhongchu." Zhong Hui replied without hesitation. "Oh, then from whence do you hail? I recall no nation nearby whose people possess black pupils. Might you share your origins with this old man?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui finally understood. He was being questioned about his background. Yet, even if he bore slight differences in appearance, did it truly warrant such a personal inquiry from a high-ranking official? This seemed rather excessive, leaving Zhong Hui feeling quite perplexed. "I hail from the other side of the Banluan mountain range. Regarding the specifics, due to certain special circumstances, I am unable to disclose my exact location. That I hope you can understand, esteemed official." How amusing. If he were to inquire about the situation on the other side of the mountains, I would surely be exposed. It could even jeopardize my identity. It is best not to say too much. Zhong Hui mused. Wen Dao, with a knowing nod, replied, "Since you have your difficulties, I shall not press further on this matter. Knowing you come from the other side of the Banluan mountain range suffices. You seem weary. I shall have someone escort you to rest in the evening. Let us share a simple meal together, if that suits you." Zhong Hui appeared visibly taken aback, hastily responding, "To dine in the grand residence alongside everyone is indeed a privilege that I, as a junior, could scarcely desire. Thus, I must graciously accept." Wen Dao smiled at Zhong Hui and said, "Ha, Splendid. Then it is settled. Rising to his feet, he called out towards the door, Old One, please escort our esteemed guest to rest, and kindly inform everyone that we shall gather for dinner this evening. Soon after, an elderly servant entered, guiding Zhong Hui out of the room. As he watched Zhong Hui's retreating figure, Wen Dao's gaze deepened, and he let out a soft sigh. What brings them here? What storms will this incite? Meanwhile, under Old Wen's guidance, Zhong Hui leisurely admired the scenic beauty of the Wen residence. Having arrived in haste, he had not taken the time to appreciate the surroundings. Now, with leisure at hand, he could fully revel in the splendor of the estate. Truly, the Wen residence exuded magnificence. Each corridor presented a unique vista, with each scene possessing its own distinct charm. Furthermore, the servants within the estate were all exceedingly courteous and poised. The longer Zhong Hui lingered in the Wen residence, the more he found himself enchanted by it. Such depth of culture is indeed rare. A typical clan would hardly evoke such feelings. This is not something easily cultivated. After a brief stroll through the estate and a moment of respite, it was soon time for the main meal. During the banquet, Wen Dao introduced Zhong Hui to the younger members of the Wen household. Upon mentioning that he was the commander of the city defense battalion and a close aide to the crown prince, the crowd regarded him with a mixture of bewilderment, envy, admiration, and, of course, disdain and indifference. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, Zhong Hui raised his cup and offered a toast to Wen Dao. This wine was Zhong Hui's first experience with such a beverage. Unlike the clear liquid commonly consumed today, this wine possessed a slight cloudiness and seemed to have a lower alcohol content, akin to that of rice wine. He found it manageable enough to enjoy a few cups. After toasting Wen Dao, he turned to the young men, opting for no further pleasantries, and proceeded to toast each one in turn. The youthful spirits, inspired by Zhong Hui's exuberance, loosened up, eagerly preparing to see him bested by their revelry. Just as Wen Ba was about to reprimand the group, Wen Dao, seated at the head of the table, waved him off, saying, "It has been long since our household has enjoyed such merriment. Let them revel in their joy." Then addressing the young men, he declared, "You may indulge as you please. I am satisfied and shall take my leave to rest." With that, he rose and departed. The young men bowed respectfully to Wen Dao and resumed their drinking. Observing this lively gathering, Wen Ba felt somewhat out of place and chose to withdraw, leaving only Wen Yuan, an elder, at the table. Wen Yuan, less constrained by formality, watched the joviality of the young men and called for the steward to bring forth more barrels of wine, urging everyone to drink heartily, for it had indeed been a long time since the household had been so lively. After a couple of hours of drinking, the initial restraint among the young men dissipated. No longer adhering to formalities, they began discussing the beauty of various young ladies, the misdeeds of certain young gentlemen, and their own romantic escapades. As the revelers indulged in their libations, they boasted exuberantly to those around them, while Zhong Hui, with a cheerful demeanor, graciously received the toasts of his companions, listening intently to each person's illustrious exploits. Before long, the inebriated crowd succumbed to the effects of the drink, collapsing one by one onto the ground. The following morning, the piercing sunlight streamed into Zhong Hui's eyes, prompting him to squint and shield himself with his hand. At that moment, he felt a slight dizziness, a clear indication that the effects of yesterday's indulgence had yet to fade. After rising and splashing some water on his face to clear his mind, he reflected on the previous day's events, realizing that he had underestimated the potency of the spirits. What had begun as a harmless drink had culminated in a rather formidable after-effect, leaving him oblivious to the moment he had succumbed to intoxication, rendering him with fragmented memories of the night. Shaking his head, he stepped outside, encountering a young man approaching him. Zhong Hui recognized him as the one who had shared drinks with him the previous evening, Wen Bo's son. Wen Lai, the cousin of Han Jin. The name was indeed peculiar, leaving Zhong Hui to ponder the reasoning behind such a choice. As Wen Lai drew nearer, he greeted Zhong Hui, saying, "Brother Zhong, you have awakened. You certainly drank rather copiously last night. However, your tolerance is commendable. That I may have consumed less, yet I succumbed to slumber far more swiftly. Truly, I find it quite embarrassing that haha. Brother Zhong is jesting. I am quite aware of my own limits, so there's no need to elevate my prowess." Wen Lai continued, "By the way, Grandfather mentioned that once you have finished your breakfast, you should visit him in the study, as he wishes to discuss a few matters with you. I have other obligations, so I shall take my leave." With that, Wen Lai hurriedly departed. "Understood. Take care," Zhong Hui replied, watching as Wen Lai walked away, a lingering feeling that none of the Wen family members were to be taken lightly. After a modest breakfast, Zhong Hui followed the servant to the study from the previous day. Upon seeing Zhong Hui enter, Wen Dao set down his pen and inquired, "You have arrived. Did you enjoy yourself last night? Thank you for your concern. When Xiansheng, I had a splendid time drinking with everyone. It has been quite some time since I indulged so heartily, and I confess, I may have rushed a bit and am still recovering from it." Zhong Hui replied, resting his hand against his forehead as he took a seat. He remarked, "I can only imagine that in your youth, you must have been quite the dashing figure, exuding charisma and commanding admiration from all." "Oh, you do have a way with words. Alas, I was never quite as you describe," Wen Dao chuckled, interrupting the previous discourse. "However, let us set aside such pleasantries. I summoned you here primarily to discuss two matters." Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui straightened in his seat, attentively listening. "The first matter pertains to that Li Gang you dispatched at the city defense camp. His father is none other than Li Hong, the Minister of Grain, a figure of considerable standing. Nevertheless, do not fret. With the Crown Prince and myself aiding you, there is no cause for concern. You need only focus on fortifying the city defense camp and not disappoint the trust the Crown Prince has placed in you." Zhong Hui committed the name of Li Hong to memory. Although he had never truly worried about the implications of his actions, it was prudent to remain vigilant now that he had taken the life of the man's son. He mused that the authority of a minister of grain was likely not overly potent, thus alleviating his concerns somewhat. In that moment, Zhong Hui felt as though he had been struck by a pie from the heavens. He found himself inexplicably related to an individual of immense stature, a grand chancellor who stood just below the emperor in the entire empire. This realization led him to believe that he could now walk through life with a newfound confidence. With this thought in mind, he promptly stood up and respectfully clasped his hands towards Wen Dao, exclaiming, "The great favor of the chancellor is something I shall never forget." As he spoke, he intended to kneel. However, Wen Dao quickly grasped his arm and said, "There is no need for such formalities. I merely appreciate your talents. If you can contribute to the empire, that is my greatest joy. You need not feel indebted to me. I shall not fail the trust placed in me by the chancellor, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to the service of Zhongchu, even unto death. Please rest assured, Chancellor." "Haha, your words are more than sufficient," Wen Dao chuckled. Stroking his white beard, after leaving Wen's residence, Zhong Hui remained in a state of bewilderment. He could not fathom why the esteemed Grand Chancellor of the Zhongchu Empire would take an interest in a mere captain of the city defense. Could it be due to his acquaintance with Han Jin? That seemed unlikely, as many knew Han Jin. Perhaps it was because he was associated with the prince? Yet, that too felt implausible. A Grand Chancellor would not act so arbitrarily. Such thoughts left Zhong Hui utterly perplexed. As he walked, lost in contemplation, he realized he had forgotten how he had arrived at this place, with no knowledge of the direction to Wen's residence. To make matters worse, there were scarcely any people or shops around, leaving him in a quandary. Just as Zhong Hui was grappling with his predicament, he spotted a familiar face at the corner of a narrow alley. Upon seeing him, Zhong Hui felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly approached to call out to the individual. The person he recognized was Liang Feng, whom he had encountered at the auction house. After the commotion there had subsided, he had exchanged pleasantries with Liang Feng, who had been in the company of a princess and Han Jin. Thus, he assumed Liang Feng would remember him, and it should not pose a problem to ask for directions. Zhong Hui rushed over, ready to hail him. As Liang Feng entered the alley and walked a short distance, Zhong Hui observed him glancing around furtively in front of a courtyard gate, behaving almost like a thief. This behavior raised suspicions in Zhong Hui's mind, leading him to wonder if Liang Feng was scheming something. Intrigued, his inner detective stirred, urging him to uncover what Liang Feng was up to. After a moment, Zhong Hui discreetly peeked at Liang Feng, who had already stepped through the gate, slamming it shut behind him. Zhong Hui hurried to examine the gate, finding no distinguishing marks and no indication of whose courtyard it might be. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed a dilapidated cart resting against the wall. With a sly grin, he approached it. Chapter 46. The siege city. Zhong Hui exerted considerable effort to scale the high courtyard wall, and upon finally reaching the top, he lay flat against it. Gasping for breath, he had not anticipated that the walls of this world would be so formidable, requiring such exertion to climb. It was not merely the physical challenge that wearied him, but the need for utmost caution to avoid detection. After catching his breath, he was about to leap into the courtyard when suddenly, a voice echoed from within. "Liar, aren't you still unwell? Why are you out here washing clothes? Put them down. Let me handle it." Upon hearing the voice, Zhong Hui recognized it as Liang Feng. However, Liang Feng had never employed such a gentle tone before. The last time he spoke to her, although his words were courteous. They were imbued with an unmistakable sense of distance, rendering him seemingly unapproachable. The same could be said of his conversations with Cui Ying, which were often confrontational, but it was truly unexpected for him to exhibit such tenderness towards a woman, leaving Zhong Hui astonished, prompting him to lean against the wall to continue eavesdropping. No need. You, a young master, should not trouble yourself with these trivial matters. I can manage on my own. You should take your leave. The woman's voice was as delicate as dust, though frail. Her tone was decidedly unkind. Lier, you still blame me. Seeing you in this state, do you have any idea how much it pains my heart? I simply cannot bear to witness your suffering. Why do you persist in regarding me in this manner? Liang Feng stood still, his gaze fixed, hand pressed to his chest, a look of melancholy etched upon his face. The woman called Lier paused her task, looking at Liang Feng, and replied, You know my mind. You go about your life, and I shall lead mine that I will not accept you. So it would be wise for you to relinquish this sentiment. After speaking, she wiped the sweat from her brow and resumed washing clothes. Upon hearing Lier's words, Liang Feng did not depart, but instead procured a small stool and positioned himself beside her. Observing her intently, Lier, however, paid him no heed, continuing her task undistracted. Their serene demeanor left Zhong Hui in a predicament, as he had been crouched over the wall. Initially, he could distract himself by listening to their exchange. But now they were both silent, and his prolonged crouch began to wear on him. His hands grew weak, and his legs began to tingle. If this continued, he risked toppling from the wall, just as Zhong Hui was mired in his troubles. The situation in the courtyard shifted unexpectedly. Without warning, as she washed the clothes, Lier's eyes welled with tears, each drop cascading like pearls into the basin and upon the garments. Witnessing this, Liang Feng panicked. Hastily retrieving a silk handkerchief, reaching out to dry her tears. To his surprise, Lier swatted his hand away, lifting her head to glare at him with reddened eyes, remaining silent as tears streamed down her face. The sight of her tear-streaked visage filled Liang Feng with anguish. He longed to embrace her, but feared inciting her ire, leaving his outstretched hand suspended in uncertainty. Realizing his intent, Lier quickly composed herself, turning away to wipe her tears and saying, You should leave. I am unwell and do not wish to see you. From his perch on the wall, Zhong Hui could hardly believe his eyes upon spotting what Liang Feng had left behind. His eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, is that not a luminous bead? Liang Feng must have spent a fortune, surely not just to woo a girl. How extravagant! He observed Liang Feng making his way towards the gate, leaping down from the wall with determination and sprinting into the alley. He needed to seize the moment before Liang Feng exited, lest he be discovered. In the courtyard, Lillian, upon hearing the sound of Liang Feng closing the door, gradually turned her head and beheld a luminous orb on the stool, brighter than the stars in the sky. She lifted her gaze towards the gate through which Liang Feng had departed, her hazy eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Zhong Xiong, what are you up to? Why do you look like that? Surely you aren't secretly following some virtuous woman, are you? I never imagined Zhong Xiong would have such inclinations. Han Jin remarked, casting a knowing smile at Zhong Hui. Unable to contain himself any longer at Han Jin's teasing, Zhong Hui playfully tapped him on the forehead and retorted, Following whom? Do you think I'm like you? I merely noticed Liang Feng acting suspiciously, so I followed him. Don't let your imagination run wild. Upon hearing Liang Feng's name, Han Jin glanced around and asked Zhong Hui, Did you see him? Zhong Hui, puzzled by Han Jin's demeanor, replied, See what? With a knowing look, Han Jin scanned the surroundings again and whispered, Zhong Xiong, some matters are not suitable for discussion here. How about we retire to a nearby tavern and converse there? Follow me. With that, Han Jin led Zhong Hui to a nearby establishment. Once seated in the tavern, Han Jin ordered a few small dishes and a pot of wine, then opened the conversation about Liang Feng. Speaking of Liang Feng, I must first tell you about the Liang clan in the capital. I mentioned before that there are 4 prominent clans here, and the Liang clan is one of them. Liang Feng's father is the current clan leader, Liang Jian. Liang Qian holds a significant position as the Minister of Works in the court, wielding considerable power. Many in the court have benefited from his influence. The Liang clan is quite formidable, even exceeding my own clan in certain respects. Interrupting Han Jin, Zhong Hui remarked, What you're saying seems to pertain to some confidential matters of the court. How do you know this? Han Jin, taking a bite of his dish, replied, I might have overheard it from my father and my second uncle. Nodding in understanding, Zhong Hui said, That explains it. Please, continue. After sipping some wine, Han Jin resumed. The Liang clan was originally engaged in commerce, and over time, their business flourished immensely, ultimately becoming the wealthiest family in Central Chu. Zhang Hui sat quietly at the table, listening intently as Han Jin spoke. Who, as he continued, became increasingly inebriated. Despite their wealth, the Liang family is looked down upon by those with more profound legacies. A merchant family, no matter how high they rise in the court, still carries the air of a tradesman. He said, punctuating his words with a hiccup. Continuing, Han Jin said, Liang Feng is the second son of the Liang family. His elder brother, Liang Shi, serves as the right junior general, overseeing the capital's garrison. Their father hopes he will achieve similar success as his brother. However, Liang Feng, at first, was just like us, a carefree libertine. At this, Zhang Hui promptly interjected. Hey, who else like you? I am nothing like you all. Speak for yourself. Don't drag me into this. As Han Jin chuckled softly, he addressed Zhang Hui, saying, Do not take offense, brother Zhang. Men are all the same, I understand. Who is like you? Zhang Hui retorted. Never mind. Continue with your tale. Zhang Hui, wishing to avoid further banter, urged him to proceed. Han Jin quickly regained his composure and continued. At that time, Liang Feng and Chu Lu were indeed very close friends, often frequenting the same establishments of ill repute together, until one day they encountered a woman clad in a simple white gown amidst a peach orchard outside the city. Upon laying eyes on her, both were utterly captivated by her enchanting demeanor and simultaneously began to pursue her. Was this woman named Li Er? Zhang Hui inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Han Jin could no longer contain himself, collapsing onto the table in a fit of laughter, clutching his belly, and pounding the table in delight. Brother Zhang, you have no idea. Haha. I was right beside Chu Lu when he was splashed with water. Even now, it strikes me as hilarious. Zhang Hui remained seated, coldly observing him laugh, saying nothing, merely waiting to see how long the mirth would last. Before long, Han Jin ceased his laughter, offering an apology to Zhang Hui. My apologies, brother Zhang. I simply could not restrain myself. Please, do not strike me. I shall continue my narrative properly. From that moment onward, Liang Feng and Chu Lu found themselves increasingly infatuated with the woman named Li Er. Initially drawn by her exquisite beauty, they soon became enamored with her character. They exerted every effort to win her affection, yet their endeavors were met with repeated failures. However, through their persistent pursuits, they managed to befriend Li Er, often inviting her out for leisure. Unexpectedly, as time passed, Li Er developed an affection for the more introspective Liang Feng, a turn of events that astonished all. Han Jin paused for a moment, sipping his tea before continuing. Upon stepping out of his home, Liang Feng sought out Li Er, oblivious to the fact that she had become utterly disillusioned with him. In his presence, she chastised him for his lack of integrity, accusing him of being heartless and untrustworthy, and declared that he should never seek her out again, severing all ties with him from that day forth. After hearing this, Liang Feng transformed dramatically, his demeanor darkening, becoming cold and taciturn. Shortly after this incident, a plague swept through the capital. Liang Feng, burdened by sorrow and despondency, fell gravely ill, lying on his bed near death. The Liang family assumed he had contracted the plague, leading Lady Liang to have a fierce confrontation with the head of the Liang household. However, events took an unexpected turn. Soon after, Liang Feng's illness inexplicably resolved. Zhang Hui expressed his confusion. Could it be he did not have the plague? Han Jin waved his hand dismissively, stating, his affliction was one of the heart, not a plague. Nevertheless, this heartache did indeed relate to the plague. While he himself did not contract it, someone close to him did. Chu Lu. Upon hearing this news, Liang Feng sprang from his sickbed, rushing to the Chu residence, not out of concern for Chu Lu, but rather for Li Er, fearing she too might have fallen victim to the contagion. Tragically, Chu Lu succumbed to the plague shortly thereafter. As he recounted this, Han Jin's expression grew somber, revealing a profound sense of loss. Chapter 48. The uninvited guest. He could truly be regarded as a dear friend of mine. At the time of his demise, both Liang Feng and I were by his side. Surprisingly, Chu Lu did not express anger towards Liang Feng for competing with him for Li Er. Rather, in his final moments, he entrusted Liang Feng with the care of Li Er. It is only now that I comprehend why Chu Lu wished for Liang Feng to look after her. He was aware that after his passing, his family would likely cast Li Er aside, and fearing that she might be mistreated thereafter, he held a profound affection for her, wanting to shield her from harm, even knowing that Liang Feng's feelings for her would endure. By the way, how did Brother Zhang discern Liang Feng's affection for Li Er? This matter is known to only a scant few in the entire capital. Han Jin inquired with curiosity. Well, it's all right. I had a pleasant time drinking with your brethren. They may seem delicate, but surprisingly, they can hold their liquor quite well. Han Jin chuckled heartily. Brother Zhong, do not be deceived by their appearances. They often indulge in drinking contests behind the scenes. If you drink with them, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Zhong Hui merely laughed in response, choosing not to elaborate further on the journey back. He found himself continually pondering Liang Feng's situation. Astonished that such a tale of unrequited love had unfolded before him, he had always believed such stories only existed in novels. It seemed that Li Er still harbored feelings for Liang Feng. A pair of star-crossed souls indeed. Dismounting the carriage and bidding farewell to Han Jin, Zhong Hui proceeded towards his own courtyard. Suddenly, a pair of small hands covered his eyes, followed by a feigned raspy voice declaring, "Guess who I am? If you guess correctly, I shall release you." Upon hearing this voice, a series of dark lines appeared on Zhong Hui's forehead. Noticing his silence, the person continued, Can't guess, can you? If you fail to do so, I shall impose a penalty upon you. Penalty, my foot. Didn't your brother mention that you were confined? How did you manage to sneak out? The palace's defenses are utterly lacking." Zhong Hui retorted as he forcefully removed the hands from his eyes and turned to face her. Humph. Guan Yu rubbed her hands, casting him a resentful glance before ignoring him entirely, opening the courtyard gate, and strolling in without a hint of consideration for being an outsider. Watching her vanish into the courtyard, he promptly followed her inside. Upon entering, Yi Dai approached, signaling that an uninvited guest had arrived. Zhong Hui nodded, instructing Yi Dai to tend to his father, as it was a matter he must address personally. This young lady was not someone easily managed. He hoped it would not inadvertently involve innocent parties, for that would be unfortunate. In the main hall, Guan Yu appeared quite upset, refusing to meet Zhong Hui's gaze and instead glaring at the ceiling. For a fleeting moment, Zhong Hui found her rather endearing, but he quickly reprimanded himself, delivering 2 self-inflicted slaps and cursing inwardly. Am I still a man? How could I possess such masochistic tendencies? Choosing to ignore Guan Yu, he sat down on a chair and inquired, "My little princess, what do you intend to do? You claim you sneaked out, but is His Majesty not concerned? You are not a child anymore. Must you burden him with such worries?" Guan Yu turned to him, indignantly declaring, "I did not sneak out. This time, I came out quite openly." Upon hearing her words, Zhong Hui was utterly bewildered. "Let you out? I must have misheard. The last time I spoke with your brother, he mentioned that you were under house arrest." Guan Yu immediately adopted a mysteriously playful expression and whispered to Zhong Hui, "I've come out this time to fetch you on behalf of the Grand Priest. He wishes to meet you, and specifically sent me to find you." With that, she gleefully exclaimed, "Now you understand why I sought you out, don't you?" Zhong Hui found himself engulfed in confusion, pondering who this Grand Priest was and why he required his presence. Just moments ago, it was the Chancellor, and now another figure, the Grand Priest, had emerged. What was happening? Was he truly someone of significance? As he contemplated this, Zhong Hui scrutinized himself, yet found no distinguishing features that set him apart. Why did everyone seem so eager to meet him? The Chancellor was one thing, akin to a prime minister, but what of the Grand Priest? He had never heard of such a title before. Thus, he inquired of Guan Yu, "Who exactly is this Grand Priest? I have never come across this term before." Guan Yu looked at him with disdain. "You haven't heard of the Grand Priest? Are you from Zhongchu? Oh right, you aren't from Zhongchu after all. Fine, let me enlighten you about the Grand Priest, lest you be ridiculed in the future." Ignoring Zhong Hui's eye roll, she proceeded to explain the role of the Grand Priest within the Zhongchu Empire. The Grand Priest is, in fact, a position distinct from the 3 ministers of the court, existing independently of the bureaucratic system. Once appointed, the Grand Priest serves for life. His primary responsibility is to preside over the coronation of the emperor, including the various ceremonies associated with ascension, such as the initial and final offerings. Among other sacrificial rites, it can be said that without the Grand Priest officiating the coronation ceremony, the emperor lacks legitimacy. For example, my father's coronation was conducted by the Grand Priest. After finishing her explanation, she glanced at Zhong Hui. "Now do you comprehend the significance of the Grand Priest?" Zhong Hui nodded thoughtfully. "I understand somewhat, but how much power does this Grand Priest wield?" Guan Yu shook her head. "Power? I am not entirely sure. It seems the Grand Priest possesses no actual power. However, the Grand Priest holds great prestige. Even without authority, everyone, including the emperor, must pay their respects to him. Would you not consider that a form of power?" Zhong Hui nodded, Deep in thought, the Grand Priest could be seen as a symbol of spiritual authority. Although devoid of political power, he wielded considerable influence, commanding respect even from the Emperor. He appeared, he was a figure of significant stature. Indeed, someone one ought to befriend. This thought lingered in Zhong Hui's mind. Curiously, he wondered how this Grand Priest had come to know of him. He had done nothing earth-shattering. After all, Zhong Hui voiced his hidden curiosity. How did this Grand Priest come to know of me? In response to his question, Guan Yu stuck out her tongue at him. Of course, I told Grand Priest about you. Who else would know you? Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui's heart exclaimed, Indeed, I should have anticipated that aside from this little girl, no one else would inform such a prominent figure about my affairs. Yet, given my status, it seems unlikely that such a distinguished personage would wish to meet me. At the outset, there was the Grand Chancellor of Zhongchu. And now a High Priest has arrived. Could it be that they have taken an interest in something I possess? With this thought, Zhong Hui reached into his garments and retrieved a black pendant he had discovered on a skeleton in the Banluan Mountains. However, since leaving the mountains, he had kept it on his person, and there was no reason for them to know what he carried. Contemplating this, Zhong Hui felt a headache coming on and decided to cease his frantic musings. He would simply inquire directly with the High Priest when the time came. Seeing Zhong Hui sitting there, thumping his head with his hands, Guan Yu assumed he was unwell and cautiously asked, What's the matter? Are you feeling ill? Perhaps we should postpone our visit to the High Priest until another day so you can recover your health. Zhong Hui glanced at her and replied, I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with my health. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to see the High Priest, as I also have matters I wish to discuss with him. After seeing Guan Yu off, Zhong Hui watched her retreating figure and suddenly recalled her earlier expression. A thought crossed his mind. Guan Yu seemed genuinely concerned for me. What if I feign illness? Would this girl then cease her incessant pursuit? A smirk crept upon his lips, revealing his mischievous intent. The following morning, Guan Yu led Zhong Hui to the imperial palace. As they alighted from the carriage, Zhong Hui was awestruck by the palace's grandeur, marveling at the undeniable magnificence of the emperor's residence. Truly, it was nothing short of colossal. Suddenly, he turned to Guan Yu and inquired, Are we not supposed to meet the High Priest? Why have we come to the palace? The High Priest resides within the palace. Guan Yu replied curtly, dashing ahead with a spring in her step. Leaving Zhong Hui no choice but to hasten after her, he thought to himself that in such an expansive palace, should they lose their way, they might be mistaken for intruders. After wandering through the palace for quite some time, they arrived at a quaint wooden house that seemed incongruous with its opulent surroundings, surrounded by flowers and greenery. The simplicity of the structure imparted a serene atmosphere, presenting a striking contrast to the lavishness of the palace. As Zhong Hui gazed at the house, a profound sense of tranquility washed over him, as if a gentle breeze had caressed his entire being, slowing the world around him. Guan Yu waved her small hand in front of his eyes, exclaiming, surprised, Are you? I was equally astonished when I first visited here. Since then, I have come to play often. This is where the High Priest resides. Come along with me. With that, Guan Yu dashed inside, calling out, High Priest, I've brought the person you requested. Zhong Hui followed her into the small wooden house, where he spotted the Grand High Priest of the Zhongchu Empire, an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in simple white robes. He bore many wrinkles, yet radiated vitality, a perpetual smile gracing his face. Guan Yu leaned in to whisper in the High Priest's ear, who chuckled softly and gestured for her to leave. As she passed by Zhong Hui, she shot him a playful glance before scampering away. Once Guan Yu had departed, the High Priest addressed Zhong Hui, saying, You must be the brave warrior from the Banluan Mountains that you mentioned. Come, sit down. As soon as the High Priest spoke, Zhong Hui felt a sense of comfort. There was no air of arrogance nor any hint of superiority, just the tone of an ordinary elder engaged in conversation, radiating peace and simplicity, which put Zhong Hui at ease. He responded with a nod and moved over to sit on the stone bench. What is your name? The High Priest inquired. I am Zhong Hui, a junior, he replied. Indeed, a remarkable young hero. Haha, the priest remarked, gazing at Zhong Hui and suddenly bursting into laughter, leaving Zhong Hui somewhat bewildered. Noticing Zhong Hui's confusion, the High Priest continued, You must be wondering why I wish to meet you, correct? I truly have no idea. I have just arrived in the capital and am unfamiliar with everything here. Furthermore, I have not accomplished anything particularly noteworthy. Logically, there should be no reason for the High Priest to seek me out, yet you had the princess herself come to invite me, which leaves me utterly perplexed. Haha. Well, I shall explain in due time. For now, I would like to ask you first, have you met Wen Dao? the priest said, taking a sip from a pot of tea on the stone table. You mean Minister Wen, right? I just met him the other day, Zhong Hui replied. Upon hearing that Zhong Hui had encountered Wen Dao, the high priest wore an expression of understanding, which only deepened Zhong Hui's confusion. As he struggled to grasp the nature of their conversation, before he could ponder further, the high priest resumed, Chapter 50. Provisions first. The reason Wen Dao and I hold you in such high regard is because you hail from the other side of the Half-Moon Mountain range. The high priest stated solemnly. From the other side of the mountains? Zhong Hui scratched his head, feeling utterly lost. The high priest nodded at Zhong Hui. And what of it? Surely, others have traversed from the other side? Zhong Hui inquired, sensing that the mysteries of the past few days were on the verge of unraveling. That in fact, not many are aware of this matter. Since the founding of the Zhongchu Empire, only 5 individuals have crossed from the Half-Moon Mountain range. Among these 5 is the founding emperor of the Zhongchu Empire, His Majesty Guan Xiaofan, along with 2 others, General Changsheng, the Duke of National Defense, and the Grand Minister Liu Yu of Linglang de As for the other 2. They are great heroes who rescued the Zhongchu Empire from turmoil and peril. After sharing this, the high priest turned to Zhong Hui and said, Now do you comprehend why we regard you with such importance? Anyone who has crossed from the Half-Moon Mountain range, regardless of their means of arrival, has proven to be a dragon among men over the past few centuries. Each one a great hero who has come to the aid of Zhongchu in its hour of need. It is as if heaven itself favors our Zhongchu, always sending forth champions when we require them most. Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui quickly waved his hands. My lord priest, I believe you are mistaken. I am not the sort of person capable of saving a nation from peril. Moreover, the Zhongchu Empire is currently flourishing, with its people living in peace and happiness. I fear you have sought the wrong individual. While I may have come from the Half-Moon Mountain range, I am likely the exception to the rule. Zhong Hui harbored no desire to reveal that he was not truly from that place. However, as he spoke, it seemed that those who hailed from there were renowned heroes, distinguished figures of great valor. To consider himself a great hero in such a state was tantamount to courting death. He wished to prolong his days and had no intention of departing this world prematurely. Do not be alarmed. This is merely an old tale, not to be taken seriously. I never claimed you to be a great hero. It was but a jest, a mere recounting of bygone events. Do not panic. Think of it as listening to a story, he reassured. Zhong Hui quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. He was merely an impostor, a mere visitor from the mountains. Should he be mistaken for the savior of the Zhong Empire, who knew what burdens they might impose upon him, tasks of saving the world perhaps? He was acutely aware of his own limitations. If entrusted with such responsibilities, he could easily meet a grim fate. Oh, esteemed priest, please refrain from such jests. My capacity for bearing such weight is insufficient, he implored. Fear not, consider it merely a jest. The high priest chuckled. It has been many years since I shared these tales with anyone. Zhong Hui, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, scratched his head, perplexed by the high priest's eccentricity. Very well, let us conclude our conversation for today. Accompany the young lady you outside. That I merely wish to see you. There is nothing more at hand. That we shall converse at length another time when the opportunity arises. Upon hearing these words, Zhong Hui felt a great sense of relief. Exhaling deeply, he rose and bowed to the high priest before retreating. Once Zhong Hui had distanced himself, a figure emerged from a nearby wooden dwelling, taking a seat beside the high priest. Old friend, did you notice his demeanor? Does he not resemble someone from that place? The high priest cast a glance at him and replied, What if he does? What if he does not? Although the empire appears tranquil, with merriment and revelry, it is, in truth, afflicted by deep-seated troubles, a malady that has reached a critical stage. One can never tell when a storm may descend. If he is indeed the fated one, it would be a boon for the empire, if not to sigh. The elder's gaze grew distant, peering into the horizon. It was the summer solstice, and the afternoon sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, rendering all in such heat quite lethargic. On the official road from Linglang County to the capital, a contingent of 1,000 was transporting a batch of provisions. This batch represented the first harvest of the season. Eagerly sought by the capital's grain transport official to expedite their journey to the capital, they had not brought a substantial military escort. After all, within the heart of the empire, what significant risks could they encounter? Yet, hidden in a nearby mountain hollow were over 3,000 bandits, the very rogues of Huodo Mountain. Today, Wumang scouts had spotted a large convoy transporting goods along the official road beneath Huodo Mountain. Upon receiving this intelligence, Wu Meng resolved to seize this plump target. Hoping to afford his comrades a few days of comfort, the group awaited in the mountain hollow, poised to act once the scouts returned with further news. A figure rushed over, breathless and without a moment to spare for a sip of water. Approaching Wu Meng, that he reported, "Esteemed leader, I have instructed my brothers to observe closely and have ascertained that they are not a merchant convoy, but rather an army transporting provisions for the court, numbering no less than 1,000, that their formation is tight, their ranks disciplined, and their march swift." Upon hearing this report, Wu Meng furrowed his brow in concern. This was indeed a formidable adversary. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "What are they transporting?" The captain, brimming with excitement, replied, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. There are a full 32 carts, stretching nearly half a mile. If we were to intercept this cargo, it would allow my brothers to enjoy a bountiful winter." Wu Meng felt a flicker of temptation at this prospect. 32 carts of goods, if he could lay claim to them, he would want for nothing. However, the realization that they were soldiers, seemingly not weak, instilled a sense of uncertainty within him. He had brought only 3,000 men on this expedition. Should they prove unable to match their strength, his entire venture would be in jeopardy. Just as he wrestled with this decision, the scout spoke again. "Is the esteemed leader concerned about being unable to contend with them? There is no need for such worry. I have conducted a thorough reconnaissance. While this group may be challenging, they are merely infantry, all clad in light armor. I have a strategy in mind." Chapter 51. Crafting Strategies. Wu Meng regarded the scout. This individual had been personally trained by Zhongdang. The secret training had lasted 6 months, and at the time, Wu Meng had not fully grasped its significance. Now, however, he recognized the importance of this astute scout. Were it not for his keen understanding of the enemy's situation and his comprehensive knowledge of the surrounding terrain, Wu Meng might have forfeited this golden opportunity. With this thought in mind, he patted the scout on the shoulder and said, "Well done, you clever lad. If we succeed this time, I shall reward you handsomely. You may choose whatever you desire." The scout immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed leader. Your might is unparalleled. Ha. Let us proceed to lay our ambush." An hour later, a troop of soldiers on the official road appeared in the canyon, just as the scout had predicted. The vice commander, riding at the forefront, surveyed the terrain with a furrowed brow and anxiously questioned the general beside him. "General, considering the landscape, I cannot shake the feeling that we might be walking into a trap. Should we send someone ahead to scout?" The young general looked at the vice commander with disdain and replied, "It seems that with age, your courage has diminished. We are an army, and we march towards the capital. Which foolish bandit would dare to intercept us? Those brigands would be terrified at the sight of our formation." Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing arrow shot forth from the sides of the canyon. Accompanied by a sharp whistled in an instant, a deluge of arrows rained down from both flanks, filling the air with a cacophony of screams that echoed through the canyon, rising and falling in a harrowing symphony. The general swept aside the arrows aimed at him with his sword and, taking advantage of the moment, rolled off his horse to take refuge between 2 steeds, shouting to the troops to form ranks. With the commanding presence of their leader, the soldiers immediately sprang into action, encircling one another to construct a shield wall that would block the onslaught of incoming arrows. Once the shield wall was established, the casualties from the initial barrage were significant, but subsequent losses diminished considerably. Before long, the archery from the gorge ceased. However, before the soldiers could catch their breath, a multitude of mountain bandits appeared at the gorge's entrance. Brandishing sharp blades as they galloped towards the troops with a deafening roar, the soldiers in the front line were caught off guard, unable to flee in time, and were swiftly brought down by the bandits' blades. Blood gushing forth, as the bandits pressed deeper into the gorge, they encountered the well-ordered army, with spears thrusting out from the shield wall, forming a veritable forest of pikes. The mounted bandits, confronted by the glinting weapons, hesitated and turned their horses around, urging the foot soldiers behind them to charge forward. Seeing the abundance of supplies and military provisions stacked nearby, the bandits charged recklessly towards the military formation. Undeterred by the danger, under the command of the young general, the soldiers managed to repel wave after wave of assaults. Yet, the sheer force of the bandits began to overwhelm them, although initially they held their ground against several attacks. As the bandits surrounded them from both sides of the gorge, the soldiers began to falter and struggled desperately. At that moment, a burly figure burst forth from the throng of bandits, wielding a double-edged cleaver and riding a spirited steed, charging directly into the military formation. This man was Wu Meng, who, having observed the protracted struggle of his comrades, felt a surge of determination as he brandished his blade and galloped forward, with a fierce swing of his cleaver. He sent several soldiers flying from the front lines. The general, realizing the dire situation, immediately brandished his spear and charged at Wu Meng to engage him in combat. As this gap opened, the bandits surged forward en masse. Despite the valiant efforts of the soldiers, they were outnumbered and, having lost their commander, were soon overwhelmed and slaughtered. Wu Meng, drenched in blood, stood atop the pile of corpses, an expression of fierce triumph etched across his face. He turned to Lu Er beside him and inquired, "What is the status of our brother's casualties?" Wu Meng waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing serious. Just ensure the men below remain vigilant to prevent such occurrences in the future." Lu Er, holding his blade, approached Wu Meng and said, "Boss, we've hit the jackpot this time. I just calculated it. 32 carts, each filled with valuable goods." Thus, the group, laden with several carts of plunder, joyfully made their way back into the mountains. In the capital, at the office of the grain commissioner, Li Wenjun served as the chief clerk, typically managing internal affairs and assisting Li Heng. However, in the past month, he had been exceedingly busy. The commissioner, Li Heng, had 2 sons. His second son was murdered in broad daylight, and the perpetrator had yet to be brought to justice. While Li Heng was still reeling from this tragedy, he was forced to carry on with his duties. But little did he know that his youngest son would soon meet a similar fate, as his eldest son, Li Gang, an officer in the city defense battalion, was killed by the newly appointed commander of the battalion just as he was on the brink of promotion. Upon hearing this news, Li Heng was so incensed that he fainted. Li Heng had come to realize that the crown prince would be overseeing matters, leaving him unable to take action. Frustrated, he fell into a bedridden state. Neglecting his official duties, and entrusted all significant responsibilities of the inner court to Li Wenjun, who was now overwhelmed with work at that moment. Li Wenjun was meticulously organizing the grain tax records from various counties for early summer when a panting eunuch rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, "This is terrible, my lord. There has been a mishap with the grain collected from Linglang County." Upon hearing this, Li Wenjun momentarily froze, and the pen he held clattered to the ground. The season was early summer, with vibrant green leaves adorning the trees, and the temperature gradually rising under the scorching sun that hung in the sky, blinding to the eyes. Chapter 52. Coercive determination. Li Wenjun arrived at the Li residence. Bypassing the need to adjust his attire as he strode directly inside, Li Heng lay languidly on the bed, a hot towel draped over his forehead. Occasionally coughing weakly, he gazed at Li Wenjun and, in a frail voice, inquired, "Is there something urgent, Master Li?" "Ahem, as you can see, my health is compromised, and I fear I am unable to attend to official matters that I must trouble you to take extra care." Li Wenjun scrutinized the ailing Li Heng, fully aware that this was not a true ailment, but rather a manifestation of his troubled mind. However, there was little he could do to remedy the charade. He addressed Li Heng, saying, "My lord, I am aware of your health's decline, yet there is a matter that requires your attention and judgment." Li Heng, with great effort, propped himself up at the head of the bed and asked, "What is it?" "Speak not, my lord. The spring taxes being transported from Linglang County to the capital were ambushed by bandits from Huido Mountain, resulting in the complete annihilation of the military escort. This revelation. Li Heng, previously weak and listless, immediately straightened his posture, leaning forward as if he had not heard correctly, and loudly requested, "What did you say? Repeat that." Upon hearing it again, Li Heng's eyes darted around as he pondered the implications. As the Minister of Granaries, he was responsible for the taxation of various counties, and although the troops sent to collect the taxes were not from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the ministry held supervisory authority over transport. Since this shipment of grain was intercepted while he feigned illness, he bore no principal responsibility. Relieved by this thought, he reclined back onto the "My lord, are you not concerned about the theft of this grain?" Li Heng looked at Li Wenjun and replied, "Alas, my physical condition renders me incapable of addressing official matters. The theft of the grain is beyond my capacity to manage, and I must trouble you, Master Li, to exert yourself in this matter." Li Wenjun, feeling both anxious and irate at this display of evasion from the old fox, had already devised a plan in his mind. Noticing Li Heng's indifference, he casually inquired, "Oh, is there anything else? Seeing that my lord is unwell, I have come specifically to present a remedy for your ailment." Li Heng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This illness of mine cannot be cured. It is beyond remedy that my lord's ailment is of the heart, and such a malady requires a cure for the heart that I know that your distress stems from the city defense camps Zhonghui. And I have come to offer a strategy to eliminate this Zhonghu. Li Wenjun made a gesture across his throat. Upon hearing this, Li Heng's spirit was instantly invigorated. He sat upright and inquired eagerly, "Oh, what plan do you propose? As long as you can eliminate him, I assure you that you will become the next minister of grain." Upon hearing Li Heng's promise, Li Wenjun smiled broadly, moving closer to Li Heng, and continued, "My lord, this incident of the grain supply being ambushed presents a splendid opportunity to rid ourselves of Zhonghui." Intrigued, Li Heng responded, "Oh, pray, elaborate. My lord. Is Zhonghui not the commander of the city defense battalion? The Firehead Mountain lies not far from the capital. Logically, it should be the capital's guard army that is dispatched to eradicate it. However, the leader of the capital's guard army is the eldest son of the Liang family. My lord, if you were to beseech Liang Xikong to feign illness, and then, along with other ministers, request the city defense battalion to hunt down the bandits, Zhonghui would inevitably face defeat once he suffers a loss. You could then unite with others to accuse him of negligence to that point. Even with the crown prince's protection, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed." After hearing Li Wenjun's proposal, Li Heng was greatly stirred. Indeed, it was an excellent strategy to dispose of Zhonghui. Yet, he pondered, could this band of mountain bandits truly vanquish Zhonghui? How can you assure me that these bandits will defeat the city defense battalion? Although the battalion may be weak, it is still part of the capital's military. Mere bandits may not suffice to withstand them. Laughing, Li Heng clapped his hands together. "Very well, let it be as you suggest. I shall set forth immediately. This time, I will ensure that Zhonghui has no place to bury his remains." With that, he sprang from his bed, hurriedly donning his garments while conversing, exhibiting no signs of illness. "I shall speak with Lord Liang." "Humph, what if Zhonghui has the crown prince shielding him? If he offends me, I will make him understand that there are certain matters that cannot be broached in the capital." In the bustling training ground, a throng of soldiers was engaged in a lively contest. Zhonghui stood upon the command platform, observing the scene, with Zhao Ming, the commander of the Thunder Camp, at his side. In the training ground, a soldier known as Dog Egg was single-handedly challenging 3 opponents, charging like a ferocious bull, steadfast and unyielding, showcasing an impressive display of prowess despite the odds against him. Seeing this spectacle, Zhonghui turned to Zhao Ming and inquired, "Zhao Camp Commander, how effective do you believe our training over the past month has been?" Zhao Ming, upon being questioned, lifted his gaze and replied, "Since the commander has trained the soldiers in this manner, he must possess his own confidence that I dare not speculate recklessly, but I believe we shall certainly see results." Zhonghui nodded in agreement. Prolonged illness had weakened the troops, and without vigorous reform, it would only diminish the capital's military strength. After this military overhaul, the soldiers had exerted considerable effort, nearly shedding blood, that I have promised the Crown Prince to mold the city defense battalion into a formidable force. You must all strive diligently and not let me break my word. Rest assured, my lord, I shall do my utmost to train the Thunder Camp, living up to your expectations," Zhao Ming affirmed. Zhonghui patted Zhao Ming's shoulder. "Good. With your assurance, I am at ease." With that, he descended from the command platform. Observing the soldiers engaged in their fervent training ignited a desire within him to test his own skills. Chapter 53. The Decree of Death. Strangely enough, although he had been practicing Ningxu for quite some time, he often felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Yet, he found himself unable to unleash his battle aura externally, which left him in a state of vexation. He had inquired several times with Qing Rue, but to no avail. The release of battle aura depended solely on oneself, and this was precisely why battle aura practitioners were so few in number. This predicament left Zhonghui feeling rather helpless. He yearned for battle aura, but sometimes fate dictated that one could only achieve what was meant to be. What was not destined could not be forced. Nevertheless, he remained philosophical, recognizing that possessing a physique stronger than the average person, combined with his martial arts foundation learned since childhood, already placed him above the ordinary. He could even hold his own against battle aura users in a fair contest. And while there was a hint of regret, it was something he could accept. Just as he was about to practice with his soldiers, a messenger burst through the gates, reporting, "Commander, a man awaits outside the camp, bearing a decree." Zhonghui halted his steps, nodding in acknowledgement. "Understood. You may leave." He was puzzled. Having only assumed command for a little over a month, He had not anticipated receiving a decree so soon. Curiosity piqued, he strode towards the camp entrance. Upon arrival, he beheld a slender eunuch, somewhat aged, with a slight hunch in his back, standing quietly at the threshold. Approaching swiftly, Zhonghui thought it prudent to avoid provoking the eunuch unnecessarily. Before he could speak, the old eunuch rasped, "You must be Commander Zhong. I pay my respects to you, Commander. What brings you here, my good man?" Zhonghui inquired. "I am here to convey the prince's edict." "Commander Zhong, please receive it." The eunuch lifted the silk scroll he held aloft. Immediately, Zhonghui knelt on one knee, fully aware of the basic protocols of respect. The acting commander of the city defense, Zhonghui, is commended for training his soldiers well, fostering their valor, and uniting the leadership. He is granted a fine steed and awarded 100 taels of silver. Furthermore, there are lawless bandits at Huotushan who have been raiding the grain supplies and plundering the common folk, inciting great resentment among the people. The city defense is hereby ordered to exterminate them. Upon finishing, the old eunuch carefully folded the decree and presented it reverently to Zhonghui. "Commander Zhong, there is one more matter to discuss. The prince requests your presence at the prince's residence this afternoon for an important discussion that I shall not detain you further, esteemed sir. Farewell," the eunuch concluded. Zhonghui nodded. "Safe travels, my good man." Watching the figure of the old eunuch fade into the distance, Zhonghui fell into contemplation. Having only recently taken command of the city defense, he had not yet reported the training results to the prince. Logically, the prince would not have assigned him to lead troops against bandits. The sudden order was undoubtedly fraught with intrigue, and he resolved to inquire further in the afternoon. Later that day, Zhonghui mounted the fine horse sent by the prince and galloped through the dust towards the prince's residence. Before long, he arrived at the gates. Dismounting, he entered the estate, where the steward, Old Gon, awaited him at the entrance. Zhonghui had changed since his arrival, his demeanor now exuding a resolute determination rather than the rusticity of before. Following Old Gon, he made his way to the prince's study. Although he had spent some time at the prince's residence, the vastness of the estate still left him somewhat disoriented. The prince was engrossed in organizing documents, and judging by his appearance, he seemed to be in somewhat better health than before. Nevertheless, a sense of fatigue lingered, suggesting that rest had been scarce. Zhonghui remained as he always had, silently seated at the side, awaiting the crown prince's completion of his official duties. Before long, the crown prince set down his brush, organized the memorials, lifted a cup of tea, and began to sip it leisurely, accustomed to Zhonghui's quiet presence. After a sip, he turned to Zhonghui and remarked, "Yesterday, Li Heng, in conjunction with several ministers, presented a memorial to me, stating that a band of mountain bandits at Huodo Mountain had seized tax grain and requested my decree for the city defense camp to undertake a punitive expedition." I acquiesced. Upon hearing this news, Zhonghui expressed his confusion. Shouldn't this task fall to the Jingji camp? Why has it been assigned to the city defense camp? The crown prince set down his teacup and approached him. "Liang Qian is unwell, and Liang can hardly attend to his ailing father. Is it truly so coincidental?" Zhonghui pondered, somewhat perplexed. Guani cast a glance at Zhonghui. "Now you understand? There are individuals in the court targeting you." Zhonghui scratched his head in bewilderment. He had only assumed office a month prior and, aside from having eliminated a few individuals at the outset, had not stirred any trouble. Guan seized the moment to interject. "The Minister of Grain, Li Heng." Zhonghui suddenly realized. So it was this fellow. Yet he had not anticipated that the authority of the Minister of Grain could be so substantial. How could Li Heng sway Liang Qian? The Minister of Grain was responsible for managing the grain taxes of all prefectures and counties, and he was indeed a third-rank official with considerable power, not to mention that he was aligned with Liang Qian. The reason I consented to their request was partly to assess the training of the city defense camp, and partly to assist you in restoring its organization. At this moment, Zhonghui felt a wave of frustration. He had no desire to provoke conflict. Yet it seemed others were intent on embroiling him in strife. That it appeared that unless he imparted some lessons, they would continue to view him as an easy target. With this thought, he immediately knelt on one knee and declared, "I shall not fail your highness's trust. I will ensure that this group does not underestimate us." The crown prince, Guan nodded with satisfaction. According to Li Heng, there are approximately 5,000 bandits at Huodo Mountain. However, in my estimation, there may be as many as 7,000. It would be prudent for you to bring a larger contingent of soldiers for this expedition against the bandits. Zhonghui nodded in agreement. Guan smiled and said, "Very well, I shall wish you a triumphant start." "Thank you, Your Highness." With that, both men shared a hearty laugh. Over 3,000 soldiers set forth early in the morning. Moving swiftly in formation, Zhong Hui aimed to catch the bandits off guard. However, upon the army's arrival at the bandit stronghold, they were met with a formidable stone wall, towering 7 or 8 meters high. The wall was adorned with banners and bustling with figures, clearly indicating that they had made ample preparations. Standing outside the fortification, Zhong Hui was taken aback by this small fortress-like stronghold. He had not anticipated that the mountain bandits in this alternate world could be so formidable. No wonder they had summoned him to quell the bandits. It was evident they sought to place him in peril. Yet now, retreat was not an option. He had only the choice to engage in battle. Beside him, Zhang Dapio was equally astonished by the stronghold. He understood that ordinary bandits would not possess such a tightly knit defense and orderly formation. This band of robbers was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 54. The discreet scout. He cast a glance at Zhong Hui and remarked, "Commander, this band of mountain bandits is formidable. At present, we lack siege equipment, and our soldiers are unable to ascend. How shall we breach their fortifications?" Zhong Hui surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Let the soldiers chop down trees on the spot to construct battering rams and siege ladders, and we shall launch a vigorous assault and see what transpires." Zhang Dabiao clasped his hands in salute and said, "Understood." He then turned his horse around and galloped to the rear to organize the troops and fell trees. Meanwhile, Zhong Hui instructed the soldiers at the front to arrange themselves in formation to guard against any surprise attacks from the bandits, all the while meticulously observing the mountain stronghold. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Such a defensive structure could not possibly be crafted by these unsophisticated bandits. It appeared there were influential figures backing them, most likely from the military. After nearly an hour, the siege equipment was nearly ready. Once everything was set, Zhong Hui issued the command, and the army commenced their assault on the stronghold. Due to the narrowness of the mountain path, the attack proved challenging, with a maximum of only about 100 soldiers able to ascend at once. Furthermore, the bandits had prepared in advance, and waves of soldiers surged forward, only to be repelled before they could scale the walls. Many fell from the ladders, and the battering rams proved ineffective against the gates. Before Zhong Hui could order a retreat, however, Zhang Dabiao was the first to charge forward, followed by over 100 men. Observing the impasse from behind Zhong Hui, Zhang Dabiao felt a sense of urgency. Disregarding his rank, he brandished his Fengmei Dao and rushed forward. Witnessing his actions, Zhong Hui felt both concern and hope. He commanded the archers to unleash a barrage upon the walls to provide cover for Zhang Dabiao. Zhang Dabiao, displaying remarkable valor, led the charge. As arrows rained down, he deftly deflected them with his blade and reached the foot of the stronghold's wall. Swiftly placing a foot on the siege ladder, the bandits had long been aware of his presence, yet Zhang Dabiao's ferocity was overwhelming. Before the bandits could react, he had already scaled the walls. A group of bandits attempted to push him down, but Zhang Dabiao was too powerful, sweeping them aside and slaughtering his way through. Soon, more soldiers began to ascend the walls, trailing in Zhang Dabiao's wake, gradually creating a breach. As this gap widened, chaos erupted atop the battlements. Zhong Hui, witnessing the unfolding situation, felt elated. They were on the verge of breaching the stronghold. Once the gate fell, he would lead his soldiers inside. Sun Laohu, stationed at the base of the stronghold, had been urging the bandits to guard the gates. Noticing that men were continuously falling from the walls, he sensed impending doom and ascended to the battlements with his ghost-headed blade in hand. Upon reaching the top, he beheld Zhang Dabiao, brandishing his Fengmei Dao with an imposing presence. Observing his comrades falling around him, Sun Laohu's eyes widened in fury, and he shouted, "Brothers, arm yourselves with arrows and shoot him dead." Yes. Thus, a hail of arrows began to rain down upon the battlements. Some soldiers were struck, and even some bandits fell victim to friendly fire. Yet Zhang Dabiao remained unscathed, seeing that Zhang Dabiao had not been hit. Sun Laohu seized a nearby bough and, taking advantage of Zhang Dabiao's momentary distraction, loosed an arrow towards his back. Sun Laohu was indeed a formidable foe. His bow was drawn taut, and the arrow flew swiftly. Although Zhang Dabiao sensed the danger, it was too late. He could only manage to swipe at the arrow's tail. The arrow struck Zhang Dabiao's right shoulder. Nevertheless, at this moment, he was already caught up in the fervor of battle and paid little heed to this minor injury. Sun Laohu, observing Zhang Dabiao's wound, remained undeterred in his ferocity, brandishing his large blade and charging forward. Upon their initial encounter, the the two clashed fiercely. However, it was evident that Sun Laohu was at a disadvantage. Had it not been for the arrow in Zhang Dabiao's right hand, rendering him unable to exert his full strength, Sun Laohu would have long been cleaved in two by his blade. Yet, while Zhang Dabiao fought valiantly, his soldiers faltered, the mountain bandits surged forth incessantly, and with Zhang Dabiao preoccupied by Sun Laohu, the bandits thrust their long spears at the soldiers who had just scaled the walls. The soldiers, caught off guard, began to be struck down from the ramparts. Those atop the walls also started to succumb, falling one by one. Before long, the number of soldiers on the walls dwindled to a mere handful. Witnessing the heavy casualties among his brethren and the dire situation surrounding him, Zhang Dabiao gathered his energy and made a sweeping motion, repelling a group of bandits, then shouted loudly, "Retreat!" No sooner had he spoken than Sun Laohu swung at him. With a surge of battle aura enveloping him, he deftly parried Sun Laohu's strike with a reverse grip on his blade, then executed a sidestepping maneuver, his foamy blade slicing through the air diagonally. Sun Laohu, recognizing the peril of Zhang Dabiao's blade trajectory, raised his own sword to defend. Unexpectedly, the blow sent him flying. Zhang Dabiao, exuding might atop the walls, instilled fear in the surrounding bandits, who dared not approach. Noticing that the soldiers had nearly retreated, Zhang Dabiao let out a commanding shout, sweeping the foamy blade to clear the remaining bandits before leaping down from the walls. The soldiers retreated in a tidal wave, leaving behind a scene of chaos. The bandits, witnessing the withdrawal of the imperial troops, erupted in cheers atop the walls. It was their first direct confrontation with the soldiers, a significant boost to their morale. Subsequently, they summoned Zhao Ming and several other commanders into the tent to deliberate on strategies for attacking the stockade. This discussion lasted throughout the day, yet by afternoon, no viable plan had emerged. Zhong Hui, in the tent, was fraught with anxiety, tearing at his hair in frustration, for Huodo Mountain seemed as unyielding as solid stone, impossible to conquer. Without overcoming Huodo Mountain, he would have no explanation to offer the crown prince, which would inevitably invite criticism from certain factions within the court. Just as everyone was in a state of desperate confusion, a report echoed from outside the tent, drawing their attention. Moments later, a scout entered. The very one Zhao Ming had dispatched earlier that morning to survey the surrounding area after Zhong Hui had led the troops away. The scout was battered and disheveled, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing his condition, Zhao Ming exclaimed in astonishment, "What has happened? I sent you to investigate the terrain. How have you returned in such a state? Where are the others?" The scout, upon hearing Zhao Ming's inquiries, immediately began to lament. "General, we were originally surveying the area around Huodo Mountain when we suddenly discovered a village at the foot of the eastern slope, unsure if it was a bandit outpost. We cautiously approached to investigate, but unexpectedly, a large figure emerged from the village and knocked us all down. Had I not fled swiftly, I fear I would have perished at the hands of the bandits." Zhong Hui, upon hearing the scout's report, lamented that matters were becoming increasingly difficult to manage. He had yet to devise a solution for the bandits in the mountains, and now another group had emerged from below. It was truly a case of misfortune compounding upon misfortune that he resolved to address the threat from the valley before tackling the one above. With this thought in mind, Zhong Hui commanded, "Zhao Ming, ensure the camp is well guarded, and dispatch scouts frequently to prevent surprise attacks from the mountain bandits." Zhao Ming stepped forward, replying, "This subordinate shall obey the orders." Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhong Hui then addressed the assembly. "On the morrow, I shall personally lead 3,000 troops to eradicate those bandits once and for all." Huodo Village, situated at the foot of Huodo Mountain, had once been a small settlement that, despite the presence of bandits, had enjoyed relative tranquility. The villagers lived in harmony with the mountain, sustaining themselves from its resources. Yet, for reasons unknown, the bandits residing in Huodo Mountain had recently begun a spree of arson, murder, and plunder, unsettling the vicinity and placing Huodo Village in the most precarious position. Were it not for the presence of a remarkably strong young man, the village would have likely been stripped bare by now. This strong young man had been discovered by the village chief during a hunting expedition on the mountain, merely 4 years of age. He had been found living alongside the fiercest of iron-eating bears. Seizing the opportunity while the bear was unawares, the chief brought the child back. The chief and his wife, both over 40 and childless, adopted him as their own. From a young age, he exhibited extraordinary strength, having subdued the village's most ferocious hunting dog by the age of by 13. he accompanied the adults on hunting trips, matching their prowess, and at 17, he had even slain a starving tiger that ventured down from the mountain. However, this young man was somewhat of a recluse. Apart from the chief and his wife, he rarely spoke to anyone, often brooding in silence. The villagers privately referred to him as a simpleton. When the bandits from Huodo Mountain attempted to raid the village, they initially aimed to seize it. However, the leading bandit sustained injuries at the hands of the strong young man, and subsequently, more than 10 bandits were dealt with severely by him at this moment. The village chief stood at the entrance of the village alongside the strong young man and the able-bodied villagers, gazing at the scouts rendered unconscious by the young man's might. This group, having not learned their lesson during their previous encounter, dared to return, and he was determined to teach them a lesson. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, he charged forward and delivered a thorough beating, holding back just enough to spare their lives. Yet, when the village chief approached to assess the situation, he realized that these individuals were not bandits at all. Their attire clearly marked them as soldiers. The strong young man, having never ventured beyond the village, was unfamiliar with the soldier's garb, leading to this unfortunate misunderstanding. The chief recognized the gravity of the predicament they now faced. Fortunately, no lives had been taken, or the consequences would have been dire. However, knowing that these were government soldiers, it was inevitable that they would seek retribution against the villagers. The villagers behind the chief were acutely aware of the looming disaster and began to murmur among themselves. Many were lifelong acquaintances of the strong young man, who, despite his reclusive nature, had saved their lives. While they valued their own safety, they also understood the importance of gratitude. After deliberation, one by one, they began to urge the chief to send the strong young man away for his own protection. The village chief pondered for a moment, gazing at the towering figure of the strong man. Although he was reluctant to part with him, it was imperative that he sought refuge to avoid drawing attention for the time being. Just as the village chief prepared to escort the strong man into the mountains, a cloud of dust began to rise outside the village. Zhonghui had already led a contingent of soldiers to Huodo village. He urged his men onward, eager to catch the bandits off guard before they had a chance to organize their defenses. However, upon reaching the outskirts of the village, he was met with a sight that filled him with apprehension. Wooden stakes surrounded the village, creating a formidable barrier, and a large group of individuals armed with weapons stood at the entrance that it seemed the bandits had been well prepared, lying in wait for their arrival. The repeated failures of his ambushes ignited a fire of frustration within Zhonghui. He had not anticipated that his swift assaults would yield no success. Resolving that ambush tactics were futile, he decided to engage in a frontal assault. With this thought, he began to command his soldiers to form ranks and advance. The signal flag waved, and the soldiers slowed their pace. Those in the rear moved forward to fill the gaps, while the long spears were raised at an angle with each step they took. The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. The villagers at the entrance had never witnessed such an imposing display, and they trembled in fear. Yet, the strong man was unfazed. Instead of feeling fear, he was consumed by rage. Without a second thought, he seized a large beam from beside the village and charged towards the army. Zhonghui, mounted on his steed, squinted as he observed a robust figure emerging from the village, brandishing the beam. Was this individual courting death? He signaled for a line of soldiers to charge forth. As the soldiers surged forward, they were swept aside by the beam that flew horizontally through the air before their pikes could even reach their target. The speed at which the strong man wielded the beam was too swift for the soldiers to evade. After sending the first wave of soldiers sprawling, the strong man continued his advance toward Zhonghui. A subordinate officer, witnessing the failure of the soldiers to hold their ground, personally led a team of soldiers into the fray. Mounted and brandishing a long spear, he prepared to thrust it into the strong man. The strong man, seeing the officer charge at him, raised the beam and surged forward to meet him. The officer realized that with such a massive beam, the only way to avoid being unseated was to collide head-on. He hoped to use the momentum of his horse to send the strong man flying. Chapter 57. Preserving strength, he remained steadfast, and his personal guard quickly followed suit to shield Zhonghui. The captain of the guards, Zhong Sheng, knelt on the ground, bowing his head as he spoke. I have failed in my duty, allowing the commander to fall into peril. Please punish me. Commander. Zhonghui helped Zhong Sheng to his feet, saying, "This is not your fault. There is no need for you to bear such guilt. You may withdraw for now." Yes. He then turned to the village chief, his tone softening as he inquired, "Old man, who are you, and what is your connection to the one on the ground?" Upon hearing the village chief's response, Zhonghui finally grasped the situation. It turned out to be an ordinary village, not a stronghold of bandits. Thus, it was merely a misunderstanding. However, a misunderstanding or not, the strong man's actions had injured his soldiers, and this matter could not be easily overlooked. He gazed at the village chief, and then surveyed the village. With its rudimentary defenses and the villagers at the entrance wielding hoes and clubs, which indeed did not resemble a band of mountain bandits, he spoke. "You are the village chief, I presume, since the earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. I shall refrain from making a grand show of force. However, in light of this injury, you must provide me with an explanation." The old man hesitated, uncertain of what Zhonghui intended to do. Ignoring the elder, Zhonghui addressed the nearby lieutenant, saying, "You shall station the soldiers outside the village and send word to Zhao Ying, informing him that there is no danger here, and instruct him to secure the camp. As you command." After arranging the troops, Zhonghui proceeded towards the village, followed closely by the anxious village chief and a group of guards carrying the large, black figure. The villagers had already witnessed the earlier events unfold at the village entrance. Upon seeing the large figure throw soldiers out, their hearts raced with trepidation, fearing the general's wrath would be directed at them. When they observed the army's withdrawal and the village chief approached with a group of people, they finally exhaled in relief. However, their respite was short-lived as a contingent of officials arrived, parting the way. Subsequently, a young general, clad in armor and bearing a somber expression, entered the village alongside the village chief and several individuals carrying the large figure. The villagers, having seen little of the world, were curious about the intentions of this gallant general and followed closely behind. Zhonghui sat within the village chief's abode, the chief standing beside him, while the guards maintained a vigilant watch, keeping the onlooking villagers at bay. The village chief had never encountered such grandeur before and felt a bit daunted. Zhonghui looked at him and inquired, "How long have you held the position of village chief?" Upon hearing Zhonghui speak, the village chief promptly replied, "This old man has served as village chief for 20 years. Then you must be familiar with the situation at Huodo Mountain, correct?" The village chief responded. "In my youth, I hunted in Huodo Mountain. I am quite knowledgeable about it." Zhonghui nodded and continued, "Excellent. Now, tell me about the origins of the bandits at Huodo Mountain." Upon hearing Zhonghui's query regarding the bandits, the village chief pondered for a moment and replied, "The bandits at Huodo Mountain have been present for about 7 or 8 years, but during that time, they were few in number and could not even overpower this village. However, in recent years, Huodo Mountain has suddenly become active, with groups of people frequently making their way up the mountain. Although the bandits are numerous, they have not engaged in any acts of robbery. And for a time, we coexisted peacefully. Yet, for reasons unknown, in the past few months, the bandits have begun to plunder indiscriminately, instilling fear in everyone." After listening to the village chief's account, Zhonghui did not glean any substantial assistance, but sensed that matters were far from simple. It appeared that Huodo Mountain posed a significant challenge, and he suspected that there must be someone orchestrating events behind the scenes. Otherwise, a mere band of thieves could not achieve such feats. Contemplating this, he addressed the village chief. "Although I understand this was a misunderstanding, the fact remains that your people have injured several of my soldiers. I, personally, am indifferent. However, I cannot simply disregard the need to provide these soldiers with an explanation." Upon hearing this, the village chief immediately knelt, bowing his head repeatedly as he pleaded, "Great general, you possess a magnanimous heart. Please spare my large fellow. Should you demand his life, this old man is willing to take his place. Only beseech the esteemed general to spare the large fellow." Zhonghui stepped forward to support the village chief, gently stating, "I do not mean for your large fellow to pay with his life. You are overthinking." Upon hearing this, the village chief, relieved that Black Dagu was not to be killed, gazed at Zhonghui in confusion. Zhonghui continued, "I see potential in Black Dagu and wish for him to enlist in the army. Given his strength, I believe he could easily rise to the rank of general." The village chief, momentarily taken aback by the idea of Black Dagu becoming a general, struggled to comprehend if Zhonghui's words were indeed true. Zhonghui, still supporting him, inquired, "What is it? Do you not wish for Black Dagu to become a general?" Upon hearing this, the village chief feigned a gesture to kneel, but Zhonghui prevented him from doing so. He excitedly exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Thank you, esteemed general. I am deeply grateful to you." Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. Black Dagu had always been a taciturn child, In previous years, he had the companionship of my late spouse. But now that they have departed, I am uncertain how much longer I shall remain. Although the villagers are kind, they do not relate well to Black de Good. He is a pitiful child. Esteemed General, I have no other requests. I merely ask that you take good care of him. Here I kneel before you. This time, Zhonghui did not stop him, allowing the village chief to kneel and bow his head, accepting the responsibility entrusted to him by a father. Once he finished, the village chief stood, a smile blossoming on his face, relieved to have resolved the matter concerning Black de Gu. Zhonghui looked at the village chief and said, "Come, let us see how Black de Gu fares." With that, he stepped out of the door, heading towards Black de Good. On the following morning, Zhao Ming led 5,000 troops towards Huodo Mountain. Before departing, Zhonghui specifically instructed him to focus on harassment rather than siege, ensuring the preservation of the soldiers' lives. When Zhao Ming first received this assignment, he was somewhat perplexed. After much contemplation, he could not grasp Zhonghui's intentions. Nevertheless, he did not believe the mountain bandits posed a significant threat, thinking Zhonghui was still too young and inexperienced in warfare. Throughout the journey, Zhao Ming maintained an unwavering belief in victory, determined to resolve this challenge for Zhonghui in one decisive engagement. Unexpectedly, Black de Ji's strength was overwhelming. At the moment the spear tip met the heavy beam, the subordinate felt a tremendous force collide with his arm. This power surged through his body before he could comprehend what had transpired, and he was sent flying from his horse. The soldiers trailing behind rushed forward, attempting to halt Black de Ji's advance. However, like a beast, Black de Gu roared, wielding the massive beam. Each swing stirred up clouds of dust, sending wave after wave of soldiers careening away. Black de Gu charged into the ranks, unstoppable and invincible. Witnessing his ferocity, the soldiers felt a new sense of fear and began to retreat, none daring to advance further. Zhonghui observed Black de Gu from his horse, noting that while he possessed immense brute strength, he lacked any combat technique and did not enhance himself through the use of battle aura like Zhang de Biao. Such raw strength was rare. It was rather unfortunate for someone like him to become a bandit. However, the immediate priority was to subdue him to prevent any disruption to the military formation. He gestured to halt the soldiers eager to charge forward and signaled his personal guard to refrain from rash actions. Then, he seized a long spear and personally advanced. When he was approximately 8 meters away from the burly man, he stepped on the stirrup and leaped down from his horse, noticing that Zhonghui was approaching. The burly man, not lacking in wit, recognized Zhonghui's distinct attire, which clearly indicated his status as a leader. Thus, he raised a wooden beam and swung it towards Zhonghui. Observing the incoming beam, Zhonghui did not attempt to resist head-on. Instead, he crouched low and executed a bridge maneuver to evade the strike. The burly man, seeing Zhonghui easily dodge his attack, lifted the beam once more and brought it down with force. Such minor attacks posed no threat to Zhonghui. He deftly maneuvered and, in just a few swift movements, positioned himself before the burly man. With a sweeping motion of his spear, he delivered a blow to the burly man's broad back. Taken by surprise, the burly man staggered forward a few steps, letting out a furious roar as he swung the beam back. Zhonghui evaded again, reappearing before the burly man to strike once more. However, after sustaining a hit, the burly man seemed unfazed by this subsequent blow. Enraged by the assault, he found the beam cumbersome and discarded it, opting instead for a bare-handed confrontation with Zhonghui. Observing this, Zhonghui too relinquished his spear, bracing himself for a close-quarters battle. The burly man, impressed by Zhonghui's decision to discard his weapon, charged forward without hesitation. Utilizing his agile footwork, Zhonghui skillfully dodged the burly man's attacks, occasionally delivering a few slaps that elicited loud cries of pain from the larger man. Despite Zhonghui's apparent ease in dealing with the burly man, he felt far from comfortable. Although the burly man's movements were clumsy, his strength was astonishing. Zhonghui was acutely aware that a single misstep could result in a debilitating blow. Moreover, each of Zhonghui's attacks failed to inflict any significant damage, creating a vexing predicament. Just as he pondered how to defeat the burly man, he inadvertently misstepped and was struck by the burly man's hand. Instantly, he felt a surge of blood rise, and his back felt as if it had been struck by a heavy object. Propelling him through the air, the burly man, elated by Zhonghui being sent flying, rushed forward before Zhonghui could land, wrapping him in a tight embrace and slowly compressing him, trapped and unable to move. Zhong Hui felt the increasing pressure suffocating him as he struggled to breathe. He recalled his battle energy and wondered if he could use it to propel himself away. He began to channel all his battle energy, which had reached a bottleneck, into a dispersive flow from within his body. In the midst of this agonizing experience, he circulated the energy throughout his body, condensing it in his hands. As the pressure intensified, his body began to soften, and he felt the onset of oxygen deprivation, envisioning shadowy figures and shades of gray surrounding him. As he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the battle aura emanating from his hands seemed to spiral out of control, coalescing and dispersing in a relentless cycle. The pace quickened, and Zhong Hui's hands moved with an astonishing swiftness. The towering figure of the black giant distinctly felt a formidable force emanating from Zhong Hui. Realizing he was gradually losing his grip on him, awakening to the power coursing through his own hands, Zhong Hui found himself at a loss, striving to harness this newfound strength. As he concentrated intently, preparing to master this energy, a sudden explosion echoed. Banged, boom, crash, sending the black giant hurtling away, landing several meters distant amidst a cloud of dust. Zhong Shang, the captain of Zhong Hui's personal guard, witnessed the predicament of his commander ensnared by the giant and rushed forward with his men to rescue him. However, they were taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, standing frozen in place alongside Go Dan and the other soldiers. Meanwhile, the village chief at the entrance had long since noticed the unfolding situation and hurried over in a state of alarm. As the dust settled, only one figure remained standing. The onlookers squinted to see Zhong Hui, his right arm hanging down, his body leaning slightly backward, eyes gleaming with intensity, and a faint white glow still shimmering around his hands. The black giant lay unconscious on the ground, having been propelled away by Zhong Hui's sudden surge of battle aura. The energy cultivated through the Peisu technique was astonishingly powerful, enough to overwhelm even a formidable being like the black giant. Gazing at the incapacitated giant, Zhong Hui felt compelled to ascertain whether he was truly unconscious and to test the potency of the battle aura he had recently acquired. Thus, he began to channel his internal energy, stepping cautiously towards the fallen figure. Just as he approached, the village chief of Tuashan, panicked and disheveled, rushed forward and fell to his knees before Zhong Hui. "Please spare me, General. The giant is but a foolish and ignorant brute who has wronged you. If you seek retribution, let this old man pay the price instead. I beseech you, spare him." He continued to bow fervently in supplication. Yet, upon his arrival at the Tuashan stronghold, even the astute Zhao Ming was taken aback by the scene before him. Following Zhong Hui's initial failure to breach the fortress, he had formed a preliminary opinion on the bandits' capabilities, but witnessing Tuashan firsthand revealed the naivety of his assumptions. Mounted at the forefront of the stronghold, observing the spirited bandits, an inexplicable fury ignited within him. However, unlike Zhang Dabiao, his mind swiftly regained clarity. He recognized his mission's importance and dismissed the futility of unnecessary actions, understanding the rationale behind Zhong Hui's decision to assign him this task. With renewed composure, Zhao Ming began issuing commands to his soldiers, organizing them into 2 contingents of 500 each, alternating their assaults on the stronghold. He instructed the men to carry ladders only to the walls, then to switch to archers for cover, allowing the second contingent to commence the siege, and thus alternating their efforts in a coordinated manner. This strategy put the bandits of Tuashan in a precarious position, particularly for Sun Laohu. Stationed at the base of the walls, he was incessantly informed of the advancing soldiers, leading him to believe that a large-scale assault was underway. In a panic, he scrambled up the walls, only to witness the soldiers retreating like a receding tide. Just as he exhaled in relief, another wave of soldiers surged forward, arrows occasionally raining down upon them. The notorious Sun Laohu found himself utterly beleaguered, lamenting his fate. Thus, throughout one fateful morning, Zhao Ming's forces launched a staggering 27 assaults against the bandits. Among these were several earnest attempts to besiege their stronghold, during which Sun Laohu was filled with trepidation as his assailants repeatedly scaled the fortress walls. Fortunately, the sheer number of bandits allowed him to muster a defense, albeit barely. However, in his desperate bid to thwart Zhao Ming's advances, he suffered an arrow wound to his left hand. Sun Laohu leaned against the battlements, watching as the soldiers, who had initially charged to attack, retreated in disarray. He slumped against the wall, exhaling a long sigh of relief, convinced that the ordeal had finally concluded. Yet, the nightmare was far from over. Following the orders of Zhonghui, Zhao Ming persisted in harassing the Firehead stronghold with relentless assaults for 3 consecutive days. The bandits of Firehead Mountain, being rather brutish and devoid of tactical cunning, had grown accustomed to the incessant ebb and flow of the official forces. Even when faced with occasional genuine attacks, they merely reinforced their ranks, allowing their vigilance to wane. Sun Laohu, a man of considerable fortitude, even ventured out of the stronghold on the 2nd day, seeking to diminish the officials' arrogance, had it not been for Wu Mang, who, upon hearing of Sun Laohu's sortie, promptly rallied his men to reinforce the gate. The stronghold might have been breached. In the aftermath, Sun Laohu faced a severe reprimand from Wu Mang for his reckless actions. Speaking of Wu Mang, he currently sat within the Jewel Hall, accompanied by several leaders of Firehead Mountain, all of whom were exasperated by the recent disturbances caused by the officials. Damn it. These ruffians can neither mount a successful assault nor retreat properly, he cursed. It's driving me to distraction and robbing me of my peace. As he raged against the officials' conduct, Lu Er, standing nearby, approached with a grin. Chief, please do not be vexed. I have observed the officials' maneuvers these past few days, and I believe they are on the verge of retreating. Wu Mang turned to Lu Er, intrigued by his assertion. How do you come to that conclusion? Lu Er feigned profundity, stating, Chief, have you not noticed how insincere their assaults seem? In my estimation, they cannot breach our stronghold. Yet they feel compelled to maintain appearances. Their reluctance to launch a full-scale assault likely stems from the fear of significant casualties, which would reflect poorly on them that I suspect tomorrow will mark their withdrawal. After pondering Lu Er's words, Wu Mang broke into a smile. Indeed, you make a compelling argument. Well said. Here, take this jug of wine as a reward. Wu Mang jovially tossed a jug of wine to Lu Er, who caught it with glee and began to drink heartily. Since Wu Mang had risen to the position of chief of Firehead Mountain, Lu Er had also ascended, becoming the overseer of the storeroom. Since taking charge of Luhan's supplies, he walked with newfound confidence, occasionally procuring fine goods from the store. The other minor leaders in his company enjoyed their lives to the fullest, which, however, incited envy among their peers. In the realm of banditry, one fears not the misery of others, but the prospect of being outdone. Nevertheless, Lu Er was favored by Wu Mang, and though the other leaders seethed with jealousy, they found themselves powerless to act against him. As the bandits collectively rejoiced at the anticipated retreat of the officials, they began to make preparations for a grand feast from the summit of Huodo Mountain's dam. A cacophony of battle cries and anguished wails echoed through the air. Upon hearing these sounds, Wu Mang was immediately jolted upright. At that moment, a blood-soaked bandit rushed in from outside, frantically exclaiming, Boss! A large contingent of soldiers has suddenly appeared on the dam. The brothers had no time to react, and the casualties are severe. Wu Mang hastily approached and seized the man, demanding, Damn it, how did this group of soldiers make it up here? The man, already on the brink of death, succumbed immediately under Wu Mang's grip. Wu Mang cast him aside, and, wielding his fearsome broadsword, charged towards the dam, with the other leaders hastily following suit. At that instant, the dam was strewn with lifeless bodies and severed limbs. The soldiers and bandits clashed fiercely across the entire expanse of the dam. This time, Zhonghui personally led over 3,000 men along a hidden path to storm the summit's dam. After 2 days of meticulous reconnaissance by Zhong Sheng and the hulking figure known as heretic, the conditions along Huodo Mountain's trails had been thoroughly assessed. Chapter 58. The fierce tiger pounces. Today marked Zhong Hui's decisive day to breach the bandits' stronghold. Seizing the opportunity while the bandits were caught off guard, leading the charge, Zhong Hui brandished a long spear, thrusting, prodding, and sweeping through the enemy ranks as if traversing an uninhabited realm, all without the aid of combat energy. The bandits, witnessing Zhong Hui's godlike prowess, saw his spear darting through the air like a serpent, striking down all who dared to stand in his path, none able to impede his advance. With a casual flick, he cleared the bandits that obstructed him and was the first to surge onto the dam. Heretic emitted a low grunt. Subsequently, Zhong Sheng led his men towards the gate of the stronghold, where fierce fighting was already underway. Early that morning, Zhao Ming had anticipated the assault on the stronghold, and, to avoid arousing suspicion among the bandits, he and Zhang Dapio, who had recuperated for 3 days, commanded an army of 10,000, launching their attack in 2 waves. Initially, they executed 2 feints, temporarily lowering the bandits' guard. Then, when Zhang Dapio's forces arrived, they commenced a full-scale assault on the stronghold, with Zhang Dapio himself at the forefront. Not only did he seek vengeance for the arrow that had struck him that day, but he also aimed to avenge the brothers who had fallen beside him, personally exacting retribution on Sun Lao. Thanks to Zhao Ming's prior feints, although the bandits sensed something amiss, they did not take it too seriously until Zhang Dapio reached the base of the stronghold's walls, at which point the bandits finally recognized the threat and hurriedly prepared their defenses. Sun Lao was also promptly informed of the situation and led a large contingent to the walls. Sensing that this assault was far from trivial, as he ascended the wall, he encountered Zhang Dapio. This encounter was markedly different from their previous one. Last time, Zhang Dapio had relied solely on his personal valor to scale the walls. Now, the battleground was a chaotic melee between soldiers and bandits across vast stretches of the stronghold. And Zhang Dapio was no longer alone in his fight. Upon reaching the top of the wall, Zhang Dapio frantically searched for Sun Lao, and after considerable effort, spotted him rushing up from below. Without hesitation, he swung his phoenix eyebrow knife towards him. Sun Lao, alarmed by the crumbling defenses, was taken aback when he saw a subordinate sent flying by Zhang Dapio's blade, prompting him to retreat hastily. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the man he had once hurled from the wall, Zhang Dapio, and a fierce anger ignited within him. The blade was initially intended to cleave Sun Lao in two, but the wielder, in his haste, struck too soon, only managing to slice through the man beside him. Regaining his composure, he unleashed a torrent of battle aura, dragging the Fengmei knife behind him as he charged towards Sun Lao. The latter, startled by Zhang Dabiao's imposing presence, had no time to defend himself before the swift strike severed his head, blood gushing from the neck in a spray that reached 6 or 7 paces. Drenching those nearby, the surrounding bandits, witnessing their leader's demise, lost their will to fight and began to retreat in disarray. At that moment, Zhongsheng and the towering figure, Heidage, surged towards the gate with their troops. Heidage, akin to an ancient beast of prey, wielded 2 massive clubs, sweeping left and right, leaving no bandit standing in his wake. As the bandits atop the stockade beheld Sun Lao's execution, they too fled in terror. Heidage, swinging his colossal clubs, stood resolute against the tide of fleeing bandits, pushing forward through the chaos. Following in his wake, the soldiers rallied behind him, charging into the fray like a spearhead. Heidage and Zhongsheng fought their way to the gate, where Zhongsheng shielded Heidage by dispatching the small bandit leader guarding the entrance with a swift stroke. Seizing the moment, Heidage lifted the heavy beam barring the gate, and in an instant, the fortress-like barrier was breached. Wu Meng burst forth from the treasury hall. Upon exiting, he was met with the sight of chaos on the dam. Not far off, a fierce battle raged between the soldiers and the bandits. His gaze fixed on the soldiers, rage ignited within him, and he seized Lu Er, bellowing, "You scoundrel! Did you not claim the soldiers would retreat by tomorrow? What is this? Moreover, how could they emerge from the path you were guarding? If you fail to provide a reasonable explanation today, I shall personally see to your demise." Lu Er, witnessing the turmoil on the dam, stood frozen in fear, trembling and speechless. The bandit leader beside Lu Er seized the opportunity, declaring, "Boss, I know what transpired. I witnessed Lu Er personally withdraw the sentries from the hidden path last time." Wu Meng, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? You scoundrel!" Enraged, he struck Lu Er with a resounding slap. Lu Er was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground, 5 crimson handprints blooming on his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Explain to me why you withdrew the sentries from the hidden path," Wu Meng demanded, pointing at Lu Er's head. Lu Er's silence only fueled Wu Meng's fury further. "You scoundrel!" After uttering this, he raised his ghostly knife and brought it crashing down upon Lu Er. With a sickening sound, Lu Er was cleaved in 2 before the horrified gaze of the surrounding leaders. After dispatching Lu Er, Wu Meng surveyed the gathered leaders and declared, "Let this be a lesson to anyone who dares to defy me. This shall be their fate." The onlookers nodded vigorously. Wu Meng smirked, flicked the blood from his ghostly knife, spat, and roared, "Let us go and annihilate those scoundrel soldiers." Meanwhile, on the dam, Zhong Hui wielded his long spear, sweeping through the ranks with an unstoppable force, determined to hold back the bandits, and buy Zhao Ming some time to breach the stronghold. Wu Meng and his men charged forth, and with a thunderous shout, he yelled, "Kill!" Brandishing the ghostly blade, Wu Meng charged forward, armed with a ghastly weapon whose lethality surpassed that of Zhong Hui. It did not take long for Zhong Hui to take notice of Wu Meng. This man, akin to a meat grinder, rendered any soldier who ventured too close to him lifeless with a single stroke, gripping the long knife tightly in his hand, having previously shattered his spear. Zhong Hui seized a blade that had been carelessly discarded and lunged toward Wu Mang. Godan also recognized Wu Mang's presence. Observing Zhong Hui's movements, he swiftly followed in his wake. "Brothers, safeguard our commander," they urged, as they were Zhong Hui's personal guards, knowing that should their leader fall, they too would meet their demise. Chapter 59. A stalemate. It became glaringly evident on the battlefield that a vast void surrounded Wu Mang, while a formidable wave of adversaries surged toward him. "Ha ha ha, what a thrilling experience. It has been an eternity since I've relished such exhilarating slaughter," he exclaimed, reveling in his dominance. "Brothers, eliminate this pack of wretched officials." With that, Wu Mang spotted Zhong Hui leading a throng towards him. The other bandits quickly took note of Zhong Hui's predicament and began to converge upon him. As the bandits drew closer, Zhong Hui began to feel the pressure mounting. Initially caught up in the fervor of battle, he had neglected the surrounding situation. However, as the bandits encircled him, he soon realized the gravity of his isolation. The bandits seemed to come in relentless waves, and in his fervent charge, he had inadvertently separated himself from his guards, leaving him vulnerable. Just as Zhong Hui pondered how to break free from the encirclement, an instinct warned him of impending danger from the flank. Without turning his head, he unleashed his battle aura, sending those nearby sprawling. The eruption of his aura stirred up a cloud of dust, and as it settled, two figures emerged. Zhong Hui, wielding a now-dulled blade, raised his arm to block Wu Mang's thunderous strike. To his astonishment, Wu Mang not only withstood the force of his unleashed aura but countered with a powerful attack. Realizing that the bandit before him was also a master of battle aura, Zhong Hui braced himself. Wu Mang was equally taken aback, having expended 80% of his strength, only to be met with formidable resistance. After fending off Wu Mang's onslaught, Zhong Hui did not retreat. Instead, he attempted a deceptive strike, aiming to dispatch Wu Mang in one fell swoop. However, Wu Mang had earned his position as the second in command of Hudo Mountain through no lack of skill. He deftly adjusted the angle of his blade and swiftly retreated, narrowly evading Zhong Hui's attack. "I must admit, you possess some measure of skill, you wretched dog, but today, you shall witness the true might of my ghostly blade." With that declaration, Wu Mang swung his weapon toward Zhong Hui's head. Zhong Hui, armed with his battered knife, engaged in a fierce contest with Wu Mang. As the struggle between them intensified, Zhong Hui's personal guards became embroiled in a chaotic melee with the surrounding bandits. Despite being outnumbered, Zhong Hui's guards fought with reckless abandon, understanding that should they fail to protect their commander, their own lives would be forfeit. However, such ferocity came at a steep cost, resulting in significant casualties. Zhong Hui gazed upon his dwindling retinue, a pang of regret settling in for his reckless advance. Yet, ensnared by Wu Mang, he found himself unable to extricate from the fray, his heart racing with anxiety. In such a state of trepidation, one is prone to missteps. In the heat of battle, where every move could prove fatal, the clash between Zhong Hui and Wu Mang became a fierce contest of skill. Wu Mang's strength was formidable, each strike eliciting cries of distress from Zhong Hui. However, Zhong Hui's agility served him well, as he deftly evaded Wu Mang's heavy blows while leaving his adversary with a series of scars. If this pattern of combat persisted, victory would undeniably belong to Zhong Hui. Alas, the error lay in the fact that this was the lair of bandits. Zhong Hui had charged in too recklessly, having brought but a scant number of men, with half dispatched to open the gate. Now, aside from his loyal guards, few remained by his side. Tragically, his personal guards began to suffer casualties, each fall of a comrade echoing in Zhong Hui's heart and creating turmoil within. This disarray caused his movements to falter. Seizing upon this miscalculation, Wu Mang pressed his advantage, striking Zhong Hui with a powerful blow, sending him sprawling. "Godan," the commander called out from a short distance away, having just felled a bandit when he witnessed Zhong Hui being sent flying by Wu Mang, that he shouted in alarm. Wu Mang, however, was undeterred. Having finally subdued Zhong Hui, he recognized that failure to eliminate him now would spell disaster. With swift strides, he closed the distance to Zhong Hui, raising his wicked blade to deliver a crushing blow to Zhong Hui's head. No commander. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos at Hudo Mountain, a contemplative figure sat in a secluded courtyard on the mountain's rear slope. Shan Shu, having been placed under house arrest by Wu Mang, busied himself with sorting through various relics left by Zhong Dang. He had prepared for Wu Meng's power grab. Yet, recalling Zhong Dang's forewarnings that should Wu Meng ascend as the leader of Huodo Mountain, the stronghold would likely fall, he could only lament. Deep down, he had never desired to be a bandit. Necessity had driven him to this life. Through his cunning, he had earned Zhong Dang's favor and risen to the position of the third in command. However, his nature was at odds with that of the bandits, leading to a disconnect whenever he issued orders, often met with insubordination. Lost in his reflections, a series of muffled thuds sounded from outside, followed shortly by the creaking of the courtyard door. Is the third in command present? A figure entered. Upon recognizing the visitor, Shan Shu rose in astonishment. Lu Han, what brings you here? The newcomer was Lu Han, recently relieved of his duties guarding the storeroom. Bursting through the door, he rushed to Shan Shu's side. Third in command. Huodo Mountain has been breached. Wu Meng will likely be unable to withstand the forces of the officials. I have come to escort you to safety. Upon hearing this grave news, Shan Shu collapsed into his chair, despair etched on his face. Great Commander, Shan Shu is inept. I have failed to protect Huodo Mountain. Third in command. Do not blame yourself. This debacle rests solely on Wu Meng's shoulders. We must escape before the officials arrive. Upon hearing Lu Han's words, the mountain rat realized that this was not the moment for lamentation. With no time to tidy up, he immediately rose and fled down the mountain alongside Lu Han. Wu Meng brandished his ghost-headed knife, charging directly towards Zhong Hui, intent on cleaving him in two. Unexpectedly, banged at a thick log, the size of a half-sphere, collided forcefully with Wu Meng, sending him hurtling away. Seizing this opportunity, Zhong Hui swiftly slapped the ground, propelled himself upward, and deftly grasped the long knife. Its blade pressed firmly against Wu Meng's throat. The position where Wu Meng was thrown happened to be directly in front of Dog Dan. Observing the situation, Dog Dan charged towards Wu Meng midair, colliding squarely with the edge of Zhong Hui's blade. In the blink of an eye, Wu Meng was met with a catastrophic impact, resulting in Zhong Hui's knife slicing through his neck. Dog Dan's collision not only directed Wu Meng onto the blade's edge, but also sent him flying far away. Blood gushed from his neck, tracing a crimson arc in the air, droplets of blood scattering into the atmosphere. Chapter 60. A misfire. Wu Meng continued to soar through the air, his mind unable to process the events, until he found himself sprawled on the ground, lifeless. Thus fell the formidable second-in-command of Firehead Mountain. Is the second-in-command dead? The second-in-command is dead. Brothers, run, run. The bandit leader, who had initially followed Wu Meng, witnessed the collapse of his comrades' fighting spirit and began to scatter in every direction. A few more formidable figures, capable of maintaining their composure, stepped forward. I dare anyone to retreat. Those who fall back shall be executed. Faced with only a handful of adversaries, the leader encouraged his comrades, do not fear, brothers. If we slay them, we shall become the rulers. At that moment, a cacophony of voices from the outside of the dam echoed, filled with the cries of soldiers. Kill, annihilate this band of mountain thieves. Kill. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Lay down your weapons and yield. Zhao Ming and Zhang Dapio finally arrived with soldiers in tow. Upon seeing their leader slain and hearing the tumult of the approaching soldiers, the mountain bandits lost all will to fight. Even the presence of their leaders wielding blades could not stem the tide of their retreat. Those unable to escape promptly discarded their weapons. Crouching down and surrendered as he watched the bandits begin to scatter, Zhong Hui felt a wave of relief wash over him. The recent battle had left him reeling from Wu Meng's blade, and his insides felt tumultuous. His loyal guards quickly gathered around him, ensuring his safety. The situation atop the dam had shifted dramatically. It was now surrounded by Zhong Hui's soldiers, marking the conclusion of this campaign against the bandits. Zhong Hui surveyed the surroundings and called out, "Do not let a single bandit escape." Zhang Dapio, in pursuit, responded, understood, and rallied the soldiers. "Come, let us slay them. Not one bandit shall escape." He then brandished his phoenix brown knife and led the charge. "Commander, I have arrived late. Please forgive me." Zhao Ming hastily approached and knelt before Zhong Hui. Zhong Hui placed his left hand on his chest and raised Zhao Ming with his right, patting his shoulder. "You performed admirably. Well done. Rise." Then, he turned his gaze towards the towering figure behind Zhao Ming. He staggered over, approaching the giant, and gave him a thumbs up. It was the first time the giant had received public praise, and he felt a bit bashful, scratching his head at that moment. Zhong Sheng stormed over in a fit of rage, and threw a punch at Go Dan, knocking him to the ground. I instructed you to protect the commander well. And this is how you safeguard him? Go Dan, stunned by the sudden blow, was about to rise and retaliate, but upon hearing Zhong Sheng's inquiry, he immediately wilted. After finishing his words, Zhong Sheng raised his hand to strike again. Zhong Hui swiftly grasped Zhong Sheng's raised hand. Realizing it was Zhong Hui who had caught his hand, Zhong Sheng promptly knelt on the ground. Go Dan has failed to protect the commander, leading to his peril. He is guilty as the captain of the personal guard. I share the blame for my subordinate's failure. I beseech the commander to punish us. Observing Zhong Sheng's actions, Go Dan also knelt down. He willingly accepted punishment for not safeguarding the commander. Zhong Hui looked at the kneeling Zhong Sheng and Go Dan, then surveyed the wounded guards surrounding them. He stepped forward and helped them to their feet. You are not at fault. This time, it was my recklessness. My rash advance led me into danger, resulting in the loss of so many brothers. Upon hearing this, the supported Zhong Sheng immediately knelt again. Commander, Zhong Hui waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent. This is my mistake. You need not speak further. I shall not allow so many brothers to perish in vain. Zhao Jiang, the provisions accounted for after the battle will be securely stored, while the remaining spoils will be distributed among all soldiers. Those who have slain more enemies or sustained greater injuries shall receive a larger share. The severely wounded will receive 2 portions. And for those who have fallen in battle, their families shall receive 3 portions. Zhong Hui bellowed his orders with the greatest authority. Understood. Thank you, Commander. Many thanks, Commander. The soldiers surrounding them, upon hearing Zhong Hui's words, felt invigorated, their spirits soaring, and praises echoed in the air. Once the crowd settled, Zhong Hui turned to Zhao Ming and said, later, allocate my share entirely to the fallen guards. Commander, did you not already grant 3-fold compensation to the deceased soldiers? Why must you also distribute your own portion? These men perished because of me. They safeguarded my life, yet I failed to consider theirs. This is my fault. Mere material wealth cannot equate to the loyalty of these soldiers. Upon hearing Zhong Hui's words, Go Dan and the other guards clenched their fists, their hearts swelling with emotion. Zhong Sheng took the lead, kneeling on one knee, and shouted, willing to die for the commander. Instantly, the surrounding soldiers knelt in unison, willing to die for the commander, willing to die for the commander, willing to die for the commander. At this moment, as Zhong Hui listened to the fervent roars of the soldiers, his heart surged with valor, the wild winds brushing against his face, failing to disperse his overwhelming passion that a man is born into this world to wield a 5-foot sword and to achieve unparalleled feats. On the official road leading to the capital, a troop laden with carriages and horses set forth. The day after the extermination of the bandits at Huodo Mountain, Zhong Hui commanded the entire army to disband and return. The soldiers on the official road were all smiles, for this battle, though many had sustained injuries, yielded considerable rewards. Primarily, it was due to Zhong Hui's magnanimity. Unexpectedly, when he finally accounted for the spoils taken from the bandits, the bounty was remarkably abundant. 18 chests of jewels alone, not to mention the plundered goods. Nevertheless, regardless of the vastness of the loot, Zhong Hui made but one declaration. All would be distributed among the soldiers. This pronouncement instilled in every soldier a profound sense of loyalty, affirming that they had not followed the wrong leader. Their joy was palpable, and they erupted in unison with cheers. The general seeks soldiers who are bold and battle-ready. In turn, soldiers yearn for a general who cherishes and generously rewards them. Following the skirmish at Huotushan, these soldiers found themselves even more devoted to their youthful commander, wholeheartedly resolved to follow Zhong Hui. For him, this was undeniably a significant triumph. He was remarkably young. Never before had the city defense camp been led by someone of such youth, which often implied a lack of experience and evoked a sense of immaturity among the soldiers. However, this recent campaign against the bandits at Huotushan showcased the calmness, wisdom, and courage possessed by their young leader. Chapter 61. The death of the young marshal on the eve of their assault on Huotushan. Zhong Hui convened all the commanders to elucidate the rationale behind their decision to disturb the bandits, and he issued the command for the Moros attacked. He instructed Zhao Ming and Zhang Dabiao to lead over 10,000 men in a frontal assault, while he would personally navigate a hidden path to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Initially, Zhao Ming and Zhang Dabiao opposed this strategy, disapproving of their commanding general undertaking such perilous ventures. Nevertheless, Zhong Hui silenced their objections with unwavering resolve. Soon thereafter, The scene of the assault on Huotushan unfolded. Although none voiced their thoughts aloud, every soldier silently admired their commander in private. They would boastfully thump their chests, proclaiming, "Our leader dares to charge through the dens of thousands of bandits." Let me ask you, do you possess such prowess? Our commander is truly fearless, young, and capable. Following him is a sure path to victory. Unbeknownst to them, they could easily have believed they were speaking of themselves. Yet, it was undeniable that Zhong Hui had become the absolute cornerstone of the city defense camp. Perhaps this exemplifies the cohesion of a military force. Zhong Hui remained oblivious to these sentiments. At that moment, he sat upon his steed, reveling in the triumph. Although he had allocated all the spoils of war to the soldiers, even relinquishing his own share when the battlefield was being cleared, his loyal guards, led by Zhong Shang, presented him with a remarkable item. This was none other than the first auctioned item that had appeared at the marketplace, the Mingjian. When this sword had first emerged, Zhong Hui had taken an immediate liking to it. However, it had been snatched away by an elderly man who had disrupted the auction, leading Zhong Hui to abandon his hopes of acquiring it. To his astonishment, this very sword had now resurfaced before him, proving that sometimes fortune favors the diligent. Upon grasping the hilt, a chill coursed through his hand. With a swift swing, it emitted a resonant hum through the air. The sword felt perfectly balanced, gliding through the motions with ease, its intricate patterns beautifully arranged. What a fine sword! From the depths of his heart, Zhong Hui cherished this blade dearly as a descendant of the Huaxia. I have harbored a unique affection for swords since childhood. My dream has always been to wander the world with a sword in hand, upholding righteousness and aiding the impoverished. However, as I matured and acquired martial skills, I inadvertently set aside this aspiration. Today, as I feel the solid grip of the sword in my hand, I am reminded of that innocent hope. Indeed, it is a fine sword that I shall make an exception and accept this one. Upon seeing Zhong Hui's joy, Zhong Sheng and the others were equally delighted. At that moment, Zhao Ming approached. "Commander, could this be the famed Ming sword?" Zhong Hui glanced at him, raised the Ming sword, and with a flourish, the humming sound seemed to proclaim to all, "I am who I am." Zhao Ming confirmed that this was indeed the Ming sword, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Commander, this sword is ominous." Zhong Hui shot him a disdainful look and chose to ignore him. However, Zhong Sheng and the others were taken aback and hastily inquired, "General Zhao, is there something wrong with this sword?" Zhao Ming elaborated. This sword once belonged to the founding general, Chang Sheng. Throughout his illustrious military career, he never suffered a defeat. Yet, in the end, General Chang passed away alone and in solitude. Since then, every individual who has wielded this sword has met a similar fate, each one dying alone, without a companion, without exception. Upon hearing this, Zhong Sheng and the others turned pale, realizing that by presenting this cursed sword to their commander, they might have inadvertently brought misfortune upon him at that moment. Zhong Hui's voice resounded nearby. "Life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are ordained by heaven. Destiny is a matter of personal pursuit. How could it be altered by a mere weapon? Such foolish beliefs should not plague the minds of soldiers like us. If every event and consequence were to be attributed to external objects, then the world is rife with ominous things. Therefore, I urge you all to refrain from spreading such rumors in the future. Should they sow discord among our ranks, beware, for I shall not hesitate to execute you." Upon hearing Zhong Hui's words, Zhong Sheng and the others fell silent. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. Even if they did not believe in these tales, the examples were enough to cast a shadow of doubt in their hearts. Nonetheless, judging by Zhong Hui's demeanor, they realized it would be futile to persuade him to part with the Ming sword. The group could only bury their concerns deep within. Ever since Zhong Hui acquired the Ming sword, he seemed to be in a state of bliss, beaming with joy at every turn, sometimes making the surrounding soldiers feel a bit awkward, as if their commander's exuberance had crossed the line. "Big fellow, who bestowed upon you that name? Why are you called Black Big Fellow?" At that moment, the Black Big Fellow accompanied Zhong Hui, and the surrounding generals could hardly endure Zhong Hui's incessant inquiries. They arranged for the taciturn Black Big Fellow to walk alongside him, and sure enough, Zhong Hui struck up a casual conversation that my uncle gave it to me, claiming that such a name would ensure a long life. "Ha ha ha, a long life. What does one's name have to do with longevity? I suspect your uncle has lost his wits." The Black Big Fellow, perplexed by Zhong Hui's comments, could only respond dully, "That's what my uncle said." I don't know. Let me put it this way. The name Black Big Fellow may suffice in the village, but from now on, you shall be my general. Zhong Hui's general, they say general, you cannot bear such a name. Otherwise, it may bring about unfavorable repercussions. I shall bestow upon you a name. From henceforth, you shall be known as Quan Chi. What say you to that? The towering figure beside me, he Dage, appeared momentarily bewildered, until Zhong Sheng nudged him, urging him to express his gratitude to the commander. O.th. Thank you, commander. Very well, Quan Chi, you shall follow Zhong Sheng from now on. Zhong Sheng, it is your duty to look after Quan Chi diligently. Zhong Sheng acknowledges the command. Meanwhile, he Dage remained perplexed, pondering the rapid succession of events. Zhong Hui, undeterred by Quan Chi's confusion, resumed inspecting the Ming sword, in the imperial palace of the capital. Chapter 62. Fierce battle. That I privately surmise that there exists a formidable power backing this band of mountain bandits. Otherwise, they would not be so challenging to deal with. His Highness, with utmost respect, Zhong Hui presents this report. Upon reading the brief, the Crown Prince did not perceive Zhong Hui as exaggerating. He had already received reports regarding the situation at Firehead Mountain, which, as he understood it, was even more perilous than Zhong Hui had described. He had anticipated that Zhong Hui would fail in this endeavor and had prepared to absolve him, intending to lift the city defenses and reorganize. However, to his astonishment, Zhong Hui truly eradicated the bandits, suffering minimal casualties himself. He became increasingly convinced of the high priest's assertion that Zhong Hui was indeed the legendary figure. With this thought, he eagerly wished to meet Zhong Hui, this young man who had already begun to shine. After 3 days, Guan Yi encountered Zhong Hui in the study of a side hall within the palace. Your Highness, I have come to report back. As he spoke, he intended to kneel. Guan Yi hastily stepped forward to assist Zhong Hui, acknowledging the hardships he had endured. I am grateful for your Highness's concern. I have fulfilled my mission and have not disappointed you. I have already reviewed the report you submitted. Excellent. Excellent. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You have truly astonished me this time. Your Highness, you flatter me. I merely had good fortune on this occasion, possessing no remarkable skills. Your Highness is too generous in your praise. Upon hearing Zhong Hui's modest words, Guan Yi recalled the report he had submitted and could not help but chuckle. Ha. Regardless, you have indeed accomplished a feat. Do remember to attend the morning court tomorrow to receive your commendation and reward. I shall ensure you are handsomely rewarded. Hearing of Guan Yi's promise of a substantial reward, Zhong Hui felt somewhat overwhelmed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Upon entering his home, he found Yi Hao tidying the courtyard. However, it being the height of summer, there were few fallen leaves to be seen, suggesting that Yi Hao was likely engaging in this task out of sheer boredom. Zhong Hui nodded, glanced around, and inquired, Uncle Yi, where is Xiao Dai? Why is she not here? Just then, Yi Dai entered with a basket of vegetables, speaking as she approached, before Yi Hao could utter a word. Yi Dai spotted Zhong Hui upon entering the courtyard. Zhong Hui, noticing her, smiled and stepped forward to greet her. Unexpectedly, the previously cheerful Yi Dai abruptly changed her demeanor, her expression darkening. Humph, with a single disdainful word. She stormed off, leaving Zhong Hui in a state of bewilderment, awkwardly smiling. What? Uncle Yi, what has happened to Xiao Dai? Who has upset her? Yi Hao shook his head in resignation. This girl has quite the peculiar temper. And I cannot fathom it. Do not take offense. Young master, as the evening descended, Zhong Hui awoke, roused by Yi Hao's persistent knocking at the door. After a brief moment of grooming, he made his way to the table. The sight before him was a sumptuous array of dishes, featuring both fish and meat, awakening his appetite. The past 10 days of combating bandits had deprived him of a proper meal, and now, gazing at the delectable spread, his mouth watered uncontrollably. This feast was the result of Xiao Dai's diligent efforts throughout the afternoon. Yi Hao, standing nearby, smiled warmly and remarked. Zhong Hui picked up a slice of meat and savored it. Indeed, Xiao Dai's culinary skills were beyond reproach. Come, Yi Shu, sit down and eat with us, he urged, lifting his bowl and eagerly piling more food onto his plate, just as he was about to indulge. A sudden thought struck him. There seemed to be someone missing. With his mouth still full, he inquired of Yi Hao, Yi Shu, where is Xiao Dai? Why haven't I seen her? Yi Hao set down his utensils with a sigh. That girl, having prepared the meal, has vanished. She doesn't even think to call anyone. No need to worry about her. If she is hungry, she'll know to come eat. Let us begin. Zhong Hui, however, put down his bowl in protest. No, We cannot start without her. Ye Shu. You eat first. I will go find her. This time, Yi Hao made no attempt to stop him, resuming his meal as Zhong Hui stepped out into the courtyard. Glancing towards Xiao Dai's room, where a light flickered, that he approached and knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Dai, why aren't you eating? Hurry, Yi Shu and I are waiting for you. When he received no response from within, he knocked 3 more times. Knock, knock, knock. But as the silence lingered, Zhong Hui's concern deepened. Surely, nothing has happened to her. With a surge of urgency, he began to pound on the door, preparing to force it open. Suddenly, the door swung open. Zhong Hui, with his hand still raised, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him as he offered a sheepish smile. Xiao Dai stood at the threshold, glaring at him with a silent fury. Her eyes rimmed with red and glistening with unshed tears, a stark contrast to her usual lively demeanor. Upon seeing her in such distress, Zhong Hui's heart ached with empathy, igniting a fierce anger within him. Which scoundrel has dared to bully you? Tell me, no matter who it is, I will make them pay, he declared, stepping forward to offer her comfort. Yet, before he could draw near, Xiao Dai shouted, aside from you. You scoundrel, who else would dare to bully me? With that, she slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, nearly catching Zhong Hui's nose in the process. His mind was filled with confusion at her reaction. He stood there, mouth agape, astonished and uncertain about what had transpired. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and knocked on the door again, calling out, Xiao Dai, please open the door. Let us discuss how I have bullied you. Don't leave your words half finished. Oh, this woman is truly perplexing. He mused. In the course of this month, many events had unfolded, beginning with Zhong Hui's south entry into the court to take up his official duties and receive accolades the following day. This marked Zhong Hui's first venture into such a solemn and imposing setting, vastly different from the portrayals seen on television dramas. The hall was flanked by at least 50 ministers, yet none knelt in formal greeting. Nor was there any scene of verbal dueling among the officials. Instead, an air of harmony prevailed. Chapter 63. The Suppression of Bandits. Upon his arrival at court, Zhong Hui immediately sensed the solemn silence enveloping the grand hall. With all eyes fixed intently upon him, Tio speak frankly. Without a certain level of psychological fortitude, an ordinary individual would undoubtedly feel intimidated. However, Zhong Hui is different, having carved his path through the perils of the fiery Mount Hua. He possesses the ability to steady his own spirit. Even so, he still experiences a degree of discomfort, a sensation that pales in comparison to the exhilarating confrontation with blades and weaponry. He harbors no desire to linger in the court for even a moment longer than necessary. The dragon throne at the highest point remains unoccupied, as it is not the emperor who bestows the appointment upon Zhong Hui, but rather Guan Yi. The entire process is rather cumbersome, although Guan Yi has already briefed Zhong Hui. The reality of the situation still catches him off guard when it commences. First, the eunuch announces that His Majesty the Emperor is unwell and cannot attend the court in person, among other formalities. Following this, the decree regarding the pacification of bandits across the realm is proclaimed. Once the eunuch has completed the reading of these proclamations, Prince Guan Yi advances from the lower court to the emperor's presence, assuming the proper decorum, and announces Zhong Hui's report on the eradication of banditry. It is only at this moment that Zhong Hui is called forth to speak, a delay that breeds considerable impatience within him. Upon the conclusion of Zhong Hui's report, Prince Guan Yi begins to dispense rewards. Zhong Hui is promoted from the deputy commander of the capital's defense forces to the commander, receiving a 7th-grade noble title, along with a grant of 500 taels of silver and 100 bolts of silk. Zhao Ming and Zhang de Biao of the capital defense forces are each bestowed an 8th-grade title, along with 400 taels of silver and 50 bolts of silk. The remaining officers receive 200 taels of silver and 10 bolts of silk each. This allocation of rewards surpasses the usual bounty for quelling banditry, as 3 individuals were elevated in rank. Moreover, these rewards are given to the capital defense forces, often disparaged as a blight upon the capital. Naturally, some officials are dissatisfied. Before the rewards can be fully dispensed, one steps forward to lodge a protest. Your servant has a matter to address. The protester is Hu Tu, a senior official of the 3rd-grade rank. Prince Guan Yi, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquires, "What is it that you wish to present?" "Your Highness," he replies, The capital defense forces are a persistent affliction of the capital. To bestow rewards and titles for merely one instance of quelling bandits may incite discontent among the military. I implore your highness to reconsider. Just as Guani prepares to respond, Liang Qian, the second-grade official, interjects, whose words are misguided. This unexpected support from Liang Qian takes Zhong Hui by surprise. He had presumed Liang Qian to be allied with Li Hong, the Minister of Grain. Let us not dwell on the past regarding the capital defense forces. However, since Commander Zhong Hui has taken command, the forces have transformed significantly. Circumstances are ever-changing. The Grand Counselor should not judge the capital defense forces through the lens of bygone days. As Hu Tu readies a rebuttal, the Grand Chancellor Han Dao speaks up. What Liang has stated holds merit, whose concerns echo those of many ministers. Nevertheless, we must not remain shackled by past impressions. We should elevate genuinely capable generals and not allow antiquated notions to hinder progress, injecting fresh vitality into the state. With Han Dao's intervention, Hu Tu ceases his objections. Observing the situation, Guan Yi promptly states, Han is correct. Enough. Hu, refrain from further commentary. This morning's court session has concluded with the granting of rewards. All ministers have labored diligently. If there are no further matters, you may disperse. Thus, Zhang Hui's inaugural court session concludes in such an environment. Overall proceeding rather smoothly, particularly with the support of Prince Guan Yi and Grand Chancellor Han Dao. Averting any further complications. It is indeed the attitude of Sikong Liangqian that leaves him in a state of perplexity. Unable to discern whether this individual is genuinely aiding him or harbors ulterior motives, the court adjourned. Zhong Hui, accompanied by Han Dao, stepped out of the palace. You performed remarkably well this time. It is impressive that at such a young age, you have achieved such accomplishments in your first command. Your future is boundless. You flatter me, Han Xiang. It was merely a stroke of luck, Zhong Hui replied modestly. However, you have now entered the realm of power. Your actions and words can no longer be reckless. One must proceed with caution and deliberation. Your conduct not only affects you, but also those around you. As you witnessed today, even the rewards bestowed upon you were met with skepticism. Should you err in your speech or actions, the number of those who would seek to impeach you will be considerable. While I and the Crown Prince can protect you in the short term, we cannot guarantee your safety indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui bowed deeply to Han Xiang. That I am grateful for your counsel. I shall remain vigilant. Han Dao smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, but should circumstances arise, you need not be overly apprehensive. Young man, it is only natural to possess vigor and passion. Ha ha. Zhong Hui met Han Dao's gaze and shared a laugh. The health of His Majesty declines day by day, Han Dao remarked as he departed. Before Zhong Hui could voice a question, Han Dao's carriage had already vanished into the distance. Men are seldom virtuous, he muttered, lowering his head to continue cleaning the table, his movements growing more forceful. Remembering that Xiao Dai was still upset with him, he dismissed such thoughts. However, Han Jin, upon leaving, cast a meaningful glance his way, conveying an understanding that left Zhong Hui with an overwhelming desire to deliver a well-deserved reprimand. After Han Jin's departure, Zhong Hui approached Yi Dai, diligently assisting her with the cleaning. I do not require your help. Please leave me be. Zhong Hui, however, stubbornly persisted in wiping the table. You? Humph, Yi Dai exclaimed, flicking a rag at him. After contemplating for a moment, she conceded. What you say does hold some merit. Turning to him, she inquired sharply. Do you truly not know? Where were you these past few days? Me? I was out subduing bandits. Zhong Hui replied, confusion etched on his face. Subduing bandits? That is all you seem to know. Subduing bandits day in and day out. You left without informing us of anything. I had no idea whether you were alive or dead. Dio, you know how worried I was for you. Subduing bandits. Humph. As she spoke, Yi Dai's eyes began to well with tears. Seeing her in such distress, Zhong Hui grew flustered. Please, do not cry. The more he urged her, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Even in the face of dire circumstances, Zhong Hui could maintain his composure. Yet in this instance, confronted with a young woman's tears, he found himself utterly bewildered. I acknowledge that this time I was at fault. I should not have departed without notifying you. However, this was my first expedition, and many arrangements were left unmade, compounded by my hasty departure. Xiao Dai, I promise you that next time I go anywhere, I will inform you in advance. Please, do not cry. Zhong Hui spoke softly, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket in an attempt to wipe away her tears. Chapter 64. A visit Yi Dai managed to regain control of her emotions, and after Zhong Hui dabbed at her tears with the handkerchief, she gazed at him intently. You must keep your word. I assure you, I will. Noticing that Yi Dai had ceased her tears, Zhong Hui replied promptly, Very well, I shall forgive you this time. Upon finishing her words, Yi Dai abruptly realized that her current appearance was completely unlike her usual self. Before Zhong Hui could utter a word, she turned her head and, with a flushed face, dashed out. Alas, Zhong Hui had not yet had the chance to speak, and Yi Dai had already fled. Over the course of the past month, numerous events had transpired, the foremost being Zhong Hui's appointment and reward on the following day. This marked Zhong Hui's inaugural entry into such a solemn and dignified occasion, a stark contrast to the portrayals seen in television dramas. At least 50 officials stood alongside the grand hall, yet none prostrated in reverence, nor did any ministers engage in verbal duels, creating an atmosphere of harmony that as Zhong Hui entered the court, a palpable solemnity enveloped the hall, rendering it eerily silent. All eyes were fixated upon him, to be candid. Had it been an ordinary individual devoid of fortitude, they would surely have felt intimidated. However, Zhong Hui was different. Emerging from the inferno of Huatu Mountain had endowed him with the capacity to steady his own spirit. Nevertheless, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. This sensation was far less gratifying than facing blades and spears directly, and he had no desire to linger in the hall for even a moment longer. The dragon throne at the highest point remained unoccupied. It was not the emperor who conferred Zhong Hui's appointment, but rather Guan Yi. The entire procedure was rather intricate, although Guan Yi had briefed Zhong Hui beforehand. The actual commencement still caught him off guard. First, the eunuch announced that His Majesty was unwell and unable to attend the court. Following this, the decrees concerning the pacification of bandits and the maintenance of order were proclaimed. Once the eunuch completed the announcements, the Crown Prince Guan Yi stepped forth from the hall to present the formalities, requesting Zhong Hui to report on the bandit extermination matters. It was only then that Zhong Hui was called to speak, a process that tested his patience immensely. Upon completing his report, Guan Yi began to bestow rewards. Zhong Hui was promoted from the deputy commander of the capital defense camp to the commander of the capital defense camp, granted a rank of 7th class, and awarded 500 taels of silver along with 100 bolts of silk. Zhao Ming and Zhang Dabiao of the capital defense camp were bestowed with an 8th class rank, each receiving 400 taels of silver and 50 bolts of silk. The remaining commanders were awarded 200 taels of silver and 10 bolts of silk each. This bounty far exceeded the usual rewards for bandit suppression, as 3 individuals were elevated in rank. Naturally, some officials were discontented. Before the awards could be fully announced, someone stepped forward to lodge a protest. Your servant has a matter to present. The protester was the 3rd-class ranked official, Si Jianhu II, an elderly man. The Crown Prince Guan Yi, with a stern countenance, inquired, What matter do you wish to present? Your Highness, the capital defense camp is a chronic ailment of the capital. To reward them with titles and honors for merely a single bandit suppression is likely to incite discontent among the military. I implore your Highness to deliberate carefully. Just as Guan Yi was preparing to respond, Hu Si Jian's words were countered by the 2nd-class official, Si Kong Liang Qian. This surprised Zhong Hui, as he had presumed Liang Qian to be allied with the Minister of Grain, Li Heng. Yet he unexpectedly spoke in support of him. Let us not dwell on the past state of the capital defense camp. However, ever since Commander Zhong has taken charge, the capital defense camp has undergone a remarkable transformation. Circumstances are ever-changing. The Grand Si Jian should not view the capital defense camp through the lens of antiquity. As Si Jian, who too prepared to retort, the Grand Chancellor Han Dao interjected. What Liang Si Kong states holds merit. Hu Si Jian's concerns resonate with those of many ministers. However, we must not remain ensnared by past impressions. Truly talented generals deserve our promotion. We cannot be shackled by outdated notions and must infuse the nation with fresh blood. Once Han Dao spoke, Hu Tu ceased to utter another word. Observing this situation, Guan Yi immediately interjected. Han Xiang speaks wisely. Very well, Hu Qingjia, do not speak further. Today South Morning Court has concluded with the granting of rewards, and all ministers have worked hard. If there are no pressing matters, let us dismiss the court. Thus, the first morning court presided over by Zhong Hui concluded under such circumstances, and overall, it was quite smooth. Especially with the Crown Prince Guan Yi and the Prime Minister Han Dao supporting him, preventing any further complications. It was the attitude of Si Kong Liang Qian that left him perplexed. uncertain whether this individual was genuinely aiding him or had ulterior motives. As soon as court was adjourned, Zhonghui exited the palace alongside Han Dao. You performed remarkably well this time, that I never expected that at such a young age, leading troops for the first time. You could achieve such commendable results. Your future is limitless. Han Xiang bestows too much praise. It was merely luck. However, you have now stepped into the realm of power. Your actions and words can no longer be reckless. One must think thrice before acting. Your behavior affects not only yourself, but also those around you. As you saw today, even the rewards were met with skepticism, should you err in your conduct. There will be no shortage of those eager to impeach you. While I and the Crown Prince can protect you for a time, we may not be able to shield you indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Zhonghui bowed to Han Xiang that I am grateful for your counsel, and I shall diligently remember it. Han Dao smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, however, if circumstances warrant action, you need not be overly cautious. Young man, one must possess vigor, after all, haha. Zhonghui looked at Han Dao and chuckled along. The health of His Majesty declines day by day, alas, Han Dao remarked as he approached his carriage. Before Zhonghui could voice his inquiry, Han Dao's carriage had already departed. Men are never to be trusted, he muttered, lowering his head to continue dusting the table, applying a bit more force than necessary. He recalled that Xiao Dai was still angry with him, and thus quelled that thought. It was Han Jin who, as he left, cast a meaningful glance in his direction, conveying an understanding that left Zhonghui feeling an urge to strike him. After Han Jin departed, Zhonghui approached Yu Dai and diligently began to assist her in cleaning. I do not require your help. You may leave, she insisted. Yet Zhonghui stubbornly continued to wipe the table. You, humph, Yu Dai picked up a cloth and flicked it at Zhonghui. Pondering for a moment, she considered that Zhonghui had a point. Turning her head, she asked sharply, do you really not know? Where were you a few days ago? Me. I was out on a bandit suppression mission, Zhonghui replied, his face a picture of confusion. Bandit suppression. Bandit suppression. Bandit suppression, that's all you seem to know. You were gone for several days without saying a word. I didn't even know whether you were alive or dead. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Bandit suppression, humph. As she spoke, Yi Dai's eyes began to redden. Upon seeing her distressed expression, Zhonghui grew flustered. Yuda, please do not cry. The more he said this, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Even in the face of a mountain of corpses and a sea of flames, Zhonghui remained unperturbed. However, at that moment, confronted with a line of tearful daughters, he found himself in a state of panic. I acknowledge that this time I was in the wrong. I should not have departed without bidding you farewell. Nonetheless, this was my first expedition, and many matters were inadequately arranged, compounded by my hurried departure. Xiao Dai, I promise you that next time I venture out, regardless of the destination, I shall inform you in advance. Now, please cease your weeping. Zhonghui spoke softly, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket, preparing to wipe away Yi Dai's tears. Yi Dai managed to regain her composure, and as Zhonghui dabbed her tears, she gazed at him intently. You must keep your word, I assure you I will. Upon seeing Yi Dai no longer crying, Zhonghui immediately responded. Well then, this time I shall forgive you. After saying this, Yi Dai suddenly realized how her current appearance starkly contrasted with her usual self. Before Zhonghui could utter another word, she turned away, her face flushed, and ran out. Zhonghui had not even had the chance to speak before Yi Dai had dashed away. Since Zhonghui entered the court, the atmosphere within the palace began to grow somewhat delicate. Zhonghui himself could not articulate the sensation, but it felt distinctly abnormal, like a stone cast into a placid lake. It failed to stir a single ripple, a tranquility that seemed rather unnatural. The most pronounced manifestation of this was that Li Hong, the Minister of Grain, had resumed attending court affairs. Moreover, upon his return, there was no confrontation with Zhonghui. He behaved as if he were a stranger. Aside from displaying a lack of cordiality towards Zhonghui, everything else proceeded with an unsettling normalcy. As the saying goes, a grudge for the slaying of a child cannot be easily resolved. Yet the fact that Li Hong could set aside his desire for vengeance and dutifully attend court, refraining from opposing Zhonghui, piqued Zhonghui's curiosity about the underlying reasons that could lead a person to relinquish such profound hatred. Although it was Zhonghui who had first slain Li Hong's son, distinctions must be made. He accepted that Li Hong had a right to retaliate against him. Zhonghui vividly recalled how Li Hong had orchestrated his assignment to subdue the Firehead Mountain, a mission that had nearly cost him his life. Nevertheless, since Li Heng had calmed, Zhonghui found himself without justification to act against him. Perhaps a state of peace was preferable, as it could be considered a form of balance. Following the battle at Firehead Mountain, he had transcended his own limitations, advancing from the first layer of battle energy to the second layer, a development that ought to have been celebrated. However, upon inspection, Cheng Rui concluded that there existed a hidden peril within his battle energy. The cultivation of his intense battle aura was too fierce, and with a shaky foundation, achieving the second layer in just half a year, while seemingly impressive, rendered his inner strength unstable and his battle energy volatile. While he could operate normally, if his battle energy remained unfortified and he attempted to elevate it further, it could lead to a reversal of energy flow, potentially harming his spirit and resulting in madness, an exceedingly dangerous prospect for Zhonghui. Though Zhonghui found Cheng Rui's warnings exaggerated, he felt no immediate cause for concern. The power within him, though formidable, remained within his control, and he perceived no significant issues. He simply needed to heed Cheng Rui's advice, solidify his condition, and proceed with measured training. With this understanding, Zhonghui relaxed and focused on stabilizing his battle energy. Of course, he also grasped the principle that fullness invites emptiness, aware that although his cultivation pace surpassed that of others, an unstable foundation could easily give rise to inner demons. He had only practiced for less than half a year. Yet he had already surpassed the efforts of many who had trained for several years. In truth, he felt quite content. If he were to further enhance his martial energy through such shortcuts, he would instead feel a sense of unease. Upon arriving at the camp, Zhonghui encountered Quang Qi, who was scratching his head, his eyes wide and bewildered as he listened to Zhong Sheng impart various knowledge. Quang Qi, how goes your learning? The two immediately halted upon hearing Zhong Hui's voice, standing at attention to ATEs. Zhonghui nodded. How have you progressed? Sir, I have explained most matters to Brother Quang Qi over these past few days. He now has a preliminary understanding of the camp's affairs, including the military regulations, orders, and various requirements. The moment he heard that Zhonghui was going to quiz him, Quang Qi grew tense. Let me ask you, what are the 7 major prohibitions in the army? I know this. They are light soldiers, slow soldiers, thieving soldiers, deceitful soldiers, traitorous soldiers, chaotic soldiers, and mistaken soldiers. That I have memorized these for 5 whole days. Quang Qi recited the 7 prohibitions, visibly excited. Good. Good. I shall not delve into the specifics, but you must remember these 7 prohibitions and the 54 penalties firmly in your heart. Should you inadvertently breach any of them, I cannot guarantee your safety. Rest assured, my lord, I will diligently guide Brother Quang Qi. Zhonghui was also aware of Quang Qi's aptitude, and recognized that it was indeed a challenge for Zhong Sheng to impart such rules to this rough individual. He patted Zhong Sheng on the shoulder, saying, "The road ahead is long and arduous. Work hard, and once this matter is concluded, I have another important task in store for you." Upon hearing Zhong Hui's words, Zhong Sheng immediately knelt down, expressing his determination. The task entrusted by the commander will be diligently fulfilled by me. Please rest assured, Commander. Chapter 66. A World of Wealth. With Zhong Sheng's assurance, Zhong Hui chose not to linger. Lest he be moved by the sight of Zhong Sheng in a flurry of distress, it was better not to witness it at all. Returning to the main tent, Zhong Hui found an old leather book on the shelf and began to study it intently. This volume contained the records of the previous city defense camp's regulations. According to its contents, when the city defense camp was first established, there were 5 battalions comprising over 50,000 troops. However, due to the relentless encroachment of the wealthy families in the capital, the city defense camp had transformed into a stepping stone for the scions of affluent families. Consequently, the camp's structure was affected. To mitigate the impact, the emperor eventually decided to reduce the size of the city defense camp, shrinking it from over 50,000 to less than 30,000, a practice that has persisted to this day. Of course, one cannot rush. It must be approached gradually. After all, the city defense camp has maintained its current state for many years, and it would be quite troublesome to alter it in a short span. There are too many matters to attend to, and expansion cannot be accomplished overnight. After thoroughly understanding all the organizational details from the leather book, Zhonghui personally surveyed the surroundings of the camp. To expand, the current territory of the city defense camp was undoubtedly insufficient, making the selection of a site critically important, and Zhonghui also wished to introduce additional elements. Having clarified the former regulations of the city defense camp, he sought an expansion order from Guan Yi. Upon receiving Guan Yi's approval, Zhang Hui formally commenced his efforts for the expansion of the city defense camp. By the time all the necessary documentation was completed, for months had elapsed. Today, Zhang Hui found himself with some leisure time and specifically came to inspect the city defense camp, observe whether, in your absence, these individuals have adhered to the established regulations. Zhang Hui arrived silently, approaching the entrance of the military camp, and deliberately prevented the messenger from relaying any orders. Upon entering the camp, that familiar sensation began to envelop him once more. Within this realm of iron and blood, one is met with an indomitable spirit, a feeling of comfort amidst the harshness. In front of the tents lay an array of neatly arranged weapons, while the sounds of drills echoed from the training grounds. Since the last battle at Huodo Mountain, the two battalions had recruited some new soldiers who could not improve through paired training and required basic combat drills instead. Zhang Hui made his way directly to the training grounds. Encountering two individuals along the way, "Greetings, Commander." We pay our respects to the commander. Upon seeing Zhang Hui, the two immediately approached him. Zhang Hui gazed in astonishment at the half-kneeling Quang Chi. Apart from his unaltered accent, this Quang Chi was no longer the bumbling giant he had brought from Huodo village. He appeared more spirited, his demeanor significantly more composed, shedding the shyness he once exhibited. Although he still bore a hint of naivety. Clad in dark black battle armor, he presented a striking figure. "What are you two preparing to do?" Zhang Hui inquired. Reporting to the commander, "We intend to practice our horsemanship outside the camp, as the training ground is too small for proper execution." Zhang Hui regarded them, then glanced back at the training ground. "Very well, hold off on your practice for now. Go find the other commanders. I have matters to discuss with them." Understood. With that, the two dispersed. Zhang Hui had initially intended to observe the soldiers' drills, but suddenly recalled that there were numerous pressing issues within the camp that required attention. Inside the main tent, Zhang Hui sat at the head, while Zhao Ming, Zhang Dabiao, Su Hua, Zhong Sheng, and Quang Chi stood before him. "Commander, why did you not send word prior to your arrival? We could have lined up to welcome you." Zhang Hui cast a glance at Su Hua and replied, "Enough with the formalities. Must I notify you of my presence in my own camp? That is not the case. Merely, enough. I have summoned you all for a significant matter, so let us dispense with any unnecessary chatter." Upon hearing this, Su Hua understood that this was not the time for idle talk, and stood respectfully to the side. Zhang Hui surveyed everyone and began, "I have called you here to convey 3 important matters. First, I intend to expand the city defense battalion." The listeners visibly brightened at this news. Having spent several years in this rather cramped battalion, they felt a sense of relief at the prospect of expansion. However, before they could fully relish their joy, Zhang Hui continued, "Secondly, His Majesty has granted me permission to enlarge the structure of 2 battalions that I plan to propose this matter when spring arrives next year." "What? Expansion?" Zhang Dabiao exclaimed, as if he had not fully grasped the news. Is there any confusion regarding this matter? "Commander, are we truly going to expand the city defense battalion?" Su Hua questioned, a hint of disbelief in his tone, as the battalion had previously held a somewhat unfavorable reputation, making this news hard to fathom. Zhang Hui did not wait for them to finish their joy before continuing. As for the third matter, he paused for a moment. This brief hesitation made those below tense up, fearing it might be some unfavorable news. "The third matter pertains to the expansion of the 3 battalions, Jifeng, Xiwenlei, and Lehua, with a plan to augment each battalion by 5,000 troops. Is this true?" Su Hua stammered, overwhelmed by the news. The prospect of the city defense battalion being expanded had already filled him with great joy. But now, the astonishing revelation that each battalion would also receive an increase was almost beyond belief. The expansion of the city defense battalion might yield some benefits for them, at the very least. Having more personnel would bolster their confidence in the presence of their peers, and with increased numbers, their salaries would naturally rise. However, the actual impact on them would not be overwhelmingly significant. They would merely be elated. Now, the prospect of their directly subordinate battalions also undergoing expansion was not simply a matter of joy. It signified a change in status and real power. The more personnel one commands, the higher their standing in the court. Chapter 67. A world apart. Zhang Dabiao was already so excited that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. At this moment, his heart brimmed with reverence for Zhang Hui, the young leader who was steadily transforming the city defense battalion into a formidable force, rekindling its former glory. The surprises Zhang Hui had provided them today were already plentiful. Everything they had hoped for had materialized in this very day. However, only Zhao Ming remained lost in contemplation. His head bowed as he processed the series of favorable tidings. Zheng Hui looked at Zhao Ming and inquired, Captain Zhao, do you believe there are issues with this expansion? He encouraged Zhao Ming to voice any concerns. Zhao Ming raised his head and replied, Leader, the expansion of the City Defense Battalion naturally brings great joy to us subordinates. However, expanding the military is no trivial matter, especially the establishment of 2 additional battalions. First, the barracks must be expanded. Secondly, who will lead these 2 new battalions? Will the soldiers accept their new commanders? These are all matters that need resolution. Upon hearing Zhao Ming's analysis, Zheng Hui nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua, saying, You 2 should take the opportunity to learn from Zhao Ming. You must learn to identify the crux of matters. The expansion of the City Defense Battalion is not the most critical aspect. What truly matters is how to successfully establish the 2 new battalions, thereby fortifying the City Defense Battalion as a whole. Having said this, Zheng Hui stood up. Now, look at yourselves. At the mere mention of the City Defense Battalion's expansion. You are filled with unbridled joy. This expansion is not solely my responsibility. It requires the collaborative effort of you battalion leaders. The burden on your shoulders is significant, and many issues cannot be viewed superficially. Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua felt a bit embarrassed, realizing they had overlooked this point. Upon hearing of the changes to the City Defense Battalion, they had been so consumed with joy that they had forgotten these critical considerations. In hindsight, it was indeed a challenging predicament. The officers beneath them were, after all, limited in capability. They had previously been content to merely coast along. Were it not for Zheng Hui's stringent policies, this group would not have achieved such progress. Finding 2 qualified individuals among them to be promoted to battalion leaders was a genuine challenge. Unable to resolve Zheng Hui's concerns, Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua lowered their heads in shame. Very well, these matters are not for you to concern yourselves with. I shall handle them adeptly. As for everything else, all I ask is that you tend to your own affairs and refrain from causing me any disturbances during this period, which would be a tremendous assistance to me. The 3 individuals responded in unison. Rest assured, Commander, ever since Quan Chi arrived in the capital alongside Zheng Hui, he rarely left the city defense camp, making this his inaugural exploration of the bustling metropolis. For this towering figure hailing from Huodo village, the act of strolling through the streets felt both foreign and intriguing. He gazed about in wonder, eager to imprint the sights along the way into his memory. Reminiscent of Zheng Hui's initial arrival in the capital, Zhang Hui looked at Quan Chi and asked with a smile, What do you think of the capital, Quan Chi? Quan Chi chuckled foolishly. It's much larger than our village, and there are far more people. I can hardly take it all in. Haha, what you are witnessing is indeed the largest city in Jiangchu, far grander than your village. Zheng Hui replied. No need to rush. There is much more for you to see in the future. From now on, you shall serve as my captain of the personal guard. As Quan Chi was absorbed in his surroundings, he momentarily paused upon hearing this, then inquired, Then what of Captain Zhong Sheng? He will naturally have other duties. You need not worry about that. Come, I shall first take you to select a suitable weapon. Just as Quan Chi was concerned about the fate of his brother-like figure Zhong Sheng, the mention of weapons immediately revitalized him. And he eagerly followed Zheng Hui, fearful of losing his way. The Bailian Lu has a history spanning a century in the capital, a true establishment of venerable age. Everything crafted by Bailian Lu is assuredly of exquisite quality. After learning about Bailian Lu from Cheng Rui, Zheng Hui wished to visit. Intending to procure a fitting long weapon for himself, they traversed the main thoroughfare, proceeded west along Wangfu Street, reached Kaiyuan Gate, and followed the city walls southward until they arrived at a dilapidated hut in the southern part of the city. Looking up, the 3 characters by Lian Lu were crookedly inscribed on the door. Zheng Hui briefly doubted whether he had come to the correct location. How could this shabby place possibly be the renowned by Lian Lu? It appeared even more forlorn than an ordinary blacksmith shop, lacking any semblance of the bustling atmosphere one would expect from a century-old establishment. Nevertheless, despite his skepticism, he resolved to enter and take a look. The door was ajar, and he extended his hand to push it open. To his surprise, as he did so, he found himself frozen in place. Noticing Zheng Hui's lack of movement, Quan Chi approached to inquire, Commander, what is it? Upon observing Zheng Hui's actions, Quan Chi joined him in attempting to push the door. They soon discovered that the door resisted their efforts. Together, they exerted considerable force and managed to budge it slightly. After a while, Zheng Hui grew fatigued and leaned against the door, gasping for breath. To his astonishment, as he leaned, the door swung open with a resounding creak. Upon entering, Zhang Hui was taken aback to find a hidden paradise within. From the outside, Bai Lian Lu resembled an old, run-down shack, yet upon stepping inside, they discovered an unexpectedly spacious interior. Both Zhang Hui and Guangqi were momentarily astonished before they navigated around the mound of weapons and ventured further inside. After circumventing the armory, Zhang Hui was greeted by the resounding clang of hammers striking metal. Before him loomed a foreboding edifice of somber black, a stark contrast to the dilapidated shack outside. Zhang Hui could not help but exclaim, "Now this is the appearance befitting a century-old establishment." This time, he refrained from impulsively pushing the door open. Instead, he approached and rapped gently on the door. With just 2 knocks, the door swung open. As it did, the sound of hammering grew even more pronounced. An elderly man appeared, gazing at Zhang Hui and Guangqi in silence before ushering them inside. Upon entering, they found themselves in a grand hall adorned with an array of weaponry. As Zhang Hui beheld the gleaming arms, he instinctively touched the Mingjian at his side, a vague and indescribable sensation enveloping his heart. Above in the hall, numerous craftsmen were busy forging weapons, the rhythmic sound of hammers emanating from above. They specialized in crafting arms for the Imperial Guards, the old man explained. Chapter 68. At a loss for words, exiting the grand hall, they traversed a corridor, rounding a couple of corners, until they arrived at the door of a room. The elderly man gestured for them to enter, and Zhang Hui obliged. Though more guests have arrived, a robust middle-aged man approached, inquiring, "Are you here to commission weapons or for repairs?" Upon learning that Zhang Hui sought to forge a weapon, the man's interest piqued, and he began to elaborate on the services offered. Zhang Hui, though not particularly knowledgeable in this domain, listened attentively as the middle-aged man passionately described the offerings. He suddenly noticed the sword hanging from Zhang Hui's waist. Recognizing it immediately, I asked that the Mingjin you bear? Taken aback by the abruptness of the question, Zhang Hui nodded his astonishment. The man reacted as if he had encountered something extraordinary, exclaiming with fervor, "Might I request to examine the Mingjian?" Zhang Hui, bewildered by the sudden shift from discussing weaponry to an inquiry about his sword, stood momentarily stunned. The middle-aged man, noticing Zhang Hui's silence, quickly regained his composure. Apologizing, "My apologies. I lost my decorum. What business does this sword have with you?" Curiosity piqued, Zhang Hui removed the sword from his waist and inquired, "What is its significance?" The man replied, "You may not be aware, but this sword is the creation of the first master blacksmith of the Bai Lian Lu, who epitomized the pinnacle of sword-making at that time. Please wait here. I shall summon the master," he added, darting out before Zhang Hui could respond, leaving him and Guangqi in the room. Zhang Hui, feeling somewhat helpless, began to survey the surroundings. The walls were adorned with various weapons, meticulously arranged and exquisitely crafted. Despite the cool weather outside, the interior was warm and inviting, serving as the reception area for Bai Lian Lu's clients, effectively insulating them from the clamor of the forge. One could not help but appreciate the heritage of this century-old establishment. Zhang Hui found a table, beckoned Guangqi to join him, poured 2 cups of tea, and they began to sip. Strangely enough, despite the pervasive atmosphere of iron and fire throughout the Bai Lian Lu, the tea here was fragrant and enticing, creating a striking contrast. Ever since Guangqi arrived in the grand capital alongside Zhang Hui, he had seldom ventured beyond the city defense camp. This marked his inaugural excursion into the bustling metropolis of the capital. For this towering figure hailing from Huodo village, the experience of strolling through the streets was both alien and fascinating. That he gazed around, eager to imprint every sight along the way into his memory. Reminiscent of Zhang Hui's own first arrival in the capital, observing Guangqi's wonder, Zhang Hui chuckled and inquired, "Guangqi, what do you think of the capital?" Guangqi responded with a foolish grin, "It's bigger than our village, and there are far more people. I can hardly take it all in. Haha, what you see is indeed the largest city in Jiangsu, far surpassing your village. No need to rush. There will be plenty for you to see in the future. From now on, you shall serve as my captain of the personal guard." Guangqi, still gazing around, momentarily paused to process this statement before asking, "Then what of Captain Zhong Sheng?" "He, of course, has other duties. You need not worry about that. Come, I will first take you to select a suitable weapon." Just as Guangqi pondered the fate of his elder brother Zhong Sheng, the mention of acquiring a weapon instantly invigorated him, and he hurriedly followed Zhong Hui. Anxious not to lag behind, the Bai Lian Lu had stood in the capital for a century, a true establishment of venerable reputation. Anything forged by Bai Lian Lu was assuredly of exquisite quality. After learning about Bai Lian Lu from Cheng Rui, Zheng Hui was eager to come and take a look, while also commissioning a suitable long weapon for himself. They traversed the main thoroughfare, heading west along Wangfu Street until reaching Kaiyuan Gate, then proceeded south along the ramparts, arriving at a dilapidated hut in the southern part of the city. Looking up, they saw the words Bai Lian Lu scrawled haphazardly on the door. Zheng Hui briefly doubted whether he had misremembered the location. How could this shabby place possibly be the century-old Bai Lian Lu? It appeared even more squalid than ordinary blacksmith shops, and the lack of vitality was stark, devoid of the bustling atmosphere characteristic of a storied establishment. However, despite his doubts, he resolved to enter and see for himself. The door was slightly ajar, and Zheng Hui extended his hand to push it open. To his surprise, as he applied force, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Noticing Zheng Hui's stillness, Quan Chi approached and asked, "Commander, what's wrong?" When Quan Chi saw Zheng Hui's action, he instinctively joined in pushing the door. Together, they exerted considerable effort before managing to budge it slightly. After a moment of pushing, Zheng Hui grew weary and leaned against the door, only to discover that his weight caused it to swing open with a loud creak. Once the door opened, Zheng Hui was astonished to find an entirely different world within. From the outside, Bai Lian Lu appeared to be a rundown little house, but upon stepping inside, they found it surprisingly spacious. Both Zheng Hui and Quan Chi stood in awe for a moment before navigating past a mound of weapons to venture deeper. After bypassing the weaponry, the rhythmic sound of hammers striking metal resonated in the air, revealing a somber and imposing black structure before them. The contrast between this building and the dilapidated exterior was stark. Zheng Hui couldn't help but exclaim, "Now this is the visage befitting a century-old establishment." This time, Zheng Hui refrained from impulsively pushing the door. Instead, he approached and knocked. After 2 firm raps, the door swung open. The grand door swung open. The resounding clang of hammers grew even louder. An elderly man appeared, gazing at Zheng Hui and Quan Chi in silence, before ushering them inside. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast hall adorned with an array of weaponry. Zheng Hui's eyes were drawn to the gleaming blades, and he instinctively caressed the Mingjian in his grasp, a vague yet profound emotion swirling within him. Chapter 69. Mingjian. Above the hall, numerous craftsmen were laboring to forge weapons, the rhythmic sound of hammers echoing from above. "They are dedicated to crafting arms for the Imperial Guard," the old man explained. Exiting the main hall, they traversed a corridor, rounding several corners until they arrived at the threshold of a chamber. The elder gestured for them to enter, and Zheng Hui complied. "Da, another guest has arrived," a deep voice called out. Turning towards the sound, Zheng Hui observed a burly middle-aged man approaching. "Might I inquire whether you seek to commission a weapon or perhaps repair one?" Upon learning that Zheng Hui intended to forge a weapon, the man became animated, eagerly introducing his services. Zheng Hui, though not well versed in such matters, listened attentively as the middle-aged man passionately elaborated. He suddenly caught sight of the sword hanging at Zheng Hui's waist, which struck him as remarkably familiar. Might that sword be the famed Mingjian? In response to this unexpected query, Zheng Hui nodded, taken aback by the man's enthusiasm. The man, as if confronted with an extraordinary revelation, exclaimed, "Would you permit me the honor of examining the Mingjian?" Zheng Hui, momentarily bewildered by the abrupt shift in conversation from weaponry to his sword, was taken aback. Noting Zheng Hui's silence, the man quickly realized his impudence and apologized. "My apologies, I seem to have lost my composure. What connection does this sword hold with you?" Curious, Zheng Hui unfastened the sword from his waist and inquired, "What is its significance?" The man responded, "This sword is a masterpiece crafted by the very first swordsmith of the Bai Lian Lu, who epitomized the pinnacle of sword-making at that time. Please, allow me a moment. I shall summon the master of the forge," he added, dashing out before Zheng Hui could respond, leaving him and Quan Chi in the room. With no other option, Zheng Hui began to survey his surroundings. The walls were adorned with a plethora of weapons, meticulously arranged in a manner that exuded sophistication, devoid of any chaos. Though the weather outside was slightly chilly, the interior was remarkably warm, as this was the reception area of the Bai Lian Lu, effectively insulating them from the clamor of the forge. One could not help but appreciate the legacy of this venerable establishment. Zheng Hui found a table, inviting Quan Chi to sit with him as he poured 2 cups of tea, savoring the moment. Strangely enough, despite the pervasive atmosphere of iron and fire throughout the Bai Lian Lu, the tea here was refreshingly fragrant, a stark contrast to the surroundings. After a brief wait, A commotion erupted outside. I wonder who has acquired the Mingjin. The voice echoed before the figure even entered, shortly thereafter. An elderly man with a white beard stepped into the room. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhong Hui offered a respectful bow. With Quang Chi mimicking his actions, no need for such formalities. Young friend, I am Lu Shi. May I inquire your name? The elder, known as Lu Shi, inquired warmly. The junior, Zhong Hui, humbly approached to request the crafting of a weapon. Earnestly hoping for the master's assistance, Lu Shi waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need to rush, no need to rush. Those who come to my Balian pavilion primarily seek to forge weapons. If my young friend has a need, we shall undoubtedly fulfill it. This is not a concern. Thank you, Master, Zhong Hui replied gratefully. May I inquire if I might have the honor of viewing the Mingjin? Without further ado, Zhong Hui presented the sword. Lu Shi received the Mingjin with both hands, his gaze ablaze with excitement. Trembling, he began to caress the exquisite blade. Suddenly, a resonant hum filled the air as Lu Shi drew forth the Mingjin, which emitted a series of melodious sounds. Zhong Hui stood by, observing as Lu Shi tenderly blew, stroked, plucked, and danced with the sword, as though it were a cherished child. Indeed, this is the Tsongfeng sword, meticulously crafted, exceptionally refined, Lu Shi exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. After a brief moment, he sheathed the sword and returned it to Zhong Hui with reverence. Zhong Hui accepted the blade, puzzled, and inquired, Master, what exactly is this Tsongfeng sword you mentioned? Is it the name of this sword? Lu Shi steadied his emotions, gazing at Zhong Hui as he explained, Tsongfeng is not merely the name of a sword. It refers to the quality of the blade. This sword was crafted by a master blacksmith long ago. After achieving fame, this master forged only 7 swords, each one its Tsongfeng-class treasure. Since then, all the swordsmiths of Qianshui Pavilion have aspired to create a sword of Tsongfeng caliber. Tsongfeng, a sword can possess different grades. Zhong Hui's curiosity piqued at this newfound term. Observing Zhong Hui's puzzled expression, Lu Shi patiently elaborated. Indeed, weapons are classified by grade that we typically categorize them into 5 levels. Weapons crafted by ordinary artisans are considered kaichin, with the occasional exceptional piece reaching the level of rongtie. However, in a grand workshop like ours at Balian Pavilion, the least we produce is of rongtie quality, while more skilled artisans can create xinduan. Yet, the pinnacle of aspiration for all swordsmiths is to forge a weapon of Tsongfeng quality, which is no small feat. I never imagined that the crafting of a weapon involves such intricacies. Zhong Hui remarked in awe. Naturally, anything worth pursuing requires mastery. In that case, Master, it appears we share a fateful connection. Haha, splendid. Let us not dwell on such matters. I am grateful to you, young friend, for allowing me the opportunity to behold the legendary Tsongfeng. Now, tell me what type of weapon you wish to forge. For this time, I shall personally stoke the furnace for you. Upon hearing that Lu Shi would personally forge the weapon for Zhong Hui, not only was Zhong Hui taken aback, but the middle-aged gentleman present in the room was equally astonished. I am truly indebted to you, Master. Chapter 70. Wealth and danger. Zhong Hui initially wished to express his gratitude modestly but reconsidered, ultimately agreeing, as the Master's personal involvement assured a guarantee of quality. Subsequently, Zhong Hui began to sketch the weapon's design, discussing dimensions to present to Lu Shi. However, when Zhong Hui heard the cost of crafting these weapons, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. If one were to consider his current monthly salary, it would take at least a decade to cover the expenses for these weapons, and that is merely for one of them. He has crafted a total of 6, one for himself, one for Quang Chi, one each for the 3 generals under his command, and one remaining for Zhong. At this rate, even selling him would not suffice to afford them. Master, my financial resources are rather limited. Might you consider? Before Lu Shi could finish his sentence, a middle-aged man behind him interjected with indignation. Brother, you are simply lacking in appreciation. The esteemed Lu Chong personally forges weapons for you, a privilege that many in the capital seek but cannot attain, and yet you dare to express discontent over the price. Pray, do not be so presumptuous. Lu Shi intervened to quell the man's outburst, saying, I understand the sentiments of my young friend. However, one must acknowledge that you get what you pay for. Our products at Balian Lu are always priced according to their true worth. Given your difficulties, I propose this. I shall forge 2 weapons of the Pufeng grade for you, while the remaining 4 can be crafted by my disciples at a more affordable rate. What do you think? With Lu Shi having made such an offer, Zhong had no choice but to acquiesce. As he and Quang Chi exited Balian Lu, Zhong was preoccupied with thoughts on how to earn a substantial sum in the shortest time possible. Although Lu Shi had extended the greatest concession, It was apparent that he still could not afford the costs and needed to devise a means to acquire the necessary funds. When he first arrived, he had envisioned making a fortune and traveling the world, yet fate had conspired to lead him step by step to this moment, leaving him with no alternatives. Now was the time to compel himself to realize that initial ambition. However, as the moment arrived, he found himself utterly at a loss. With a heavy heart, Zhang kept his gaze lowered as he walked, while Guangqi followed closely behind, sensing his companion's troubles but recognizing his own limitations to assist. "General Zhang?" Suddenly, a woman's voice called from behind. Zhang turned, finding her face vaguely familiar but unable to place where he had encountered her, his expression one of perplexity. After pondering for a time without success, he inquired, "Forgive me, but may I ask who you are?" "I am Cui Ying that we met at the auction house of Jubao." I presume the general may not recall. Zhang smacked his forehead in realization. "Ah, you are that formidable woman. I remember now. Formidable woman. You jest, General. I am but a humble merchant, not worthy of such a title." Chuckling awkwardly, Zhang found himself at a loss to explain the term, simply responding with a sheepish smile. "Might I inquire what brings Miss Cui to seek my company?" Recognizing that Cui Ying would not approach him without reason, and as he was currently in need of funds, he considered whether there might be an opportunity to benefit from her resources. Thus, he agreed to her request. Throughout their journey, Cui Ying showcased her innate talents as a merchant, engaging Zhang in delightful conversation, swiftly uncovering his preferences within a brief span of time. Of course, it was also plausible that Zhang willingly shared this information. Upon arriving at Fengxianlu, Zhang stood before the establishment, his heart filled with nostalgia. The last time he had visited, he encountered Yi Dai. He pondered what new fortunes awaited him this time. That a few individuals ascended the stairs and settled into a private room on the top floor. After exchanging merely a few pleasantries, Cui Ying directly broached the subject. "Brother Ming, I believe you have surmised that I would not seek you out without cause." Zhang Hui, taking a bite of his dish, nodded in acknowledgement. "To be frank, the cuisine at Fengxian Tower is indeed authentic. Each time Zhang Hui visits, he finds himself unable to resist indulging further. His manner of eating could be considered quite restrained. In contrast to the boisterous Guangqi, who unceremoniously scooped food into his mouth. Despite Zhang Hui's attempts to intervene, his efforts proved futile, especially as he noticed that neither Cui Ying nor her maid had touched their chopsticks. Thus, he refrained from further attempts to curtail Guangqi's behavior, contemplating that he would not bring him along next time to avoid any embarrassment. "Brother Ming, to speak candidly, I have encountered some difficulties and require your assistance." Cui Ying continued. "Ditto, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Cui family, experiencing troubles that necessitate my aid?" Zhang Hui inquired. Pausing his meal, he was genuinely unaware of any issue that could not be resolved with money. After all, his father's standing at court was not insignificant. This is a lengthy tale, and you may not be cognizant, but the flow of goods into the capital must undergo scrutiny by the city defense camp. Zhang Hui nodded. "Indeed, I am not well acquainted with the specifics of the city defense camp's operations. I typically delegate such matters to my subordinates. To be honest, I have not delved into the details." "Is there a problem?" Originally, there was no issue. However, since Brother Ming assumed his position, the export taxes imposed by the city defense camp on large shipments have risen by more than half over these past months. I have suffered substantial losses and, out of sheer necessity, have sought your aid. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hui slammed the table with great force, startling Guangqi, who was in the midst of lifting a dish. Cui Ying, taken aback by Zhang Hui's reaction, quickly stood and urged, "Brother Ming, please temper your anger. Ultimately, this matter does not fall upon the shoulders of the city defense camp personnel." Zhang Hui, momentarily stunned, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Cui Ying hastened to clarify. "The situation is as follows. In the earlier days, when the capital was not yet flourishing, an export tax was levied to prevent the outflow of goods, imposing a tax of 10% on any goods exceeding 5 carts. Given the circumstances at the time, there were not many exports, so it posed no issue. However, as the capital expanded, the volume of goods entering and exiting increased significantly. For merchants like us, who often deal in hundreds of carts of commodities, adhering to the previous tax structure would render it impossible to profit. Thus, we merchants established a customary agreement with the city defense camp to forego this export tax in favor of a cart and horse tax. However, once this arrangement was made, it was never formally recorded. I comprehend now. So, this export tax was never actually collected, but was instead replaced with the cart and horse tax, correct? Very well, rest assured that I will take care of this matter. Such unreasonable taxes will be expunged from the tax ledger, Zhong Hui declared with a wave of his hand. Cui Ying's face lit up with joy. Then I express my gratitude to you. Brother Ming. Just as she finished speaking, a maid entered from outside and whispered a few words into Cui Ying's ear. After listening to Cui Ying, Zhong Hui smiled and said, Dear Ming, you have rendered a tremendous service to this humble woman, and I have a token of appreciation to present to you. Oh, what is it? He inquired. There is no need for formality. This was merely an obligation I fulfilled, he replied. A maidservant approached and handed Zhong Hui an envelope, which he opened with curiosity. Ming, I noticed you emerging from the Bailian Lu and inquired about your recent forges, learning that you have crafted several weapons. In light of your considerable assistance to me, I am unable to repay you adequately. Therefore, this invoice is my modest gift to you, and I sincerely hope you will accept it. Upon examining the document, Zhong Hui discovered it to be a bill for the weapons he had commissioned at the Bailian furnace, indicating that all payments had been settled. Gazing at the invoice, Zhong Hui felt a pang of regret, lamenting the loss of a few subpar weapons. This lesson had spanned a month, a realization that Zhong Hui now comprehended, akin to the understanding that had eluded him initially. A simple truth that, after countless repetitions, finally dawned upon him, albeit with considerable mental strain. Nonetheless, there was a silver lining. Zhong Hui's modest courtyard had become more lively than usual. He was instructing Quan Chi in martial energy, while Yi Hao diligently swept the fallen leaves nearby. Autumn had settled in, and the old tree in the courtyard seemed to shed its leaves endlessly, as if they could never be completely cleared. Yet, thanks to Yi Hao's patience, the courtyard was consistently kept tidy, despite the perpetual cycle of sweeping. Yi Dai leaned against the stone table in the courtyard, resting her chin in her hands, lost in thought as she gazed at Zhong Hui. In this serene haven of time stood a leisurely uncle, a pensive girl, a flustered youth, and a bewildered strong man. Days gradually passed, autumn faded into winter, and the weather began to change, with the entire capital on the brink of being enveloped in a blanket of white. Concurrently, preparations for the expansion of the city defense battalion were fervently underway. Zhong Hui had resolved to commence recruitment efforts at the onset of spring, delegating this task to Yu Ho Wang Xuan. This decision took everyone by surprise, including Wang Xuan himself, who appeared taken aback. Initially bewildered upon receiving the order, he soon regained his composure. However, Wang Xuan was not one to settle for mediocrity. Once he grasped the implications, he promptly embraced the command. Recruitment was both a laborious task and an esteemed one. Gaining the authority to recruit meant that anyone seeking quality soldiers would need to curry favor with Wang Xuan. Thus, this recruitment process signified an elevation of his own influence, suggesting that Zhong Hui intended to promote Wang Xuan. Zhong Hui regarded Wang Xuan and inquired, Wang Yuho, with nearly 30,000 recruits anticipated, what preliminary plans do you have? Please share your thoughts. Thank you for your nurturing, Commander, Wang Xuan began, bowing respectfully to Zhong Hui. In my humble opinion, I propose to conduct the recruitment in 2 phases. We shall initiate the first round in spring, and after 6 months of training, we can proceed with the second round in autumn. I am concerned that an excessive influx of new recruits may dilute the overall standards of the city defense battalion. Hence, this plan. Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui nodded in agreement. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. It is a plan worth implementing. With a solemn tone, he continued. However, you must heed this point. It is better to have fewer but more capable individuals than to hastily recruit a multitude of unsuitable candidates. Understood. Having conveyed his message, Wang Xuan commenced the arrangements for the recruitment task. In addition to assigning Wang Xuan the responsibility of recruitment, Zhong Hui also promoted Zhang Sheng to the position of the new commander of the city defense battalion. Notably, Zhang Sheng's battalion, named Dark Knight, possessed a unique distinction. Moreover, aside from elevating Zhang Sheng to his new rank, Zhong Hui maintained strict confidentiality regarding all related information. No one was aware of the nature of Zhang Sheng's troops, and the recruitment efforts were conducted solely by him. Zhong Hui even designated a specific area within the newly established encampment as a restricted zone, exclusively for Zhang Sheng's training purposes. Everything surrounding this situation exuded an air of mystery. Leaving others perplexed. One could foresee that Zhang Sheng would become a formidable asset for Zhong Hui. As for the selection of commanders to train the new recruits post-recruitment, Zhong Hui remained indecisive. Plagued by this dilemma, each time this issue arose, He acutely felt the frustration of lacking capable subordinates. However, winter had only just begun, and spring was still some time away. He was confident he could devise a solution. "How many times must I say it? Direct the internal energy to the Huagai," Zhong Hui exclaimed, pointing at the agitated figure of Quang Chi. Under Zhong Hui's urging, Quang Chi clumsily attempted to channel his energy. Observing the chaotic flow of energy within Quang Chi's body, Zhong Hui let out a resigned sigh. "Young master, you mustn't overexert yourself. Take a moment to rest," Yi Dai remarked, unable to bear the sight any longer. "Very well, you should rest for a while. I, too, am feeling somewhat fatigued," Zhong Hui replied to Quang Chi. Upon hearing Zhong Hui suggest a break, Quang Chi felt as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He reclined on the ground, motionless, and had it not been for the rapid rise and fall of his chest, one might have thought him lifeless. Zhong Hui found himself in a more perplexing predicament. He had initially believed that teaching Quang Chi would be a straightforward endeavor, yet a month had passed without any substantial progress. Despair began to creep in as winter approached. Yi Dai, perhaps sensing Zhong Hui's distress, stepped forward and said, "Young master, winter is upon us, and we still need to procure winter supplies. Yesterday, father went to purchase charcoal. Would you accompany me to select some fabric? If you find something to your liking, I shall make you a winter garment." Feeling weary from teaching Quang Chi, Zhong Hui welcomed the idea of stepping outside for some fresh air. "Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look." He then turned to Quang Chi and instructed, "Focus on your training at home. Repeat what I just taught you, and be sure to ponder it deeply." Quang Chi replied reluctantly, regardless of Quang Chi's progress. Zhong Hui strolled through the bustling streets, momentarily casting aside his worries as winter set in. The number of pedestrians was noticeably greater than usual, with many preparing for a stable and secure winter. "Young master, this fabric looks quite good," Yi Dai remarked, holding up a piece of cloth for Zhong Hui to assess. "Indeed, it is quite nice." Unsure of what would suit him best, Zhong Hui allowed Yi Dai to explore her selections freely. As all his earnings and rewards were entrusted to her, he had never concerned himself with such matters. "Look, this one is also quite appealing. Make way, make way." Zhong Hui remained in conversation with Yi Dai when suddenly, loud shouts echoed from outside the shop, followed by the rapid sound of galloping hoofs. He approached the entrance and beheld a troop of knights hastily departing, raising a cloud of dust behind them. "Young master, what is the matter?" Yi Dai inquired, stepping closely to the door. Zhong Hui shook his head, uncertain. Although he was unaware of the unfolding events, an instinctive feeling suggested that something significant was about to transpire. It seemed prudent for him to visit the prince's residence to ascertain the situation. Before he could finish his thoughts, several carriages hurriedly traversed the street, and he recognized them as belonging to the Ministry of Works. Typically, these carriages would not venture beyond the imperial city, let alone in such large numbers, instilling in him a sense of foreboding. Yi Dai, too, sensed that something was amiss and nodded in agreement. "Young master, please be cautious." 3 days later, the weather in the capital grew increasingly frigid, prompting households to ignite their charcoal fires. Zhong Hui was at home, warming himself with Yi Dai and her father, Yi Hao, while discussing matters concerning the impending winter, when a knock resonated at the door. The visitor was an unfamiliar attendant from the palace. Upon entering, the attendant respectfully addressed Zhong Hui. "Commander Zhong, His Highness has urgent matters to discuss with you and requests your immediate presence." "Did His Highness specify what the matter was?" Zhong Hui queried. "His Highness did not disclose the details, but he appeared quite anxious, urging me to relay the message to you with utmost haste." Zhong Hui nodded in understanding. "Very well, I shall depart at once." He then turned to inform Yi Dai and her father before hastily making his way to the prince's residence alongside the attendant. As they proceeded toward the palace, Zhong Hui noted the streets were bustling with soldiers. The attire of these soldiers clearly indicated they were not from the city defense battalion, and as the commander, he was well aware of any movements within that unit. The only other force capable of rapidly mobilizing troops in the capital was the capital garrison. It was evident that something significant had occurred. Otherwise, the garrison would not enter the city so freely. With this realization, Zhong Hui quickened his pace. Upon noticing Zhong Hui's arrival, an elderly eunuch approached briskly, his tone gentle. "Commander, you have arrived. Please follow this old servant, for His Highness awaits you." The eunuch led Zhong Hui toward the palace, and despite his frail appearance, he walked with surprising speed, forcing Zhong Hui to stride with great effort to keep up. "May I inquire your esteemed name, Sir Eunuch?" Zheng Hui felt it prudent to gather information about palace affairs to avoid being caught off guard. Master Chao, I am not privy to the happenings within the palace. You shall soon learn upon meeting His Highness. Zheng Hui understood that the eunuch likely possessed knowledge of the situation yet chose to withhold it. He did not press further, knowing that he would soon discover the truth. After a brief walk, they arrived at the Hall of Governance. The eunuch halted, turning to Zheng Hui. Commander, we have arrived. His Highness is within. I shall not enter. Thank you, Sir Eunuch. With that, Zheng Hui stepped into the Grand Hall. Upon entering, he observed several individuals already seated upon the dais. Zheng Hui cast a discerning glance around the room. Apart from 3 or 4 unfamiliar faces, he recognized the Grand Priest from his previous visit. Seated in the foremost position to his left, the seat opposite him remained vacant. Also present were Sikong Liang Qian, who had previously thwarted Zheng Hui's chance at reward, and a robust middle-aged man. Clearly a military officer, the Crown Prince Guan Yi occupied the high seat, eyes slightly closed, a hand resting upon his forehead. Upon noticing Zheng Hui's entrance, Guan Yi spoke. Commander Zheng has arrived. Please take a seat. Once everyone is gathered, we shall commence our discussion. Zheng Hui bowed respectfully and settled into the last position on the right. Fully aware of the hierarchy present, the attendees were all high-ranking officials of the court. While he, a mere 7th-rank noble, felt unworthy of such company, his current presence was likely due to his role as the commander of the City Defense Battalion. In the hall, various ministers engaged in hushed whispers, their expressions suggesting they had surmised the situation at hand. Zheng Hui turned to the middle-aged man beside him, who exuded an imposing presence. His muscular arms and chiseled features gave him an air of solidity, akin to a mountain. Zheng Hui quietly inquired, I am Zheng Hui, the current commander of the City Defense Battalion. May I ask how to address you, General? The middle-aged man glanced at Zheng Hui and replied in a deep voice. Yangsher of the Jingji Battalion. There were no superfluous pleasantries exchanged. His words were direct and decisive, befitting a soldier. Although their ranks might align, Liangsher's title surpassed Zheng Hui's by 2 or 3 degrees. Noticing Liangsher's succinctness, Zheng Hui chose to remain silent and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Before long, a staggering figure appeared at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Guan Yi promptly descended to greet him, prompting everyone in the hall to rise. The visitor was Han Dao, the Grand Chancellor of Zhongchu. As Han Dao entered, Guan Yi swiftly approached to support him. I apologize for my tardiness. I hope your highness will forgive me, Han Dao said, bowing respectfully. Guan Yi, assisting him, gently replied, Your Excellency speaks as if it were your fault. Given your frail health, I would not have summoned you in such haste unless the matter at hand were of utmost importance. He helped Han Dao to the foremost seat on the left, and then turned to the assembly with a grave expression. Please be seated, everyone. What I am about to discuss concerns the safety of our nation and the weighty matters of our realm. I urge you all to exercise the utmost caution. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present grew somber. Guan Yi continued, A few days ago, my father fell gravely ill and is now unable to rise from his bed. Last night, his condition worsened, and the imperial physician fears he may not survive until this morning. The ministers seated in the hall reacted with varying degrees of surprise and resignation, some seemingly having anticipated this news. I summoned you all here this morning to deliberate on the arrangements following my father's passing. You are the pillars of the nation, and I shall require your diligent counsel in this matter. Han Dao, the first to respond, stated, Your Highness speaks heavily. It is our duty as subjects to share in the country's burdens. We shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to this cause. Please be assured. The others echoed in agreement. We shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly. Please be assured, Your Highness. Guan Yi nodded slightly, about to continue, when a young eunuch rushed in from outside, visibly flustered. Your Highness, His Majesty has awakened and expressed a desire to meet you. Upon hearing this, Guan Yi promptly made his way towards the outer palace. However, upon reaching the entrance, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to turn back and address Zheng Hui and Liangsher, saying, Commander Zheng, Commander Liang, please accompany me. Both Zheng Hui and Liangsher hastily rose and followed Guan Yi outside, leaving the esteemed ministers within the grand hall to murmur amongst themselves. Observing Guan Yi's departure, Han Dao stood up to preside over the matters of the hall. With a gesture to command attention, he declared, Esteemed colleagues, this is a crucial moment for our empire. We must deliberate on the agenda following His Majesty's passing, ensuring a smooth transition through these tumultuous times. Upon hearing Han's words, the assembly fell silent, attentively listening to his discourse. Meanwhile, Guan Yi, Zhong Hui, and Liang Shi proceeded towards the emperor's quarters. As they walked, Guan Yi spoke to Liang Shi, saying, "Commander Liang, given the current unrest, the city defense forces likely lack sufficient manpower that I urge you to deploy the Jingji camp to set up checkpoints on the eastern and northern routes leading out of the capital, intensifying scrutiny on those entering and exiting. Additionally, reinforce patrols in the Jingji region and notify all surrounding agencies to bolster their defenses, preventing any opportunistic unrest." Liang Shi responded with utmost respect. "As you command." Before hastily departing to fulfill Guan Yi's directives, once Liang Shi had left, Guan Yi intended to assign tasks to Zhong Hui. However, to his surprise, they had already arrived at the entrance of the Yangsheng Hall, the emperor's palace. Upon reaching the hall, Guan Yi refrained from further issuing commands to Zhong Hui and hurried inside. The vicinity of Yangsheng Hall was bustling with eunuchs and palace maids. Zhong Hui followed closely behind Guan Yi, soon spotting several elderly physician officials standing nearby. Continuing deeper into the hall, they beheld the legendary emperor. Under normal circumstances, Zhong Hui would not possess the standing to meet the emperor. Yet, following Guan Yi, no one dared to challenge this protocol at such a critical moment. Driven by urgency, Guan Yi paid little heed to the formalities. Gazing at the ailing emperor lying upon the bed, Zhong Hui felt a stark contrast to the grandiose image often portrayed. Instead, he appeared as a frail, decrepit old man teetering on the brink of life and death. Beside the emperor, Guan Yu leaned over, likely having just wept. Her eyes slightly reddened as she continued to sob softly. Though the emperor seldom concerned himself with state affairs, he exhibited profound affection for his daughter, perhaps a reflection of her resemblance to her late mother. Upon seeing Guan Yi, the emperor opened his eyes slightly and weakly uttered, "You have come. Seeing you here brings me peace." "Father," Guan Yi exclaimed, tears streaming down his face at the sight of the frail emperor, "you must take care of your sister." The emperor then gestured for Guan Yi to come closer. Without hesitation, Guan Yi approached and knelt beside the bed. The emperor gazed at him, speaking in a feeble yet earnest tone. "Promise me, do not allow your sister to wed someone she does not love. Do not let her become a pawn of politics. Let her be happy. Cough. Father, please take your time," Guan Yi implored. "Did you hear me?" Guan Yi knelt by the bedside, nodding earnestly. "Father, I understand. Rest assured, I shall take good care of my royal sister. I will not allow her to wed someone she does not cherish, nor will I permit her involvement in political affairs." Zhong Hui observed Guan Yu, who wept sorrowfully, her delicate face resembling a rain-drenched pear blossom. Glistening with tears, the pang of compassion struck him. She had once been so vivacious, and her father's demise must have been a significant blow to her. "Do not grieve. I am merely going to accompany your mother." At this, the old emperor chuckled, and Zhong Hui gazed intently, noting the purity of that smile, reminiscent of an elder experiencing a moment of hope. In that instant, Zhong Hui suddenly felt that death might indeed be a form of liberation for him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard everyone begin to kneel and weep, with Guan Yu crying out loudly. Outside, the waiting eunuchs, having received news, dispersed rapidly, ringing gongs and chanting as they went. In the 23rd year of Zhaoda, winter, the emperor passed away. The heavens trembled. 3 days later, the weather in the capital grew increasingly frigid, and every household ignited charcoal fires. Zhong Hui was at home, warming himself alongside the Yi Dai father and daughter, discussing matters pertaining to the winter season, when he was interrupted by a knock at the door. The visitor was a servant from the palace, whom Zhong Hui had not encountered before. Upon entering, the servant respectfully addressed Zhong Hui, saying, "Commander Zhong, His Highness requests your presence urgently to discuss an important matter." "Did His Highness specify what the matter is?" Zhong Hui inquired. "His Highness did not say, but he appeared quite anxious, urging me to hasten and inform you," the servant replied. Zhong Hui nodded, affirming, "Very well. I understand. I shall depart at once." He turned to brief Yi Dai and her daughter before hastily making his way to the prince's residence. On his journey to the palace, Zhong Hui noticed a multitude of soldiers bustling through the streets. Their attire clearly indicated they were not from the city defense battalion, and as the commander, he was well aware of any troop movements within the city. Aside from the city defense battalion, the only force capable of mobilizing quickly in the capital was the Jingji battalion. Something significant must have occurred. Otherwise, the Jingji battalion would not enter the city so casually. With this thought, Zhong Hui quickened his pace. The elderly eunuch, upon spotting Zhong Hui's arrival, approached briskly, speaking in a gentle tone. "Commander, you have arrived. Please follow this old servant. His Highness is awaiting you." The eunuch led Zhong Hui toward the palace, and although the elder appeared frail, he moved with surprising swiftness, forcing Zhong Hui to take large strides to keep up. "May I inquire how you are addressed?" Zhong Hui thought it prudent to familiarize himself with palace affairs to avoid being caught off guard, and thus struck up a conversation with the eunuch. "Master Chow, may I ask what urgent matter has arisen within the palace?" "This old servant is unaware. You shall learn the details upon meeting His Highness," the eunuch replied. Zhong Hui understood that the elderly servant was likely privy to the situation but chose not to disclose it. He did not press further, knowing he would soon learn everything from Guani. After walking for a while, they arrived at the Hall of Governance. The eunuch halted, turned to Zhong Hui, and said, "Commander, we have arrived. His Highness awaits you inside. I shall not enter." "Thank you, esteemed eunuch." With that, Zhong Hui stepped into the Hall of Governance dais. Soon as one enters the Grand Hall, several individuals are already seated. Zhong Hui gazes intently and observes. Apart from 3 or 4 unfamiliar faces, the high priest he had encountered previously, occupying the first position to his left, the seat opposite him remains vacant, alongside the Minister of Defense, Liang Qian, and the censor Hu Tu, who had previously obstructed his commendation. There is also a middle-aged man dressed in military attire, clearly a general. Prince Guan Yi is seated at the upper end, his eyes slightly closed, hand resting on his forehead. Upon noticing Zhong Hui's entrance, Guan Yi speaks. "Commander Zhong has arrived. Please take a seat. Once everyone is present, we shall commence our discussions." Zhong Hui bows respectfully and occupies the last seat on the right side. He is acutely aware of the hierarchy. Those present are all esteemed officials of the first rank, while he, a mere 7th-ranking noble, feels entirely unworthy to sit among them. His current presence is likely due to his position as the commander of the city defense camp. Within the hall, various ministers engage in hushed whispers, their expressions suggesting they have already surmised the unfolding events. Zhong Hui glances at the middle-aged man in military garb, who possesses a commanding presence. Muscular arms, and sharply defined facial features, sitting firmly like a mountain. Zhong Hui quietly inquires, "I am Zhong Hui, the current commander of the city defense camp. May I ask how to address this esteemed general?" The middle-aged man glances at Zhong Hui and replies in a deep voice, "Liang Shi of the capital garrison." There are no superfluous pleasantries exchanged. The conversation is direct and efficient, characteristic of a soldier. Although their ranks may align, their noble titles differ significantly, with Liang Shi holding at least 2 or 3 ranks higher than Zhong Hui. Realizing that Liang Shi has little to add, Zhong Hui falls silent, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Before long, a staggering figure appears at the entrance of the hall. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Guan Yi promptly descends to greet him, prompting all those present to rise. The individual is none other than the Grand Chancellor of Zhongchu, Han Dao. Han Dao steps into the hall. Guan Yi approaches and supports him. "I apologize for my tardiness. I hope your highness will forgive my delay." Han Dao states with a bow. Guan Yi, assisting him, softly replies, "Your Excellency, you speak too humbly. Given your health, I would not have summoned you in such haste were it not for the gravity of the matter at hand." Guan Yi helps Han Dao to the first seat on the left, and then turns to the assembly, his expression grave. "Esteemed colleagues, please be seated. What I am about to convey pertains to the safety of our nation and the weighty matter of our realm's stability. I urge you all to exercise utmost caution." Upon hearing this, the ministers' faces grow solemn. Guan Yi continues, "A few days ago, my father fell gravely ill and can no longer rise from his bed. Last night, he suffered a crisis, and the imperial physicians have warned that he may not survive until this morning." The ministers present react with varying degrees of astonishment and composure, some likely having anticipated this news. "I have summoned you all this morning to discuss the arrangements following my father's passing. Each of you is a pillar of the state, and your counsel will be invaluable in this regard." Han Dao, the first to respond, states, "Your Highness speaks with gravity. It is our duty as ministers to share in the burdens of the nation. You may rest assured of our utmost dedication." The others echo his sentiment. "We shall dedicate ourselves fully, Your Highness, so you may be at ease." Guan Yi nods slightly, poised to continue, when suddenly a small eunuch rushes in from outside, clearly in a state of urgency. "Your Highness, His Majesty has awakened and expressed a desire to see you." Upon hearing this, Guan Yi hastily made his way towards the palace doors, but as he reached the entrance, he reconsidered and turned back to address Zhong Hui and Liang Shi, saying, "Commander Zhong, Commander Liang, please accompany me." Without delay, Zhong Hui and Liang Shi rose to follow Guan Yi outside, leaving the ministers within the grand hall to murmur amongst themselves. Observing Guan Yi's departure, Han Dao stood up to preside over the affairs of the court, gesturing with both hands as he spoke. Esteemed colleagues, this is indeed a critical moment for our empire. We must deliberate on the agenda concerning matters after His Majesty's passing, ensuring a smooth transition for all affairs. Upon hearing Han's words, the assembly fell silent, attentively listening to his discourse. Meanwhile, Guan Yi, Zhonghui, and Liang Shi proceeded towards the Emperor's chamber. Along the way, Guan Yi spoke to Liang Shi, saying, Commander Liang, we find ourselves in tumultuous times. The city defense force may be insufficient to guard the capital. Please arrange for the Jingji camp to set up checkpoints at the eastern and northern exits of the capital, conducting thorough inspections of all who enter and exit. Additionally, reinforce patrols in the Jingji area and notify all nearby agencies to bolster their defenses, preventing anyone from seizing this opportunity to create unrest. Liang Shi responded respectfully, as you command, and promptly departed to fulfill Guan Yi's orders. As Guan Yi watched Liang Shi leave, he intended to assign tasks to Zhonghui, but was surprised to find that they had already arrived at the entrance of the Yangxing Hall, the emperor's residence. Upon entering, Guan Yi refrained from continuing his instructions to Zhonghui and hurried inside. The Yangxing Hall was bustling with eunuchs and palace maids, and as Zhonghui followed Guan Yi in, he spotted several white-bearded imperial physicians standing nearby. Continuing deeper into the hall, they finally laid eyes upon the legendary emperor. Under normal circumstances, Zhonghui would not have had the privilege to meet the emperor. Yet following Guan Yi, none dared to question the propriety of the moment. Guan Yi, filled with urgency, paid little heed to such formalities. Gazing at the emperor lying in bed, Zhonghui felt that the man before him was not as regal as the tales had suggested. He appeared to be a frail old man, teetering on the brink of life and death. Beside the emperor's bed, Guan Yu was leaning over, likely having just wept. Her eyes slightly reddened as she continued to sob gently. Although the emperor rarely concerned himself with state affairs, he held a profound affection for this daughter, perhaps due to her resemblance to her mother. Upon noticing Guan Yi's arrival, the emperor opened his eyes slightly and, in a weak voice, said, You have come. Seeing you here puts my mind at ease. Father, Guan Yi replied, his heart breaking at the sight of the frail emperor, tears streaming down his face. You must take care of your sister. The old emperor gestured for Guan Yi to approach. Without hesitation, Guan Yi knelt beside the bed. The emperor regarded him, his tone feeble as he implored, Promise me, do not marry your sister to someone she does not love. Do not allow her to become a pawn in politics. Let her be happy. Father, please take your time, Guan Yi urged. Do you hear me? Guan Yi knelt by the bedside, nodding vigorously. Father, I understand. Do not worry. I shall take good care of my royal sister. I will not allow her to wed someone she does not cherish, nor will I permit her to become entangled in the machinations of politics. Zhonghui observed Guan Yu, who wept sorrowfully, her delicate face adorned with tears resembling pear blossoms in the rain. A pang of compassion surged within him. She had once been so vivacious, and her father's demise must have struck her profoundly. Do not grieve. I am merely going to accompany your mother, the old emperor stated, breaking into a smile. Zhonghui gazed intently, noting the purity of that smile, reminiscent of an elder who had just received a glimmer of hope. In that moment, Zhonghui suddenly perceived that death might, perhaps, be a form of liberation for him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard everyone begin to kneel and weep, with Guan Yu crying out loud. Outside, the waiting eunuchs, upon receiving the news, dispersed, ringing bells and chanting as they went. In the 23rd year of Zhaoda, winter, the emperor passed away, and the heavens trembled. In the 183rd year of the Zhongchu Binyuan era. During the winter of Zhaoda's 23rd year, the great emperor departed this world. As the news of the emperor's death reached the Qingjin palace, all the ministers, upon hearing this somber tidings, immediately descended from their positions, kneeling upon the ground towards the direction of the Yangxing Hall, performing 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, proclaiming, Long live the emperor. This bow constituted their final tribute to the great emperor. Soon, they would welcome the next sovereign, and most of them would transition into subjects of 2 dynasties. Within the Yangxing Hall, Zhonghui too knelt at once. He had witnessed the emperor's passing firsthand, possibly being the only one among the 7 noble generals to behold such a scene. After a moment of kneeling, a eunuch approached to adjust the emperor's remains, at which point all were required to exit the grand hall. Zhonghui exited alongside Guan Yi and Guan Yu. Noticing the latter's despondent demeanor and lack of vitality, he observed Guan Yi, whose prolonged fatigue was eroding his already fragile constitution. His health had never been robust, and now he was merely enduring. Zhong Hui feared that if Guan Yi were to collapse, it would herald a tumultuous change for Zhongqiu. Wishing to offer comfort as a friend, Zhong Hui took a step forward but realized that this was no longer the past. And he was no longer the man from the Banluan mountain range. He was now a prince destined to ascend to the throne and inherit the mandate of heaven. After bidding farewell to Guan Yi turned to face Zhong Hui. Though weary, he was sustained by an unwavering conviction, granting him an appearance of boundless energy. "Commander Zhong, I shall trouble you with much in the days to come." Zhong Hui replied, "It is not I who bears the burden of exhaustion. You must also take care of your health and not overexert yourself." Guan Yi disregarded Zhong Hui's perceived rudeness, instead finding that the present Zhong Hui resembled the one he had encountered in the Banluan mountain range. He smiled faintly. "From here on, you must diligently ensure the defense of the capital. There must be no missteps. That I understand that your city defense battalion is short-staffed, so I will allocate some troops from the Jingji battalion to assist you. I hope you will not take offense." Zhong Hui nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, I comprehend your intentions, and I shall not let you down. I know how to proceed from here, and you must also take good care of your health." With that, he took his leave and nodded slightly. He gazed at the retreating figure of Zhong Hui. It seemed that Zhong Hui was a source of solace amidst his busy life. This impudent youth possessed ideals that were at odds with the world. Each time they walked together, the sensation of hierarchy was utterly absent, granting him a unique perspective. Within the hall of diligent administration, a group of ministers was deliberating on the arrangements for the coronation of the new sovereign. With the passing of the late emperor, the realm could not endure a day without a ruler. The new emperor's ascension must be executed forthwith, followed by the new sovereign presiding over the late emperor's funeral rites. Han Dao spoke first, saying, "Gentlemen, 3 days hence is an auspicious day, most suitable for the new emperor's coronation. Time is of the essence. All of you should exert yourselves diligently." Sikong Liangqian responded. 3 days may not suffice. Setting aside the materials needed for the celestial sacrifices, the repairs to the altar alone will require at least 7 days. Furthermore, with such a tight schedule, the accumulation of tasks could lead to complications that are difficult to manage. At that moment, Guan Yi entered from outside the hall, prompting the ministers to rise and pay their respects. "There is no need for such formalities, gentlemen. Han Xiang, when is the coronation scheduled?" "Your Highness, 3 days hence is the auspicious day. We have deliberated and decided to hold the grand ceremony then. The time is indeed brief, and we hope for your understanding." Guan Yi waved his hand dismissively, stating, 3 days is ample. Let the coronation be conducted with simplicity. There is no need for excessive formality. After the coronation, we shall meticulously arrange for my father's funeral." Upon hearing these words, the assembly was inevitably moved. The coronation ceremony marks the pinnacle of an emperor's glory, and few enlightened rulers had ever suggested such simplicity regarding their own ascension. Guan Yi's pronouncement astonished the ministers, evoking a heartfelt response. They collectively knelt and exclaimed, "Your Highness is indeed wise." Emerging from the palace, Zhong Hui hastened towards the city defense camp with urgency. The emperor's passing was a matter of great significance that allowed no room for negligence. Upon arriving at the city defense camp, he immediately summoned the 4 commanders, Zhang Xing, Yuho Wangshuan, and others, to the main tent. The reason for this urgent summons is to convey crucial news. I have just been informed that His Majesty passed away this morning. At this announcement, the faces of those present turned pale. The emperor's demise posed a monumental challenge for them at the city defense camp. In the sprawling capital, which lacked fortifications, their routine patrols were already stretched thin, and the current situation was undoubtedly more precarious than usual. Zhao Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "Commander, if we were to wait until our establishment was complete, with 5 camps fully operational, we could mobilize everyone. However, at present, we only have 3 camps with fewer than 30,000 troops. How can we patrol the entire capital? The imperial city is guarded by the Imperial Guard, so our involvement is unnecessary. The eastern and northern thoroughfares are under the jurisdiction of the Jingji camp, which also oversees the defenses on all sides. Our responsibility is merely to manage the upper capital and the southern and western gates." Zhang Dapio, upon hearing Zhong Hui's words, interjected urgently, "Aren't the 4 thoroughfares of the capital under our jurisdiction? Why should the Jingji camp take charge? We should manage our own territory." Su Hua chimed in. "Manage? With what resources? Based on the meager number of troops in your Lihua camp, you should attend to a door without the need to overthink matters." "What do you mean by that?" you slippery character? If you do not clarify your words, I shall not let this matter rest today. Zhao Ming observed the two engaged in their verbal sparring and interjected to diffuse the tension. The expansion has yet to commence. Our city defense battalion is understaffed, and given the recent demise of His Majesty, the capital is fraught with turmoil. It is imperative that we prioritize safety. Zhang Hui regarded the trio and stated, enough of this discussion. Once this situation is resolved, we shall immediately initiate the recruitment for the city defense battalion, ensuring the establishment is completed by the end of next winter. The commander speaks wisely, Zhao Ming acknowledged. Now, I shall assign tasks. Upon Guan Yi's ascension, a sacrificial ceremony must be held to announce the news to the realm. The proclamation is drafted by the advisor who too, despite his name, he is quite competent in his duties. We shall first inform the citizens through the proclamation and subsequently present the state letter to neighboring territories. The ceremonial details will be personally overseen by the Grand Minister Han Dao, with assistance from the Master of Ceremonies Cui Bo regarding ancestral rites. Over the past 3 days, Han Dao has tirelessly attended to the altar preparations. As a venerable elder of 3 reigns, aged and ailing, he has nonetheless persevered in overseeing the ceremonies, thanks to Han Dao's leadership. All aspects of the sacrificial rites have been meticulously arranged within these 3 days. During this period, Zhong Hui did not partake in the patrol duties of the city defense battalion. His emotions were particularly complex at this moment. The Crown Prince Guan Yi had entrusted him with a special task, to accompany Princess Guan Yu to the western outskirts to alleviate her suppressed sorrow. Zhong Hui was chosen for this duty, as Guan Yi had faith in him, and Guan Yu was somewhat familiar with him. Furthermore, few dared to accompany the princess. Initially reluctant to accept this task, Zhong Hui reconsidered and empathized with Guan Yu's plight. Born into royal lineage, had it not been for her loving father, her fate might have led her to a foreign alliance, wed to a stranger for life. Having lost her mother at a tender age, with a father consumed by despair and a busy elder brother, she lacked companionship, which had fostered a somewhat willful demeanor that in truth, she was quite reasonable. Being acquainted with her, Zhong Hui resolved to lend his support. Thus, he departed from his steadfast post at the City Defense Battalion to accompany Guan Yu in her leisurely exploration of the western outskirts. This marked the first occasion Zhong Hui truly relaxed, taking the time to appreciate the scenery. His previous existence had been so hectic that he had scarcely paused to notice the splendid vistas surrounding him. "Thank you," he suddenly remarked. What are you thanking me for?" Puzzled, Guan Yu inquired as she furrowed her brow. Zhong Hui gazed at the snowy landscape and replied, "Thank you for allowing me to pause and behold the beautiful scenery around us. I had never realized that the most exquisite sights were so close at hand." The thoughts of a girl tend to be quite intricate. A seemingly unrelated remark may resonate profoundly with her. Guan Yu, initially listening quietly, felt her cheeks flush when Zhong Hui mentioned that the most beautiful scenery was beside him. She glanced at herself, her face flushed with embarrassment, and with a soft murmur, her gloomy spirits lifted entirely. Zhong Hui observed that Guan Yu's face was flushed, attributing it merely to the chilly weather, and paid little heed to it. "Ah, this princess is indeed delicate." After just a brief stroll, her body could hardly withstand it. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of compassion and removed his long robe, draping it over Guan Yu as he gazed at her. He suddenly found this version of Guan Yu quite endearing. However, Guan Yu was oblivious to Zhong Hui's words. Her mind was consumed by his recent actions to that moment. Her heart was a tumultuous whirlwind. Throughout her life, no one had shown her such meticulous care as Zhong Hui did. The following day, snow fell once more in the capital, this time more abundantly, blanketing the ground in a thick layer. As usual, Zhong Hui accompanied Guan Yu for a walk in the snow, for the stifling atmosphere indoors made it difficult to maintain a cheerful disposition. Thus, Zhong Hui encouraged Guan Yu to venture outside. As he walked beside her, admiring the thick snow surrounding them, he mused that no matter where one goes, the enchanting snow scenery always brings joy to the heart. He glanced at Guan Yu and noticed she was trudging along with her head down. Lost in thought, suddenly, a childish notion struck him. He scooped up a handful of snow from the ground, shaped it into a ball, and hurled it towards the back of Guan Yu. Alas, Zhong Hui's aim was somewhat off. The snowball struck Guan Yu on the head, causing her to stumble. She turned around, her wide eyes filled with surprise as a lump of snow remained atop her head. Chapter 77. The Sword of Flight. Zhong Hui couldn't contain his laughter at the sight of Guan Yu in such a state, clutching his stomach in mirth. "Ha! Ha! This was the first time since arriving in this world that he laughed so heartily. Reflecting on how the once willful little imp had transformed into this amusing sight, Zhang Hui found it utterly delightful. From her initial shock and confusion to her rising indignation, Guan Yu watched Zhang Hui's unrestrained laughter and, in a moment of heated impulse, disregarded everything else. She scooped up a handful of snow from the ground and hurled it at Zhang Hui. Realizing the imminent danger from Guan Yu's action, Zhang Hui instinctively dashed backward. However, he was no match for her speed. A snowball hit its mark squarely, knocking him to the ground. Hee ha ha. Guan Yu laughed joyously, her face lighting up with a mischievous grin reminiscent of her earlier antics. Zhang Hui, refusing to back down, grabbed another handful of snow and tossed it at her. Yet, Guan Yu was prepared and dodged effortlessly. "Oh, you dare strike me? I am a princess. How dare you? It is precisely the princess I am striking." With that, she scooped up another handful of snow, and seeing her determination, Zhang Hui matched her resolve, and soon, they were engaged in a spirited snowball fight, flinging snowballs back and forth with fervor. Before long, both of them were adorned with snow. Fortunately, they were alone. Had anyone else witnessed this, Zhang Hui would undoubtedly have been accused of usurping authority and assaulting a princess. Thus, for 3 days, Zhang Hui remained by Guan Yu's side, engaging her in conversation, accompanying her on walks, playfully teasing her, and helping her forget her troubles. Since the companionship of Zhang Hui, although the pain of losing his father cannot be entirely alleviated, he no longer displays the profound sorrow and melancholy he once did. A smile often graces his face. On the 4th day, it marks the ascension of Prince Guan Yi to the throne. Early in the morning, the officials gathered at the altar of heaven, which is situated in the eastern outskirts. For this coronation, the Imperial Guard commander has taken over the responsibility of ensuring the emperor's safety during his procession. The commander, Feng Shang, is a middle-aged man, and Zhang Hui noticed a small scar on his right cheek and 2 missing fingers on his left hand. These injuries must have been incurred during battle. Not far away, Zhang Hui also spotted Liang Shi, the commander of the capital garrison, whom he had encountered at the Hall of Governance, still bearing the same demeanor that discourages any intrusion. Today, the leaders of the 3 major garrisons of the capital have all assembled, ensuring impenetrable security. No grasshopper could possibly leap through. This is Zhang Hui's first participation in the legendary coronation ceremony, and he is filled with excitement. Shortly thereafter, the prince's ceremonial procession arrived. Guan Yi, adorned with a crown, dressed in dark robes, and with a long sword at his waist, approached the altar with a solemn expression, exuding an air of nobility, surrounded by a retinue of attendants. Upon his arrival, the officials bowed and offered their respects. Accompanied by the sounds of drums and music, following the rhythm of the drums, Guan Yi ascended the altar of heaven, where an elder stood on the first level. The grand priest, during the coronation of a new emperor, is at his busiest, drafting the ceremonial rites, guiding the rituals, and most importantly, presiding over the offerings to heaven. The altar is divided into 2 tiers, with the grand priest stationed on the first level. Guan Yi must first ascend this level. Once he reaches the first tier, the grand priest Cui Bo enters with the edict of the late emperor, prompting the officials to kneel and bow thrice as if they were in the presence of the former emperor. Subsequently, Cui Bo presents the edict to the grand priest, who then ascends to the second tier with the proclamation. As the grand priest reaches the second tier with the edict, the music ceases. Shortly after, Prince Guan Yi ascends to the second altar, which features tables on either side, adorned with offerings, while a large cauldron stands at the forefront. The grand priest first reads the late emperor's final wishes, declaring Guan Yi as the new emperor. Then, Guan Yi performs the first bow, offering meat to the heavens by casting it into the cauldron. The second bow is to the earth, with the same offering. The third bow is to the ancestral spirits, kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times before the tables. Following this, the grand priest reads the decree and proclaims the merits and the new emperor's edict. Upon the completion of the proclamation, the music resumes, and the new emperor offers sacrifices, culminating in the ceremony. The sacrificial rites continue throughout the morning, concluding with the officials kneeling thrice and bowing their heads in reverence to welcome the new emperor to the throne. Thus, the coronation ceremony concludes, and Guan Yi officially ascends as emperor. Zhang Hui did not anticipate that such a straightforward coronation ceremony would occupy an entire morning. It bore a striking resemblance to similar events held on Earth, albeit with an air of greater solemnity. Once the sacrificial rites were completed, the emperor was escorted into the palace by the Imperial Guard. Watching Guan Yi depart, Zhang Hui felt a sense of relief wash over him. Over the past 3 days, he had been shuttling between the city defense camp and Guanyu, juggling his time between accompanying Guanyu and managing various affairs of the city defense camp. Though he had assistance from Zhao Ming, Zhang Dabiao, and Su Hua, certain matters fell beyond their jurisdiction, necessitating Zhong Hui's personal involvement, which had truly exhausted him. With the conclusion of the emperor's coronation ceremony, Zhong Hui finally looked forward to a well-deserved rest. Following Guan Yi's ascension, a general amnesty was declared throughout the realm that it is expected that in a few days, envoys from other kingdoms will arrive to offer their congratulations. It has been over a month since Guan Yi ascended to the throne, and the weather in the capital has begun to improve. Gradually, envoys from foreign nations have arrived in Zhongchu to convey their congratulations. The kingdom of Feng to the southwest, the Great Qin Empire to the southeast, and the neighboring Hongshan Kingdom to the northeast have all sent representatives, yet the envoys from the northern Dali Kingdom have yet to make their appearance. Since Guan Yi took the throne and commenced the funeral rites for the late emperor, Zhong Hui has not seen Guan Yu. However, Zhong Hui perceives this as a blessing, allowing him to enjoy a certain lightness in his duties. Yet, at this moment, Zhong Hui's brow is furrowed. He has just exited the palace, still contemplating Guan Yi's recent words. The envoy from the Dali Kingdom is set to arrive in the capital tomorrow. Led by the third prince of Dali, known as the Radiance of Dali, Hou Yu, Guan Yi has instructed Zhong Hui to accompany the esteemed Dahonglu, Zhou Ji, to receive the prince, emphasizing the necessity of ensuring safety due to Hou Yu's royal status. Welcoming foreign envoys inevitably entails a degree of courteous exchanges, a task Zhong Hui finds most irksome, as he detests the intricate dance of words and subtle intrigues. However, with the commander of the capital garrison, Liang Shi, absent and the leader of the imperial guards unable to act independently, Zhong Hui is left as the only one available. Moreover, the primary responsibility for the reception lies with Dahonglu, meaning Zhong Hui's role is merely to oversee security, without requiring his direct involvement. Since Guan Yi has delegated this task, Zhong Hui, despite his reluctance, must brace himself to fulfill it. The following day, Zhong Hui, accompanied by his personal guard, made haste to the Honglu Temple, where Dahonglu Zhou Ji awaited at the entrance. Zhou Ji, a robust elder, donned simple attire that neither flaunted wealth nor suggested humility, his demeanor exuding propriety. Having served as Dahonglu for over a decade, he has earned Guan Yi's trust. Apologies for my tardiness, Zhou Lao. Zhong Hui dismounted and approached briskly, offering repeated apologies. Zhou Ji chuckled. Commander Zhong, you are too kind. It is merely my habit to arrive early, and the hour has yet to come. Chapter 78. Political Marriage. I still have much to learn from Zhou Lao. When shall we depart? Since the commander has arrived, we shall set off now. A group began to move, with Zhou Ji traveling by carriage while Zhong Hui rode on horseback, the ceremonial procession leading the way northward. As midday approached, a flag-bearing entourage appeared along the northern thoroughfare. Zhou Ji and Zhong Hui had been waiting on the road. Upon spotting the flags, Zhou Ji remarked to Zhong Hui, "They have arrived." Zhong Hui immediately organized the troops, ensuring their appearance was presentable, and they lined the road in anticipation. After a brief wait, the flag-bearing party arrived, parting into two lines, revealing a grand carriage crafted from precious fragrant woods. Adorned with a luxurious fur canopy, beaded curtains of rare gems, and drawn by elegant steeds, with a blanket of silken fabric of the finest quality draped over it, the young man emerged from the carriage. His features refined, with striking eyes and a noble nose, clad in a long blue robe decorated with intricate patterns, exuding grace and courtesy. Zhou Ji stepped forward and bowed, stating, "I am Zhou Ji, Dahonglu of the Honglu Temple, here by imperial command to welcome His Highness, the third prince of Dali, Hou Yu." Hou Yu returned the gesture of respect, saying, "I apologize for keeping the Dahonglu waiting. Would Your Highness prefer to continue by carriage or ride? The carriage feels too confining. Having heard much of the capital as the grandest city of Zhongchu, I yearn to behold it, and thus shall ride instead." As Hou Yu mounted his horse, Zhou Ji followed suit. His movements on horseback remarkably fluid, rendering it impossible to ascertain, from mere appearance, that he was an elderly man. Observing Zhou Ji's graceful actions, Hou Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "The esteemed Grand Minister is of advanced years. Perhaps it would be wiser to travel by carriage." With a chuckle, Zhou Ji retorted, "Merely riding a horse is no great challenge. Since we have guests, it is only fitting that the host extends the courtesies of hospitality. Allow this old man to accompany the third prince in admiring the splendid sights of the capital. Your praise is excessive. There are many more capable than I, Hou replied modestly. I am hardly worthy of such commendation. Thus, Zhonghui listened silently to their exchange, trailing behind them, unwilling to engage in such insincere and pretentious pleasantries that he found tiresome and fraught with potential for misstep. Zhou Ji conversed with Hou as they strolled, sharing tales of the capital's customs and amusing anecdotes, both men enjoying a delightful rapport. Zhonghui pondered that had he been in charge of the reception, the two would have traversed the path in silent discomfort. Zhou Ji's prowess lay in his ability to deftly redirect the conversation at the mere hint of state affairs, exhibiting remarkable linguistic finesse and meticulous thought. No wonder he had served as Grand Minister for a decade. After a lengthy exchange with Zhou Ji yielding no substantial information, Hou decided to be forthright about his purpose. Grand Minister, to be candid, my visit to the capital is not solely to congratulate the new emperor on his ascension. There is another significant matter at hand. Oh, and what might that be? Zhou Ji inquired, feigning ignorance. I have heard of the esteemed Princess Guanyue of your nation, whose beauty is unparalleled. I, lacking in merit, have come to seek her hand in marriage, thereby forging an alliance between our two realms. Upon hearing Hou's declaration, it was not Zhou Ji who reacted most strongly, but rather Zhonghui, who sensed the impending trouble at the mention of Guanyue. When the proposal of marriage was uttered, his heart sank as if struck by a hammer. Before Zhou Ji could respond, Zhonghui interjected. The late emperor left a decree. The princess's marriage must be decided by her own choice. And your majesty has no authority to interfere. I fear you may be disappointed. Hou regarded Zhonghui for a moment before turning to Zhou Ji, asking, who is this individual? Zhou Ji smacked his forehead, exclaiming, how could I forget to introduce him? This is. However, Hou waved his hand dismissively, interrupting, no need for introductions. He is merely a guard, of no consequence. He then turned to Zhonghui, stating, such a lack of decorum. When the esteemed gentleman speaks, it is hardly the place of a subordinate to interject. Zhou Darren, your oversight and discipline is evident. I in response. Zhou Ji remarked coolly, it seems the third prince may have misunderstood. This man is the commander of the city's defense forces, here to assist me in welcoming you. A mere commander of the city's defenses. Hou squinted at Zhonghui, as if unable to discern his true standing. Meanwhile, Zhonghui clenched his fists tightly, striving to rein in his emotions, desperately resisting the urge to unleash a punch upon the insolent man. One may kill, but cannot insult. Fortunately, there were no personal guards surrounding Zhonghui. For had there been, it is quite possible that they would have reduced the third prince to mere fragments without Zhonghui needing to lift a finger. It is evident that his previous actions were an affront to Zhonghui. Even if he were unaware of Zhonghui's identity, the mere sight of him clad in armor and standing behind them is enough to indicate that he is no ordinary individual. Yet Hou feigned ignorance. Commander Zhong, there is no need to be angered by this individual. After all, Li Gua and we are not on amicable terms. Lord Zhou is overthinking. I have no reason to be incensed by someone whose intellect is still maturing. Ha ha. The news of the Li Gua third prince's impending marriage to Princess Guanyue of Chu swiftly permeated the entire capital, and it is needless to say who was responsible for disseminating this information. Although the matter remains unsettled, Hou and his associates have already begun to eagerly propagate the news, inciting considerable ire among certain individuals. That on the following day, the Li Gua third prince entered the court to pay his respects. In the audience hall, he first offered congratulations on the new emperor's ascension and discussed matters of state between the two nations, yet he refrained from mentioning the alliance through marriage, conveying a sense of merely extending congratulations. After the court session, Guanyi summoned Zhonghui to the Hall of Diligent Administration. Seated comfortably, Guanyi held the state document presented by the Li Gua third prince along with a report. You have heard about the rumors circulating in the capital regarding the Li Gua third prince's intent to wed my imperial sister, have you not? Zhonghui regarded Guanyi, although he had ascended to the throne. To Zhonghui, only his demeanor had shifted. Before him remained the same crown prince, perpetually occupied and unable to find a moment's respite, albeit now he must be addressed differently, since his majesty has heard of it. I am naturally aware as well. However, during today's morning court, Hou did not utter a word regarding the marriage alliance. Pray, analyze what Hou might be contemplating. After a moment of contemplation, Zhonghui replied, perhaps he is waiting for your majesty to speak first. Yet, I do not comprehend why he is so convinced that your majesty will initiate the conversation. Guanyi's expression darkened as he stated, as I have just begun to wield the authority of the state. The various nations ostensibly come to pay their respects, but in truth, They are here to gauge the strength of Zhongchu. Fenghua and the smaller nations pose little concern, while the Daqian Empire has been weakened in recent years and is no longer a threat. Only Ligua, being a perennial neighbor to Zhongchu, has consistently engaged in conflict. The arrival of the Ligua third prince is undoubtedly for my sake. With that, Guanyi handed the report to Zhong Hui. This is a battle report from the northern borders. Ligua has begun to mobilize its forces. I suspect that come spring, Ligua will take action, and Ho, you must believe that I will seek to placate them through a marriage alliance. After perusing the report, Zhong Hui replied solemnly, Emir Ligua aspires to upheaval. In my view, regardless of how vigorously they thrash about, they cannot stir the waters. I am willing to fight for your majesty against Ligua, to demonstrate to them the might of the upper kingdom and shatter their delusions of alliance. Guanyi regarded Zhong Hui with appreciation. I am well aware of your sentiments. I have not placed much weight on Ligua. Ho Yu's desire to wed my imperial sister is but a foolish fantasy. However, there is a matter of greater importance at hand. I have invited him to the banquet at Yuqingpool this evening. Do prepare yourself to attend. The imperial banquet is an occasion hosted by the royal family to entertain esteemed foreign dignitaries, reward loyal subjects, and celebrate birthdays. It takes place at the Yuqingpool. Situated at the outermost reaches of the imperial city, the attendees of the banquet are not fixed, as they vary according to the emperor's preferences, rendering it a relatively relaxed gathering. In the afternoon, Zhong Hui specially changed into a set of white casual attire, presenting himself in a loose and leisurely manner. Han Jin arrived early at Zhong Hui's residence, having received an invitation to accompany him to the palace for the feast. Although tonight's event is a royal banquet, it resembles more of a gathering of remarkable talents, as many exceptional young individuals have been invited, leaving one to wonder about the emperor's intentions. Brother Zhong, Han Jin remarked, I must say, you have been thriving splendidly of late. It truly fills me with envy. Zhong Hui looked at Han Jin beside him, puzzled. Me? What do you mean? Are you not aware? Only those of the 4th rank and above may attend His Majesty's banquet. Yet here you are, the first among the young talents invited by the emperor. That not astonishing. Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui could only manage a dry chuckle. After all, his favorable relationship with the emperor afforded him certain privileges that others could only dream of. As they conversed, they arrived at the gates of Yuqingpool. The security for the emperor's banquet was, of course, stringent. The palace guards far surpassed the city defense troops in terms of both training and equipment. The imperial guards were fully armored, while the city defense troops donned a mix of armor and leather. The difference in their armaments was stark. The imperial guards wielded finely crafted weapons, whereas the city defense troops bore blunt blades and soft bows. The contrast was akin to that between a noble scion and a beggar, utterly incomparable. Upon witnessing the superior equipment of the imperial guards, Zhong Hui recalled the weapons he had commissioned for a few of his subordinates and wondered if they were ready yet. He ought to find time to check. After presenting his invitation to the imperial guards, the two entered the Yuqingpool, where the festivities were already abuzz, despite the banquet not yet commencing. Numerous young individuals were present, among whom several stood out in Zhong Hui's memory, such as Guanyi, with whom he had his first conflict upon arriving in the capital, dressed in his resplendent robes and exuding a nonchalant demeanor. There was also Han Jin's brother, Han Lai, and Liang Feng, young men with whom Zhong Hui had previously interacted. As soon as they settled in, the music for the banquet began to play, and soon after, the key figures of the evening made their grand entrance. First came the important ministers of Zhongchu, followed by the 3rd prince of Ligua, Prince Ho Yu, along with a retinue of Ligua envoys. Once everyone was seated, the emperor finally made his appearance. The banquet commenced with a performance of dance and music. The dancers from Zhongchu moved with grace and fluidity, while the dancers from Ligua exuded an exotic charm, each showcasing their own allure. Zhong Hui and Han Jin were entranced, having witnessed numerous dances. Zhong Hui found this particular display captivating, as apart from the extraordinary performances he had seen at the Yage Pavilion, he had not encountered such artistry elsewhere. The opportunity to appreciate the dances of this world was indeed alluring. As the final dance concluded, an envoy from Ligua stepped forward to address Guanyi, saying, Your Majesty, having heard of the multitude of young talents in Zhongchu, we from Ligua have brought 3 valiant warriors today, eager to witness the remarkable youths of your realm. What say you, Your Majesty? Guanyi regarded the envoy from Li Kingdom with keen interest. Since the opponent had initiated the challenge, he was eager to discover the true intentions behind their actions. Since the emissary from Li Kingdom exhibits such refined tastes, It would indeed be a splendid occasion for the talented youth of both nations to engage in friendly competition, thereby enlivening our banquet. He remarked, and no sooner had Guan Yi spoken than three young men emerged from the delegation of Li Kingdom. The first was a robust figure, his skin a deep shade of ebony, exuding strength and vitality, with a physique brimming with explosive muscle. Seemingly formidable and powerful. The second, in stark contrast, appeared frail and delicate, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. The third individual remained shrouded in mystery, cloaked in a black robe and obscured by a dark veil, making it difficult to discern his features. Upon noticing the last figure, Guan Yi inquired, "Pray, noble warrior, why do you conceal your face?" The envoy replied, "Your Majesty, he has suffered from a peculiar affliction since childhood, rendering his appearance rather unsightly. To spare your Majesty any distress, he has chosen to cover his visage. I hope for your understanding." Accepting this explanation, Guan Yi refrained from further inquiry. Before long, the attendants had erected a platform for the contest in the center of the hucking pool, signaling the commencement of the match. The first contender from Li Kingdom was the formidable dark-skinned man, who cracked his knuckles and leaped onto the stage with an air of aggression. "Who dares to be the first to challenge me?" Guan Yi inquired. "I shall," responded a slender young man, whose slight build led Guan Yi to doubt his ability to withstand the might of the Li warrior. Introducing himself as Feng Yu, he was, in fact, the grandson of Feng Shang, the current head of the Feng family. Han Jin, savoring a sip of wine, observed the scene with interest. Guan Yi, having gleaned the outcome from Han Jin's expression, noted that the dark-skinned man remained blissfully unaware of the impending defeat. As Feng Yu faced the imposing figure, he remained silent, swiftly clenching his fist and launching a decisive strike at the brute. The dark-skinned warrior, taken aback, halted his laughter, assuming a defensive stance in anticipation of a swift victory. However, in an astonishing turn of events, as they collided, the Li envoy's eyes widened in disbelief. The dark man was sent hurtling backward through the air. Guan Yi was equally astonished, realizing that Feng Yu had decisively defeated his opponent in a single blow, an outcome he had not anticipated. The youth, younger than himself, proved remarkably skilled. Yet Han Jin displayed no surprise, as if he had foreseen this result. You see, the Feng family's approach has always been to exert their full strength, akin to a lion hunting a rabbit, often overwhelming their adversaries with a single, powerful strike that leaves them unprepared. Many have fallen prey to their tactics. However, should one withstand their initial assaults, the likelihood of their eventual defeat increases as the match progresses. Upon hearing Han Jin's explanation, Guan Yi was enlightened. It became clear that Feng Yu's style, combined with his seemingly fragile appearance, often misled opponents into underestimating him, yielding unexpected results. The first match has concluded, and the envoys of Li State, witnessing the outcome, feel a sense of frustration. They never anticipated that Feng Yu would prove to be so formidable, his combat style so vigorous, with no other recourse. They could only pin their hopes on the subsequent contestants. At this moment, the second competitor from Li State, a frail-looking man, steps onto the platform. Following the victory of the first match, a wave of eager young warriors rushes forward, each vying to showcase their talents before the emperor. Ultimately, Guan Yi selects the newly crowned martial champion, Xie Yuan, from among the throng of youthful contenders. He is a prodigious talent, a polymath of humble origins, and of an age comparable to Zhonghui. Xie Yuan, having emerged at the top of this year's palace examination, is one of Guan Yi's key protégés. Xie Yuan gazes at the feeble-looking man before him. He does not allow himself to be complacent. Drawing from the lessons of the previous match, he senses that this seemingly unassuming young man is anything but simple. The man coughs twice, then fixes a steady gaze on Xie Yuan. Only Xie Yuan understands the intensity of being scrutinized by this ailing figure, a sensation that sends chills down his spine. Indeed, the man before him is no ordinary opponent. This is the thought that occupies Xie Yuan's mind. Observing the man's increasing aura of power, Xie Yuan casts aside his hesitations, gathering his strength as he clenches his fist and strikes towards the man. Yet, the man remains motionless, standing firm like a bell. Just as Xie Yuan's fist is about to collide with him, he remains undeterred. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Xie Yuan's fist connects with the frail man's body, and in that instant, a figure is propelled backward with astonishing speed. This scene leaves not only Zhonghui but everyone present in disbelief. The figure that has been sent flying is not the frail man, but Xie Yuan himself. The onlookers witness the undeniable truth. Xie Yuan's punch had undeniably struck the man. Yet he himself is the one who has been cast aside, the man remaining unfazed throughout. Confusion spreads among the crowd, and Zhong Hui, initially perplexed, begins to ponder a particular school of martial arts. It resembles a technique that employs the opponent's own force against them, transferring the energy of an attack back upon its source. However, as Zhong Hui recalls, such a technique can be as harmful to the practitioner as it is to the adversary. If his conjecture holds true, this is indeed the legendary Seven Injuries Fist, and the man's frail appearance may well be the result of having inflicted too much harm upon himself through its practice. Xie Yuan, taken aback by the sudden and severe blow, had never encountered such a situation before. The moment he unleashed his punch, an unexpected force surged from his own hand, transferring the impact back to him at the moment of contact, leaving him unable to evade the damage. Rising to his feet, he disregards the dust clinging to him and approaches his opponent with utmost caution, acutely aware that this adversary is shrouded in mystery. The sudden eruption of power he just experienced leaves him utterly baffled. As he contemplates his strategy against the frail man before him, the latter will not remain idle the moment he decides to move. It is like a tempest. Though he appears weak, he advances with the force of a gale, swiftly closing the distance to Xie Yuan and delivering a palm strike that sends him flying once more. The audience erupted in astonishment, unable to comprehend the vast disparity in strength between the two combatants. Xie Yuan was utterly overmatched, left without a semblance of resistance, while his opponent, though appearing somewhat frail, possessed an ability that far surpassed that of his peers. Just as Xie Yuan managed to regain his footing, the man unleashed another palm strike towards him. However, Xie Yuan's emergence from a pool of talented individuals suggested he possessed genuine skills. In the face of this sudden onslaught, he demonstrated a modicum of adaptability, narrowly evading the incoming gust of energy with his reflexes. Yet, the man was relentless. Transforming his palm into a claw, he pursued Xie Yuan unyieldingly, providing him with no respite. Xie Yuan, demonstrating remarkable tenacity, recognized the futility of escape and retaliated with a steadfast punch, bracing himself against the man's claw. Although he understood the nature of his opponent's attacks, he had yet to devise a countermeasure before another assault was launched. It appeared that the man had no intention of granting him a moment's contemplation, despite his seemingly sickly demeanor. The man's combat prowess was undeniable, and throughout their engagement, Xie Yuan found himself at a disadvantage. Unless there were unforeseen developments, it seemed inevitable that Xie Yuan would succumb to defeat. Just as the spectators believed the outcome was sealed, Xie Yuan resolved to take a desperate gamble. During their exchanges, he had discerned that aside from the initial encounter where his opponent employed a peculiar rebound attack, none of the subsequent strikes had exhibited such a trait. This indicated that his adversary was not utilizing the rebound force in his offensive maneuvers. Uncertain of whether he would incur injury himself, Xie Yuan chose to risk everything, channeling his energy into a singular, powerful strike. As he braced for the man's descending palm, Xie Yuan concentrated all his strength in his left hand, absorbing the impact of the strike with his body while simultaneously delivering a counterattack of his own. The result was astonishing. Rather than being sent flying by the force of his own blow, both Xie Yuan and the man were propelled backward, blood spilling onto the ground as they collapsed. Motionless, quickly, summoned the physician, a servant called out. Guan Yi, observing the escalating intensity of the duel, sensed something amiss. He had not anticipated that Xie Yuan would choose a mutually destructive strategy, concerned for the fate of his esteemed young talent. He promptly summoned the physician for treatment. The potential loss of Xie Yuan, a promising figure in his eyes, would be a significant blow in such a contest. Servants rushed onto the stage to carry the two down. While the physician hastened to administer care, the unexpected turn of events left the crowd in shock, prompting the third prince of Ligua to step forward. Your Majesty, I could never have foreseen that this contest would take such a turn. However, I have instructed my subordinates that the forthcoming matches shall be conducted with restraint. Your Majesty need not worry. Guan Yi nodded thoughtfully, responding, the competition is secondary. Harmony must prevail. I hope we can avoid a repeat of the earlier scene. Very well. Who will step forward to face the final warrior of Ligua? Despite the recent disturbances in the contest, the spectators remained undeterred, eager to impress the emperor. At this moment, Guan Yi felt overwhelmed by the multitude of volunteers. His choice of opponent would reflect his own stance that he had a candidate in mind. Yet that individual showed no inclination to showcase their abilities, adding to his frustration. However, In the next moment, his eyes brightened as he unexpectedly spotted an individual. Han Jin, what do you mean by this? Guan Yi inquired. As far as I know, you seem to be a student of Han. He directed his words towards Han Jin, who was situated in the far corner. To everyone's astonishment, Han Jin also chose to involve himself in the matter. It was common knowledge among the young talents that Han Jin possessed no martial prowess. Could it be that he found the situation amusing and decided to meddle? The crowd, harboring a sense of mockery, prepared to witness the grandson of Han embarrass himself. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. It was not me, but my companion, Commander Zhong, who wished to compete with the warriors of Ligua. Unexpectedly, Han Jin fabricated a tale, shifting the blame onto Zhong Hui while the attention of the assembly was diverted. Observing from below, Han Jin watched as Feng Su and Xie Yuan engaged vigorously with the warriors of Ligua, while Zhong Hui beside him displayed no desire for combat. His grandfather had once informed him that this contest, ostensibly a martial competition, was in truth an initiative by the emperor to nurture young talents. Those selected would undoubtedly become key figures under the emperor's future patronage, enjoying boundless wealth and prosperity as long as they performed commendably, destined to soar to great heights. Han Jin was indifferent, as he wished to revel a little longer in his current state. However, Zhong Hui was different. As a friend of Zhong Hui, Han Jin genuinely desired to see him thrive. Yet, the opportunity laid before them was being squandered, which left Han Jin quite displeased. Resolutely, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Guan Yi had summoned Han Jin, and now Zhong Hui faced two paths. One, to sever his ties with Han Jin, declaring himself uninvolved, thereby escaping unscathed. Yet, Han Jin's fate remained uncertain. He could either be beaten into submission on stage or face the wrath of the emperor for treason, enduring a painful punishment despite Han Xiang's protection. This was a scenario Zhong Hui wished to avoid, for Han Jin's desire for him to take the stage stemmed from a place of goodwill. The second option was to acknowledge his intent to participate in the competition, disassociating himself from Han Jin, thus allowing Han Jin to extricate himself unscathed. Clearly, Zhong Hui had no choice. That he rose and addressed the assembly. Your Majesty, it was I who wished to partake in the contest. Perhaps our distance obscured your view, but I desire to spar with the envoy of Ligua. Guan Yi regarded Zhong Hui with satisfaction, having intended for him to accept the challenge all along. However, Zhong Hui had previously acted as if unperturbed, and Guan Yi had refrained from showing overt enthusiasm. Now, everything unfolded as he had hoped. He had a genuine intention to cultivate Zhong Hui's potential, yet the latter exhibited no ambition whatsoever. As Zhong Hui descended from his seat and approached the contest platform, he deliberately patted Han Jin's shoulder twice, indifferent to whether Han Jin grasped his intention. Opposing Zhong Hui was the final warrior from Ligua, a figure shrouded in a black cloak. To be frank, Zhong Hui looked down upon such individuals, finding their penchant for mystery rather pretentious, as if they harbored some hidden agenda. Nevertheless, he was solely focused on concluding the bout swiftly. Eager to finish and depart, that he resolved to adopt a strategy akin to Feng Su's, launching an immediate, forceful assault to unleash all his strength and swiftly bring the battle to a close. Zhong Hui and the man in the black robe stood upon the stage. Although Zhong Hui was uncertain of the black-robed man's capabilities, he surmised that they would not be lacking in strength. Upon ascending the stage, the two exchanged no words and immediately engaged in combat. The two participants exchanged blows in a fierce display of martial prowess, each strike landing with palpable force, resulting in an intense standoff. It could be said that this was the most captivating match of the three. However, while the onlookers reveled in the spectacle, Zhong Hui found himself in a rather uncomfortable position at the very moment he initiated his attack. He exerted his utmost fighting prowess, yet it seemed to have no effect on his opponent. Despite the apparent ferocity of their exchange, Zhong Hui was already expending all his strength. Conversely, the black-robed man appeared unfazed and maintained a commanding presence. Zhong Hui was acutely aware that the black-robed man's strength far surpassed his own, rendering victory an arduous endeavor. It seemed increasingly likely that this encounter was destined for defeat. Nevertheless, he was determined not to disgrace himself in front of the young men of the state of Chu, especially before the Emperor Guan, who harbored great expectations for him. It was universally understood that disappointing such an emperor would not bode well for him, even in the face of potential failure. He was resolved to put forth his best effort. Observers noted Zhong Hui gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, prompting the third prince of Li to smirk discreetly. The black-robed man was not one of his own. but rather someone he had encountered on the road, and he was not even fully aware of the man's identity, only recognizing his formidable combat prowess. Previously, Zhong Hui had spoken out of turn in the presence of this individual. Since his hard power was insufficient, Zhong Hui relied on his innate advantages and employed cunning techniques to contend with the black-robed MANAS, a Chinese individual. He understood that the profundity of Chinese martial arts lies not only in its superficial forms, but also in its formidable techniques. Zhong Hui, being well-versed in these hard skills, became a fearsome opponent when he focused intently. With every hook, caress, elbow, kick, and evasive maneuver, he struck the black-robed man with relentless precision. Although the black-robed man initially held the upper hand in their skirmish, Zhong Hui soon began to resemble a nimble monkey, darting left and right. Each of the black-robed man's strikes was deftly evaded by Zhong Hui from inexplicable angles, often countering before his opponent could fully react, much to the latter's exasperation. Furthermore, the black-robed man's powerful attacks were rendered ineffective by Zhong Hui's peculiar techniques, causing his strength to dissipate into nothingness, which incited a growing agitation within him. In a mere 3 minutes, he had endured no fewer than 20 strikes from Zhong Hui's diverse techniques. Although these blows did not inflict fatal harm, each impact was undeniably painful. Enraged, he gathered his entire mystical energy and unleashed it outward. Observing this, Zhong Hui swiftly retreated. The black-robed man had entered a state of combat readiness. Disregarding the surroundings as he prepared to engage with mystical energy, it must be noted that the use of such energy signifies an inability to withdraw. Thus, the outcome would inevitably result in either death or grievous injury. Employing mystical energy in the presence of the Emperor of Zhongchu was, without a doubt, an affront to the throne. Cease this at once. How dare you act violently before His Majesty? Come forth. Seize this audacious individual who disrespects the sovereign. A wave of fervor surged through the crowd, as people rose en masse to denounce the envoy from the Li Kingdom. The imperial guards swiftly encircled the scene, awaiting a command from Guan Yi to apprehend the figure clad in black. The third prince of the Li Kingdom, sensing the precariousness of the situation, promptly stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is a grave oversight on my part. I have just received word that this individual is not one of our valiant warriors, but rather a spy from a rival nation, seeking to sow discord between our two realms. It is only now, due to his masked visage, that we discern his true identity. I implore your Majesty to punish this treacherous infiltrator and avenge our brave compatriots. Guan Yi paid no heed to the prince's words, his gaze fixated intently on the duel platform. The two combatants remained undisturbed by the surrounding turmoil. The figure in black continued to harness his profound energy, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching guards and the prince's declarations. Zhong Hui, too, was entirely focused on his opponent, sensing his own energy surging within him, tantalizingly close to erupting, yet he refrained from unleashing it. This indicated that all his energy was being drawn forth by his adversary's power. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. He felt an inkling that this contest could present an opportunity for his ascension. Guan Yi observed the two unmoving figures on the platform and commanded, "Stand down." What magnitude of event necessitates such a grand display? The participants have not called for a halt. Why the urgency? Everyone, please take your seats and observe attentively. Though a sense of concern for Zhong Hui lingered in his heart, the unwavering stance of Zhong Hui instilled in him an inexplicable trust. He believed in Zhong Hui's ability to triumph, thus allowing the duel to proceed uninterrupted. No sooner had Guan Yi spoken than the two on the platform sprang into action, motionless as a clock, yet striking like thunder. Both combatants engaged in a fierce contest of their energies, with their formidable powers flaring and scattering in all directions. The onlookers, fearful of potential injury, instinctively retreated. Despite Guan Yi's distance from the platform, a cadre of palace guards shielded him from harm. The spectacle of the duel evoked an extraordinary excitement among the crowd, as the clash of energies appeared to be enhanced, delivering a breathtaking visual experience. However, Zhong Hui felt his energy waning. With his own power at the second tier, he discerned that his opponent was at the pinnacle of the third tier, remarkably youthful, yet possessing such formidable prowess. It was indeed formidable. The disparity in their strengths was stark. If this continued, he would inevitably be vanquished. Determined to take a gamble, he resolved to shatter his limits and rebuild anew. Zhong Hui summoned his energy, concentrating it within his left hand. The energy cultivated through the congeal void technique was intangible, nearly imperceptible upon casual observation that he adopted a posture, feigning the channeling of all his strength into his right hand. Then, with his fist clenched, he struck at the figure in black. The black-clad individual, perceiving Zhong Hui's intent, remained remarkably composed. He extended his left palm, firmly absorbing Zhong Hui's punch, then infused his right hand with energy. Feeling the intensity of his own power escalate, a subtle smirk graced Zhong Hui's lips. I awaited this moment. The figure in black delivered a forceful palm strike to Zhong Hui's abdomen, instantly flooding his body with all of his energy, before the dark-cloaked figure delivered a crushing blow upon Zhong Hui. He had already struck with a palm infused with profound energy against the chest of his opponent. In that fleeting moment of their confrontation, blood arced gracefully through the air, reminiscent of love itself. Zhong Hui, placing all his hopes on this singular strike, unleashed a force that was both domineering and fierce. Even the dark-cloaked man, at the pinnacle of the third layer of profound energy, could not withstand it. However, the dark-cloaked figure merely imbued his own profound energy into Zhong Hui's body, intending to create a clash between their energies without inflicting fatal harm. Thus, the aftermath of their exchange was evidently disparate. The dark-cloaked man lay motionless upon the ground, his fate uncertain, while Zhong Hui executed a backflip midair and gracefully knelt upon one knee before touching the ground. Witnessing this outcome, the spectators realized the victor had been determined. The waiting imperial physicians, attendants, and the royal guards rushed onto the contest stage. Observing the guards restraining the dark-cloaked figure, Zhong Hui raised a hand to prevent the physicians and attendants from approaching. Within him, a surge of chaotic, profound energy was swirling, and he had already exhausted his own reserves, akin to a small house left vacant by its owner, with only a few huskies remaining. The results were predictable. Zhong Hui knelt, eyes closed, grappling with the tumultuous energy, occasionally spitting blood, indicating a rather dire situation. Your Majesty, tonight's disturbances were due to our negligence, disrupting your banquet. We feel deep remorse and hope for your understanding, stated the envoy from the Li Kingdom following the contest. Chapter 83. Disturbance. Guan Yi was equally furious. Should anything happen to Zhong Hui, he would demand an explanation from the Li envoys. Enough, everyone is weary. Let us conclude for today and disperse. The matters of tonight shall be addressed in the morning court, Guan Yi declared. Upon hearing his words, the crowd immediately withdrew. Han Jin hurried to the front of the stage. Anxiously observing Zhong Hui, he had been the one to push Zhong Hui into the contest, and if anything were to befall him, he would bear the heavy burden of guilt. After dismissing the crowd, Guan Yi remained behind, uncertain of Zhong Hui's condition. He had invested much in this individual, and any misstep was unacceptable. Han Xiang also approached, glancing at his grandson and then at Zhong Hui, remaining silent. However, Han Jin, noticing his grandfather's gaze, shrank back slightly, realizing he might have erred. The onlookers gathered around the contest stage, eager to ascertain Zhong Hui's state. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, stones erupted from the stage, debris scattering and dust billowing into the air, startling the crowd. Protect Han Xiang, protect the Emperor. As chaos ensued, a voice emerged from the swirling dust. Cough, cough. What in the world is causing such a commotion? Before the dust settled, Zhong Hui, covering his mouth, leapt down from the contest stage, landing directly before Guan Yi. Observing Zhong Hui, Guan Yi patted his shoulder, relieved. It's good to see you unharmed. Your Majesty, not only am I unscathed, but I have also ascended a level in my cultivation, Zhong Hui replied, expelling his profound energy outward. It flowed like water from his hands to the ground, subsequently erupting and creating a significant crater. Third layer of profound energy, external manifestation of energy. Upon hearing these words, Guan Yi felt a surge of joy, but Zhong Hui continued, Your Majesty, might I be permitted to take charge of this figure in the black robe? Oh, what do you intend to do with him? Guan Yi inquired, a flicker of curiosity evident in his tone. My ability to enhance my skills relies entirely upon this individual. He harbors no intention to harm me. As for the use of profound energy during the contest, such occurrences are merely the result of martial practitioners honing their craft, and I ask for your Majesty's understanding in this matter. You are the victor of the contest. It is only fitting that I reward you. As for him, let it be considered a gift from me to you, and you may deal with him as you see fit. Thank you, Your Majesty. The onlookers were left bewildered, unable to comprehend Zhong Hui's motives. Why would he desire this individual in the black robe, the one who had nearly brought him to ruin? this reasoning, however, was something Zhonghui could not disclose. Han Jin gazed at the still unconscious figure in black, a look of confusion on his face. Brother Zhong, you aren't contemplating a private punishment, are you? You do realize that such actions are against the law. Han Jin was utterly perplexed. What could this person possibly be worth? Perhaps merely a source of warmth at night. He regarded Zhonghui with a peculiar expression. In response, Zhonghui delivered a swift blow to Han Jin's head, declaring, "Speak. Why did you push me forward today? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, prepare yourself to languish in bed for the remainder of your days." As he spoke, Zhonghui rolled up his sleeves, feigning readiness to discipline Han Jin. Seeing Zhonghui's demeanor, Han Jin hurriedly clarified, "Brother Zhong, please, that I was merely looking out for your best interests." "Looking out for my interests? You nearly sent me to my demise. And you dare claim it was for my benefit?" Well, I did not anticipate his prowess to be so formidable, but you, my friend, have proven even more impressive. Tomorrow, the rewards bestowed upon you by His Majesty will undoubtedly be substantial. Besides, did you not mention your own desire to enhance your skills? How could you elevate your abilities without engaging in combat? Therefore, instead of resenting me, you ought to express your gratitude." Zhonghui, upon hearing Han Jin's reasoning, found himself both amused and exasperated. This fellow was full of convoluted logic, yet it was undeniable that he had indeed gained considerable advantages from the fight. Thus, Zhonghui chose not to further berate Han Jin, for he himself had reaped immense benefits, relishing the sensation of the softening profound energy coursing through him, an intoxicating experience. Alighting from the carriage, Zhonghui hoisted the black-robed figure and made his way toward his quarters. This individual evoked memories of the black-robed figures he had encountered during the tumultuous events at the Jujin auction house. He pondered whether there might be any connection. Zhonghui distinctly recalled that when he had struck out earlier, his palm had indeed connected with the black-robed figure's chest, only to find it unexpectedly yielding. His initial thought upon being sent flying was that this black-robed figure was a woman. Moreover, the fluctuations of profound energy within her had been apparent during her manipulation of it. Driven by curiosity, he had thus requested this person from Guanyi. Carrying the black-robed figure from the carriage to his room proved to be quite a taxing endeavor for Zhonghui. He looked upon the figure resting upon the bed and reached out, intending to remove her mask. "Wait, that you? You're still awake." Zhonghui stuttered as he noticed Sui Yuding enter the room, hastily tidying up to conceal her unease. "Didn't you mention attending a banquet? I assumed you might indulge in some wine, so I prepared a bit of soup to help with your hangover." Sui Yuding placed the bowl of soup upon the table. "Oh, very well. You may leave it there. I shall drink once I finish tidying up. You should retire for the night, for it is rather late, and staying up late is detrimental to your complexion." Zhonghui, fearing that Sui Yuding might discover the situation and create an awkward explanation, hurriedly urged her to depart. However, Sui Yuding showed no intention of leaving. Noticing Zhonghui busy with his belongings, she approached him. "My lord, allow me to assist with the packing. You should go and have your soup." As Zhonghui observed Sui Yuding drawing nearer, he swiftly grasped her shoulder. She gasped softly, surprised by the unexpected intimacy of their contact. Yet, Zhonghui paid little heed to such matters and, gently pushing her aside, made his way towards the door. Having dealt with Sui Yuding, he walked directly to the bedside and swiftly removed the mask of the cloaked figure. "Goodness!" Zhonghui could not help but exclaim. Before him stood indeed a woman, and a notably beautiful one at that. Though not a classic beauty, she possessed a charming allure. Confirming his suspicions, Zhonghui glanced at his left hand, then at the chest of the cloaked figure. Chapter 84. Seizing the opportunity, there was nothing at all. It was no wonder he failed to recognize her. Gazing upon the sight of the cloaked woman, he felt somewhat at a loss. He prided himself on not being a lecherous individual. Yet here was a wounded beauty lying in his bed, which was undeniably difficult to explain. He resolved to carry the woman to a guest room and discuss the matter with Sui Yuding in detail the following day. Just as he lifted her, there came a loud bang as the door swung open. Zhonghui turned to see Sui Yuding, mouth agape, staring at him in astonishment. That moment, his actions appeared decidedly unbecoming. As he held the cloaked woman in his arms, poised to rise, "My lord, what are you doing?" Before he could respond, Sui Yuding interjected. Observing the situation, Zhonghui hastily tossed the cloaked woman onto the bed and hurried outside. Yuding, it is not as you perceive. Do not let your imagination run wild." After chasing her out, Zhonghui had anticipated that it would take considerable effort to clarify why a bound woman lay on his bed and why he was in such a compromising position. Yet, as he stumbled over his words in a jumbled explanation, Sui Yuding surprisingly nodded, believing him. She understood his character well. Yuding, I apologize. I should not have acted thus. This time, I have indeed erred. Zhong Hui felt a surge of guilt at Sui Yuding's words. She merely smiled at his admission of fault. Sui Yuding comprehended his integrity. When he claimed there was no issue, she was confident that indeed there was none. Perhaps it is true that people can be rather peculiar. The more absurd the situation, the more believable it becomes. This was the conclusion that Zhong Hui reached in that moment. Fortunately, Sui Yuding believed him, thus rendering any misunderstanding irrelevant. After explaining to Sui Yuding, they both returned to the room. Now that Sui Yuding was aware of the woman's presence, he thought it best to allow her to handle the situation, sparing him the embarrassment of taking action himself. Just as Zhong Hui pushed open the door, an ominous premonition struck him. There was a murderous intent. Indeed, within a second, a glint of cold steel flashed as a sleek black dagger was thrust from behind the door. A profound sense of crisis propelled Zhong Hui's physical prowess to an explosive zenith. Unleashing the full force of his cultivated energy, the 3 layers of Ning Su, towards the dagger, with a resounding crash. The door shattered under the impact of his aura, and a scream echoed from beyond the splintered entrance. Subsequently, a figure was flung outward, colliding with a cabinet and producing a thundering sound, before collapsing into unconsciousness. Sui Yuding stood behind, her eyes wide in astonishment. This marked the second time that evening she had been taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhong Hui to possess such formidable strength. Previously, she could threaten him with a knife. Yet now, she might not even be able to graze him with it. Nevertheless, despite her shock, she hurried inside to assess the condition of the black-clad individual who had been thrown back. Zhong Hui, too, was astonished by the overwhelming power he had instinctively unleashed, enough to shatter the door. This was merely an automatic counterattack born of reflex. Had he consciously summoned his full strength, it would have been nothing short of miraculous. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt increasingly akin to the protagonist of novels, vanquishing deities and demons, invincible in all the world. Sui Yuding rushed over, observing the black-robed woman lying on the ground with blood seeping from her lips, and quickly checked for signs of breath. There was still life. What should we do next? Sui Yuding inquired of Zhong Hui. First, search her for any belongings, inspect for weapons, and bind her with a strong rope before we attend to her wounds. We must ensure she does not escape again. Understood. Sui Yuding nodded and began her examination. What has transpired? The commotion roused Yi Hao, who had been resting. He hurried over to inquire. It's nothing, Uncle Yi. You should return to sleep. There are a few minor matters that Yuding and I can handle. Yi Hao gazed in astonishment at the shattered door and the disarray within the room. About to press further with his questions when Sui Yuding swiftly approached and urged him out. Father, you must go to bed now. It's sufficient for me and the young master to manage this. Yi Hao, observing the two, could only leave in silence. Utterly perplexed on the following day, Zhong Hui rose early to receive his accolades at court. Feng Su and Xie Yuan were rewarded with silver and silk. While Zhong Hui, having exposed the treachery of the Li Kingdom's spies and emerged victorious in the contest, was granted a first-class nobility title, though lacking in monetary rewards. He now held a 6th-rank title, his status steadily ascending. However, this time, no one dared to voice dissent against the bestowal of honors. With Guan Yi now the emperor, anyone with even a modicum of insight could discern that he was nurturing Zhong Hui and others with great care. To voice objections at this juncture could jeopardize one's future career prospects. Zhong Hui, however, felt no elation at his elevation in rank. Titles held little significance for him, and he bore no sense of hierarchical distinction. Instead, it was the black-robed woman at home who occupied his thoughts more profoundly. The emissaries from the Li Kingdom surveyed those who had been honored, their faces taut with suppressed ire, particularly the third prince, who, prior to the competition, had been convinced of his side's inevitable victory. That he believed that by showcasing martial prowess during the contest and presenting treasures to please the Emperor of Chu, coupled with the deployment of troops at the border, he could effortlessly reaffirm the amicable relations between the two nations, paving the way for a marriage alliance. However, he had underestimated the capabilities of the few from Zhong, especially Zhong Hui, whom he had truly underestimated. Initially, only 2 representatives from the Li Kingdom were slated to participate in the contest, but the decision was made at the last moment to send a third. The first is the foremost warrior of the Li Kingdom, a remarkable individual who has distinguished himself among the 3,000 royal guards. The second practices a unique martial art, one that remains inscrutable to others. Coupled with a frail appearance, this often leads adversaries to underestimate him during battles, allowing him to deliver a lethal strike when they are least prepared, an approach that has never failed him. Hao Yu, concerned about his potential lack of restraint, advised him to hold back a bit before the match. However, he was taken aback when the opponent fought with utter disregard for his own safety, particularly during the court banquet, which truly caught Hao Yu off guard. Chapter 85. The woman in black robes. As for this figure in black robes, their appearance was merely a misunderstanding. Prior to arriving in the capital, an encounter on the main road led to some miscommunication between them, resulting in a fierce conflict with his subordinates. Eventually, they reconciled. And upon learning of the black-robed individual's intentions, he contemplated using this opportunity for a duel with the people of Zhongqiu. Upon arriving home, as Zhonghui stepped outside, Sui Yuding emerged from within. Young master, the young lady has awakened, but she sustained injuries twice last night and is currently quite weak. Moreover, her guard is exceedingly high. Very well, I understand. Please fetch some food. I shall go see her, he replied as he entered the room. Upon entering, he found the woman in black lying feebly on the bed, her gaze fixed on the window as if lost in thought. That you've regained consciousness. How do you feel? Zhonghui inquired. The woman in black paid him no heed. Zhonghui offered an awkward smile. Had you not ambushed me last night, we wouldn't be in this predicament today. He lingered by the bedside for a moment, but seeing her remain unresponsive, he realized that extracting any information was futile and turned to leave. What do you plan to do with me? She asked as he stepped out the door. As winter gave way to spring, the snow melted, and the weather grew warmer. The recruitment for the City Defense Corps was in full swing, with over 10,000 enlisted in just a month. It must be said that Wang Xuan had his own methods for recruitment. In addition to enlisting in the capital, he had established 8 recruitment points around the city. The recent success of the City Defense Corps in eliminating the bandits of Huodo Mountain had greatly enhanced their reputation. And with the endorsement of the higher-ups, this recruitment drive was remarkably smooth, with each point bustling daily. However, Wang Xuan was quite selective, aiming to keep the numbers around 15,000. Zhong Hui's intention for Wang Xuan was to first complete the expansion of the 3 main battalions before commencing the second round of recruitment for the 4th Battalion. This was partly due to considerations of military strength and partly because Zhong Hui struggled to find suitable commanders. Promoting someone from the ranks required time, having just arrived at the City Defense Corps for less than a year. Promoting a battalion commander felt overly hasty, especially since he was not well acquainted with the deputy generals. The training of the new recruits in the City Defense Corps was similarly entrusted to Wang Xuan. It is anticipated that Wang Xuan's prestige among the soldiers will significantly increase, positioning him as a key figure among the various battalion commanders at present. Wang Xuan stands as one who is second only to the highest authority within the Corps. This is, of course, something Zhong Hui is pleased to witness, as the first to support him. Wang Xuan had initially offended many while executing Zhong Hui's military orders. His current status is entirely deserved. In this new phase of recruit training, Zhong Hui resolved to adopt a different approach. The Battle of Huotushan imparted many insights to him. Foremost among these was the realization that warfare tactics, as a resident of Earth, had often tempted him to incorporate strategies gleaned from military channels into this world. However, following the encounter at Huotushan, Zhong Hui discerned that the nature of warfare with cold weapons diverged significantly from that of gunpowder artillery. The chilling blades and the information conveyed through 2 legs rendered warfare more protracted, brutal, and merciless. That he grasped the paramount importance of intelligence in warfare, akin to the wisdom articulated in the Art of War by Sun Tzu. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in numerous battles. Understanding the dynamics of the battlefield and the surrounding terrain is of utmost significance. Thus, he tasked Zhong Sheng with organizing the Night Watch Battalion, an ancient special forces unit dedicated to intelligence gathering, terrain reconnaissance, and executing specialized missions. This unit would be personally guided by Zhong Hui. Although he had not served in a special forces capacity, his thorough study of specialized training, coupled with his analytical insights, suggested that he would manage effectively. This constituted merely his initial step. The subsequent phase involved gradually imparting the principles of large-scale combined arms operations to the soldiers, starting from the recruit training. Large-scale operations entail the coordination of multiple military branches. Currently, the forces were predominantly divided into cavalry, infantry, and archers. Despite the presence of various branches, their cooperation was lacking, relying instead on a singular tactic: archers providing cover fire. Infantry advancing, followed by cavalry delivering the final blow. In a cavalry-centric army, heavy cavalry would initiate the assault, with archers shielding the infantry's advance, limiting inter-branch coordination to this basic framework. However, Zhonghui envisioned a different strategy, a nuanced subdivision of military branches, fostering inter-branch cooperation, complemented by diverse formations to maximize the efficacy of each unit. He prepared to organize the battalions such that each unit would learn to employ different tactics at varying times. Before this could be implemented, it was crucial for the recruits to master the use of sword and shield, with each battalion comprising 5,000 sword and shield soldiers. This would be supplemented by the Mandarin duck formation, wherein 6 individuals formed a team, 3 spear soldiers in the center, flanked by a sword and shield bearer on each side for lateral protection, and a crossbowman positioned behind the spear soldiers to provide timely support. Each team would array themselves in an alternating front and back formation, with 6 small teams constituting a larger formation. This methodical and prudent approach was meticulously tailored by Zhang Hui for the Thunderbolt Battalion. The Thunderbolt Battalion, commanded by Zhao Ming, lacked cavalry, making this infantry-archer coordination particularly fitting for them, especially considering Zhao Ming's steadfast and methodical nature. They asked for Zhang Dabiao's Firestorm Battalion. Zhong Hui refrained from imposing significant alterations. Instead, he allocated the limited 3,000 cavalry within the Firestorm Battalion and specially trained them in the pike formation, positioning the cavalry as the spearhead, followed by infantry predominantly armed with polearms, and flanked by sword and shield soldiers. This battalion would undoubtedly sweep across the battlefield like a raging inferno, charging toward the enemy. Regarding Su Hua, his forces were primarily composed of archers, a fact that initially astonished Zhong Hui. Many perceived that Su Hua's battalion, with its abundance of archers, would be easily breached by heavy infantry. However, Zhong Hui recognized that this surplus of archers constituted a distinct advantage for Su Hua's Gale battalion. He meticulously devised a formation centered around archers, tailored specifically for Su Hua's needs. Deploying the archers extensively, they are arranged in 4 layers, interspersed in pairs, with 2 ranks of spearmen forming a barrier at the front. The flanks are protected by light cavalry, while sword and shield soldiers provide support on the sides, capable of aiding the spearmen and defending against any threats from behind. This configuration maximizes the safety of the archers while significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities. Zhong Hui is confident that such a troop arrangement would pose a formidable challenge to the enemy on the actual battlefield. The retrained and reconfigured 3rd Battalion embodies true ferocity, swiftness, and striking power. When these 3 battalions coordinate, they epitomize the saying, as swift as the wind, as gentle as the forest, invading like fire, and as elusive as the shadow. Upon sharing these tactical arrangements with several battalion commanders, they unanimously expressed their approval, favoring this bespoke formation over the conventional and monotonous ones. However, adapting to the shifting formations requires diligent assimilation on their part to fully comprehend the strategies, while Zhong Hui's explanations are straightforward. The inherent flexibility and strategic depth demand that they keep pace with the evolving tactical thought to effectively apply their learning, avoiding mere mimicry. Commander, how did you come up with this? I've never heard of such things before. Zhang Dapio inquired, scratching the back of his head. He was familiar with formations, but still found himself perplexed by on-the-spot adaptations. You simpleton, can you compare to the commander's insights? This is precisely what makes our commander exceptional. Su Hua interjected, offering unsolicited praise. Zhong Hui, overhearing their conversation, smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I am not as remarkable as you suggest, even if I hadn't mentioned it. Someone else would have eventually figured it out. I merely stand on the shoulders of predecessors, drawing inspiration from their wisdom. Commander, you are too humble. This tactic is unprecedented in my experience, and I can only attribute it to your extraordinary talent. Su Hua remarked, giving a thumbs up. Observing Su Hua's gesture, Zhang Dapio scoffed slightly. Once Zhong Hui concluded the discussions regarding the camp, the remaining task was for the various battalion commanders to interpret and implement their understandings. A task beyond Zhong Hui's direct instruction. Nevertheless, Huang Qi diligently practiced according to Zhong Hui's guidance, albeit with limited success, still struggling to grasp the fundamentals. With your method of teaching, who knows when he will master the profound techniques? He muttered. Suddenly, a clear female voice resonated from the colonnade. Zhong Hui and the others turned towards the sound to find a woman in a black robe leaning against a pillar, observing them. Under the care of Sui Yuding, the black-robed woman had begun to recover gradually over the past few days. Her wounds had healed significantly, and aside from feeling somewhat weak and having sluggish circulation, she could now walk without much difficulty, prompting her to frequently venture out of her room to explore. Through her observations, the black-robed woman recognized that Zhong Hui was not a malicious individual, and his earlier suggestion of her becoming a maid had merely been an attempt to frighten her. Unable to bear watching Zhong Hui teach Quang Chi half-hearted techniques, she finally spoke up. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Zhong Hui asked, puzzled. Upon hearing his inquiry, the woman straightened up from the pillar, shook her hands, and leisurely made her way into the courtyard. "The breathing techniques you are teaching him are of the lesser path. They are ill-suited for someone of his constitution." Zhong Hui heard the woman utter a new term, and curiosity piqued. He inquired, "What does small vehicle breathing mean? Does the breathing technique truly differentiate between small and large?" Upon realizing Zhong Hui's ignorance, the woman elevated her demeanor, exuding an air of superiority as she disdainfully remarked, "You don't even know about the small vehicle. It's truly perplexing how you've cultivated to this level." Small vehicle breathing is the foundational method for novices in the study of mystical energy, an essential practice for every apprentice. However, for him, learning the small vehicle technique seemed rather superfluous. Superfluous in what regard? Zhong Hui questioned, perplexed. "Certainly in terms of innate talent," she replied. "Your physique does not necessitate starting with the small vehicle. It is akin to trying to fill a vast barrel with a mere spoon. It is a daunting task." After pondering her words, Zhong Hui found some merit in her argument. Despite having practiced mystical energy with Quang Chi for an extended period, no signs of progress had manifested. He had assumed it was due to Quang Chi's lack of comprehension. Thus, it appeared that the fault lay with his methodology. "Since you are aware that my teaching method is flawed, you must possess a superior approach," he asserted in response to Zhong Hui's statement. The woman smiled, yet remained reticent. Observing her demeanor, Zhong Hui discerned that she likely intended to leverage this knowledge against him. "Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhong Hui, the commander of the city defense camp." Upon hearing Zhong Hui disclose his name and title, the woman expressed surprise. "You are not from Zhongchu. How is it that you serve as the commander of Zhongchu's city defense camp?" she queried with curiosity. Zhong Hui noticed her reaction and replied, "I am not a native of Zhongchu. Strictly speaking, I am not from this continent at all, that I hail from beyond the Banluan mountain range. As for how I became the commander of Zhongchu's city defense camp, that is a lengthy tale." Night Ye, upon hearing Zhong Hui's explanation, gradually turned her head. "You say you come from beyond the Banluan mountain range?" Zhong Hui nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have come from the other side of the mountains. Is there something amiss? Yuda, what are you doing?" Night Ye responded, suddenly realizing the implication of Zhong Hui's words and loosening her grip. Observing her hasty retreat, Zhong Hui narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was amiss.